Sometimes the greatest healing is love itself.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Airmid Teasanare movie. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. There are some people who do stupid things to get the attention of the person they like, and that is the case of Bell Cranel. Prologue. Many say that sometimes a person in love will do a few stupid things just to get the attention of the person they are in love with. I couldn't say for sure if it's 100% certain that every person in love does it, but there's a certain reckless boy with white hair who does those stupid things, somewhat crazy and dangerous stupid things, but according to him, they were worth it. Join me in reading the story of a healer dedicated to her work and her troubled white-haired patient. It looks like this will be another quiet day. A beautiful silver-haired girl with a calm expression walked through the corridors of Die Insect Hospital. She was Airmid Teasanare, the best healer in the city of Arario, although many said that this position was debatable with a healer of the Freya family. But that wasn't the important thing. That day, Airmid, like every day, was checking on all the patients in each room of the hospital to see how they were recovering, although none of them were in serious condition. That was his daily routine, a routine that was honestly starting to tire him. Don't get me wrong, she loved her job and helping others, but she was starting to get tired of doing the same thing every day and not enjoying her life a little. At least she'd like to go out and have fun with her friends if she had any. Everyone in the family obviously loved her, but they respected her too much, so much so that they didn't even dare to treat her with familiarity, even though they had known each other for years, and that saddened her a little. She simply wanted someone by her side, a friend who could change those monotonous days she had endured for years, someone she could confide in, but that seemed impossible, or at least that's what she believed, given the lack of free time, due to the constant work her greedy god assigned her. Although he was lying, there was something that had changed in his repetitive life. It seems room 14 is occupied, let's see who the patient is. It's him again. The tired expression appeared on Airmid's face as he saw the name written in his notebook of the patient who was occupying that room. Bell Cranel. You never learn, Airmid whispered, frowning slightly as she walked toward room 14, probably to give that peculiar patient a scolding. It's the fourth time this week, she thought as she reached the blessed room. And without even knocking, Airmid entered the room, seeing a certain albino boy sitting on the hospital bed, looking out the window, although when he realized her presence, he turned to look at her, smiling slightly. Good morning, Airmid-san, the boy greeted with a kind smile. No good morning Airmid-san, she said in a scolding tone, approaching Bell to assess his condition. What did you do to end up in the hospital? Haha, and nothing, he replied, a little nervous as he saw the beautiful girl get closer to him and noticed his state. Nothing. It says here that you have 3 broken ribs and a broken arm. Or are the bandages on your body just for decoration? He asked angrily, seeing that the albino was lying to him. If there was one thing she disliked, it was when her patients lied to her about their condition, since she could not cure them completely. She detested that, and she also hated seeing her patients harmed while they were recovering. It was just a few blows I received from a pack of minotaurs, he replied, though he immediately covered his mouth when he realized what he had said. Minotaurs? Did you go to those apartments alone again without your group? Airmid asked, disappointed by the albino's stupid behavior. I just wanted to test how much I've improved, he replied with a nervous smile, earning a small painful pinch on his cheek from Airmid. Listen Belle, I know you're strong, you defeated a minotaur by yourself at level 1, you even defeated that irregular Goliath on the 18th floor, but that doesn't mean you're indestructible. Don't just go to the dungeon and throw yourself into danger, stupidly the girl scolded, making the albino lower his gaze dejected. I'm sorry Airmid-san. What will I do with you? The saint whispered as she began to write things in her notebook. A rather strange relationship between the two of them. Airmid still remembered the day he met Belle as if it were yesterday. After all, it's something impossible to forget and it wasn't a pleasant way to meet him. That day was normal like any other. She was near the hospital entrance doing her job while chatting with some of her colleagues, a quiet day up to that point. But suddenly the hospital doors were abruptly opened, capturing everyone's attention. The doctor? Shouted a red-haired boy carrying an unconscious albino boy in his arms. Nothing worrying except that the boy was covered in blood from head to toe, blood that was his own. And what terrified Airmid and everyone present the most was seeing the serious fractures he had in his arms and feet. They were so serious that even the broken bones had pierced the skin, dripping blood onto the floor, and he most likely had many internal fractures. Airmid couldn't remember seeing anyone in such a serious condition since the Dark Ages, and that left her in shock for a few seconds, as did her companions, who also didn't move. Do something, he's dying. Shouted the red-haired boy, worried as he saw the albino turning even paler than he already was. That scream was enough to snap Airmid out of his thoughts and start mobilizing with his other companions to attend to that boy. Without a doubt, that first encounter with Bell was unique and unforgettable, but not because it was wonderful, quite the opposite. According to the red-haired boy, whose name was Welf, he was walking peacefully through the 5th floor of the dungeon when he saw a minotaur massacring that albino boy. He didn't know how he did it, but he managed to grab him in his hands and run away while the minotaur followed them. Although he stopped following them seconds later, someone had probably killed him along the way. But that wasn't what was important to Airmid at that moment. His priority was to save the life of that boy who, in the not-so-distant future, would become a regular customer of the hospital. Airmid still remembers how he scolded Bell for being reckless and putting his life at risk in that way, where a frightened Bell promised not to put his life in danger again. A promise which he never kept. But there's something that never changes, thought Airmid, glancing sideways at Bell, who was still sitting on the bed, his head down from the scolding he'd received. Despite everything, that look is always there on his face, that look of determination. Despite often returning from the dungeon badly wounded, the albino's determined gaze always remained, burning even more intensely each time, and that was something Airmid admired about that reckless fool, though he would never tell him so. If he did, he would probably put his life at much greater risk. Fortunately, you didn't suffer any serious injuries this time, Airmid said after checking everything. It was just a few blows, nothing more, Bell said with a nervous smile. I still don't know how your goddess allows you to go to the dungeon alone, knowing how reckless you are, he said with a tired sigh. I don't think she even knows about all the injuries you get in there. One of these days I'll pay her a visit and let her know about all your recklessness. It's not necessary, she already knows, Bell said nervously. That stuttering tells me otherwise, he said, squinting. For some reason, Airmid was a little more talkative when she was with Bell. The reason was that she saw him almost every day of the week, which led to a small trust between them, allowing them to chat a little, or rather, for Airmid to scold Bell. You really are very troublesome, Bell, it almost seems like you do it on purpose, said the girl, walking towards a desk near the bed where she had some pain pills. Having said those words, Bell remained silent, slowly lowering his gaze before whispering a few words. And what if I told you I was doing it on purpose just to have an excuse to see you? Did you say something? Airmid asked, confused, since she couldn't hear anything from that whisper. I'm not stupid enough to go to the dungeon just to get hurt, Bell repeated, feigning offense. For some reason, I don't believe you, Airmid said, approaching Bell and handing him some pills. Here, take these. Your bones are healed now, so you can go home, but the potion's effects will probably cause you pain, so take a pill when that happens. I understand, he said, taking the pills in his hands. I would tell you not to do anything reckless again, but I know you will, he said, earning a nervous laugh from Bell. I'll try, she whispered, getting up from the stretcher and walking towards the door. Bell. Yes. He said, stopping in front of the door. Please. Take care of yourself, I'm not joking when I say I'm worried about how much you hurt yourself, she said, showing a worried expression on her doll-like face. Bell's cheeks flushed slightly as he saw Airmid's expression, quickly turning away so he wouldn't see him. And don't worry, I'll be fine. Goodbye, Airmid-san. And with those words, Bell left the room, leaving the girl alone, who let out a tired sigh. For some reason I feel he'll be here again tomorrow, I thought wearily. Perhaps I should reserve this room for him. Unable to avoid it, Airmid found that thought a little amusing, as it didn't seem so out of place. Bell Cranel, without a doubt a problem child, and with those words, Airmid left the room to continue with his work. While outside the hospital. Bell had already left the hospital, observing the blue sky of the city and letting out a dejected sigh. Another day without being able to tell her, he thought dejectedly, remembering Airmid's face. But perhaps tomorrow I'll have the courage I lacked today. And encouraging himself, Bell began his journey home to rest a little after that day. And that was just the beginning of hundreds of crazy things in this story, the love story of a healer and a troubled white-haired patient. End of prologue. Chapter 1. At First Sight. Bell was always innocent and ignorant for as long as he could remember, and that caused him problems in the city of Arario, all because he wasn't prepared. That's strange, there are no monsters. Bell's first thought upon entering the dungeon for the first time and not seeing any monsters was that it was normal, and he continued down. She literally knew nothing about the dungeon, she just received the Falna and ran to the dungeon without informing her advisor, and that was her biggest mistake. The fool didn't even know what floor he was on. He descended easily, his only opponent being a small goblin missing a hand, a leg and an eye, but who still managed to hurt Bell. How? Not even he knows. The point is that up until that moment Bell thought the dungeon wasn't as terrifying as he had heard, he was even starting to believe that in a few days he would be an elite adventurer with many women admiring him. But the reality check came when he entered the 5th floor where a flirtatious minotaur was waiting to play with him. No matter how much Bell ran, he couldn't lose the Minotaur, who cornered him in a dead end, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. After all, it was a canonical event. I don't want to die. Bell wished at that moment that someone would appear to save him from the filthy hands of that monster. Even the Minotaur was stalling to see if someone would come. But nobody showed up. So, letting out a satisfied laugh, he began the massacre in front of the poor, stupid albino. Blood splattered the walls, and the sound of breaking bones was the only thing that could be heard on that floor. Luckily, Bell didn't feel any of it, since the Minotaur hadn't even touched him when he had already fainted. This continued until the red-haired boy arrived and saved him from certain death, where seconds later a blonde girl arrived and killed the Minotaur as it was following them. Hours and hours later, Bell slowly opened his eyes, feeling a great pain take over his body. Where am I? I throw the question into the air, staring at a white ceiling. He moved his head from side to side to look around, and that's where he saw her. In front of him, a beautiful silver-haired girl watched him with an expression of relief at seeing that he had woken up. Bell couldn't believe such a beautiful girl existed. Was she an angel? Did I die? He whispered as he looked at that beautiful girl. Fortunately not, the angel replied, having heard Bell's whisper. It took some effort, but I was able to heal you completely. Tell me, do you feel anything strange? The girl asked, wanting to know Bell's condition. Yes. Bell whispered, still unable to believe the beauty of the girl in front of him. My heart is racing. Your heart? You're probably still scared from being close to death, Airmid explained calmly, although Bell knew that wasn't it. Where am I? Bell asked for the second time, realizing he wasn't dead. You are in the Die Insect Family Hospital. You arrived here in very bad condition, the girl explained while writing some things in her notebook. At that moment, memories of how he was cornered by the Minotaur and most likely massacred came to his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Did you save me? He asked, looking at the girl. Yes, although you should thank the boy out there. He's the one who risked his life to save you, she replied, stopping her writing and looking at Bell. What happened down there? I'd like you to explain it to me. Well. An explanation with a nervous smile later. Airmid let out a tired sigh upon hearing the explanation. How could you go down to the dungeon without studying at all? That was very irresponsible of you, Airmid scolded, frowning. Even when she's angry she still looks beautiful, Bell thought, still not believing she was so beautiful. You were lucky to get out alive today, but if that boy had been a few seconds longer, this would be a different story, he said, his tone worried. I don't know what you think the dungeon is, but you shouldn't underestimate it. It's not every day someone will be there to save you. You have to take it seriously. I am sorry, I promise not to put my life at risk again, he promised, a little dejected by the scolding. It's a miracle she didn't bite her tongue when she said those words. That puts my mind at ease. Seeing you in such a serious state really worried me, Airmid said, letting out a sigh of relief. Did it worry you? Bell asked, surprised. Obviously, you're my patient and I want the best for them. I would never forgive myself if one of them died when I could have done something to save them, she whispered bitterly, recalling the dark times when many died and she could do nothing to save them. That aside, you can go now. Just get some rest. I understand, he said, standing up and appreciating the girl's beauty even more. She really is beautiful. Is something wrong? She asked, confused, when she saw that Bell was looking at her. What's his name? He asked, curious and embarrassed. Airmid was a little surprised to learn that he didn't know her, but quickly concluded that he was new to the city, since he knew nothing about the dungeon. Airmid, call me Airmid, he replied calmly. Airmid-san, it's a nice name, Bell said with a small smile. Thank you, she said, a little surprised since she hadn't expected that compliment. My name is Bell Cranel, he introduced himself with an excited smile. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for saving my life, Airmid-san, he said, bowing slightly. I'll never forget it. Don't worry, this is my job. I hope you take things more seriously this time. I don't want to see you in serious condition again, he said, still with that worried tone. Don't worry, Airmid-san. And with those words Bell left the room, leaving the saint alone, who sighed upon being left alone. His serious condition took me by surprise, she thought, remembering how Bell arrived at the hospital. He has a very innocent attitude. I hope no one tries to take advantage of him because of that. That boy certainly made a very peculiar first impression on Airmid. He just hoped he wouldn't see him again in the hospital, although being an adventurer, it probably won't be the last time he sees him. Bell Cranel sounds like the name of a troubled kid. And with those words, Airmid left the room to continue attending to more patients, unaware that she would see him again very soon. Meanwhile, our protagonist walked through the hospital corridors, still mesmerized by the beauty of that girl. Airmid-san, he whispered the girl's name. As a child, I had read a few stories about how a boy fell in love at first sight with a girl without even knowing her. At first he thought it was stupid, but now he felt stupid because he criticized the protagonist when he was starting to feel the same thing he felt. Hey old man. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Before he could get further lost in his thoughts, a red-haired boy stopped him while smiling at him. Who are you? Bell asked, confused. That's right, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Welf, and I'm the one who got you out of the dungeon. Nice to meet you. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Thank you so much for saving my life. Bell exclaimed, bowing to the boy. Haha, no need for so much formality, laughed the Redeed, patting Bell on the back. How about we chat outside? Seeing so many sick people in the hospital is starting to make me sick too. Oh okay. And having both agreed, they left the hospital to begin walking calmly through the city streets. Hey, by the way, my name is Bell Cranel. He introduced himself a little nervously. Nice to meet you, Bell, he said cheerfully. Let me tell you, I'm amazed by your incredible stamina. In your condition, many rookies would have died, even me, but you managed to make it all the way to the hospital. I don't know if it's luck or just a strong will to live. Well, my grandfather said I was a very peculiar person, he said with a nervous smile. So, are you a novice adventurer too? I've been doing this for a few years, but to many I'm still a novice, he explained, frustrated. I'm a blacksmith, so I don't focus much on the dungeon. My dream is to create the most powerful weapon. That's the reason I came to Arario, he said with a smile. And you? What's your goal in the city? Well, it's kind of silly, he said with a nervous smile. Why you'll probably laugh, but one of my dreams is to be a hero. A hero? Welf said, a little surprised. Yes, you can laugh if you want, he whispered, embarrassed. Hahaha. Of course not. Everyone has their own dreams, and I even think it's a noble dream that you want to be a hero, said Welf, making a cheerful smile appear on Bell's face. And what's your other dream? Which dream? You said one of your dreams was to be a hero, so I imagine there's another one, he said curiously. Ah, that one. Well, it's much stupider, he said, embarrassed. The other reason I came to Arario was to find my destined one. The predestined encounter? Why yes. And I think I've already found it. Upon saying those words, Bell turned to look at Welf, who was confused, although seconds later he understood what he meant. Wait, I know I saved your life, but I'm not going down that road. I'm so sorry, old man. Don't get things mixed up, Bell interrupted before he could get any more wrong ideas. I mean well, do you know anything about her? He asked, embarrassed. She? And you know Airmid-san? Upon hearing the name Welf, he opened his eyes in surprise and then burst into laughter. Haha. You really don't waste any time, you're aiming for the top, Welf said, putting his arm around Bell's neck as if they were old friends. You've set your sights on a very difficult girl. Difficult? He said, confused and scared by those words. Yes, you're not the only one in love with her. There are a lot of guys in love with that girl, but she doesn't pay any attention to any of them, so they all stop trying to get with her. Does she already have a boyfriend? Bell asked, worried that his first love interest might be short-lived. Boyfriend? Of course not, at least not that I know of, although news like that would spread quickly throughout Arario. After all, she's a saint. Saint? He said curiously. Yes, for many she is the best healer in all of Arario, earning the nickname of the saint. Upon hearing those words, Bell's eyes shone with excitement. But I recommend you don't try it, Welf advised, causing Bell's spirits to plummet. Why? He asked, discouraged. Didn't you hear? She's ignored every man who's tried to court her. From what I understand, she's very dedicated to her work, spending almost 24 hours a day at the hospital, so it's impossible for you to see her unless you go to the hospital, but that would make you a stalker. I understand, he whispered dejectedly. The few hopes he had of getting to know his beautiful savior better had gone down the drain. His first crush didn't even last an hour. Although you could also go to the hospital as a patient, although you would have to constantly hurt yourself, and nobody is stupid enough to do that, right? Right. When he didn't hear a response, Welf turned his gaze to the albino, seeing how he looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. Welf, you're a genius. Am I? He asked, surprised, since he thought it was a stupid idea, although his new albino friend didn't think so. If the only way to see her was to be a patient in the hospital so as not to raise suspicion, then I would be a VIP client. It was undoubtedly a stupid idea, but Bell was willing to take the risk. He wasn't sure if he was in love, but what he did know was that he wanted to get to know that beautiful girl who had saved him better. I feel like I just created a stupid monster, Welf thought, slapping his face at the determined look on his new friend's face. The next day. Through the corridors of Die Insect Hospital, a certain silver-haired girl walked calmly, doing her job. It seems we won't have many patients today, she thought with relief. After the scare she had yesterday, she felt calmer seeing that there were no seriously ill patients today. Up until that moment, she was still surprised that the boy hadn't died on the way to the hospital. He probably had a great determination to keep living, and that was something to admire to Airmid. I hope I don't see him around here, although after ending up in such a serious state, he surely learned his lesson and is more careful down there now, she thought, sure of her words, not believing that boy was stupid enough to put his life at risk again. Although I had a bad feeling. I think I'll go see the patients and check on their recovery, she said, a little curious, as she checked her notebook and looked at the names of all the patients, though she stopped for a moment when she saw a familiar name. Bell Cranel. A small twitch appeared in his eye when he saw that name again, just yesterday when he had recovered from that serious condition. Dislocated arm, he whispered upon seeing what had happened to him. Slowly and with a frown, Airmid walked towards the room where that peculiar patient was. Upon arriving slowly, he opened the door, looking with a serious expression at the boy sitting on a stretcher, who noticed his presence. Hello Airmid-san, I greeted with a nervous smile. Hello Bell. From that day on began that strange relationship between the healer Airmid and her troubled albino patient Bell. The crazy love story. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Madness in the dungeon. We find ourselves deep within the dungeon, specifically on the 16th floor, where a duo of friends were fighting with a few minotaurs. They were Bell and Welf, with the latter glancing sideways as his albino friend deliberately left parts of his body exposed so he could receive a blow from a minotaur. He's crazy, Welf whispered, watching the scene. If she had known that Bell was so suicidal, she would have been better off keeping quiet the day she met him and not giving him that idea. After a while, all the minotaurs in the place had been eliminated, leaving that part of the floor empty. Another productive day, Bell said with a smile, even though he had a few bruises all over his body. Bell, I'm seriously worried about your mental health, Welf said in a concerned tone, approaching his friend. Why? He asked, confused. Why? Are you seriously asking? He said, slapping his face. It's been over a month since you started as an adventurer and you're still doing these crazy things to get to the hospital. I'm still surprised you leveled up to 2 when all you get are beatings. Yeah, that's weird. Kami-sama never told me why my stats keep going up, Bell said, puzzled. Although I'm sure it's normal. Meanwhile, in the abandoned church. The goddess Hestia looked with a complicated expression at her son's status sheet. I still can't believe this ability exists, Hestia thought with an anime-style sweat drop. Is she a masochist? Iron will. The user of the ability becomes stronger and gathers more excelia the more damage they receive. If they are on the verge of death, the ability is empowered. How crazy, Hestia whispered. Returning to the dungeon. Yeah, normal, Welf said sarcastically. Why don't you just be brave and go to the hospital to see her without having to go in injured? It's easy for you to say, Welf, Bell said sheepishly. I'm not ready for something like that yet. And when will you be ready? When the few brain cells you have left are destroyed by so many blows? He asked, crossing his arms. Be a man, Bell. I am a man, and because I am capable of enduring so much pain just to see her, he said with a flame of determination in his eyes. But what's the point if these encounters never led to anything? Welf said, sitting down on a rock. You've known her for over a month now, and I'm sure you don't talk about anything other than your physical and mental health. Will you ever ask her out or do something more? Believe me, I want to ask her out, but Airmid-san is a very busy girl. I never see the perfect opportunity to ask her, Bell sighed dejectedly, sitting down next to his friend. What if you bribe his god to give him a few days off? He suggested as he pulled out a sandwich. So how do you expect me to bribe him when I barely have any money? It would be easier to threaten him, he sighed in defeat. I'd better stick to what I've always done until I have the courage to ask her out. I just hope you don't die before then, he said, finishing his sandwich in 2 bites. Remember what happened with the irregular minotaur? Airmid almost had a heart attack when he saw you in such a bad state. But let it be known that that wasn't my fault, that bull appeared out of nowhere, Bell whispered with a shiver down his spine. He remembered it perfectly. He had only been an adventurer for a month when he was traveling in the dungeon with Welf, with the ulterior motive of hurting himself a little. But I never expected to receive such a tremendous beating, to put it mildly. That day Bell was in much worse condition than the last time. He even believed that it would be his last day alive. A strange thing happened when he was on the verge of death, when he felt strange energies come into his body, almost like adrenaline, giving him enough strength to fight the Minotaur again and kill him. However, the consequences came when that adrenaline wore off and a terrible pain took over every part of his body, leaving him unconscious and on the verge of death from blood loss. Believe me, old man, at that moment I thought you were dead, Welf said with a nervous smile. But I still took you to the hospital hoping you were still alive. That girl, when she saw you, I'm sure she forgot to breathe. Her skin is white, but she turned much paler than it was. Upon hearing those words, Bell lowered his gaze, feeling remorse for that day, mainly because when he woke up, Airmid unconsciously hugged him while tears streamed down his face. For a moment I thought you had died." Those were the only words the girl whispered before breaking away from the hug, wiping away her tears, and continuing with her work. It was just a few words, but that was more than enough for Bell to know that Airmid was very worried about him, to the point of shedding tears. At least that made it clear to him that he was important to her. Even so, it hurt him a lot to see her like that, although in his defense he didn't do it on purpose that time, but he promised not to do stupid things again, so as not to worry her. Although that promise only lasted 2 days because he couldn't find a way to go to the hospital and see Airmid, so he had no other option but to go to the dungeon and let himself be hurt a little in order to have an excuse to go. Obviously, she received a scolding from the saint for her oversights. "You're more likely to give her a heart attack than win her heart," Welf joked, letting out a soft laugh. "Although I still say it's better if you go in person without any excuse about injuries or anything like that and ask her out." "I'll think about it," he whispered, embarrassed. "That I'll think about it doesn't convince me," he said, letting out a defeated sigh as he stood up. "We'd better go back to the surface. We've been here for more than 5 hours." "Wait. I'm not hurt enough to go to the hospital yet," Bell said, alarmed, looking around for a minotaur. "Don't worry, that'll be sorted out quickly." "What are you?" Before he could finish his question, Bell received a powerful punch from his friend which sent him to the ground, leaving his cheek swollen. "Why?" Bell asked, puzzled, feeling the pain begin to take over his cheek. "I'm just helping you out, and maybe I can fix something wrong with your brain while I'm at it," said Welf, cracking his knuckles. Wait, I think a minotaur is appearing on that wall," Bell said nervously as he backed away. "Relax, I just want to help you," Welf said with a macabre smile. "Maybe this way you'll get rid of the stupidity you have in your brain. If you take one more step, I will be forced to defend myself," he warned as he assumed a fighting stance with his fists. "Late." And with that shout, Welf launched himself towards the albino to attack him, and Bell raised his fist to defend himself. Meanwhile, on the surface, specifically at Diansek's hospital, Santa Airmid was near the hospital entrance chatting with one of her colleagues about a patient, although every so often she looked at the hospital entrance, as if she were waiting for something. "The patient is almost cured, but there are still a few aftereffects of the illness, so it would be best if he stayed in the hospital for a few days," the boy said, handing the report to his captain. "Good, and make sure you give him his medication at the right time," Airmid gave the order, glancing sideways at the entrance. "Understood, then I'll take the patient to room 14. "Wait." Before the boy could leave, Airmid stopped him. "Is something wrong?" I asked, confused. "Well, room 14 is already occupied," he said calmly. "Really? But it says here that it's unoccupied," he said, puzzled, looking at the board that indicated which rooms were occupied and which were not. "It's currently unoccupied, but it will be in a few seconds," he said, looking away. "Are you talking about masochist Cranel?" the boy asked with a nervous smile. "Don't call him that," Airmid pleaded seriously. Yes, from going to the hospital so many times, Bell had earned a nickname from the others, although Airmid didn't like being given nicknames. "I don't think he'll come today, maybe he's learned his lesson and is more careful now." Seconds later the hospital doors were opened where an albino with his face completely swollen entered, and upon seeing Airmid, he smiled slightly, or at least tried to, with that swollen face. "What were you saying?" he asked, looking at his partner. "Haha, I'll leave you with your VIP patient," said the boy with a nervous smile, walking away from the place. Airmid just let out a tired sigh and then looked at Bell with disapproval. "Let me help you," said Airmid, approaching Bell and helping him walk when he saw that he was having difficulty. Meanwhile, the albino felt embarrassed at the closeness of the beautiful girl. "What happened now?" Airmid asked, entering room 14 and helping Bell sit down on the cot. "It was just a small fight with an adventure," he replied with difficulty because of the pain in his face. "Really? And what happened to your attacker?" Airmid asked, starting to prepare a few things to treat Bell's wounds. I left it around," she whispered, looking away. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Babel, a certain red-haired blacksmith was leaning against a wall with his entire face swollen, while the captain of the Ganesha family was interrogating him. "So you're telling me a wild rabbit attacked you?" Shakti asked, puzzled. "Why yes, that our rabbit is a danger to humanity. If we let him loose, who knows what crazy thing he'll do," he replied, pain coursing through his body. "He's a idiot rabbit in love." "Love-struck rabbit?" she said, even more confused. "Listen, I don't know what kind of substances you're using, but the Ganesha family has a rehabilitation center for addicts. We can help you with your problem." Wait, I'm not the one with the mental problems, it's someone else, it's the rabbit. Returning to the hospital, I just hope you're not getting into anything dangerous, Bell, Airmid said, gently taking Bell's face in her hands and beginning to disinfect the wounds. Meanwhile, Bell had a silly grin on his face because he was being healed in that way by Airmid. It's one thing for monsters to hurt you, but it's another for one of them to be an adventurer, and that scares me more, Airmid said worriedly. An adventurer can be more of a monster than a real one. Don't worry, Airmid-san, nothing bad will happen now, it was just a small problem, nothing more, Bell said, reassuring the saint. I hope so, she whispered, turning her attention back to Bell's face and gently healing him. For some reason, Airmid was much more concerned about Bell than any other patient. Perhaps the reason was due to the large number of times he had arrived at the hospital injured, some more seriously than others, but that was more than enough for Airmid to know that he was worrying. Sometimes I wish you weren't an adventurer, Airmid said, looking Bell in the eye. I'm afraid that one day you'll arrive and I won't be able to do anything to save your life. Airmid-san, Bell whispered, surprised to hear those words. But who am I to stop you? She said, standing up and searching for a potion to reduce the swelling on her face. Believe it or not, I pray every day that you don't end up in the hospital, or at least that you don't end up injured, but that's like asking Diane Sama to stop being greedy. A very small laugh escaped Airmid as she said those words while approaching Bell and giving him the potion to drink. Although seeing you every day makes me happy, I whispered, making Bell's heart skip a beat. Thanks to that, I know you're still alive and didn't die down there, that puts my mind at ease. A small smile formed on Airmid's face before she turned around and wrote a few things in her notebook. Meanwhile, Bell gradually blushed upon hearing those words and seeing that beautiful smile on Airmid's face. His memories recalled some words that a certain woman, very important to him in the past, had said to him. Bell, if you ever fall in love with a woman and you think she's the one, don't let her go. As long as she doesn't tell you she doesn't want you by her side, keep trying, believe me, love is the most beautiful thing. I'm sure she's the one, Bell thought, feeling his heartbeat faster as he watched Airmid's calm expression while she wrote in her notebook. Congratulations, Bell, out of the 7 days of the week you only showed up at the hospital 6 days, you're already improving, said Airmid, wanting to see the positive side. Haha, what happened is that I got a fever on Thursday and couldn't go to the dungeon, she said with a nervous smile. I figured as much, she said with a sigh. I'll step out for a bit to check on the other patients. If you're still feeling a little dizzy, you can rest for a while. Understood, said Bell, smiling slightly at Airmid, who, out of pure reflex, smiled back and left the room. Bell just blushed again at the sight of that beautiful smile on her face. According to what he had heard, Airmid was almost expressionless, but she smiled with him, a little, but she smiled, and that gave him hope. She really is beautiful, Bell thought, throwing herself onto the bed and letting out a sigh. After that, he turned his gaze to the blue sky visible through the window. Mom, I'm definitely in love with her, he thought with a small smile. Although I should find another way to get closer to her, at this rate I'll die before I confess my feelings. He said those words jokingly, although deep down in his heart they held some truth for him. You stupid Welf, he whispered, feeling the pain reappear on his face. Without a doubt, a day to think about many things for Bell. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Visit. A certain albino was walking calmly through the quiet streets of the city of Arario. He was Bell, who had certain thoughts as he walked. I'm on a roll, Bell whispered with determination. It's been 3 days since I last went to the hospital, and Welf can't believe it. And that was true, since that day he arrived with his face swollen from the fight he had with his blacksmith friend. He had not returned to the hospital, and that was because of seeing how much Airmid cared for him, and honestly, he didn't want to see her like that anymore. But now I don't know how to approach her, he thought dejectedly as he entered the abandoned part of the city of Arario. Welf kept telling him to go to the hospital and say hello to Airmid or someone like that. It sounded easy, but for Bell it was a big challenge, since he wouldn't know what to talk about with the girl and end up looking like a fool. Grandpa and Mom never told me how to get a girl's attention, he thought, frustrated. The only thing he remembered was his mother telling him to fall in love with a kind-hearted girl like Airmid, and his grandfather telling him to have powerful orgies with many Amazons and elves, mainly elves, causing him to get hit by his mother, although it didn't hurt his grandfather as much, but it still hurt him. I'll have to ask Welf for more advice. For some reason, most of his ideas seem very good to me, I thought, still not entirely sure whether to go to him or not. Although the image of Arario in flames flashed through his mind like a premonition, frightening him. I'd better keep thinking for myself, he whispered nervously. While still thinking about his plan, he continued walking towards his home, the abandoned church. He thought about updating his status since he believed his stats had increased a lot because, by not intentionally hurting himself to go to the hospital, he came out of the dungeon almost unharmed, dedicating himself only to fighting, so he probably had more points in his status. But at what cost? He thought dejectedly. I can no longer see Airmid-san's beautiful face and her lovely smile. He would have to think of a plan quickly, or else he would end up going back to his bad habit of hurting himself on purpose. And amidst so many thoughts and questions, he finally arrived at the abandoned church, entering quietly and going downstairs where his goddess was most likely resting. "Ami-sama, I'm back," he announced, entering the room he shared with his goddess. Although he froze when he saw that his goddess was sitting on the bed and that girl who had stolen his heart was on the old sofa. "Hey Airmid-san," he whispered in surprise, looking at the girl who was staring at him with that doll-like face she had. "Hi Bell," he greeted calmly, although he felt relieved to see him healthy. "Finally you've arrived, young man. There's much to discuss," Hestia said with a serious expression, startling Bell. "Sit down." At those words, Airmid moved aside on the sofa, implying to Bell that he should sit next to her, since it was the only seat in that small room. A little embarrassed, he sat down next to the girl where he was immediately struck by the sweet aroma of Airmid. He wouldn't know how to describe it, but he knew it was sweet. "I'm glad to see you're okay," Airmid whispered, looking at the embarrassed Bell. What did I do?" he asked, confused, not understanding what Airmid was doing there, although he wasn't complaining either. He had seen her again, and that was more than enough for him. "You see, I was worried about you," said the saint, looking away a little embarrassed. Seeing that action from the girl made Bell's heart leap. How lovely. He thought, still not believing she was so beautiful. Why were you worried?" he asked curiously. "Isn't it obvious?" she said, turning to look at him. "You haven't shown up at the hospital for 3 days. It was obvious I'd be worried. I immediately thought something bad had happened to you in the dungeon, so bad that you couldn't even get to the hospital, so I went to the guild to ask for information about you, just to find out how you were doing." While Airmid was explaining, Bell looked at her in surprise, knowing everything she had done just out of concern. To my relief, you were fine, or so your advisor told me, but since I'm your healer, she gave me the address of your headquarters. In case of any problems, so I decided to come and see how you were, or if you were hurt and hadn't gone, just so I wouldn't worry. And with those words Airmid ended his explanation, leaving Bell surprised and embarrassed. She had done what he could never do, go visit him to see how he was doing, something that Welf told her to do, but that he didn't do out of shame. But Airmid, without hesitation, came to his humble home to find out how he was, even though it wasn't his responsibility. That action made Bell's heart beat like crazy, and the love he felt for Airmid increased. "I'm so glad to see you're okay," Airmid said with a small, relieved smile. "Nothing good," Hestia shouted, startling them both. "Bell-kun, how come you're visiting the hospital 7 days a week and have so many injuries all over your body?" Well, he stammered, frightened. "Sometimes I found it strange that you spent more than 6 hours in the dungeon and only earned 1,000 valis, but now I understand that all the money goes to the hospital," Hestia said, disappointed. "Why yes, if it's for the money. Money is the least of it," I exclaimed, interrupting Bell. "What hurts me the most is that you never told me about it. While you were seriously injured in the hospital, I was just sitting here doing nothing. If I had known you were so badly hurt, I would have banned you from the cell block for a long time." But I'm fine, I haven't been hurt for 3 days," Bell said, scared that they would forbid him from doing that. "Something very surprising, it almost seems like a miracle," Airmid whispered, surprised that Bell was no longer injured. Although she also felt relieved because it meant that he had finally learned his lesson and was now more careful. "Something very suspicious, to be honest," Hestia said, narrowing her eyes. From what Bell had said, those 3 days had been easy for him, as he hadn't received any damage, so the injuries he did receive were on purpose. "But I haven't told him about the ability," Hestia thought, puzzled. If Bell knew about the ability, it wouldn't seem strange to him that he was hurting himself on purpose, although now he understood why it increased his stats considerably, but he still didn't know about it, so there had to be another reason for Bell to do this stupid thing. Slowly, Hestia raised her gaze, seeing how Airmid was congratulating Bell a little for being more careful in the dungeon and taking it seriously, while he smiled sheepishly and with a slight blush. Upon seeing that, all the dots came together in Hestia's mind. "Oh, now I understand," he thought in surprise, then slapped himself in the face a few seconds later. "He's such an idiot." "Well, I have to go now," said Airmid, standing up. "So fast?" Bell asked, disappointed. "I've already confirmed that you're okay, so I have to go back to the hospital to continue with my work," I explained, making Bell let out a resigned sigh. "Then it was a pleasure meeting you, Airmid. I thank you for everything you have done for this id for Bell-kun," Hestia said, making Bell look at her confused. "The pleasure was all mine, Hestia-sama. I hope you'll give Bell some advice to be more careful down there," said Airmid, bowing slightly. "Of course I will, don't worry," he promised with a kind smile, startling Bell. "Then I'll take my leave, goodbye Hestia-sama." "Goodbye Airmid, I hope to see you again." I'll accompany you to the exit," said Bell, walking alongside the saint, leaving Hestia alone in the room. When Hestia was left alone, she let out a tired sigh. Belcon, you idiot. Do you want your life to be shorter? She thought, disappointed, wanting to punch him. He seems to be in love, but I highly doubt he came up with that idea to get closer to her. I wonder who the idiot was who gave him that advice. Well, outside the church, Airmid and Bell had already emerged, illuminated by the sunlight. I'm so glad to see you're finally being more careful down there, Airmid said, relieved. Whoever beat you up the last time we saw each other fixed whatever was wrong with your brain. Hey. Bell said, offended. That caused a small laugh to escape from Airmid, making Bell's heart beat rapidly. But I'm really glad to see that you're no longer seriously injured, he said with a small, relieved smile. Well, I couldn't go on like this forever, she said, a little embarrassed. Even so, I'm always worried about you, even if you don't end up in the hospital, she said, making Bell look up at her. You can stop by the hospital every now and then to say hello, so I know you're okay. Goodbye, Bell, and take care. And with those words, Airmid turned around and walked away from the place, leaving Bell frozen by those words. Did I hear right? Did Airmid tell him to visit her from time to time? The image of Well flashed through his mind, repeatedly telling him, I told you so, accompanied by idiot. Gradually, a silly, love-struck smile appeared on his face, as it made him understand that he was something more than a patient to Airmid, perhaps a friend, or at least that's what he wanted to believe. But that was already progress for him, and that made him happy. Rome wasn't built in a day, so obviously I won't win her over in a few days, but I'm making progress, he thought, motivated, walking with that silly smile on his face towards the church. Now he had to think of many topics to talk about with Airmid each time he went to visit her, now that he had been invited by her. Although his thoughts were cut short upon arriving at Hestia's, where he was greeted by multiple shouts and scoldings for his recklessness in the dungeon. That day Bell learned never to hide things from his goddess again, so as not to anger her to that degree. Meanwhile in Arario, specifically in its streets, Airmid walked slowly towards the hospital to continue his work, though he kept his gaze lowered. Although if they looked closely there was a very slight blush on her cheeks which no one noticed. What did I do? Did I just tell him to come see me for a few days? That was bold. She thought, filled with shame, although her face showed as little embarrassment as possible. He didn't know why he said it. When he realized it, he had already said those words, and the best thing he could think of was to say goodbye to Bell and leave, leaving him with that invitation. It's obvious, I said it because she's my patient and I want to make sure she's okay, she told herself, believing that was the right thing to do. Although the truth was that since Bell had stopped going to the hospital, her days had become monotonous again, back to the repetitive days she had before meeting Bell. In short, Airmid had missed seeing Bell and having those curious conversations, most of which were just scolding him, but she still missed those moments, even though she wouldn't admit it. I'd much rather he go to the hospital healthy than show up in serious condition, she thought, arriving at the hospital where she was greeted respectfully by her colleagues, which she returned. I just hope he doesn't do anything reckless down there again. And with those thoughts, Airmid continued working calmly, although at times he thought about that troublesome albino and when he would see him again. End of chapter. Chapter 4. A pleasant breakfast. A small, sleepy whimper escaped from a Bell infant, no more than 10 years old, who had just woken up in his room. Mom? The boy whispered as he heard his mother's voice downstairs, along with his grandfather's and another voice he didn't recognize. So, a little disoriented and confused, the little boy got out of bed to leave his room and go downstairs to see what was happening. The closer he got, the clearer the voices became to the child, and he could hear his mother crying. That only made him more worried, increasing his pace to reach the room and peek out to see what was happening. There he saw his grandfather sitting in a chair with a complicated expression. He also saw a man who seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. And finally, her beautiful mother, a beautiful woman with white hair and pale skin who wouldn't stop crying. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to look for me, said the stranger, walking toward the exit. I'm so sorry, Materia. And with those words the man left the house after delivering the bad news, leaving the woman devastated and unable to stop crying. Bell's innocent mind believed that this guy had hurt his mother, making him even more worried. Mom? The little boy whispered, emerging from his hiding place and catching the attention of his grandfather and mother. What's wrong? The Bell Materia whispered, looking at her little son with concern. And no longer able to resist, Materia ran towards him and gave him a strong hug which surprised him, all while she continued crying. Mom? Why are you crying? Bell whispered, not understanding what was happening, looking at his grandfather who just looked away. Bell. My little Bell. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She cried, still hugging her son and sobbing uncontrollably as she apologized over and over again. Mom, the little one still didn't understand what was happening, but seeing his beloved mother in that state, he couldn't help but start crying too. Please forgive me, Bell, Materia whispered in pain. I'm sorry. Bell slowly opened his eyes after having slept all night, and the first thing he saw was the roof of the old church where he lived. That dream again, the albino thought with a melancholic look, remembering that moment. He didn't dream it that often, but about twice a month he always had that same dream where various feelings appeared in his chest when he remembered his mother crying. "Don't apologize, Mom, you're not to blame for anything," Bell thought with a small, sad smile, remembering how hard it was for him and his grandfather to calm her down that day. "I see you're awake." The voice of his goddess was heard in the room as he sat on the sofa where he slept and saw his goddess who was in bed putting on some ribbons in her hair that he had given her. "Good morning, Kami-sama. Are you going out?" he asked curiously, but still a little sleepy. "You know I have to go to work, today is Sunday so there are a lot of customers," she replied, ready to leave. "Before you leave, could you please update my status?" Bell asked, taking off his shirt and walking towards the bed. "Sure, no problem," Hestia agreed, searching for a needle. After finding her, Bell lay down on the bed and Hestia began updating her status. "I've definitely gained a lot after all these days I've been fighting and not hurting myself on purpose," Bell thought excitedly, wanting to know how much he had gained. After a few seconds, Hestia had already finished the status update. "You increased by 30 points, Hestia said, looking at Bell strangely. "In each one?" "No, 30 points for everything." Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in surprise, quickly sitting up in bed. "How is that possible?" I asked, still surprised and confused. "This time I've just been fighting and fighting, it should have increased a lot." "Why yes, it's very strange," Hestia said, looking away. "Something's weird here," Bell whispered, still not understanding why his rapid growth had stopped. Well, you'll have to think about it for yourself, I have to go to work," she said, a little nervously, standing up. "Of course, Kami-sama, and take care," Bell said goodbye, then went back to thinking about what was wrong with all of this. Meanwhile, Hestia just grabbed her things and quickly left the church. She wasn't stupid enough to tell Bell about her ability. If she told him, he would surely go down to the 60th floor just to be on the verge of death and become stronger. No way was she going to be an accomplice in making Bell's life shorter. "But if I don't tell him, his growth will stop and that will sadden him," Hestia thought, frustrated and unsure what to do. Should I tell him or not? And with that debate on her mind, Hestia continued on her way to work. Returning to the church. After spending some time in the shower wondering what had gone wrong, Bell had finally come out clean and dressed, ready to start his day. "Maybe it was just something normal," he whispered, still not entirely convinced, walking towards the exit in his civilian clothes. He hadn't planned on going to the dungeon. It was Sunday, so he would take it as a day off and perhaps go visit Airmid. Although she had invited him, he still didn't have the courage to go because of the shame. "I'd better stop racking my brain about my condition and go find something for breakfast," and with those thoughts, Bell walked away from the church towards the city center, looking for a restaurant to eat at. As he walked along, he encountered some people who greeted him with a friendly smile, and he returned the greeting. As the current record holder for leveling up, he had become somewhat known among people, not so exaggeratedly, but he always caught one or two glances. "I wonder if Airmid-san is already working," she thought with a small smile. It was 7 in the morning, but Airmid surely started her workday at 5, knowing how hard-working she was, and that was something Bell greatly admired. Although of course, thanks to that great dedication he barely had time for her, and therefore he couldn't prevent her from going out. It was that and the overexploitation he received from the god Dian. "I should sue him," Bell thought, considering that possibility. As he walked, he looked at some restaurants in case one caught his eye, to have breakfast and start his day. He planned to go to Welf's Forge and ask for a new suit of armor. The one he had was already on its last legs, although that was obvious because of his suicidal acts. "This place looks good," he thought, looking at a decent cafe which pleased him just by looking at it. He looked inside and saw that there weren't many people, so he decided to go in and have his breakfast. "Ah, the smell of coffee is delicious," he thought, fascinated, as he entered the place where the smell of coffee instantly reached him. Without wasting any time, Bell walked to the counter to order his breakfast. "Good morning," Bell greeted the girl who was serving. "Good morning. What do you need?" he asked politely. "Well, I'd like a coffee with a little sugar, 2 ham sandwiches, and a piece of strawberry cake," she ordered, looking at the menu that was posted on the wall. She wasn't a fan of sweets, but a small dessert now and then wouldn't hurt. "Understood, your food will be ready in a few minutes, meanwhile you can find your seat," he said, writing down the order and giving it to another cafeteria employee. "Alright." And turning around, Bell began to look around for a place to enjoy his breakfast. As his gaze wandered around the place, his eyes saw someone who made him startled and his heart rate increased. A few tables away sat Airmid, who was staring at him intently. It seemed she had noticed his presence the moment he entered the place. Airmid Sand, Bell thought as he thanked all the gods for making him meet Airmid there. When she saw that Bell wasn't moving, she gave him a small gesture with her eyes, letting him know that he could sit at the same table with her. He didn't think twice before starting to walk towards the girl. Good morning Airmid Sand, Bell greeted, a little nervous as he stood in front of her. Good morning, Bell, he greeted calmly, taking a small sip of his coffee. I thought you'd be in the dungeon. I took the day off, she explained with a nervous smile. See, can I sit down? Sure, your company wouldn't be bad, I accept without hesitation, much to Bell's delight. So with her approval, Bell sat down, observing that Airmid had a cup of coffee and a slice of chocolate cake, which she had barely touched, implying that she had started to have breakfast. For a moment I thought you were in the dungeon doing crazy things, Airmid said, earning a nervous laugh from Bell. I thought you were working at the hospital, Bell said, still feeling a little nervous. I was working, but I always come to this restaurant for breakfast at this time, he explained, eating a piece of his cake. Do you come every day? I asked, very curious. Every day, it's the closest place to the hospital. They make food there, but it's very simple, so I always come here, he replied, cutting another piece of his cake. That's an interesting fact, thought Bell, storing it in his memory among very important things that he shouldn't forget. And you? It's the first time I've seen you here, Airmid asked curiously. This is my first time here. I was looking for a place to have breakfast, and this place caught my attention, he replied, his gaze fixed on the table. I see. After those words, they both remained silent, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Come on, Bell. You finally have the chance to talk to her outside the hospital, and you stay silent, he thought, mentally slapping himself as he tried to think of something to talk about. Airmid just glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, seeing him having some kind of mental debate, which amused him a little since he found it cute that he made those expressions. What did I just think? The Saint thought, bewildered as she realized what she had been thinking. Before he could start to get embarrassed, a waiter arrived at his table with Bell's breakfast. Here's your food, he said politely, placing the coffee, sandwiches, and cake on the table. Thank you very much, Bell said with a hungry look. If you need anything else, let me know, and with those words the man withdrew. With the food already on the table, Bell was about to eat, but noticed Airmid looking at her breakfast. Is something wrong? He asked, puzzled. Is that all you're going to have for breakfast? I asked, unable to believe it. Yes. Is there anything wrong with that? He asked, confused. Yes, it has many bad things, Airmid said, looking disapprovingly at Bell. You're an adventurer, someone who puts his life at risk and works hard in the dungeon. Your breakfast should be more balanced and nutritious. Really? I thought breakfast wasn't that important in those respects, he said, a little surprised. Airmid just slapped himself a little on the face when he saw how ignorant and careless Bell was. Obviously, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Breakfast gives you the strength to start your day and not get weak, I explained, hoping Bell would understand. I didn't know that fact, I thought dinner was the most important meal, he said, even more confused, taking a bite of his sandwich while looking at how cute Airmid looked scolding him. Instead of drinking coffee, you should drink milk. That will make your bones stronger, I recommended, watching Bell continue eating calmly. I don't really like milk, Bell said with distaste. Besides, I seriously doubt milk makes my bones strong enough to withstand a minotaur's punch. Well, no, but nobody told you to let one of them beat you up, Airmid scolded, seeing that Bell was being very stubborn. You should eat a lot more, that's why you're malnourished. Malnourished? Bell exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the last time you weighed yourself at the hospital your weight was less than it should be, and that's due to your poor diet, she said with concern. It doesn't surprise me much, to be honest. After all, the past few days I've only been eating Jack American for breakfast, said the albino, making Airmid look surprised. Jack American? What kind of person eats that for breakfast? That's not nutritious at all for your body, he said in surprise at how careless his foolish patient was. Well, it's just a rumor, but I've heard that's what the Sword Princess eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it's very strong. Maybe that's the secret to being powerful. If there's a trick, that's definitely not one of them, Airmid said with a sigh, tired of worrying about Bell's health. Well, the albino felt surprised and happy to be having a conversation with Airmid, even if it was about his health. And what about you? Bell asked, catching the Saint's attention. Your breakfast isn't nutritious either, just a coffee and a chocolate cake. Someone who works all day shouldn't eat so little for breakfast. Well, my situation is different, he said, looking away. I don't do as much physical work as you. But you do a lot of mental work, and that's dangerous too, Bell said with concern. I wouldn't want to hear that you fainted from lack of food at work. Seeing Bell's genuine concern, Airmid blushed slightly and looked away. I appreciate your concern, Bell, but I'm fine, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. you're the one who looks sick here. And here we go again, he said, letting out a sigh as he took a bite of his second sandwich. I'm serious, Bell, not only because of your constant injuries in the dungeon, but also because of your weight loss. I should do a blood test to see how your defenses are. Upon hearing those words, Bell became nervous. I don't think that's necessary, I'm fine, she said with a nervous smile, trying to hide it. What's wrong? Are you afraid of needles? Airmid asked with a small, mocking smile, making Bell look away in embarrassment. You break bones every day, and you're afraid of a needle. Don't judge me, Bell whispered offendedly, crossing his arms. This caused a small smile to escape Airmid, something Bell did not expect, causing him to blush slightly. Sorry, but it was funny, Airmid said with a small smile, finishing her chocolate cake. The mighty Bell Cranel is afraid of needles. Everyone's afraid of something, he retorted, still with his arms crossed. Just you wait, someday I'll find something you're afraid of. You already know my biggest fear, Airmid whispered with a sad smile. My biggest fear is that one day you'll end up in the hospital in critical condition and I won't be able to do anything to save you, that's what I'm most afraid of. Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in surprise, not expecting those words from Airmid, causing his heart rate to increase with each passing second. I'm not lying when I say that I really care about you, I consider you my friend Bell, you're my only friend and I don't want to lose you, I whispered, a little embarrassed, looking Bell in the eyes. Bell didn't know what to say after hearing such lovely words from the girl he liked, although at that moment his heart leaped with joy. Airmid-san. The waitress from the place approached the table, catching the saint's attention. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's already 8:30, she said with a nervous smile. Upon hearing those words, Airmid opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the clock on the wall and realizing that it was true. She should have started work half an hour ago, but the time spent with Bell had felt too short for her. So she quickly stood up, ready to leave. I'm sorry, Bell, but I have to get back to work, she said, picking up a small bag she was carrying. Remember, I have breakfast here every day if you'd like to join me. That way, I can see what you're eating properly. Goodbye. And with those words, Airmid quickly went to the hospital hoping that Diane wouldn't get angry, leaving a surprised Bell still processing her words. Gradually, a silly smile appeared on her face as she remembered the kind words Airmid had said to her. She considers me her friend, he thought happily in his heart. This is the first time I've heard Airmid-san call someone her friend, said the waitress, who was still standing in front of the table, catching Bell's attention. I've known her for years, since she always has breakfast here, and this is the first time I've seen her talk so much with someone and have so many expressions on her face. Were you listening to our conversation? Bell asked, surprised. I can't help it, he excused himself, turning away. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're romantically interested in her. My advice is not to give up. You might have a chance. And with those words the waitress left, leaving Bell deep in thought in his seat. I'm not lying when I say I really care about you, I consider you my friend Bell, you're my only friend and I don't want to lose you. Remembering Airmid's words and beautiful smile made Bell stand up with a look of determination in his eyes. I think it's time to ask the ever-passionate one for advice, Bell whispered, still with that determination in his eyes, as he walked out of the restaurant. His time to get serious and try to win Airmid over had begun. You'll see, I'll do it, Mom, Bell thought confidently as he walked away from the restaurant. Hey, the albino boy left without paying. His love story with Airmid was just beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Advice and Suspicions. The place where we were was one of the many parks in the city of Arario with children playing and couples walking happily. And on one of the many park benches sat a red-haired boy and an albino boy. They were Bell and Welf, who were having a very important conversation. So you finally decided to try and win her over and abandon that stupid idea of hurting yourself in the dungeon, Welf said proudly. In the end, the beating I gave you was worth something. I didn't look for you just to remind me of that, Bell said angrily. I need advice on how to win her over. Now that I know she considers me her friend, I'm hoping I can achieve something more. You get your hopes up too easily, old man, said the blacksmith with a nervous smile. Don't blame me if you end up with a broken heart. Don't worry, I have faith that everything will be alright, he said with determination. So any advice on how to win her over? Ahaha, you've come to the right guy, Welf said proudly. How about you write him a song? A song? He said, surprised. Yes. A song where you convey all your feelings to her, he suggested excitedly. Women like it when you dedicate songs to them. I don't know, Welf, I think it's still too soon for that, he said, sounding unsure. Besides, I feel like I did the same thing in some alternate reality and it didn't turn out well at all. Alternate reality? You believe in that stuff? I asked, puzzled. It's likely, anything is possible. Well, let's leave those weird topics aside, he said as he pulled out a notebook and started writing. writing a song, denied. What else do you propose? I asked anxiously. I don't know, what if you go to the goddess Freya at the top of Babel and ask her to lend you her room for a night so you can have a romantic dinner with Airmid with the best view in the city? Welf jokingly suggested. Although a certain fool didn't take it as a joke since he had a gleam in his eyes. Welf, that's a fantastic idea. A dinner at the very top of Auraria would be the most romantic thing ever, Bell said with an excited smile. Wait, I was just kidding, said Welf, grabbing Bell's arm before he ran off to book that room. A joke? I think it's a good idea, he said, surprised. Forget it, just pretend I didn't give you that advice, she said, letting out a sigh of relief as she saw Bell sit down again. Since he sighed dejectedly. Any other ideas? Well, I don't really know, Welf replied with frustration. Saint Airmid is a difficult person to win over, although you've already gained her friendship, that's progress. Bell, seeing that the idea thing was proving difficult, also became frustrated. You can start with simple things, Welf said, drawing his friend's attention. Simple things? He said curiously. You know, every time you look at each other you can compliment her appearance, or occasionally you can give her a rose, I'm sure you'll start to get her attention that way, he suggested, leaving Bell thoughtful. It was a good idea for the suicidal man to begin his conquest, but he also needed something more, one last idea to be able to gradually win Airmid over. I see you're still not convinced, he said, seeing Bell's expression. How about you give him a gift? A gift, Bell whispered. Yes, a gift as thanks for all the times he saved your ass from the gates of death, he said mockingly, much to Bell's anger, but he ignored it simply because he was helping him. What kind of gift? How should I know? Do some research to find out something she likes, he said, annoyed that Bell wanted advice on everything. Okay, but don't get mad, she said with a nervous smile, taking Welf's notebook and writing down her choices. The gift, roses, and compliments on her appearance. It wasn't enough, but it was something to start with. Did your family never give you any advice about these things? Welf asked, surprised to see that Bell couldn't think of anything for himself. Well, he said, looking away. Flashback. Now listen, Bell, I'm going to give you the best tips to easily bring a woman to orgasm and make her fascinated by your skills, were the words of his perverted grandfather. Another flashback. Listen, son, 1 part rice is worth 2 parts water, were his mother's wise words. End of flashbacks. I don't think those tips will be of any use to me, to be honest, Bell said after remembering those tips. Well, since you're doing that, the important thing is that you now have something to start with, he said, crossing his arms. The more time you spend with her and the more you get to know her, the more ideas you'll come up with to win her heart. Yes, I'm sure, Bell said with a determined smile. Meanwhile, Welf just looked curiously at Bell's gaze. Hey Bell, why are you so determined to win Airmid's heart? He asked, very curious. Upon hearing that question, Bell turned to look at him and then smiled slightly. Because Airmid-san is the one. I knew it from the first moment I saw her, and I seriously doubt I'll live long enough to meet another girl as wonderful as her, he replied with a wistful smile. And if she does reject me, at least I'll have peace of mind knowing I tried. Upon hearing that answer, Welf was both surprised and puzzled by the albino's gaze. It seems that this interest in her is not something trivial for him, it comes from his heart, Welf thought, looking proudly at Bell. He might be a suicidal fool, but he was his friend, so he would help him in any way he could to achieve his goal. Good job, Bell. Let me tell you that I give you my full support, I encourage him, patting him on the back. Thank you so much, Welf, he said with a big smile, happy to have a friend like Welf. Perhaps we can also think of some other advice for you so you can win over Hephaestus-sama. I highly doubt we'll come up with anything decent, but we have to try, I readily agree. The rest of the day the two fools were thinking of different plans to win over the girl they liked. Meanwhile, at Diansek's hospital. Airmid was as always working hard treating the patients who arrived at the hospital. The vast majority were just adventurers who arrived with some minor injuries, nothing serious. So thanks to that, Airmid could take it easy, sitting in one of the seats in the aisle to catch his breath. It seems he won't be arriving today either, thought Airmid as he saw that Bell wasn't crossing the entrance with his usual injuries. She was happy that he was finally being more careful in the dungeon, but she was also a little discouraged because he no longer looked at her. The last time she saw him was 4 days ago in that cafe which he never returned to. According to what I heard, he was banned from entering for 2 weeks for leaving without paying. Even though I told him to stop by the hospital from time to say hello, he hasn't come even once, she thought, a little discouraged. Bell's company was pleasant for Airmid. After all, he was her first friend since she became the saint. For that reason, she wanted to chat with him for at least a few minutes during the day, so she would know he was okay and change her boring day a little. A small smile appeared on Airmid's face as he remembered how that fool would arrive at the hospital with multiple wounds, but with a smile on his face, waiting for him to heal him and then chat with him for a while. Although I am still surprised that from one day to the next, he stopped coming out of the dungeon in serious condition, I thought, a little puzzled by it. But she wasn't complaining either. Bell had stopped arriving seriously ill, and that was more than enough for her. Airmid-san. Upon hearing her name, the saint raised her gaze and found herself face to face with one of her coworkers. Celia? Is something wrong? I asked, looking into her eyes. I just wanted to rest a little, and I was wondering if I could sit next to you, she said with an innocent smile. Sure, go ahead, I accept without a problem. Perhaps Airmid didn't have any friends since her family members always treated her with respect, but from time to time, she would have a conversation with them about any trivial topic. I really admire your dedication, Airmid-san, even though you work all day you don't look that tired, the girl said admiringly. That's because I know how to hide my tiredness, Airmid thought with an inwardly nervous smile. You get used to it over time, Celia. Well, I hope I get used to it soon, the girl whispered, looking down the hallway. By the way, where's your star patient? Star patient? She said, confused. You know, Cranel the broken bone man, Celia said with a mocking smile, earning a tired sigh from the saint. Can you stop giving him nicknames, he has a name? Airmid asked, a little annoyed. Sorry, but it's really easy to come up with a new nickname for him, the girl said, laughing slightly. So? It's been a week since that boy last came by. Do you think he's dead? No. Airmid raised her voice slightly, surprising herself, but for some reason she didn't like hearing that she had died. That's so? She asked again nervously. I ran into him a few days ago and according to what he told me, he's more careful in the dungeon now, he replied, returning to his calm demeanor. Really? That's strange, Celia said, puzzled. What's so strange about that? It's very rare for someone who was getting hurt daily in the dungeon to suddenly stop getting hurt down there, he said, tapping his chin with a finger. That can only mean that his injuries weren't due to inexperience. What are you talking about? The reason might be that she hurt herself on purpose, she said, making Airmid's eyes widen in surprise. Really? I highly doubt that's the case, I don't think Bell is that stupid, Airmid said, refusing to believe such nonsense. Although if it turned out to be true, he wouldn't hesitate to give Bell a big beating for being an idiot, then heal him and give him another beating. That's the most believable thing, not even the weakest adventurer came to the hospital winded every day. But that doesn't make sense. Why would Bell do such a crazy thing? Airmid asked, still not believing it. Who knows, maybe to have an excuse to see someone, Celia said with a small smile. The truth was that almost all the hospital workers had noticed Bell's interest in Airmid. It was quite obvious, quickly concluding that he was hurting himself on purpose to see her, although the only one who hadn't realized it was Airmid. See someone? Who? I asked, even more confused, looking at Celia. But all she received in response was a mocking smile as he stared at her. That's where Airmid quickly understood the message, blushing little by little. Wait, are you saying he hurt himself on purpose just to see me? She asked, embarrassed. I'm just giving my theory, that's all, Celia said, still smiling as she stood up. Anything is possible. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work. And saying goodbye with a smile, Celia walked away from the place, leaving Airmid deep in thought. Bell hurting herself just to see her? That's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. If it were true, she would have kept showing up at the hospital, she thought, denying it over and over in her mind. Celia has read too many romance novels to think that way. Impossible, that would have to be impossible. Bell wouldn't be capable of such madness. If it were true, Bell would have said something or given some message since we met, but we only have normal conversations like friends. Yes, you talk about the mental health of albino people. Airmid refused to believe it. It was impossible, or at least that's what she wanted to believe. He hasn't even stopped by the hospital to say hello, it's obvious he has no interest in me, she thought, standing up in disbelief at such madness. But what if it turned out to be true? What would I do? I'd probably beat him up for being a complete idiot. And then what? A small blush adorned Airmid's cheeks as she thought about Bell having feelings for her. It's impossible, I'd better stop thinking about it and get on with work, he thought, giving himself a few light slaps on the cheeks. And continuing with his work, Airmid tried to get those thoughts out of his head, although he couldn't do it all day, but he still believed it was stupid. Without knowing that soon the albino would start giving him more messages about the plans he was creating with wealth, he was beginning to believe in that possibility. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Gifts and Praise. Another day in the bustling city of Arario, a city with many residents suffering from mental health issues. They could certainly benefit from seeing a psychologist. It would surely be effective. But that's not important. What's important are the plans of a certain albino with good mental health to conquer the beautiful healer Airmid. I was currently standing in front of a flower stand to take some flowers to Airmid, as I had planned to visit her. I'm telling you, kid, the bouquet of roses costs 20,000 valis, take it or leave it, said a man who had a small flower stand in the middle of the city. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm being scammed, Bell said, squinting at the vendor. She had searched all over the city for flowers, but none had roses, which was the type of flower she wanted to take to Airmid. The only one who had a bouquet of roses was that man with suspiciously high prices, and she hesitated, unsure whether to buy from him or not. Not at all, kid. The bouquet of roses costs much more, but I see you have a very desperate look about getting the bouquet, so I've decided to give you a discount, said the man, while inside he had a sinister smile. He was obviously scamming him. Really? I wouldn't have minded, Bell said, grateful for the salesman's gesture. This kid is too ignorant, I even feel sorry for him, but oh well, business is business, the man thought, smiling amiably. So? Will you take him? Of course. I highly doubt I'll find a stall with roses again, I agree, taking out a bag of valis and falling for the scam. You've made a good deal, kid, said the man, taking the bag of valises and handing him the bouquet of roses. The girl who's going to receive the roses must be very lucky to have such a kind, such a good-hearted boy as you. Thank you. Bell replied, grateful for the compliment and eager to give Airmid the gift. Is she here every day? Well, the truth is. Before the man could answer, a woman with some members of the Ganesha family appeared on the scene with a furious look. It's him. He's the man who steals the roses and sells them at a ridiculous price. The woman shouted, pointing at the man, leaving Bell confused. Well kid, it was a pleasure doing business with you, my name is Pablo. Goodbye. And running at great speed the man left, followed by the members of the Ganesha family and the woman, leaving Bell standing with a blank face and a bouquet of roses in his hands. I've just been scammed, I whispered, unable to believe it. Little by little, the murmurs of the people could be heard, feeling sorry for Bell for being scammed. I already thought the price was strange, he thought, seeing how the people on that side of the market were looking at him with pity. That only made her very embarrassed, so she lowered her gaze and walked away from the place while whistling. At least I have the bouquet of roses, she thought, seeing the positive side of that scam. Maybe he lost 20,000 valis, but that was nothing if he managed to see a beautiful smile on Airmid's face upon receiving the bouquet. Although in reality he was just making an excuse so he wouldn't feel so stupid for being scammed. Now we're going to the hospital, and trying to cheer himself up in his mind, he began his journey to the hospital. Meanwhile, at Diansek's hospital. Airmid was at the hospital counter, which was near the entrance, writing on some pages, probably patient reports and much more. I'm tempted to ask for a vacation, Airmid thought wearily. Lately, the stress she felt in her body had increased even though she didn't show anything. There were days when she worked almost 24 hours a day, not to mention that she worked 7 days a week, something very demanding even for her. Even her co-workers told her to take about 2 weeks off, but she was very worried about leaving, and that in her absence, a very serious patient might appear whom only she could cure. That was one of the reasons. The other was that Diane would probably refuse to give him the break. The tired sigh escaped the beautiful girl as she thought about all that. At least before, when Bell came to the hospital, talking to him relieved some of my stress, she thought, remembering the troublesome albino. I wonder how he is now. And as if by magic, the hospital doors were opened, capturing the attention of Airmid and a few others who were there. The beautiful saint opened her eyes slightly in surprise when she saw that the one who had entered was the albino she had been thinking about. He was looking all over the hospital as if he were searching for something until he found it when he saw Airmid approaching her with a smile. Something the girl noticed was a curious bouquet of roses which he was carrying in his hands. The other nurses began whispering among themselves when they saw what was happening. Hello, Airmid-san. Long time no see, Bell greeted cheerfully as he stood in front of the counter. Hello Bell, I'm glad to see you're not hurt, Airmid returned the greeting, staring intently at the bouquet. I was passing by and decided to stop by and say hello, we haven't seen each other since that day at that restaurant, Bell explained with a nervous smile, remembering that he was still banned from entering that place. Well, I appreciate you stopping by to say hello. For a moment I thought you were in the dungeon doing something crazy, said Airmid, returning to her usual demeanor, though still a little curious about the bouquet of roses. I've been busy with a few things, so I haven't been to the dungeon in the last 2 days, he said with a nervous smile. Besides, I have to figure out why my rapid growth stopped, he thought, still puzzled by the last part. By the way, are you here to visit a patient as well? Airmid asked curiously, pointing at the roses. Are you saying that because of the roses? Of course not, these roses are for you, Airmid-san, she said with an embarrassed smile, extending the bouquet towards the saint. The nurses who were there opened their eyes in surprise, then smiled slightly as they looked at their captain. Airmid blushed slightly upon hearing that they were for her, thanks to Belle's sudden gift, and took the bouquet in her hands. I've realized that you've saved my life so many times that I never had the chance to thank you in any way, and the only thing I could think of was to give you this bouquet of roses, he explained, a little embarrassed. Thank you, Belle, they're beautiful, she said, blushing slightly as she looked at the bouquet in her hands. Although it wasn't necessary. I didn't heal you so you'd buy me a present. I know, but I wanted to do it, she said a little shyly. It's also like an apology for not coming to visit you these past few days. I'm sorry if I worried you. Don't worry, I know you're busy, I reassured him with a small smile. I'm so glad to see you're okay. Thanks, he said sheepishly. By the way, how are you? Seeing that the conversation was going to go on for a while, the other nurses moved away with amused smiles to continue with their work and give them their space, although of course, with their ears open to the conversation. Well, normal as always, although lately the days have been more tiring, he replied, resting his arms on the counter and letting out a tired sigh. Being with Belle allowed him to relax and act more calmly, something that didn't happen with other people. Now that I notice, you look more tired, Belle said, taking a closer look at Airmid's face. You should take a break for a few days. I can't just leave and abandon the hospital, many people depend on me, she said, refusing that idea. It's good that you care about the health of others, but you also have to care about your own well-being, Belle advised in a wise voice. You're not the best person to tell me that, remembering what you were doing a week ago, Airmid said, narrowing his eyes, making Belle laugh nervously. We're not talking about my health. Seriously, Airmid-san, you should take a break, she advised again. I highly doubt that will happen, but thank you for your concern, she said with a small smile. I don't think I'm the only one who cares about you. I'm sure your colleagues tell you the same thing. You're right about that. I think I look a complete mess, so why would anyone care about me? I'm even starting to get dark circles under my eyes, she said jokingly. A disaster? Well, to me you still look just as beautiful as the first day I met you, Belle said calmly. The moment he said those words, Airmid's cheeks gradually flushed red from the albino's kind compliment, while she watched as some of her classmates nearby felt like screaming with excitement at what they had heard. Thank you, Belle, she whispered sheepishly, looking down at the bouquet of roses while playing with a lock of hair with one of her hands. This action made the nurses and Belle very tender because of how cute she looked. Although the albino was surprised that the compliment came out so naturally without him realizing it, he too was slowly beginning to feel embarrassed. Welf was probably telling him not to throw all his cards at the wall at once and to take his time. Heading back to the topic, you should take a break, Belle said again, still embarrassed. I'll think about it, Airmid whispered, still embarrassed, caressing the roses. After that, they both remained silent, unsure what to say, thanks to Belle's sudden compliment, creating an awkward atmosphere where neither of them looked at each other out of embarrassment. It didn't help that the nurses present were whispering among themselves while watching them with smiles. Well, I have to go, Belle said, still nervous. I have to help Kami-sama with some things. I understand, then have a good day and don't go looking for trouble, Airmid said, still a little flushed from the previous words. I don't go looking for trouble, trouble finds me, Belle joked, trying to lighten the mood, though he only earned a disapproving look from Airmid. Gee, goodbye. Goodbye and take care. And with that awkward goodbye, Belle slowly walked out of the hospital, wondering if his plan had been a success or a failure. Fool, thought Airmid, blushing again as she looked at the bouquet of roses. Belle's sudden arrival and lovely gift had taken her by surprise, a gift she certainly liked very much. I didn't know if she liked it because of her love for flowers or because it was a gift from Belle, but it didn't matter which of the two options it was. Even receiving that visit from Belle had made much of her stress disappear just by talking to him for a few minutes, something which surprised her. I'll put them in my room, she thought, smiling slightly as she looked at the roses. Ahem. Airmid was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of a fake cough and looked up. In front of her were a few family members who looked at her with a playful expression. Is something wrong? I asked, surprised. I didn't know he had that kind of relationship with Belle the Crazy Bones, said one of the girls, laughing slightly. I tell you 1,000 times not to give him nicknames, she repeated, disgusted by what her friend was being called. And what kind of relationship is that? Don't act like a captain, he's coming to visit you, bringing you a bouquet of roses and complimenting your appearance. I think there's a spark between you two, said another of the girls with a playful smile. Upon hearing those words, Airmid's cheeks flushed again, making her companions feel tender. Why, you're wrong, Belle and I are just friends, Airmid said quickly before they got the wrong idea. Are you sure, Captain? You're not hiding something from us, are you? Another of the girls asked with a sly smile. Weren't you working? Airmid asked with a serious expression, making the girls nervous as they remembered they were joking about the family saint. "We're sorry," they all apologized at the same time and then seconds later left to continue their work. All of them left except one. "Do you need something, Celia?" Airmid asked, returning to her calm demeanor as she looked at the girl. "Beautiful roses," the girl said, looking at the bouquet. "I wonder how she got them. I heard they were very scarce at the market." "Who knows?" she said, trying to hide her embarrassment. "What do you think about my theory now?" the girl asked, placing her hands on the counter. "It's still crazy. Bell gave me this as a way of thanking me, nothing more," he replied, not wanting to dwell on the subject any longer. "Whatever you say, Captain," she said, looking at Airmid with a small smile. Obviously, she believed the complete opposite of what Airmid believed. I'd better watch the counter while I leave this in my room," Airmid said, walking away with the bouquet of roses. "Understood, I accept," still smiling, excited to see more expressions on her usually expressionless captain. As Airmid walked through the hospital corridors towards her room, she blushed as she looked at the bouquet of roses. "A disaster? Well, to me you still look just as beautiful as the first day I met you." The sweet compliment the albino had given her came to mind, making her blush even deeper. "Fool," I whispered, listening to his rapid heartbeat. The rest of the day Airmid would only be thinking about Bell again because of his gift and the praise. Meanwhile, with Bell. He walked with a silly grin through the streets of Aerario, happy to have achieved his goal. Seeing Airmid behave shyly upon receiving the gift had given him 1,000 years of life. "She's so cute," he thought, smiling like a lovesick fool. "I have to talk to Welf about my progress," he thought, motivated. He was so distracted with his thoughts that he didn't notice someone walking towards him, bumping into that person slightly. "I'm sorry." The albino apologized quickly without turning around to see who it was. "Don't worry," were the words of a man watching the albino walk away from him. Seconds later the man smiled wickedly, leering at the place where the albino had gone. "I think it's time to make my move," he thought, still with that unpleasant look on his face. The problems for the poor love-struck rabbit had begun again. End of chapter. Chapter 7. A suspicious invitation. "Welf, I feel like I'm about to score the goal." "Don't get too excited, idiot, the game has barely started." It was night in the city of Aerario, the perfect time of day for the bars to sell a lot to the adventurers. And in one of the many bars, Welf and Bell were drinking like the good friends they were, where the latter was telling the blacksmith about his progress in his relationship with Airmid. "I'm sorry, but I can't help getting emotional," he said sheepishly, taking a sip of his pineapple juice. "Although I must admit I'm proud of you, that compliment came very naturally to you," Welf congratulated, giving a thumbs up. "You certainly took her by surprise." "When I gave her the roses, she had a very sweet expression," Bell said with a silly smile on her face. From Rakia it was clear that Bell was completely in love with Airmid, it was too obvious. "Even though you've made good progress, don't get too excited. There's still a long way to go," Welf advised. "If it's 100 steps to reach the heart of Airmid, let's say you took 5 steps today." "So few?" he asked, disappointed. "Be grateful you're making progress. I haven't made a single step with hestia for years," he said, feeling jealous of Bell. "You're right, I need to get my feet back on the ground and take things easy," she said, letting out a sigh to relax. "That's the spirit. That way, if she rejects you, the fall won't be so hard," Welf joked, taking a swig of his beer. "You're very lucky, Welf, at least you're already lying on the ground, so you won't be able to fall," said Bell, throwing a much more hurtful joke at his blacksmith friend. I know my chances with hestia are very low, but I still have hope," she said with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "And now what?" "What about what?" Welf asked, puzzled. "What other advice do you have for winning Airmid-san over?" I asked excitedly. "Take it easy, Bell, and order another juice," I advised as I called the waiter and told him to bring another juice and another beer. You're right," he said, a little embarrassed. "By the way, is my armor ready yet?" "Now that you mention it, it's turning out spectacular," Welf replied excitedly. While they were chatting at another table, some guys were watching their interaction with mocking smiles. "It's your turn, dwarf," one of the men said to a hobbit who was with them. "Don't call me dwarf," said the hobbit angrily, standing up and walking towards the pair of friends. While Bell and Welf were chatting about the armor, they didn't realize that the little man was approaching them. Well, if it isn't Bell Cranel, the record holder," said the hobbit as he stood before the table. "Exactly, that's me," Bell said, smiling. The hobbit was a little surprised to see the albino's optimistic attitude, but decided to continue with the plan his god had given him. "Can I help you with anything?" Welf asked, puzzled. "Not at all, I simply wanted to meet the fraud," he said with a mocking smile. "Fake?" they both said, confused. "Tell me, what did you do to make the guild believe you leveled up in such a short time?" he asked with an air of superiority. "I didn't do anything, I told them the truth," Bell replied, even more confused, not understanding where she was going with this. Just ignore him, Bell, he just wants to annoy you, Welf advised, taking a swig of his beer. Haha, I still don't understand how you leveled up so fast when all you do is come out of the dungeon badly injured, the hobbit mocked, making his friends at the other table burst into laughter. I bet your poor goddess must be disappointed to have such a useless son who uses all her money to pay for the hospital. How did you find out I go to the hospital every day? Bell asked, much more confused. Well, you walk to the hospital badly injured every day, you don't exactly hide it, Welf said with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, the hobbit only frowned slightly upon seeing that they both remained calm. He discreetly glanced at his companions, who whispered to him to continue with the plan. I've never met such a useless person who leveled up just by hurting himself. I'm sure your goddess felt sorry for you, lying about your leveling up, the boy said, laughing loudly along with his companions. Are you going to let them keep insulting you? Welf asked when he saw that his friend wasn't doing anything. Leave them alone, after all, she's right. I'm an idiot for hurting myself on purpose just to see Airmid-san and worry her when there are other ways to see her, Bell said, discouraged by the foolish things he had done. Well, at least you realized how stupid you were, said Welf, taking another swig of his beer. Meanwhile, the group that had been laughing just looked confused when they saw that nothing had worked out. But the little hobbit was going to continue with his insults. Airmid, are you in love with the captain of the Dian family? He asked with a wide, mocking smile. Well, let me tell you. Before you continue with your insult, Bell interrupted the hobbit, turning to face him. If you insult Airmid-san or say anything stupid trying to mock her, I'll break every bone in your body into 1,000 pieces to make sure you never walk again for the rest of your life. A blank stare formed on Bell's face as he looked directly into the eyes of the hobbit, who had become frightened and taken a few steps back, feeling that he was in danger. I hope you understood, Bell said, turning his attention back to the juice, his expression becoming dejected as he remembered how much he worried Airmid. While Welf just looked at his friend, a little surprised to see a new side of him, he would later ask him about it. The hobbit didn't know whether to continue with the insults because of the fear he felt, since the pressure emanating from the albino was terrifying. He just showed a different personality, thought one of the guys sitting at the table, frowning at Bell. Hey, are you threatening me? The hobbit asked, summoning his courage to continue. Well, let me tell you, if you harm me, we'll immediately enter into a war game, which you won't win, since you're the only one in your family. He's not alone, I'm here too, Welf said seriously. There's not much difference, really, but the gesture is appreciated, Bell whispered, causing Welf's seriousness to turn to anger. Hey. I just want to help, Welf exclaimed, offended. I know, but it's just you and me against a whole family, we have to be realistic, Bell stated, making the blacksmith sigh in defeat as he realized he was right. Hey. Don't ignore me. Shouted the hobbit when he saw that he was being ignored again. Defend Lewin. Before the hobbit named Lewin could continue speaking, one of the guys at the table spoke calmly as he stood up. But said the hobbit, not satisfied with the results. Thus go back to your seat, the guy said, making the boy leave angrily. After that, the guy turned his gaze to Bell, who was also looking at him. Do you need anything? Bell asked calmly. I just wanted to test you, and I can see you're hard to provoke, he said, staring intently at Bell. Don't take it personally. You just piqued our curiosity, that's all. No problem, he said calmly. Although obviously neither Bell nor Welf believed the words he was saying, simply because he emanated a hostile aura, an aura that did not seek to be kind. My name is Hyacintosh and I am the captain of the Apollo family, he introduced himself, still with that serious tone and unfriendly expression. The one with a dubious hexual orientation, Welf thought as he recognized him. I think you already know, but my name is Bell Cranel, she introduced herself, finishing her pineapple juice. Getting back to the first question, do you need anything? Hyacintosh calmly reached into his pocket and took out an envelope, which he handed to Bell. I would have liked this to have ended differently, but I don't want to look like a savage, Hyacintosh said, clenching his fists, wanting to hit Bell for some reason. Give that envelope to your goddess. And with those words Hyacintosh turned around and left with his bar companions, finally leaving Bell and Welf alone. They're finally gone, Welf said with a tired sigh. I'm surprised you kept your cool after everything they said to you. My mom always told me never to fall for someone's provocations because it would only cause me trouble, Bell said with a small smile as he remembered his mother. Although, if I had insulted Airmid-san, this would be a different story. That's right, the personality you showed at that moment was very different. Why is that? Welf asked, much more curious. My grandfather used to tell me I inherited that side from my mother, she said with an embarrassed smile. My mom was the kindest woman, but when she got angry, she was terrifying. Once, I ate a whole jar of her candy, and when she found out, she wanted to kill me. What? Said Welf, bewildered. But that's a story for another day, she said, not wanting to relive that traumatic moment. let's look at this letter instead. Both friends settled in more comfortably and carefully examined the envelope. From the Apollo family to the Hestia family. If you open it, a demon or something like that will surely come out, Welf said suspiciously. I highly doubt it, Bell said, starting to open the envelope. Hey, weren't you supposed to give it to your goddess? Welf asked, puzzled. It says for the Hestia family. If it said for the goddess Hestia I wouldn't do it. Think, Welf, he said, tapping his head lightly with his finger before continuing to open the envelope. After a few seconds, he had already taken out the letter and started reading it with curiosity. What does it say? Asked the curious blacksmith. The party, Bell said as he read the message. It seems the god Apollo is throwing a party tomorrow at his mansion, and all the gods are allowed to bring their favorite child. It's more than clear that I'm not going, said the redeed with disappointment. It says here that the most important families are invited, although not so famous families will also be present, Bell said, frowning. This smells fishy to me, Bell, Welf said suspiciously. A god like Apollo would never invite small families like yours to a party. You're right, the albino agreed, also suspicious. It's best to tell Kami-sama what happened with those guys and not go to that party. That's the spirit, Bell, Welf said proudly, watching his friend get up to go to his goddess. Although Bell immediately sat down again to read the letter. What's going on? The blacksmith asked, confused. All the influential gods in Arario will be there and will bring their favorite child, Airmid-san will be at that party. No. It's a trap, Bell, Welf said desperately, seeing his friend fall for that stupid trick again. It's mandatory to wear formal attire. Airmid-san will be wearing a dress, she said with a silly smile at the thought. Don't be an idiot, Bell. What if he doesn't come? The redeed scolded. You'll just be going there, and that god will try something weird with you. Believe me, Apollo is one of the most disturbing gods. If Airmid doesn't show up, you'll be screwed for nothing. It's worth a risk if I get to see Airmid-san in a dress, Bell said, determined to go to that party. You really are an idiot. It's written all over your face, Welf said wearily, seeing that his friend was still doing stupid things. Don't exaggerate, Welf. I don't think the god Apollo would attempt anything in front of so many people, Bell said, believing it absurd that anything would happen. If there's one thing I've learned since I can remember, it's that the gods are unpredictable. Don't get too confident, Bell, the fiery man advised. But I'm no one to stop you. If you want to go to that trap party just to see a girl who won't be there, then go ahead. And that's what I'll do, he said decisively. Meanwhile, Welf just let out a tired sigh, realizing that he wouldn't change his friend's mind. Another beer. Welf shouted wearily, calling the waiter. Meanwhile, Bell was lost in thought, wondering what kind of outfit he would wear to that party, which was sure to be a trap for him and his goddess. The rest of the night the two friends were in that bar drinking, with Welf trying to reason with his friend and Bell humming a song in his mind. Meanwhile, at Diansek's hospital. It was around 11 o'clock at night and Airmid was in her room ready to go to sleep. And another day has passed, thought the saint, already in her pajamas. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the piece of furniture next to her bed, looking at the bouquet of roses in a vase that the albino had given her that morning. A small smile appeared on her face as she recalled that moment. That was a nice gesture on his part, she thought happily, ready to lie down in her bed. But before he could do it, there was a knock on his bedroom door, stopping him. With a frown, Airmid walked towards the door to open it a little and saw that in front of her stood a greedy god. I hope he's not here to ask me to work overtime, he said, his expression unchanged. Not at all, I just came to tell you that you won't be working tomorrow night. Apollo has prepared a feast for the gods, and we are allowed to bring one of our children, so you will come with me, Dian informed. Really? She said, surprised. Absolutely, now rest so that you're 100% ready to work tomorrow. And with those words Dian left the place, and Airmid closed her door a little confused before returning to her bed. A feast fit for the gods, he thought as he lay down on his bed. It was the first time I had heard that the gods were allowed to bring one of their children to the party, something quite original indeed. Although at that moment a doubt came to his mind. Will Bell be there? She wondered curiously. Although I immediately dismissed that idea. The Hestia family was one of the poorest in Arario, and knowing what the god Apollo was like, I highly doubted he was there. I'd like her to go to that party, she thought as she slowly closed her eyes. If Bell were there, I wouldn't be bored, but I highly doubted she would be. Since she thought disappointedly, switching off her mind so she could sleep. And so another day had ended in Arario, although the following days would be somewhat problematic. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Together. Chapter 8. Together. Bell, con you idiot. It was the loud scream that came from an angry Hestia, which almost made Bell's eardrums explode. Sorry, he apologized, embarrassed and regretful. Yes, Bell being Bell. A little while later. The carriage had stopped in front of a huge mansion where many people were already going inside. Belle and Hestia were in the carriage, both elegantly dressed. "At least you thought of everything," Hestia said, getting out of the carriage with Belle's help. Hestia was wearing a blue dress which had been bought by Belle. He had even paid for the carriage a few hours earlier. "Haha, the only thing I forgot was to tell her the news." Belle laughed, embarrassed. "You're too careless," Hestia said, observing the enormous mansion. "So, Apollo, I find it very suspicious that you invited us, especially after you told me what happened to you yesterday." "Me too, but I think it's a good time to take advantage and eat some quality food," Belle said with a small smile. "And why do you think I came?" Hestia asked, already eager to see what kind of food was at the banquet. "Let's go." And with an excited smile, Hestia began to walk through the courtyard of the mansion, followed by Belle, who looked around to see if he could spot Airmid, but there were only unknown people. Maybe he's inside the mansion, he thought, a little nervous. Perhaps Welf was right and Airmid wouldn't be at that party. After all, she was a very hard worker and he highly doubted she would leave her job just to go to a party. "At least I'll eat for free," she thought, seeing the positive side of it all and not getting depressed. After walking for a few more seconds, he and his goddess entered the mansion where the number of people was greater than outside. "I feel like we're in a place where we don't belong," Hestia said with a nervous smile, as she saw so many people in elegant and expensive outfits, well they bought the cheapest ones. "We may be a small and poor family, but we have big hearts," said Belle, wanting to cheer up his goddess, which worked. You're right," she said, touched. "By the way, did you bring the containers for taking food out?" "Here they are," he said, discreetly passing around a bag with containers in it. "Perfect, I'll go do my job while that idiot Apollo goes out to give his speech. You can take a walk around there but don't get lost," Hestia said as she walked towards the banquet. "Of course, don't worry." And after saying goodbye to his goddess Belle, he stood alone near the entrance of the mansion, feeling a little nervous. He slowly directed his gaze to each place, but Airmid was nowhere to be seen. A disappointed sigh escaped Belle when he couldn't see her. In the end he didn't come, he thought dejectedly. "I'm an idiot, it was more than obvious that he wasn't going to come. I had a faint hope that Airmid would be at that party and that we could have a good time together, but all that hope had just vanished. I think I'd better take a walk over there," he thought, letting out a sigh. But before he could even take a step, someone gently touched his shoulder, catching his attention. He slowly turned around to see who had touched him, and when he saw who it was, he was speechless. "For a moment I thought you wouldn't be at the party." Standing before him was the beautiful Saint Airmid in a lovely dress, accompanied by a small but sweet smile, as if she were happy to see him there. For a few seconds, both their eyes shone as their gazes met. "Airmid," Belle whispered, still unable to believe that Airmid could look even more beautiful than she already was. "You look very beautiful." A slight blush appeared on the saint's cheeks upon hearing those words, but with a feeling of happiness in her heart. Thank you," she said, looking down shyly. "You look good too." That action by the girl made Belle's heart start to race because of how cute she looked acting shy. "Thank you, spirits of the sky, for giving me the opportunity to see such beauty," Belle thought, wanting to shout to the heavens. "And you, goddess?" asked the curious saint, wanting to have a conversation with Belle. Her plans at that party were to spend it in a corner until it was all over, but now that Belle was there, she decided to spend the whole night with him, since he was her only friend in that place. "He's stealing food." "What? And your god?" I asked quickly before he could ask any questions about it. "Well, you know, showing off their achievements to the other gods," he replied while glancing sideways at Diane, who was laughing arrogantly while looking at other gods. "Haha, he's a peculiar god," the albino laughed nervously. "It's embarrassing," Airmid whispered sadly. After that, they both remained silent, not knowing what else to say, although at that moment the music began to play throughout the mansion and, accompanied by the conversations of all the people, annoyed them both a little. "Shall we go out onto the balcony?" Airmid suggested, his expression showing that he didn't much like the noise. "That sounds good to me," I quickly agreed, happy to see that Airmid wanted to spend time with him. And walking together they moved away from the party while being watched by a certain food-stealing goddess. "Belcun, it's very obvious you're in love with that girl," Hestia thought with amusement at the smile on her son's face. "I wish you luck, because you more than anyone deserve to be happy, even if you don't have the best luck in the world because of it." Well, if it isn't the cow's breasts." Hestia's smile vanished upon hearing the voice of a certain annoyed goddess, turning around to find Loki and a blonde girl with an expressionless face. "What's up, dry stick?" Hestia greeted, feigning friendliness. "What are you doing here? Are you looking for the breast you never had?" "I'm surprised you walked all the way here with those enormous plastic breasts you're wearing," Loki said with a forced smile. "I just remembered I brought some clothes with me. Can you lie down on the floor so I can iron them?" I asked, also with a forced smile. "My little Hestia, I think you've come to the wrong place." this is Apollo's mansion. The cow pen is somewhere else. I have a friend who's a carpenter and he wants to make a spectacular table and I want to help him. I think I've already found the wood for that table. Don't move around too much, Hestia, or your artificial ones might fall off. Why don't you ask a genie to give you breasts? It's true, they can't perform miracles of that magnitude. As the two goddesses began their argument, a certain blonde swordswoman was nervous, not knowing how to stop them. Although in the distance he saw a table with Jack American disappearing in seconds, leaving the goddesses alone who seemed about to come to blows. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the mansion. Under the tranquility and the stars, Airmid and Bell leaned on the balcony listening to the noise of the party, which was now quieter now that they were outside. It's a little cold, said Airmid as she felt the cool night breeze. This is my favorite weather, said Bell, enjoying the breeze. Here. Without warning Airmid, Bell took off his coat and gently placed it on the saint's shoulders. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold, Bell said with an embarrassed smile. Thank you, she whispered, blushing slightly as she adjusted her jacket. It smells nice, she thought, noticing Bell's scent on the jacket and feeling embarrassed. Bell just smiled, trying to hide the embarrassment he felt at that moment. Just act normal and don't ruin the moment, Bell thought, watching Airmid, who seemed to no longer be cold thanks to the sack. You know, it makes me happy that you're here, Airmid said to Bell, who was caught off guard, not expecting those words. Why? He asked, embarrassed. I know a lot of people at this party, but I'm not close to any of them, so I thought I'd be bored. But now that you're here, we can hang out together, she said, a little embarrassed as she spoke. Oh, of course, if you want. Yes. I don't know anyone at this party either, so I'd like to spend some time with you, Bell said with an embarrassed smile. I'm glad to hear that, I whispered, smiling slightly. Although I honestly thought you wouldn't be at this party. The god Apollo isn't the most sociable with gods who have no influence in Arario. I was also very surprised to see you, for a moment I thought you would stay at the hospital working, said Bell, trying to hide his embarrassment. I was thinking of doing it, but a little distraction wouldn't hurt, he said as he gazed at the starry sky. I'm glad to see you took a little break, Bell said happily, since he was honestly worried about Airmid's health because she was working so much. After that, they both remained silent, observing the star-filled sky and feeling the soft night breeze caress their faces. How are you, Bell? Airmid asked, starting the conversation again. I'm very glad you're not coming out of the dungeon injured anymore, but I'm worried you might have some lingering effects from a serious injury you suffered in the past. Well, I'm fine, or at least that's what I want to believe, she replied, letting out a short sigh. What do you mean by that? I asked, surprised by those words. And you know, my goddess and I don't live in the best of circumstances, and I'm thinking about how to improve that, she said quickly with a nervous smile. But I have faith that everything will get better. It's good to be positive, you'll see that life will soon smile on you, the saint tried to say, offering words of encouragement. The day I met you, life smiled on me, Bell thought, remembering the day he met Airmid and fell hopelessly in love with her. And you? How are things going at the hospital? Any problematic or seriously ill patients? I asked curiously. You were the only serious problematic patient I had, he said, causing a nervous smile to appear on Bell's face. Since you stopped showing up, the days have been quiet. Some of my colleagues even ask about you. I am sorry for causing you trouble, he apologized, embarrassed and dejected. Don't apologize, I'm not saying that because I'd be annoyed to treat you. If that were the case, the third time you came to the hospital I would have sent another colleague to treat you, he said calmly, turning to look at the albino. Why didn't you do it? I asked curiously. Because I like your company, Bell. Airmid's words, accompanied by her calm gaze, caught Bell off guard, leaving him in shock. Little by little the albino's face began to blush with embarrassment, but at the same time a great feeling of happiness surged within him. Seconds later Airmid realized the words she had said, blushing little by little. What I mean is that you're my friend, so obviously I wasn't going to refuse to help you, she said with embarrassment and shyness, not knowing why she had said that. When she realized it, those words had already left her mouth. And her embarrassment only increased when she saw that the albino was just as embarrassed as she was. She likes my company, Bell thought, embarrassed but happy, still unable to believe that Airmid had said those words. Just forget what I said, the saint whispered, shyly looking away. I'm sorry, but I can't, Bell said quickly, refusing to forget those beautiful words. And just to be even, let me tell you that I also enjoy your company very much. The blush on Airmid's face only grew larger upon hearing those words, making her heart race as she looked at Bell's embarrassed expression, yet she was sure of her words. Thank you, I whispered, embarrassed but for some reason happy. Her memories brought back the conversation she had that day with her partner Celia about her theory that Bell was deliberately hurting himself in the dungeon just to have an excuse to see her. Although he vehemently denied it, the truth was that from that day on he hadn't stopped thinking about it, making his mind a mess. Airmid-san. Bell called, confused, seeing that the saint was just staring at him, still with that blush on her face. If he wanted to clear up that doubt, he would have to ask him directly. Bell. Yes. He said, confused and probably getting diabetes, seeing Airmid shyly lower her gaze. Do you? If that theory turned out to be true, what would I say to him? Would their friendship end or evolve into something more? Airmid slowly raised her gaze to look directly into the albino's eyes, still blushing. You were hurting yourself. Before Airmid could finish the sentence, the doors to the balcony were abruptly opened, catching both of their attention. And what they saw left them speechless and their faces turned completely red. A couple of adventurers, a girl and a boy, had just entered in front of them and were kissing passionately without noticing their presence. Just by looking at them, one could tell they were drunk as they paid no attention to her presence and continued their passionate kiss, which only intensified as they began touching each other's private parts. Do you think we should go back to the party? Bell asked, his face turning bright red. I think it's fine, Airmid agreed, looking away, unable to continue watching that scene. Keep playing. Neither of them wanted to find out where they were touching each other, quickly leaving the balcony and leaving that couple alone. Upon entering the mansion again, the sound of music was present, only this time it was calm and romantic music where some couples were dancing. How indecent, Airmid whispered after witnessing that embarrassing moment. It was weird, Bell stammered, embarrassed, as it was the first time he had seen something like that. I'll give you back the sack, the saint said shyly, realizing it wasn't cold inside. Thank you. Why, you're welcome, he said, taking it and putting it back on. After that, they both remained silent, not knowing how to continue the conversation after having witnessed something so embarrassing. Now I no longer have the courage to ask him that question, thought Airmid, glancing shyly at Bell. It was a good opportunity. While Bell was lost in thought, trying to think of a way to erase that awkward atmosphere and resume his animated conversation with Airmid. Sorry. But before anyone could say anything, a female voice caught their attention, turning them to the place where they had heard the voice. In front of them stood a wolf girl with a shy smile, looking at Bell. Hello, I greeted the albino. Hello. Do you need something? Bell asked, confused, as was Airmid. Well, I was actually wondering if you wanted to dance with me, the she-wolf asked with a shy smile, pointing to a certain place in the mansion where many couples were dancing romantically. Upon hearing the question, both opened their eyes in surprise and Airmid became a little nervous about the proposal. The dance? Bell asked, embarrassed. Me? Why yes, you seem like a nice guy, so I'd like to dance with you, the girl said confidently, waiting for the answer. Will you accept? Well, I. Before Bell could say anything, he felt someone gently take his hand, causing him to startle and turn to look to that side. The one who had taken her hand was Airmid, who had a small blush of shyness looking at the wolf girl. I'm sorry, but he's my dance partner, the saint stammered, leaving Bell surprised and even herself. She didn't know why she said it, but she didn't like the idea of losing her only friend and companion that night. She wanted to spend the whole party with him. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The embarrassed she-wolf apologized. Then don't worry, they both said shyly. I'm sorry, enjoy the dance. And still ashamed, the she-wolf withdrew from the place, leaving the couple alone in silence, still holding hands. Airmid's ears were red from the daring action he was taking. While Bell felt like he was touching the sky, his mom and grandpa were kicking him back down to earth. Do you really want to dance with me? Bell asked, embarrassed and hoping he hadn't misheard. Oh, of course, we're at a dance, it would be normal for us to dance, the embarrassed saint confirmed her words, looking away and gently squeezing Bell's hand. Don't you want to? 3 Cupid's arrows pierced Bell's heart when he saw Airmid's cute expression as she asked that question. It was obvious what his answer would be. I'd be a fool not to accept a dance with you, Bell said with a smile, surprising Airmid. But let me ask you properly. Slowly, Bell knelt before the saint, gently taking her hand, making Airmid's embarrassment grow even greater. Would you like to dance with me tonight, Airmid-san? Bell asked, embarrassed but happy, still unable to believe all of this was happening. Thank you for your chivalry lessons, Mom. He said mentally. I would love to, Airmid accepted, embarrassed but with a small smile on her beautiful face. At that moment neither of them knew it, but that night they had strengthened their relationship much more, causing a certain saint to begin to realize that she felt something more than friendship for her friend. The magical and unforgettable night was about to begin for both of them. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The beginning of the problems. Slowly and hand in hand, a certain curious couple walked to the dance hall in Apollo's mansion. They were Airmid and Bell, and their faces showed the shame they felt at that moment, especially Airmid, since according to her, she had behaved in a very bold way by taking her friend's hand without his consent. Although Bell wasn't even close to being angry, at that moment he felt like the luckiest man in the world to be able to dance with a girl he liked. Without a doubt, the gods hadn't abandoned him that night. I'm so glad I came to this party, she thought, happy that she hadn't listened to her single friend. Do you know how to dance? Airmid's soft voice caught Bell's attention, turning to look at her and marveling at her beautiful blushing face. Of course I can dance, Bell said proudly. My mom taught me how to dance any kind of dance. Your mom is amazing, Airmid whispered in surprise. Bell smiled proudly, recalling an image of his mother when she was receiving those classes. Show off the forbidden steps, the Cranel style. If I were there, I would surely say those words to him. And do you know how to dance, Airmid-san? He asked curiously. I never practiced, but I've had a talent for dancing since I was little, even though I've never danced with anyone, she confessed, a little embarrassed. You'll be my first dance partner too, so we're on equal footing, Bell said, smiling slightly, which was contagious to Airmid. Although their smiles faded when they arrived at the place where all the couples were dancing, making them nervous. And it didn't help that the music was of a romantic nature, making the couples dance closer to each other. Okay, let's begin. Before Bell could say anything, Airmid took one of her hands and placed it on her waist. It was more than obvious that Bell would be very embarrassed to feel Airmid's slim and soft waist, feeling like he was touching the sky again. Don't be so nervous, I'm just as nervous as you are, said the saint with a slight blush on her cheeks, placing one hand on Bell's shoulder and the other taking his hand, intertwining their fingers. Ready? In response, Bell nodded slightly, ready to have that beautiful moment with the saint. And as if they were synchronized, they both began to dance to the calm and romantic rhythm of the music, pressing their bodies together a little by pure instinct. If this is a dream, I hope I never wake up, Bell thought, still not believing he was having this magical night. But Airmid just watched Bell with a slight blush, a blush which made her look much more beautiful in his opinion. This is the first time I've done anything other than work at the hospital in years, he thought, keeping his gaze fixed on Bell's eyes, who was doing the same. Almost from the moment she met Bell, her life had begun to change. He was her first friend, he was the first person with whom she began to have long conversations, thanks to him she began to communicate more with her classmates, although most of the time it was to ask her about a relationship with him. And most importantly, he is the first person who has made me have those kinds of strange feelings in my heart, a warm and happy feeling every time I was with him. I'm definitely sick, Airmid thought as she considered all those strange symptoms. However embarrassed they were, neither of them looked away, staring at each other as they synchronized their steps to the soft rhythm of the music. Some people looked at the couple curiously simply because everyone knew Airmid and it was the first time they had seen her so close with a boy and with a blush on her cheeks. Some adventurers who were there felt jealous of Bell because he had achieved what many had tried for years, feeling as if their pride had been trampled. Who is that brat? Diane asked, surprised to see how Airmid was clinging to him. She even seemed to be enjoying the boy's company. His name is Bell Cranel, and he's probably your captain's future boyfriend, from what I can see, Hermes replied, smiling as he watched the two of them dance. Boyfriend? That guy will only distract Airmid from her work and I'll lose a lot of money, Diane said angrily, unwilling to accept that. I'll have to talk to her later. Meanwhile, on the other side of the party. Wow, I didn't know Bell can dance so well, Hestia commented, surprised by the dance. Are you serious? Is he dancing with the saint? What did your son do to get her attention? From what I understand, she's as popular as my ace Tan and close to his rejection record, Loki asked, puzzled. It was just him, or at least that's what I want to believe, Hestia said with a proud smile. I'm so glad he's having fun with the girl he loves. It's strange to see you behaving like this, said Loki, a little surprised by the loli's attitude. I just want Bell-kun to be happy, Hestia whispered, watching her son smile slightly as he looked at Airmid. Very happy. Back to the couple. They had both already disconnected from the world. The voices of others and their presence had vanished for them. All that remained was the tranquil melody and the two of them, gazing intently at each other, their hearts pounding. Now that I look at you more closely, you have very beautiful eyes, Airmid-san, Bell whispered, getting lost in the saint's beautiful gaze. Thank you, the girl stammered sheepishly. Why, your eyes are beautiful too, she added sheepishly. She had never told him directly, but from the first day she met him, Airmid had liked Bell's eyes. It was the first time she had liked something about a boy, although as time went on she realized that Bell's eyes were not the only nice thing about him. Thanks, Bell said, embarrassed but happy for the compliment. And without warning Bell, he gently raised his hand upwards and gave her a quick spin, then grabbed her by the waist again and pulled her towards his body. Let me know when you do that, the saint asked, a little scared by Bell's sudden action. Haha, sorry, Bell chuckled a little at the girl's sweet expression. Airmid just pouted slightly, letting go of Bell's hand, who was confused. But before he could process the information, Airmid wrapped both arms around the albino's neck, getting much closer to him as they danced. Hey Airmid-san. Bell stammered, red with embarrassment, and by pure instinct, lightly hugged the girl's soft, slender waist to do the dance correctly. I'm just matching our dance to the style of the music, the girl explained, embarrassed, looking away. And technically it was true since the rest of the couples at the dance were dancing the same way as them. This is too much for me. I never thought I'd get this far tonight. Bell mentally screamed, super embarrassed, with Airmid just inches from her face as they danced slowly. Although I'm not complaining. Am I being too forward? The embarrassed saint thought. I've never danced with anyone before, so I don't know if I'm doing things right. Besides, Bell is my first friend. Will he think I'm weird for doing this kind of thing so casually? Those were the thoughts of the very embarrassed Airmid, who didn't know what to do, thinking she was taking things too far as she looked at her embarrassed friend. Odd, you look me in the eyes, Bell thought, feeling like the happiest man in the world, not caring about the rest of the problems he carried on his shoulders. At that moment it was just Airmid and him, and nobody was going to ruin that. I fall more in love with you every day, he thought with a warm smile, surprising Airmid. But it's still too soon to tell you how I feel. I have to be patient and not ruin our friendship. Bell? Airmid called, confused to see that Bell was lost in thought. Airmid-san, would you like to go for a walk around the city with me sometime in the future? Bell asked, embarrassed. Go out together? Like a date? I stammered shyly. If you want to see it that way, then fine by me, and of course, as long as you have the time, he said, a little nervously, hoping Airmid would agree. You know very well that I'm a very busy person, the girl said, making Bell feel discouraged by those words. But when I have a day off, I'll let you know so we can go out together. And all negative thoughts in Bell vanished upon hearing those words from Airmid. That sounds good to me. Bell exclaimed, happy with that answer. Idiot, thought Airmid with a small, embarrassed smile at how happy Bell had become. And with those last words the music stopped, implying that the dance was over. The couples who had danced applauded a little for the group that had played the melody, who thanked them by bowing slightly. You dance very well, Airmid praised, letting go of Bell's neck and moving back a few inches. Your mother was a good dancer, it seems. I agree with you there, Bell said with an embarrassed smile. You dance very well too, I'm happy that you were my first dance partner. And I think the same thing, the saint whispered shyly. After that, he turned his gaze towards the group playing the melody, who seemed to be discussing the next song they would play. Would you like to dance again? Airmid asked, embarrassed. The truth is that dance with Bell had felt magical to her and she wanted to repeat it since she wasn't sure when something like that would happen again. I'd love to. I accept instantly with a happy smile. But it seems there's still a while before the next melody starts. Would you like to get some drinks? Airmid suggested, pointing to a table which had different types of drinks. That sounds good to me, I hope they have pineapple juice, said the albino with a smile, walking alongside Airmid. I don't think so, but we'll have to look into it, he said, amused by his friend's comment. So they both went to the drinks area to refresh themselves and have a pleasant chat. But then Bell suddenly stopped. Bell? Airmid said, surprised to see that Bell had stopped moving. Is something wrong? Can you go ahead a little, I'll go to the bathroom, Bell said with a nervous smile. Sure. I agreed, surprised by her friend's behavior. And in the blink of an eye, Bell had disappeared from the saint's sight, running straight to the bathroom. Could he have a stomach bug? Airmid thought worriedly. Meanwhile, Bell just ran through the mansion, finding the bathroom by pure miracle, quickly entering it and slamming the door shut. Looking around, he saw that the bathroom was empty so no one could see him. And no longer able to hold it back, Bell began to cough forcefully, covering his mouth with his hand to stifle the sound of his cough. Luckily, the music at the party had started playing again, so nobody would hear him. His cough was strong, so strong that his throat began to hurt and he leaned on the sink to keep his balance. After a few seconds the cough finally stopped to his relief, slowly removing his hand from his mouth and able to breathe easily. Should Bell whispered as he saw a little blood on his hand after covering his mouth. He quickly turned on the water tap and washed his hands and mouth, trying to remove all traces of blood. After a few seconds he had cleaned himself completely, raising his gaze to look at himself in the mirror. Seconds later a smile appeared on her face. Nothing happened here, he said to himself, straightening his tie, patting his cheek and walking towards the bathroom door. But upon leaving the place, he was surprised to find his goddess leaning against the wall, staring at him. Ami-sama, Bell whispered upon seeing his goddess's serious expression. How many? Bell said, confused. How many branches do you have left? The little goddess asked. Just by looking at her face, he could tell that Hestia was very worried. 8, Bell whispered, looking down. That made Hestia clench her fists in frustration. We should get more, she suggested worriedly. No, its price is too high, besides, it's outside of our area, and that's too complicated, and we can't afford to spend money on it when we barely have enough to eat, Bell refused, wanting to return to the party. But. Before Hestia could say anything else, Bell gently hugged her. Ami-sama, don't worry, I'm fine, Bell whispered with a small smile, trying to reassure his goddess. You're not well, Hestia whispered, hugging her son. Come on, everything will be fine. I should probably see if there's much more food that can fit in those containers, Bell said with a smile, making Hestia giggle a little. I doubt it, but I'll try, he said, trying to calm himself down. By the way, when I was coming here, I saw a guy flirting with Airmid. Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in surprise, then disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving his goddess alone. Being alone again, her sad and worried expression returned once more. Even though I'm a god, I can't do anything to help him, I whispered in frustration, walking slowly toward the party. I have to find a way to get more of those branches, even if it means going into debt. While Hestia was thinking about how to help her son, Bell had already arrived back at the party and started looking everywhere for Airmid. And he found her near the drinks area where an elf was talking to her, while Airmid just looked away waiting for Bell to arrive. With a serious expression, Bell walked towards the place, listening more and more clearly to the conversation. So, would you like to dance with me? The elf asked as politely as possible, bowing slightly. I'm sorry but no, I already have a dance partner for the whole night, Airmid refused, looking at the drinks table to see if there was pineapple juice to give to Bell. I don't look at your dance partner around here, said the elf, puzzled. Ahem. A fake cough was heard behind the man as he turned around quickly, meeting Bell's gaze. Is there anything Airmid-san can offer you? Bell asked with a very friendly smile. The elf was not stupid, quickly realizing that the albino was the silver-haired beauty's mate. And no, I was just asking for the time. And with those words, the elf withdrew, resigned to Airmid being his dance partner. He was an elf, so it wasn't his style to court a girl who already had a date, given his elven pride, so he left with his head held high. I'm back, said Bell with a smile, approaching Airmid. Did something bad happen? I asked, worried, since he had suddenly left. Do you have a fever? As she said those words, Airmid placed her hand on Bell's forehead to feel his temperature. I'm fine, don't worry, Bell said, embarrassed. Okay, Airmid agreed, not very convinced. By the way, there's no pineapple juice. I figured as much, a drink of that high quality can't be at just any party, Bell whispered dejectedly, causing Airmid to chuckle a little. There are many drinks to try, so don't be discouraged, I tried to cheer the saint up. After this, I'd like to have another dance with you. Oh, of course, that sounds good to me, Bell agreed, embarrassed, much to Airmid's delight. But their happiness was cut short when the music abruptly stopped. That only meant that the party host had arrived. Are you having fun? Apollo asked with a haughty smile, slowly descending the stairs of his mansion. He immediately received positive responses from many guests, further boosting his ego. Looks like we're in for a long speech, Airmid whispered wearily. While Bell just stared at the god, simply seeing him gave him bad vibes. I'm so glad to hear you enjoy the party. Apollo exclaimed with a broad smile. And I'm so envious of many of you, seeing that you have such wonderful children. As he said those words, Apollo looked at Bell for a few seconds, who felt a small chill down his spine. Is it just me, or did he just look at you? Airmid asked, noticing that look. Well, I hope it was you, Bell said with a nervous smile. At that moment, the little goddess walked past Apollo, lost in thought about how to get more branches for her son. But it's Hestia. Apollo shouted with a big smile, catching the lowly's attention. Do you need something, Apollo? Hestia asked suspiciously. Can't I greet a friend? The sun god asked, hurt. I'm simply very happy to see you. It's a shame I don't share the same feeling, Hestia said sincerely, earning a few laughs from the people. As funny as ever, said the god with a crooked smile. By the way, I see you brought your only son to the party. Obviously he would come with me, Hestia said with more distrust as she saw how Apollo looked at Bell. The albino, driven by pure instinct, took a few steps back, a little afraid. TSK, came the angry snap from the Apollo captain, who was standing some distance away. Hestia, Apollo whispered in a strange tone of voice. And? I know very well that Bell-kun is your only son and that you love him very much, but can you give him to me? He asked with a kind smile. Immediately everyone let out a sound of surprise upon hearing Apollo's words. Bell was both surprised and frightened upon seeing the true intentions of that god, as was Airmid, who frowned angrily. Don't take this the wrong way, but Bell-kun has caught my eye lately, I explained, still maintaining that friendly demeanor. He's incredibly skilled and talented, and I can't help but notice him. So, what do you say? Will you give him to me? Immediately, murmurs began, wondering what Loli would do. But Hestia calmly turned to look at her son who was with Airmid. Bell-kun, Hestia called to her son. Why yes. He said, still bewildered by what was happening. Do you want to be part of the Apollo family? He asked calmly. Everyone at that moment was surprised to see that Hestia, instead of making a decision herself, decided to ask her son. I think it's more than obvious that the answer is no, Bell said, surprised by the question. You heard Apollo, Bell-kun doesn't want to join you, so stop bothering him, Hestia said irritably. Ahaha, I think you're not understanding the position you're in, Apollo said arrogantly. Bell-kun is going to be part of my family, one way or another. Or what? Are you going to challenge me to a war game? I asked angrily, facing Apollo. You're not really giving me any choice, she said, feigning innocence. I'm only thinking about Bell-kun's well-being. His talent is being wasted on your family. Upon hearing those words, Bell frowned angrily. Unlike Airmid, who was concerned about that possible war game, it was a clear defeat for Bell. Bell-kun isn't someone who's seeking power, I'm the only one who understands that, said the lowly, starting to get angry. Please Hestia, a mediocre goddess like you is not going to understand what her son wants, Apollo mocked, bursting into laughter. And that was the last straw. Mediocre? Hestia whispered. Gradually, veins began to appear on the goddess's face, a sign that she was furious. My little Apollo, have you forgotten who helped you become one of the 12 Olympian gods? Hestia asked, anger in her voice. Meanwhile, people began to murmur with excitement as they realized things had gotten interesting. Except for Bell, who was worried about his goddess, and Airmid, who was worried about Bell. This is not the time to dwell on the past, Apollo said angrily. Before, you were a mediocre god, pure garbage. If you're anyone today, it's because I took pity on you and spoke to Zeus, so he'd give you a chance to be part of the Olympian gods. A few sounds of surprise escaped from those present upon hearing Hestia's insult. Haha, well thanks to you I am very powerful, much more than you, Apollo said arrogantly. Perhaps here on earth, because in heaven you're an ant compared to me. Just as you gained everything thanks to me, you can also lose it. Don't you understand? I only make one call and you'll be out of business, Hestia said with a mocking smile. Apollo merely frowned in anger. Losing his position as one of the Olympian gods would mean losing part of the divine power bestowed upon him by Zeus. But we're not in heaven, Hestia. This is Earth, and I have more power than you, so I'm taking Bell-kun. The sun god shouted angrily. Well, I want to see you try. Hestia shouted, filled with rage. Airmid-san, I had a lot of fun with you tonight, but unfortunately, I have to go, Bell said with a nervous smile. I hope we can do this again sometime or go out and have fun together. But said Airmid, worried about Bell. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Bell reassured her with a small smile, giving the saint a quick hug, which made her blush slightly. Goodbye, Airmid-san. And with that farewell, Bell walked away from the saint to take his goddess with him, who seemed about to strike Apollo. You won't take Bell-kun? Hestia shouted, seething with anger. I don't care. He'll be in my family whether you like it or not. Apollo shouted, just like Hestia. I'm sorry Kami-sama, but we have to go, Bell apologized, taking his goddess by her small arms and starting to drag her towards the exit of the mansion. Let me go. I haven't finished telling that guy obsessed with the male reproductive organ a few home truths. Hestia shouted, kicking her feet as the audience laughed at her words. This is war, Hestia. Apollo shouted angrily at that comment. You'll regret insulting me and laying your disgusting eyes on Bell-kun. The lowly yelled as Bell quickly opened the door, wanting to get out of there. Hestia will put you in a box. Bitch. And with that last scream, Bell closed the door, leaving the mansion and leaving the party place in silence. Damn it, Apollo whispered, clenching his teeth angrily. Well, people just kept their eyes on Apollo, surprised by what had just happened. Hey, keep enjoying the party, the god stammered, overcome with anger, turning to leave the party, followed by his captain. What are your orders? Hyacintosh asked angrily at how they treated his god. I think it's more than obvious what will happen, Apollo whispered, clenching his fists tightly as he disappeared into the corridors. Meanwhile, Airmid had remained in the same place, observing the spot where Bell had just left with his goddess. Bell whispered, the beautiful saint, worried about what would happen to her friend from now on, now that they had the wrath of Apollo. The Apollo familia wasn't as strong as some others, but Bell was only a member of the Hestia familia. Airmid's concern was more than justified. I didn't know what would happen, but even if things were very horrible, Airmid would always be there for Bell, helping him in any way she could. The beginning of a major problem had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Attack. Damn Apollo. When I see him again I'm going to smash his face until he's unrecognizable. Damn trash. Damn the day you were created. Damn piece of. Kami-sama, calm down. Another day began in the city of Arario, and in a certain abandoned church, Hestia was complaining about the events of the previous night, where Apollo asked her to hand over the sensual rabbit. He's just so obnoxious. Ever since he came down to earth, he's become so conceited, she complained through gritted teeth. We wouldn't have even gone to that stupid party just to see his face. It was the worst party I've ever seen. Well, the party wasn't bad, Bell said sheepishly, remembering how beautiful Airmid looked and the glorious dance they had. Haha. You're right, at least you danced with a girl you like and we brought home a good amount of food, Hestia said contentedly. How does she know I like her? Bell stammered, embarrassed by those words. Come on, Bell-kun. It's more than obvious you're in love with that girl, though let me tell you, it'll be very difficult to win Diane's approval unless you give her a hefty sum of money, Hestia said with a playful smile. When I met you and you told me your main goal was to find love, I didn't think you meant it. Don't remind me. He shouted, covering his face in embarrassment. I want to be a hero, but I don't think I'll live long enough to achieve it, so I'll focus on my second goal. A sad smile appeared on Hestia's face as she heard her son's words. I still insist you buy more of those branches, Hestia said worriedly. We can borrow money for it. I know someone who can do me that favor. It won't do any good. After all, those herbs are losing their effect on me over time. It would be a waste of money and we'd end up in debt, she said with a sad smile. My goal is to save enough to buy a house, so at least you'll have a place to live when I'm gone. Bell-kun. Hestia cried, throwing herself into her son's arms while holding back her tears. I don't want you to leave. Calm down, there's still a long way to go, Bell said with a nervous smile, petting his goddess to calm her down. Seeing his goddess behave like this reminded him of when his mother received that news which ruined his life completely and left his mother devastated. Flashback. The 10-year-old Bell was running around the yard with a smile, throwing a paper airplane that he had made himself. While sitting in a chair in the yard, his grandfather and mother watched him play, each smiling at how happy he was. I'm surprised by how much energy he has, said the grandfather with a smile. He reminds me a little of myself as a child before I was diagnosed with the disease, Materia said, watching her son with a motherly smile. I'm sure he'll be big and strong in a few years. I have a feeling that if he decides to become an adventurer, he'll be very strong, the proud old man said. That way, he can build a powerful harem. I already told you not to put those perverted thoughts in my son's head. Bell will only ever love one woman, Materia said, looking at him reproachfully. You take the fun out of life. At that moment, they both saw the little boy fall face down on the ground, worrying his mother who went to check on him. My little one, are you alright? Materia asked with concern as she arrived where her son and his grandfather were. They both expected Bell to start crying, but he simply sat on the floor with a confused look, staring at his feet. Bell? Mom, Bell whispered, confused, but seconds later he smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine, although for a few seconds my feet felt really weak, haha. The boy started laughing because he found it funny, unlike his mother, whose expression changed to one of fear upon hearing those words, and she began to tremble slightly. Materia, the grandfather called with a serious expression, looking at the woman. She nodded, still with that frightened expression, taking her son's hand. Mom? The little boy said, confused. Bell, let's go to the village, were the short words of his mother as she began to walk without letting go of her son's hand. Meanwhile, Bell wondered what had happened to make his mother behave this way. Their destination was the small town hospital where a man performed various tests on a confused Bell, who didn't understand what was happening, although he cried a little when the man drew some blood with a needle. The next day Bell saw that same man at his house, who seemed to be saying something to his mother, who burst into tears upon hearing the news, worrying Bell. That day Materia apologized to Bell over and over again while hugging him and crying, feeling guilty. An apology for having passed on his illness. End of flashback. Don't feel guilty, Mom, Bell thought with a sad smile as he finished putting on his armor. Thanks to you, I had the best childhood. I'm the one who should apologize for not being a better son. Then I watched his goddess, who had already calmed down, putting her ribbons in her hair to go to work. Shall we go together? Hestia asked with a smile. Of course. I accept with a smile. After that, they both took the things they would need for the day and headed for the exit, with Hestia trying not to think too much about her son's condition, so as not to worry. By the way, Kami-sama, I was planning to invite you to dinner tonight. What do you think? Bell asked with a small smile, turning to look at his goddess. Instead of inviting me, you should invite that girl, Hestia said with a tired expression. At this rate, you won't win her over. I know, but Airmid-san is very busy, she said with an embarrassed smile. Although she promised me that when she has some free time she'll go out with me, What possessed you to fall for someone who works 24/7? Hestia joked, making Bell lower his gaze in embarrassment. But don't worry, with your charm you'll surely win her over. Thank you. She happily expressed her gratitude for those words of support. After that short conversation, they both left the church ready to depart, although they were surprised to see more than 30 people in the street and on the rooftops of the houses watching them. Wow, I didn't know this part of the city was so busy, Bell said in surprise. It's because they're not civilians. Hestia shouted upon learning who they were. Huh? Fire. Was the cry of an elf. Hori. Who Minutes earlier in another part of Arario. The beautiful Saint Airmid calmly left the hospital to have breakfast as she did every morning, although this time she had a grumpy expression, something unusual for her doll-like face. Stupid danmachi, he thought angrily. Her anger stemmed from the fact that early in the morning, when she started working, her god approached her to reproach her for her friendship with the albino. According to him, that boy would only distract her from her work and therefore they would lose money, so she would have to stay away from him. Obviously Airmid had no intention of obeying him, walking away from him and leaving Diane angry because he was ignoring him. Danmachi and her greed, she thought angrily. Bell is my first friend and he wants me to stop talking to him like that without further ado. She knew that her god's problem was because, according to her, she would work less because she was spending time with him, so she would show him that she could continue working as always, even though she had Bell as a friend, so he wouldn't bother her anymore. After those thoughts, Airmid began to think about another, more important issue that had not left her in peace since yesterday. I wonder how she is, I thought worriedly, remembering the events of the previous night. It was more than obvious that Apollo would try something after declaring war on Hestia, and that distressed her. Bell is strong, but it's impossible for him to take on a family of 100 alone, she thought worriedly. He knew he wouldn't die since Apollo wanted him in his family, but that was also worrying because everyone knew how Apollo was with the adventurers he liked, and that gave Airmid chills. He didn't show it, but Apollo was one of the most troubled and sick gods. I have to help him somehow, she thought hesitantly, not knowing what to do. Although she was only a healer, she wasn't strong enough to go toe-to-toe with any other experienced adventurer, so she would be at a clear disadvantage. This is complicated, she whispered in frustration. Bell was important to her, very important, so she wouldn't hesitate to go and help him, even if it meant angering her god by getting her family into trouble that didn't concern them. I'm getting really frustrated, she thought, realizing she was getting tense. I'd better think of something pleasant. Her memories brought back the romantic dance she had with Bell at the party where they were very close to each other, making her blush with embarrassment. I'm definitely sick, she thought as she felt her face get hot. Since arriving home from the party last night, she had been thinking about that dance she had with Bell, that magical moment she wanted to repeat but couldn't because of Apollo. Is this feeling friendship? She wondered, feeling her heart warm at the thought of Bell. She had never had a friend. Before becoming a saint, she spent all her time studying to become a great healer, so she didn't socialize much with others. And when she became a great healer, everyone respected her too much to treat her with familiarity, so she didn't know what it felt like to have a friend. Perhaps it was normal for her heart to beat rapidly and her cheeks to blush, although she knew it wasn't. But I like this warmth, she thought, placing her hand on her heart. Boom. The loud explosion startled Airmid and everyone walking in the street, who looked up to see what had happened. What happened? Airmid thought, watching as a curtain of smoke from the explosion rose into the sky in one of Arario's abandoned streets. Will it be a war between families? That's most likely. They were the whispers of some people who were behind Airmid. At that moment the saint opened her eyes and fried upon remembering a certain detail she had forgotten. Bell lives in that direction, I thought anxiously. That only meant that Apollo had attacked him and his goddess out of anger over the events of the previous night. Bell, he whispered, feeling a pressure in his chest. Without thinking, Airmid started running in the opposite direction to the cafe where he had breakfast. All I could think about at that moment was helping Bell and nothing else, even though I couldn't do much against a family of 100 people. Diane would probably be angry, but she didn't care at that moment. He was her first friend, so she wouldn't turn a blind eye when he needed help. Bell, she thought, hoping that nothing bad would happen to her. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Bell vs Hyacinthos. Through the empty streets of the abandoned part of the city of Arario, a certain albino ran with his goddess in his arms, skillfully dodging arrows. Damn stalkers. Stop following us. Hestia shouted angrily. At this rate, I won't be able to do anything, Bell thought in frustration, watching as more members of the Apollo familia followed them, and with Hestia in his arms, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. I have to find a safe place for Kami-sama. And in a second Bell increased his speed even more, to the surprise of his enemies who watched him move away. He ran as fast as he could, turning at every intersection he came across so he could lose them, even if only for a few seconds. Bell-kun. Hestia said, confused, watching as Bell stopped in an alley. He gently placed his goddess standing on the ground and approached a wall which was covered with many boxes which he quickly removed. To Hestia's surprise, there was a hole in the wall large enough for a person to fit through. "I know this place because I sometimes play hide and seek with some children," I explained with an embarrassed smile. "But that doesn't matter, you have to hide quickly, Kami-sama." "Huh? But you?" I asked worriedly. "I will drive them away from here and try to defeat as many as I can," he replied, looking all around in case the enemy appeared. "No. Fighting adventurers is very different from fighting monsters, and you know very well that because of your condition, you can't fight for very long," Hestia refused, not wanting to leave her only son alone. "But if she's with me, I won't be able to protect her from so many enemies. She has to hide while I find a way to solve this." But Hestia stammered, threatening to cry. She wasn't worried about Apollo. After all, that idiot had no intention of killing Bell, but she wasn't sure how all that effort would affect the illness. "I'll be fine, Kami-sama," Bell said with a small smile, hugging his goddess. "I promise I'll be alright and I'll come back to you." "You'd better keep your promise," she whispered, still not wanting to separate from him. But resigned, she had to hide in the hiding place, seeing her son's smiling face. Don't worry," she said with a big smile and a peace sign with her hand as she put the boxes back to hide it. Meanwhile, Hestia only felt a pressure in her chest as she heard Bell's footsteps moving away from the place. "His illness doesn't allow him to fight for long periods of time," she whispered as a small tear fell from her eye. "He won't last." However, at that point, Bell's ability reached Hestia's memories. "Iron will," he whispered, remembering that this ability boosted Bell's strength the more seriously injured he was. It was a skill that kept him standing and clinging to life, no matter how bad things got. "I'm such an idiot. And here I was thinking I had it because I was a masochist, because I'm clinging to life," she thought, feeling foolish. "Maybe that ability gives me the strength to endure," she thought anxiously. "But that's bad in the long run too. A skill that was good for his illness, but one that would have consequences for his beloved son. After this damn fight I'll tell Bell Kun about his ability, he has a right to know," she thought resolutely. Then I heard many members of the Apollo family running down the street, making me worry again. Bell Kun resisted. Meanwhile, with Bell. "Are you not going to run anymore?" asked one of the Apollo family members when he saw that Bell had stopped after running for a while. "I'm not going to run away anymore," Bell said with a serious expression, looking at all his opponents as he drew his dagger. "There were 10 of them in total, I could handle it, or at least that's what I wanted to believe." "Mom, Grandpa, give me strength," he whispered, watching as everyone launched into the attack, just like him, clashing his dagger with his enemy's spear. When their weapons clashed, he realized the guy was level 1 in strength. He could handle him. So in a swift movement he punched his opponent, instantly knocking him unconscious. But the problem didn't end there, as he quickly dodged a sword which only gave him a cut on the cheek. "There are 9 left," I thought as I looked at everyone. "Good. Let's do this again." And launching himself at great speed, Bell began to attack his opponents, who were surprised by his strength. "I'm stronger than them," he thought with a smile, knocking 4 others unconscious in a matter of seconds. In the end, all the times he had gone to the dungeon with his suicidal mints, it had been worth it. "You conceited brat," shouted a man, raising a large axe to strike Bell. He confidently took a few steps back to dodge the attack, but opened his eyes in surprise and pain as he felt a sword cut his back. "I got too confident," he thought in frustration as he saw a human behind him with a sword stained with his blood. Bell quickly turned around and punched the human with a powerful blow, knocking him out of the fight, and then delivered a strong kick to the man with the axe, knocking him unconscious. "And there are only 3 left," Bell whispered with a grimace of pain, looking at the last one still standing. The wound on his back caused him a lot of pain, but he had to endure it. But then he opened his eyes in surprise as he saw a rain of arrows falling from the sky towards him. He quickly began to dodge and block each arrow with his dagger, although unfortunately 2 managed to pass through his defense, piercing his shoulder. "Shit," he groaned in pain, pulling the arrows out of his shoulder. Many more members of the Apollo family appeared from the rooftops. There were 20 in total, making Bell nervous. Things have gotten complicated, Bell thought, seeing so many enemies. "Surrender, Bell Cranel, and give your body to Apollo-sama," shouted a man, pointing his sword at the albino. "What?" Bell exclaimed in fright, trying to cover his body with his hands. But those words, he would be even less inclined to surrender to that god, beginning to despair of leaving. Although a horse got in the way between Bell and the Apollo family members, confusing them. "The cavalry has arrived." The one who said those words was the reliable Welf, who was riding the horse. "Welf? What are you doing on a horse?" Bell asked, puzzled. I was going to ask Hestia for a date this way, but I heard the explosions and for some reason I felt you were in trouble and I see I wasn't wrong, he explained with a smile, getting off his horse. Then another person appeared in the place, falling from the sky. She was a very beautiful oriental girl who was looking at Bell with a smile. And her? Bell asked, confused. Nice to meet you, Bell Dono. My name is Mikoto, the girl introduced herself politely, but without losing her smile. I met her yesterday in the dungeon. I think she admires you a lot since she found out about your suicidal acts, heroic acts or something like that, Welf replied with a nervous smile. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Bell Dono. Knowing that there's someone as brave as you, someone who isn't afraid of getting hurt every day in the dungeon, makes me admire you, the woman from the east said with a smile. So I want to help you with this problem, and when all this is over, I want to be part of your team. I think they'll get along well, you can see the suicidal tendencies in his eyes, Welf whispered with a nervous smile. Haha, it will be a pleasure to team up with you, Mikoto-san, Bell said with a nervous smile, exciting the oriental woman. We're still here. Was the cry of one of the members of the Apollo family, noticing that there were now 30 of them in the place. Run away, Bell, we'll take care of them all, said Welf, drawing a large sword. Yay, but. Don't worry, Bell Dono, we're both level 2 so we'll be fine, I think, Mikoto said with a smile. Get out of here, Bell. I can't call myself your friend without committing suicide at least once, Welf said, preparing to fight. This is the suicide ritual to enter Bell Dono's group, said Mikoto with a serious expression. Can you stop calling me suicidal? Bell complained. Just get out. They both shouted. Good, but take care. And with that shout, Bell walked away from them, wincing slightly from the wounds he carried. Let's go. Welf shouted, launching himself into the battle alongside the Easterner, starting a fight against 30 people. Meanwhile, with Bell. He moved further away from the battlefield, no longer hearing the war cries, and became worried. But he couldn't waste the opportunity they had both given him, so he had no choice but to keep running. I have to find a way to stop all of this, he thought desperately. Accepting the war game with Apollo was out of the question. In his current situation, he couldn't do much against a family of 100 people. I know. I exclaimed, remembering something. I'll go to the guild and file a complaint. That way, that god won't be able to do anything else. It was the only thing he could think of in that moment of desperation, but it was the best thing. That way he would stop that absurd fight. So, with the decision already made, Bell started running towards the guild. But before he reached the busy part of the city, a powerful kick struck his stomach, causing him to vomit much more blood than normal and sending him crashing into a nearby wall, creating a crack in the wall from the impact. Cough, cough, cough. Bell began coughing forcefully, trying to recover his lost air as blood still trickled from his mouth. Seriously, I don't know what Apollo-sama saw in you. Slowly and in pain, Bell raised his gaze to see who had hit him, meeting the angry stare of the Apollo family captain. The Kinto's, Bell whispered as he recognized him. My name is Kintosh. He shouted, filled with rage. Sorry, it's a bit confusing, Bell apologized, standing up and dusting his clothes. Huh? I could have sworn I hit him hard enough that he couldn't move anymore, Kintosh thought in confusion, watching Bell wipe the blood from his mouth. TSK, whatever. The man quickly drew his sword and pointed it at Bell as anger spread across his face. I don't know what Apollo-sama saw in trash like you, said Kintosh through gritted teeth. You don't seem like much. I don't know you, but I can see you have a great hatred for me, he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. It makes me angry that a nobody like you is hogging the attention of my god. He shouted, filled with rage, launching his attack. Bell, purely by reflex, blocked Kintosh's sword with his dagger, although his arms trembled slightly from the force. He's strong, Bell thought with a pained expression as he strained with his shoulder pierced by the arrows. But in a swift movement, Kintosh pulled his sword away and punched Bell hard in the stomach, which again knocked the wind out of him. I expected you to be stronger, kid, said Kintosh with a conceited smile, launching an attack with his sword that caused a cut in Bell's chest from which blood began to flow. And without stopping there, Kintosh launched a barrage of punches at Bell's face and body, who could do nothing to protect himself, receiving all the attacks. Blood splattered around with each punch Bell received, and finally he received another powerful punch to the stomach, which sent him crashing into a wall. Trash, Kintosh whispered mockingly. From that day in the bar he had wanted to beat Bell to a pulp, but he didn't want to seem like a savage at that moment, so he held back, but now he could take it out on him as much as he wanted. As Bell gasped, trying to catch his breath, he felt enormous pain throughout his body from the barrage of blows he received, not to mention the cuts he had sustained. Damn it, I only came here to find love. Am I asking for too much? Bell thought as blood dripped from his head, looking at the smiling Kintosh. His body ached terribly, and no wonder, he had just been beaten up by someone above him. But despite everything, his energy had not left his body and he was able to get up again, ready to continue fighting. What? Hyacinthos thought, bewildered. He had hit him with all his might, he even expected him to be dying, but he had gotten up again as if nothing had happened, although pain was reflected on his face. Interesting, the man whispered, raising his sword. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. And again he launched an attack with his sword, making Bell nervous, who covered himself with his dagger trying to block the attacks. Unfortunately, many cuts began to appear on his body from Hyacinthos's thrusts. I admit, you have decent stamina, but that's about all you have going for you, Hyacinthos mocked, throwing another punch at Bell's face that left him disoriented. In everything else, you're garbage. And with a great slash, he caused a large wound on Bell's body, which made him spit blood and fall to his knees in pain. Hahaha. You're pathetic, Hyacinthos mocked, looking at Bell on his knees. I'm sure Apollo-sama will realize you're nothing but trash when he sees you in that state. Meanwhile, Bell just kept his gaze lowered, feeling great pain in his body from the recent cut. He hadn't been this damaged since the battle he had against the Minotaur, which left him in bad shape. But as on that occasion, something confused Bell. Why do I still have the energy to stand up? He thought, puzzled, as he felt his strength not leaving his body no matter how damaged it was. He even felt the pain lessening a little. He slowly stood up again, raising his dagger to continue fighting. At that point Hyacinthos was bewildered to see Bell standing again. Impossible, he thought, unable to believe it. A level 2 would have already died or been knocked unconscious by all those wounds, but he. What's wrong? Bell asked with a serious expression. Are you tired already? Those words made the veins bulge on Hyacinthos's face, filled with rage. Shut your mouth, you bastard. He yelled, launching himself into another attack, only this time using all his strength. Bell just smiled a little as he also launched his own attack. He didn't know why his strength wouldn't leave him, but he didn't complain either. They both shouted, clashing their weapons together. 15 minutes later. All along that part of the street there was blood and cracks resulting from the battle they had fought, and both fighters stood breathing with difficulty, one with an expression of pain from his wounds and the other with an expression full of anger. Why don't you just die? Hyacinthos yelled, his body riddled with wounds, watching Bell rise for the 10th time. You're just a damn level 2. Why do you keep getting up? No matter what he did, Bell always got back up, no matter how injured he was. He even seemed to get stronger and stronger each time. And that was starting to scare him a little. Hahaha. Laughed the albino, with only one eye open, the other swollen from so many blows. You can't kill me. I'm like a cockroach, I don't die, I multiply. I have God on my side. Those were Bell's words, accompanied by a big smile as he assumed a battle stance once more. I didn't know what was happening, but each time he got up stronger despite his serious injuries. He would think that was a good thing, but he knew it was worrying. After all, he was ignoring all the blood he had lost, in short, he was making his already serious injuries much worse. Not to mention that he was putting a lot of strain on his body, and that wasn't good for his illness. I can win, I just have to find the right moment to end this, Bell thought, staring intently at his opponent. Shall we continue? I could go on all day. Hyacinthos gripped his sword tightly as he saw that nothing he did was working, and began to get frustrated. He didn't want to resort to that since Apollo loved that idiot, but he had already lost his patience. It seems I have no other option but to kill you. It's the only way to make you stay still, he whispered, his gaze darkening. I'll tell Apollo-sama that I accidentally cut your throat. He'll be angry with me for a while, but it will be worth it. Huh? Bell said, puzzled. But he didn't have time to react when Hyacinthos was already standing in front of him with an arrogant smile. He tried to cover himself, but his enemy was faster, stabbing him in the stomach with his sword, causing Bell to open his eyes in surprise as he felt the sword pierce him. Seconds later a large amount of blood came out of his mouth as a result of the serious wound, falling to his knees on the ground while Hyacinthos drew his sword with a victorious smile. Looks like I got a little carried away, he said mockingly, watching Bell clutch his stomach, from which blood was oozing. What's wrong? Try to stand up again. Bell tried to stand up, but this time it was a pain he couldn't simply ignore and he began to groan in pain. He felt energy in his body, enough to keep fighting, but this time the pain was much stronger than his energy to stand up. I slowly raised my gaze, seeing Hyacinthos with a haughty look, pointing his sword at me. I admit it, you're strong but not strong enough, he said mockingly, raising his sword. Meanwhile, Bell was frightened when he saw Hyacinthos's intentions, not wanting to die there. She still had too many things to do for her adventure to end abruptly. She hadn't even confessed her feelings to Airmid. I'd better start preparing an excuse for your death, he said with an arrogant smile, gripping his sword. Shitty thought, scared. Ha 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 ha. Rot in hell, you damn kid. And with that shout, Hyacintosh gripped his sword, ready to cut Bell's throat. But unexpectedly, a strong blow struck his head, sending him to the ground, dropping the sword and leaving Bell surprised. Bewildered, he turned his gaze to the person who had hit Hyacinthos, seeing the person he least expected at that moment. Leave Bell alone," was the cry of the holy Airmid, who had an iron rod in her hands with which she had struck Hyacintosh. Small tears could be seen in his eyes, probably from panic at seeing the state his friend was in. Airmid, Bell whispered, surprised to see his beloved in front of him. "Bell." Airmid shouted in a panic, dropping to her knees and looking at Bell's condition with great concern. "Just seeing the large amount of blood on the floor, I knew it was something worrying." "Calm down, you'll be alright," the frightened saint stammered, trying to say her incantation to heal Bell and take him with her to the hospital. I was looking for you, hoping you were alright, but the Apollo family will be in trouble, this won't be left like this." Airmid had an angry expression as she said those words because of what the Apollo family had done to her, while Bell just looked moved by how worried Airmid was about him. He could even say he noticed fear on her face. "Thank you, Airmid," Bell whispered with a warm smile, making Airmid blush slightly. "Of all people, I never thought you would save this idiot." The one who said those words was Hyacinthos, who stood up with blood running down his head as a result of Airmid's blow. Although the saint was not someone who specialized in fighting, she was strong. She had reached level 2 for a reason, and that's without considering that Hyacintosh was off guard, making his blow much more effective. Airmid quickly stood in front of Bell, protecting him. "Leave him alone." I shouted angrily but fearfully. Her enemy was an experienced level 3. It was obvious that she couldn't do anything against him no matter how much she wanted to. "Airmid," Bell whispered, looking at the girl. "Or what?" Hyacintosh asked with a smile, bringing his hand to his forehead to wipe away the blood. "Are you going to hit me again with that piece of iron?" "If necessary, I will do it," I shouted without looking away. I have nothing against the die insect family, so do me a favor and step aside." "This has nothing to do with you," she asked politely. "No. I won't leave Bell," she replied quickly, with no intention of leaving. "You're stubborn," Hyacintosh said wearily. "I don't want to hurt you, but you've left me no choice, really." Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in surprise. "Don't you dare touch her," Bell shouted, trying to stand up, but the wound in his stomach prevented him. "Don't strain yourself, Bell," Airmid shouted worriedly. "Ha ha ha. You two are quite an interesting pair," said Hyacintosh, slowly approaching Airmid. When she saw the man approaching, she attacked him with her iron rod. This time, not being distracted, he easily took it in his hand, snatched it from her hands, and threw it far away. "You don't specialize in fighting, girl, your job is to heal," he said mockingly. "Don't touch her," Bell shouted angrily. But Hyacintosh ignored him, throwing a strong slap at the saint's face, who did nothing to dodge it since she did not want to leave Bell. The sound of the blow was heard in the empty street, being heard by only 3 people. "I told you not to interfere, girl," said Hyacintosh, looking at Airmid, who had fallen to the ground as a result of the blow. But Airmid kept his eyes fixed on Hyacinthos, glaring at him angrily, even though his cheek hurt a lot and a small trickle of blood ran from his mouth. His lip had probably split from the blow. "Ha ha ha. You'd better go back to the hospital and do your job," Hyacintosh mocked, looking at the saint. But on the ground, Bell stared in shock at the blow his beloved had received right before his eyes, unable to do anything. And what broke his mind was seeing that trickle of blood run down Airmid's mouth while his soft white cheek swelled from the blow. "Airmid," Bell whispered, still in shock. At that moment all pain in his body had disappeared. He no longer felt anything, not even fatigue. "What?" Hyacintosh said, sensing how the atmosphere had changed. "Bell?" Airmid whispered worriedly when she saw that Bell had stopped moving. Yes, his body felt light like when he fought that minotaur, only this time it was different. "Damn you." His gaze had darkened. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Blushes and Reward. "I advise you to go to Aurario, Bell, you have nothing more to do here." "And no, I don't want to leave you alone." These were the words that a 14-year-old Bell was saying to his mother, who was lying in bed with her skin much paler than normal. "You know very well that I probably won't make it past this week, my little one," Materia said with a sad smile. "So when that happens, pack your things and go to Aurario and live your life to the fullest." "No. We still have 10 branches, if you take another one you will live longer," Bell said with tears in his eyes. "The branches no longer have any effect on me, it's best to keep the few that remain and take them with you to Aurario," she said, stroking the hair of her son who wouldn't stop crying. "I'm sure your grandfather would say the same if he were here." "Grandpa died, I don't want you to leave too," she whispered in pain. "I don't want to leave either, but it's inevitable," she said sadly. So the best thing is for you to go to Arario and fulfill your dream, Bell. You know very well that I'm not going to live long enough to be a hero, Bell said with a sad smile. I'm talking about your second dream, Materia said, letting out a small laugh. I remember you always telling your grandfather that you would fall in love with only one woman and make her happy, while he complained that the best path was a harem. Don't remind me, he whispered, embarrassed. Go to Arario, Bell, live your life to the fullest, make friends, fall in love, and when you find the right woman, make sure you protect her and make her happy, he advised, gently stroking his son's hair. Live your adventure. It may be short, but you'll live life to the fullest, and I'll be there to support you. It's okay, she stammered, trying to hold back her tears. That's my son, now come here. And getting a little closer, Materia gave Bell a gentle hug, conveying all her love. I love you, Bell. And I love you too, Mom. Those were her words, with no intention of separating from her mother, remaining in that position until Materia fell asleep from the exhaustion of the illness. Bell slowly placed her on the bed and covered her with a sheet. Good night, Mom, and with those words, Bell left the room to rest as well. The next day. Bell, with a small smile, walked to his mother's room carrying a tray with his breakfast. I put some of the branches in the food, maybe that way he won't notice, Bell thought, smiling slightly. I bet he won't even know what gave him back his energy. And with those words, Bell entered his mother's room without knocking. Mom, I brought you breakfast. Bell said, looking at her mother who was still lying in bed. This time it's orange juice, you're right, I think you were getting tired of pineapple juice. With a small smile, Bell approached his mother, who did not respond. Mother? Confused, Bell placed a tray of food on a small table and approached the bed. Mom, I brought breakfast and this time it's the special menu, she said as she sat on the bed. Mom? When he didn't get a response, Bell started to move her a little to wake her up, but when he touched her skin it was very cold. Mom? She stammered as tears began to well up in her eyes when she felt how cold her hand was. Mom? But again she received no answer, lowering her gaze as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. I already knew it. His mother had passed away in her sleep, her face a peaceful expression on her face. I was hoping to spend at least a little more time with you, Bell whispered in pain. I didn't scream, I didn't cry a lot, I just moved closer to my mother to give her a hug, repeating how much I loved her over and over again, as tears slowly ran down my cheeks. I live my short life to the fullest, Mom, I promise, he whispered, kissing his mother's forehead. Gee, goodbye, and don't worry, I'll come and keep you and Grandpa company sometime soon. A week after his mother's funeral, Bell packed his things and embarked on his journey to Arario to live his life to the fullest, have adventures, make friends and above all find the right love as he promised his mother. Present. Bell slowly opened his eyes with difficulty because of the light hitting his face. Where am I? He thought, disoriented, trying to adjust his eyes to the light. Once he had fully adjusted, he realized he was in a place he hadn't visited for a while. The hospital. This feels nostalgic, I thought with a wistful smile, remembering that I used to spend every day in that place a week ago. But then he realized he had bandages all over his body, which confused him. What happened? He thought, puzzled. Instantly, an image of him with his fist bloodied and the Apollo captain on the ground with his face smashed came to his memory. What did I do? He stammered, frightened. Did I kill him? Am I a murderer? Before she could panic even more, the bedroom door opened, catching her attention. The one who had entered was the beautiful Saint Airmid, who opened her eyes in surprise upon seeing him awake. Bell was about to say something, but Airmid quickly lunged towards him and gave him a gentle hug, surprising him. Airmid, Bell stammered, embarrassed and not believing what was happening. I'm glad to see you're finally awake, Airmid whispered, burying her face in Bell's chest. Why, you had me worried. At that moment, Bell felt his chest become moist, letting him know that Airmid was crying. Slowly and with a little embarrassment, Bell brought his hand to the saint's hair, beginning to gently caress it. Don't worry, I'm fine, she said in a soft voice to reassure her. Don't cry anymore, Airmid-san. Seeing you covered in wounds really worried me, for a moment I thought I wouldn't be able to save you, she whispered with pain in her voice without breaking the embrace. That action by the saint moved Bell much more, making him fall even more in love with her. But thanks to you I'm still alive, so don't worry anymore, Bell encouraged him, patting him lightly on the back with a bit of embarrassment. Slowly, Airmid pulled away from the hug with a slight blush, avoiding Bell's eyes. I am sorry about that, but it makes me happy to see that you're okay now, she said, embarrassed. Don't worry, a hug from you will never bother me, she said with a big smile, further embarrassing the saint. Although a certain doubt entered his mind. How long have I been unconscious? He asked, frightened, hoping they wouldn't tell him a year. Not much, it's only been a day since the conflict with Apollo, I explained calmly. And Hyacintosh? He asked curiously. When asked that question, Airmid remained silent, frightening Bell. Did I kill him? I asked, starting to tremble. And no, but he's in intensive care, his condition is critical. Honestly, if he survives, I don't think he'll ever be the same, Airmid explained, recalling the condition of the Apollo family captain. What happened? He asked curiously. Well, when he hit me, you changed. It seems you forgot you had all those wounds on your body and you launched an attack on him. He tried to defend himself with his sword, but you broke it in two with a single punch. Upon hearing those words, Bell was surprised. His strength had suddenly increased without him even realizing it. Then you hit him, he fell to the ground, and you kept hitting him in the face again and again. You would have continued hitting him, but your friend Welf and an Asian girl appeared and stopped you in time, but Hyacinthos was already unconscious. His face was unrecognizable. After a few seconds, you regained consciousness and collapsed, and we brought you here, he finished his explanation. Bell was in shock as he remembered all of that. Damn it. He thought, frightened. Now Airmid-san will be afraid of me and think I'm a savage. I'm an idiot. I'm not stupid. But before Bell could fall further into despair, Airmid spoke again. I know very well that your anger was due to him hitting me, so thank you Bell, she said with a slight blush, looking away. 3 more shots from Cupid struck the heart of the albino, captivated by the beauty of the saint. And no need to thank me, I'll protect you as many times as necessary, Bell said sheepishly, bringing joy to Airmid's heart. By the way. Slowly, Bell brought his hand to the saint's cheek, who was surprised by the sudden touch. Are you okay? That idiot hit you really hard. How's your lip? He asked worriedly, remembering how Airmid started bleeding from her mouth. Unconsciously, Bell gently ran his finger along the saint's lip, relieved to see that she was no longer hurt. Although Airmid exploded in a deep red because of what Bell had done. Bell, she stammered, extremely embarrassed but without taking her hand away from her cheek. Seconds later Bell realized what he was doing, quickly pulling his hand away and starting to blush. Sorry, she apologized, lowering her gaze to hide her embarrassment. See, calm down, it doesn't bother me, I stammered, looking down, just like Bell. Now, thanks to that, the atmosphere had become awkward for both of them, not knowing what to say. What's wrong with me? Airmid thought, feeling heat in her face and her heart beating strongly. Damn it. I was so bold. Bell mentally cried out in regret. Even though her lips are soft. At that moment, the bedroom door opened, catching both of their attention. Oh. You're awake, said a smiling Welf, though he was confused by the blush on both their faces. Am I interrupting something? And no, not at all. They both said, embarrassed, making Welf even more suspicious, but he decided to let it go. By the way, I have good news. I've just been informed that Hyacinthos has died, Welf announced with a broad smile. What? Bell shouted in fright. Nah, just kidding, but it would be nice if it happened, she denied with an innocent smile. Bell sighed in relief that he hadn't become a murderer. Bell is recovering and you come here with your tasteless jokes. I would ask you not to do it again, Airmid said angrily. Sorry, he apologized, scolded, while Bell laughed a little. By the way, where's my goddess? Bell asked, not seeing the loli. Hestia-sama is in a meeting with the god Apollo and Ganesha-sama, Airmid replied, a little calmer. Meeting? I have to go and see. But before he could even move, Airmid grabbed him by the shoulders and forced him to lie down again. No going to see, you have to rest, I advise in an authoritarian voice. So stay still. Yes, Bell agreed, blushing at how cute Airmid looked when she was angry. Masochist, Well thought with a nervous smile. Very well, I'm leaving, so Airmid, make sure Bell doesn't leave the room. Cover him in kisses so he doesn't move. Yes, was the saint's reply as she listened to the door closing. Although seconds later she realized what the blacksmith had said, blushing intensely and turning to look at Bell. I don't feel ready for it, but I'm in your care, he said shyly. Don't play along. Airmid pleaded, her face bright red. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel. We find ourselves in one of the many rooms of the tower where Hestia, Apollo and Ganesha were having a meeting. Do you understand the gravity of the matter? Ganesha asked seriously. You didn't just destroy Hestia's cave. Hey. You also destroyed part of the city with your explosions and almost killed the albino boy, and Diane also filed a complaint for attacking her captain. And what about my son? He's in critical condition in the hospital. Apollo shouted angrily. Don't worry, weeds never die, Hestia said, also angrily. Don't be angry, Apollo, this was something you caused yourself, so accept your mistakes like a man, Ganesha scolded. Honestly, he's not a man at all, Hestia whispered. So, because of the multiple rules you broke, the families you attacked have decided. Yes, I know. I have to legally bring a war game, right? Apollo said boredly. No. Your punishment will be the punishment that all gods receive when they lose a war game, she said with a serious expression, surprising Apollo. You will have to obey any request of Hestia for all the harm you did to her. That's music to my ears, Hestia said with a triumphant smile. What? That's not fair. Apollo shouted angrily. It's only fair, that way you'll realize that your rash actions have consequences, Ganesha finished, implying that he wouldn't say another word. While Apollo clenched his fists in frustration, he watched Hestia, who wore a triumphant smile. Fine. How many millions do you want? I asked angrily. About 20 million would be enough to put you in the middle class of Aerario. But millions, Apollo? Hestia asked with a sinister smile. Give me your entire fortune, including your mansion, and get your filthy ass out of Aerario. In short, your family is dissolved. Upon hearing that, Apollo's face turned pale with fear. That's fair. Then case closed, said Ganesha, banging a hammer on his desk. But Apollo stammered, not knowing what to say. Now you're the mediocre Apollo, Hestia said with a big smile. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Hestia's malevolent laughter echoed throughout Babel as Apollo fell to his knees, unable to believe that he had lost everything because of his recklessness. I told you I'd put you in a box. Bitch. From that day on, the economic life of the Hestia family had improved. New and better days than the previous ones awaited Bell and his goddess. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Broken Hopes. We found ourselves in front of the enormous mansion that once belonged to Apollo, and now, in front of the huge gates that connected to the mansion, stood goddess and son with a bag of their belongings in their hands, observing their new home. Don't you think it's a very big place just for the two of us? Bell asked with a nervous smile, observing the enormous place. For now, but in the future we will be more than 1,000 members, Hestia said with a proud smile, although she immediately became discouraged when she remembered that Bell's future was not going to be exactly long. It's a big place, but I don't think there's room for 1,000 people, Bell said again with a nervous smile. It's best if we go explore the mansion. Yes. Yes. Bell looked to his left, confused, upon hearing two other voices in the room. Welf. Mikoto-san. What are you doing here? He asked, confused by the presence of his adventure team. I want to explore your new home and, while I'm at it, choose my room, Welf said with a smile. Sleeping in my forge isn't exactly comfortable. Hestia-sama told me she was planning to build hot springs, so I want to explore too, Mikoto said excitedly. Hot springs? Bell asked, looking at his goddess. That way we won't have to pay to go to the city's hot springs anymore, Hestia said, winking. Great. Let's explore. And? Thus Hestia, Welf, and Mikoto entered the mansion to begin the exploration, leaving Bell at the entrance with a smile. It seems Mikoto-san got used to the group quickly, he thought with amusement. After that, he turned his gaze to the entire courtyard in the enormous mansion, smiling happily. Now one of his worries was gone. His goddess now had a home of her own and would no longer live on the street, and that made him happy. Although I still say it's very big, I thought with a nervous smile. I'm sure Airmid-san would think the same. Now that he was thinking about the saint, he realized that he hadn't seen her since he left the hospital, which discouraged him. Although when he said goodbye to her she seemed a little different, a little more shy, mixed with her serious and professional attitude, a very captivating attitude. When I finish exploring the mansion, I'll go visit her, he thought with a small smile, starting to walk inside the mansion, hoping to see the beautiful Airmid again. There's a photo of Apollo naked. It was Welf's scream that echoed through the southern corridors, a scream filled with horror and despair reaching Bell's ears. I hope there aren't any more of those photos in the other hallways, Bell thought with a nervous smile. On my eyes. It was Hestia's heart-rending scream, only this time it echoed through the northern corridors, startling Bell. I don't think I'll go that way either, Bell thought nervously. Hey, I found a room full of gold. It was Mikoto's shout of happiness in the last remaining corridor that made Bell let out a sigh of relief. I think I'll start exploring over there, Bell thought with a smile as he walked down the corridor, ignoring Welf and Hestia's cries. It would probably take much longer to explore that mansion than I had imagined. I just hoped I wouldn't stumble across any disturbing paintings of Apollo there and go blind. Meanwhile, at Diansek's hospital. Airmid was, as always, at the reception desk, resting a bit while letting out the occasional sigh, thinking about a certain albino. The image of him gently caressing her cheek and running his finger over her lips came to her mind and she began to blush. Bell, you're a fool, she thought, embarrassed. Unwittingly, in those last few days since the confrontation with Apollo, I had been constantly thinking about Bell without realizing it, asking myself various questions. How is she? Is she eating well? When will you visit her? Those questions and many more thoughts swirled through Airmid's mind, much to his embarrassment. It's been 2 days since he left the hospital and he hasn't even bothered to come and visit me, she thought, blushing slightly as she looked at the hospital entrance. And why am I even thinking this? He's not even obligated to visit me for me to have these thoughts. Yes, Airmid's mind was a mess thanks to the troublesome rabbit. Love problems, Captain. The one who said those words was her co-worker Celia, who approached Airmid with a small smile. Airmid blushed slightly upon hearing those words. They're not love problems, I denied, embarrassed. Are you sure? She asked, leaning against the counter. You've been sighing a lot lately. At first, I thought it was from work fatigue, but then I remembered a certain albino boy who's crazy about you. Celia, we already talked about this, Airmid said, embarrassed. Are you still denying the obvious? Captain, you're far too innocent to understand love, she said with a small smile. And I think you're also far too oblivious to realize what you yourself feel. What I feel? I asked, confused. That's what I mean, a mocking laugh escaped her. Tell me, Captain, how would you feel if you saw Belle, the brittle-boned one, flirting with a girl? Upon hearing that question, Airmid imagined that scene with Belle being very loving towards a girl, ultimately kissing her. The pressure appeared in Airmid's heart when he thought about it. I guess Airmid replied, ignoring the nickname she had used for Belle. Yes, those are the feelings of a girl in love, said Celia with a big, excited smile. A slight blush appeared on Airmid's cheeks as she lowered her gaze. I wanted to deny it, but for some reason I couldn't say those words, I couldn't deny it. I'll take that silence as a yes, Celia said excitedly. Don't you have to be working? Airmid asked, angry and embarrassed. Then shouldn't you be marking your territory with your boyfriend? Celia asked with a sly look. Marking their territory? She said, confused. Damn it, Captain. I'm not blind, that Bell boy is one of the cutest I've ever seen in Arario. To be honest, I was tempted to ask him out one of the many times he came to the hospital, Celia confessed, embarrassed. What? Said the saint, frowning. What I mean is that he probably has one or two other admirers out there. If he keeps ignoring his feelings, someone will come along and sweep him off his feet and he'll lose his chance with him, she warned with a serious expression. He'll lose his first love, Captain. Upon hearing those words, Airmid remained silent, processing the message. She had never stopped to think about what she felt, she had always been slow with those kinds of things, the only reason for her to realize that someone was in love with her was if they confessed it directly, and all those times it ended in rejection. Perhaps that's why she had never fallen in love, she had never bothered to get to know a boy, although that ended when Belle appeared, that troublesome albino who arrived at the hospital injured 7 days a week due to his carelessness. But what if it wasn't an accident and he was actually hurting himself on purpose to see her? If it turned out to be true, he was a fool since he had many ways to go to the hospital without needing to be injured, but at the same time, it was kind of cute to look for an excuse to see her. Airmid gently lowered her face onto the counter with a slight blush on her cheeks. I see he's starting to come to his senses, Celia said mockingly. Shut up, Airmid whispered, embarrassed. Then I'll leave her with those thoughts, and she'd better hurry up and claim that surname, so that in the future her name will be Airmid Cranel. And with those words Celia withdrew, leaving her captain much more embarrassed than at the beginning. Airmid Cranel, she thought, embarrassed. He didn't want to give anything away, but he had to admit that it didn't sound bad. He even liked it. I want to see him, she thought, embarrassed, remembering Belle's smile. But for the moment she would have to endure it. She still had to sort out her feelings, because if Belle appeared at that moment, all he would do was stir up her heart. And gently lowering her flushed face back onto the counter, she thought about her feelings for Belle. While from afar she was watched by her family members with a tender look, after all, their captain was discovering new feelings. The feelings of his first love. Returning to Belle's new home. He was with his goddess in the enormous hall after having explored much of the mansion. Remind me to burn all of Apollo's paintings first thing tomorrow morning, Hestia said, staring blankly at the sofa. Okay, Belle laughed a little nervously on another sofa in the living room. Welf and Makoto had already left the mansion. Welf was going to get some things from his forge for his new room, and Makoto was going to give her family the good news that they would have free access to the hot springs, since Hestia, being a friend of Take, had granted them entry without any problem. By the way, Kami-sama, I have a question, Belle said, looking at the ceiling. What kind of question? I asked, still traumatized. It's about my illness. Upon hearing those words, Hestia adopted a serious expression as she looked at her son. Continues I order. Well, you see, in theory my illness doesn't allow me to fight for long periods of time, but when I fought against Hyacintosh, the more injured I was and the more time passed, instead of feeling exhausted, I felt like I had more and more energy. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt stronger. Upon hearing those words, Hestia brought her finger to her chin. So my suspicions turned out to be true, I whispered, frowning. What do you suspect? He asked, confused. I'll be direct, Belle-kun, if you didn't have my felna you would have already died from the disease. Upon hearing those words, a chill ran down Belle's spine. So, does your felna allow me to live? He asked curiously. Not exactly, Hestia said, taking a sheet of paper from her pocket. I planned to tell you earlier, but I didn't know how. Bell, confused, took the sheet, seeing that it was his status, although he was surprised to see that he had an ability he didn't know about. Iron Will. The user of the ability becomes stronger and gathers more excelia the more damage they receive. If they are on the verge of death, the ability is empowered. Bell opened his eyes in surprise as he read the ability. For the first time in her life, she had understood something on the first try, causing a big smile to appear on her face. So that means that even though the disease is killing me, I'll keep living thanks to this ability, and I'll even get stronger. Bell said excitedly. What an incredible ability. Don't get your hopes up, Bell Kun, Hestia said sadly, seeing how happy her son had become. Why? He asked, confused. This ability says it will give me much more strength if I'm on the verge of death, meaning I'll always keep living even if the disease is still there. It's not that easy, Bell Kun, Hestia whispered dejectedly. That ability isn't miraculous. It doesn't erase your illness, it simply ignores it. Bell was confused upon hearing those words, not understanding what his goddess meant. You see, even though your illness continues to progress and brings you closer to death, your ability will prevent you from feeling pain. In fact, it will allow you to maintain your usual energy levels, as if you weren't sick at all. But the illness will always be there, doing its job, slowly killing your body without you even noticing, thanks to your ability, he explained sadly. In short, it will become a silent but lethal disease. As long as you continue living your life peacefully, it will keep doing its work. But that means I'll be fine as long as I have the ability. No, Bell Kun, unfortunately, it's not like that, Hestia dashed his hopes. When your illness has reached its peak, even if you have that ability, there's a certain organ that will succumb to it. As she said those words, Hestia placed her hand on Bell's heart. Your heart will simply stop beating from one moment to the next. In short, it will be a sudden death, Hestia finished explaining, leaving Bell surprised. Do you understand? Even though you have that ability that gives you the strength to stay on your feet, the disease will still be with you, only silently. I understand, Bell whispered, lowering his gaze dejectedly. I'm sorry to shatter your hopes, Bell Kun, Hestia apologized sadly. Don't worry, Kami-sama, it was too good to be true, he said, observing his ability. But let's look on the bright side. Thanks to this ability, I'll be able to live my short life normally and won't be bedridden like my mother, he said with a small, sad smile, remembering his mother's painful last days. I'm sorry, I have to go. Hestia quickly stood up and left the room, though Bell saw a small tear escape from his goddess's eye. She was probably going to cry silently in one of the mansion's many rooms. With a sad smile, Bell walked to the mansion's window to look out at the enormous courtyard. But this doesn't change my goals, Bell whispered with determination. The image of the girl he loved flashed through his mind, bringing a warm feeling to his heart. But then a doubt came to him. Should I tell Airmid-san about my illness? He thought doubtfully. Although I immediately dismissed that idea. No, I prefer things to stay the same, I whispered with a small smile. I think I'll go visit her tomorrow, and now that I think about it, we can have breakfast together again soon. I have to make the most of my time with Airmid-san. And with those thoughts, Bell moved away from the window and went inside the mansion to find his goddess and reassure her. Difficult but very special days were approaching for Bell. End of chapter. Chapter 14. A date. A certain trio of adventurers were walking peacefully through the quiet streets of Verario. They were the ever-burning, the suicidal alpha, and the sensual rabbit who had just finished their day's work in the dungeon and were now just walking the streets while chatting. So Bell Dono is in love with the saint, Mikoto said in surprise. Yes, he's very much in love with her, Welf said with a big smile. Meanwhile, Bell just walked behind them with an embarrassed look. Why did you tell him about that? Bell asked, embarrassed. Now that she's part of the group, she needs to know about our main topic, he said with a mocking smile. And has Bell Dono made any progress in his conquest? Mikoto asked curiously. Not really, he replied dejectedly. At first, the idiot didn't know how to approach her without seeming like he was in love, said the blacksmith, letting out a laugh. That can be fixed quickly, Mikoto said. She can go to the dungeon and hurt herself on purpose to have an excuse to go to the hospital and see her, or I can even hurt myself on purpose to make it all more believable. Ahaha, what a good joke, Welf laughed. What joke? I asked, puzzled. Both boys only had an anime-style sweat drop when they saw that Mikoto was serious about her plan. Out of curiosity, isn't your last name Cranel? Welf asked, intrigued. What do you mean by that? Bell asked, narrowing his eyes and looking offended. Cranel? Well, no, although I never met my father and my mother never told me his last name, Mikoto replied, tapping her chin with a finger. Your dad was a womanizer, wasn't he? Welf asked, looking at Bell. Well, according to my mom, I was, she replied with a nervous smile. Then the idea that you two are siblings isn't so far-fetched. Suicide runs in your blood, he said, surprised by the possibility. Meanwhile, Bell and Makoto just turned to look at each other with expressions of bewilderment at Welf's crazy ideas. Getting back to the original topic, Bell Dono, are you going to visit Airmid Dono today? The Oriental woman asked curiously. Well, I don't really know. I'm probably just bothering her at work, he replied, sounding unsure. But that attitude, you'll never win her over, Makoto said, surprising Bell. If you keep having these insecurities, another guy she knows will come along, and that guy will have the courage to visit her. And you know what will happen. She'll end up falling in love with someone else, all because you kept making excuses and never made the decision to go see her. That's true, Welf chimed in. You should listen to her a bit. She's a girl and she knows about the subject. So what do I do? Bella asked, alarmed. You have to go visit her. If you stop going, she'll think you're not interested and that will make her depressed. And if she was interested in you, that interest will diminish with each passing day if you don't visit her, Makoto advised. Many people think that distancing themselves from someone will make them more interested, but the opposite is true. Girls also like it when guys are direct and take the initiative. Airmid Dono is probably waiting for you to ask her out on a date or something. As she said those words, Makoto looked up and saw the two boys writing down the advice in a notebook. Come on, Makoto-san, keep giving advice, Bell said with great interest. This information is worth millions, Welf said, thinking of different ways to get Hephaestus's attention. A little anime-style sweat-drop appeared on Makoto's face when she saw that they were both very interested in her advice. A small smile formed on his face as he continued to advise his two friends as best he could. I just hoped that his advice would be of some use to them. A little while later. Now Bell walked alone through the city streets, having become separated from his two friends because his destination was the hospital. As he walked, he read the advice Makoto had given him in his notebook over and over again so he could memorize it. Most girls like men who pay attention to detail, but that'll have to wait for another time since I only have enough money for dinner, he thought, crossing the idea off his list. Being honest and not making excuses about your visits is embarrassing, but I'll do it. She had filled a total of 5 pages with the advice Makoto had given her. She was definitely a better advisor than Welf. Although when he read the last idea Makoto gave him, he had an anime-style sweat drop. Facing off against a floor manager, nearly dying, and her realizing how important you are to her by almost losing you, sealing your love after your near-death experience. Losing a limb during combat, optional. A small, nervous laugh escaped Bell as he read that. And the worst part is that I think it's a good idea, I thought, putting away the notebook with all the advice memorized. And looking up, he realized that he was already in front of the hospital where the beautiful angel, saint, goddess, embodiment of perfection, the girl he loved, was working hard as always. It's been 4 days since I saw her, I wonder if she missed me, he thought with a silly smile as he entered the hospital. Upon entering, he began searching for Airmid with his eyes while wearing a smile on his face. Seconds later he found her but. Ahaha, really? Little by little, Bell's smile faded as he saw Airmid at the reception desk chatting with a boy while letting out a small laugh. Makoto's advice came back to him about how if he stopped visiting her, he would end up becoming interested in someone else. 3 arrows struck his heart when he saw that scene, but they weren't Cupid's arrows. They were arrows from the Spartans attacking him for how stupid he had been. Retreat. Retreat. Those were the screams Bell heard in his mind as he looked at Airmid's smile. I recommend you keep trying, were the words the saint said, which Bell heard. If I try hard, will she fall in love with me? The boy asked, his face filled with hope. Probably, he replied with a smile. 3 more bullets struck Bell as he heard those words. Falling in love. Was he telling her that if he tried hard enough, she would fall in love with him? Makoto-san, I think I'm late to the battle, he thought dejectedly, intending to leave the hospital before Airmid saw him. At that moment, a certain girl stepped behind Bell, whispering a few words. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's not what you think. Huh? Those were the words the girl said as she walked away, confusing Bell. Thank you very much, Miss Airmid. The boy said, bowing slightly. Don't worry, but I don't recommend that you hurt yourself on purpose to get his attention, Airmid said with a nervous smile. Why would I do that? He asked, confused. Forget it, that advice is for someone else. Well, thank you very much. And with those words the boy turned around and left the hospital with an excited smile while Bell watched him, confused. Then he turned his gaze towards Airmid, who finally noticed his presence. A slight blush appeared on the saint's cheeks as she saw Bell, who was discreetly fixing her hair while looking in another direction. Bell, still confused and worried by the presence of that boy, began to walk towards Airmid, who was getting more nervous but knew how to hide it. In the distance, the co-workers watched the scene with amusement, knowing that their favorite soap opera was about to begin. Hello Airmid-san, the albino greeted as he stood in front of the girl. Hello Belle, she greeted, still slightly blushing. For a moment I thought you weren't coming to the hospital anymore. Her tone of voice made it seem like she didn't care, but the truth was that she felt sad thinking that he wouldn't be visiting anymore, but now she was happy, although she knew how to hide it. Sorry, but I've been dealing with certain issues at my new headquarters. It's not easy to do a major cleaning of the entire mansion, especially with paintings of naked Apollo everywhere. What? Airmid said, bewildered. But I finally managed to finish all that, so I've started exploring the dungeon again, he said, changing the subject. I'm glad to see you haven't returned from the dungeon injured, she said, relieved. And what brings you here today? Tip number 124. When a girl asks you the reason for your visit, don't lie and be honest, that will make her happy. One of her teacher's wise pieces of advice came to mind, and she knew that this was the right moment to use it. The truth is, I miss seeing you and decided to visit you, she said with an embarrassed smile. Small shouts of excitement were heard from some nurses who were a little ways away from them, confusing Belle. Meanwhile, Airmid's professional expression gradually disappeared, replaced by a very flushed and embarrassed one, making her look even cuter than she already was. Did you miss me? She asked, very embarrassed but with great happiness in her heart. Well, yes, is that wrong? He asked nervously. And not at all, she whispered, lowering her gaze, still blushing. If I'm being honest, I missed you too. Upon saying those words, Bell almost died and ascended to heaven, but again his mother and grandfather kicked him, telling him it wasn't his time yet. Airmid had a slight blush, but a happy smile on her face when she heard that Bell missed her. The truth was that since she had that conversation with Celia a few days ago, she hadn't stopped thinking about Bell, while those feelings inside her kept growing, starting to miss him and seeing that kind smile that she liked so much. Yes, she really liked that smile, and so did the owner of the smile. What am I thinking? The ashamed saint thought as Bell still tried to force his soul back into his body. This is all Celia's fault. She discreetly turned her gaze towards her companion who was a few meters away from her, and when their eyes met, she gave her a thumbs up with a big smile. By the way Airmid-san. Upon hearing Bell's voice, Airmid turned his gaze back to him, noticing he looked a little nervous. Who was that boy from a moment ago? He asked curiously. Max. He's a patient. Lately, he's been showing up injured at the hospital every day, I explained with amusement. He's using the same strategy. Bell thought indignantly. I see, they must be very good friends. Not at all, today was the first day I've spoken to him, she said, resting her arms on the counter. He was asking me for advice on how to win over a friend of his and fellow inmate. Conquer? He said, confused. It made me laugh because he's asking for advice from someone who has zero experience in those matters, even though he says she'd give him great advice, she explained, letting out a small laugh that Bell thought was very cute. I hope he has luck. I wish him the best of luck too, she said, letting out a sigh of relief. Why are you sighing? She asked curiously. For nothing, he replied nervously. Airmid just squinted until she guessed the reason for Bell's sigh, feeling a little embarrassed. And no worries, whispered the embarrassed saint. What? You're special to me, so I wouldn't trade you for anything. You're my first and best friend, after all, she said, looking away, blushing. Hang on, Bell. It was the cries of his mother and grandfather that could be heard from heaven supporting the albino who almost died again because of those kind words. Hearing that she was special to him gave her even more reasons to resist that stupid disease and stay by Airmid's side. What's wrong with me? I'm being very bold, she thought, embarrassed and surprised, as it wasn't something like her. Although saying those words made her feel calm because she was being honest with what her heart felt. The Airmid-san, Bell stammered, embarrassed. Now that Airmid had said such kind words to him, it was time for him to be direct too, just as his teacher had taught him. Ambi vine por otro motivo di ho captando su attention. Did something happen? She asked worriedly, since she thought Bell was in another problem. And no, I just wanted to ask you something, she said with a nervous smile, looking down. I know you're very busy with your work, but I'd really like to go on a date with you this Saturday. A slight blush appeared on the saint's cheeks upon hearing those words, while the other nurses jumped for joy. Airmid-san, would you like to go on a date with me this Saturday? It would really make me happy, he proposed, embarrassed and still looking down, hoping Airmid would accept. No. Bell's heart broke into 1,000 pieces because of that immediate, confident, and cold answer that Airmid gave him. Although seconds later he processed the information and got confused. Airmid's voice was soft and sweet, but that voice was deep and rough. I slowly raised my gaze, meeting Diane Sek's angry stare and a blushing Airmid looking angrily at Diane. Airmid won't go on any dates with you. All you do is distract her from her work, he refused authoritatively. Now get out of here, you delinquent. But nothing, what's more, you're forbidden from ever seeing her again. What? He shouted, surprised and scared. Sama. Airmid shouted angrily. You have no control over my life. If I want to go on a date with Bell, it's my decision, not yours. Upon hearing those words, Diane frowned, turning to look at her family's captain. And then become lazy just because you wanted to spend time with that boy? Definitely not, she refused again. Because of that boy, you were hurt once. And I would take that blow 1,000 times over if it was to protect Bell, Airmid said confidently, surprising the albino, words that touched his heart. Being around that boy has only made you rebellious, he's a bad influence on you, Diane said angrily. Well, I quite like being around that bad influence, she said with a serious expression. Diane-sama, since I joined your family, I've only worked and studied to become a great healer. I've worked so hard that I never had a friend, and now that I have one, you want to take him away from me, all because of your stupid greed. Diane opened her eyes in surprise, as this was the first time Airmid had used that kind of vocabulary, and not only him, but all the family members were also surprised by it. It was a clear sign that Bell was very important to her, to the point of speaking ill of her god. Diane-sama, I'm going on that date with Bell even if you don't like it, she said confidently. Because I want to be with him. When I'm with him, I have fun, I feel happy. It's a feeling I want to keep experiencing. Airmid-san, Bell whispered in surprise. But. Diane was about to protest, but a hand landed on her shoulder, catching her attention. It was Celia who had a forced smile. Diane-sama, don't you think you're abusing your power as a god to completely control Airmid's life? He asked with that angry smile. Me? Of course not. I only think about what's best for the family, the god excused himself. For the family or for his own pocket? I asked, still wearing that smile. Is he so greedy that he wants to ruin one of his daughter's lives just to earn more money? Me too. We all know Airmid-san works too hard for this family, she works so much she barely has time for herself, she said, looking at the saint with pity. But we want her to be happy, right, guys? She shouted, turning to look at the whole family. Airmid-san has the right to be happy. Let Airmid and Bell's love blossom. Let them be happy. What's more, the wedding money will come out of his own pocket. Accept, or we will destroy this establishment with the hammer of the people's will. Belks Airmid forever. This is the house of slavery. Increase our salary. The shouts began to be heard from all members of the family, even some patients were demanding justice, making Diane nervous because of so many protest shouts that filled the hospital. Bell and Airmid just lowered their gazes, very embarrassed, upon hearing the people's shouts. Diane-sama is an explorer. He's stealing his daughter's happiness just for money. Asko. Shut up. Be quiet. Diane shouted, making everyone stop their protests. Fine, let her go on that stupid date. Really? Airmid said, surprised and happy, as was the rest of the family. Yes, you can go, he said wearily, no longer wanting to hear any more protests. And from now on, every Sunday will be a day of rest for Airmid, Celia said with a sly smile. Definitely not. Eyes, bring the hammer. Fine. From now on you'll rest every Sunday, Diane reluctantly agreed, surprising Airmid. Knowing that she would have every Sunday off from now on was like a dream come true for her. And he'll give us all a raise too. Someone shouted from afar. No way. He refused instantly. You all give me a headache. And with those words, Diane left the place, leaving everyone with satisfied smiles. Haha, problem solved, said Celia, raising her thumb. Eyes, Airmid whispered, looking at all her family members and feeling moved. Don't thank us, Captain, just enjoy that date, Celia said with a smile, returning to her work, as did the others, some of whom were complaining about not getting a raise. Once alone again in the reception area, Airmid and Bell looked at each other, embarrassed by what had just happened, remembering all the shouting, especially about them being a couple. Then I'll gladly go on that date with you, Airmid accepted, embarrassed but with a happy smile, pleased to be able to accept Bell's invitation. Thank you for accepting, Airmid-san, he said with an embarrassed smile, his heart overflowing with happiness. We'll meet in Babel Square at 8 in the morning. That sounds good to me, I'll be eagerly awaiting Saturday, she said with a beautiful smile, making Bell blush. Then I'll see you on Saturday, he said, taking steps backwards, but with a gleam in his eyes as he looked at Airmid. I'll be counting the days, she whispered, still blushing, looking at Bell, who also had that sparkle in his eyes. Gee, goodbye, Bell. Adios, Airmid-san. And with that farewell, the albino quickly left the hospital, holding back his urge to shout with joy as he ran to his headquarters. Airmid had accepted the date, and that was more than enough reason for him to feel like the happiest man in the world at that moment. That was the perfect moment to ask her teacher for more advice on how to act on a date. I'm definitely in love with her, he thought with a silly smile, disappearing into the streets towards his headquarters. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Airmid, seeing that Bell had left, gently lowered her face to the counter, letting out a sigh as a beautiful smile adorned her face. Strangely, she felt very happy about that date, while her heart beat rapidly without knowing why. Who was he lying to? He knew the reason for all those feelings. She had fallen in love with that troubled fool. I can't wait for Saturday, she thought, blushing and still with that happy smile on her beautiful face, feeling a warmth in her heart when she thought of Bell. The long-awaited date for both of them was just around the corner. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Just to See You, Part 1. We found ourselves in the Tower of Babel Square, where a certain albino boy was dressed in casual clothes and had a nervous smile on his face. That day he would have his long-awaited date with Airmid. After more than 2 months since he fell in love, he had finally achieved his goal of having a date with her, and that made him happy and nervous at the same time. I hope I don't do anything stupid, he thought anxiously as he waited on a park bench for the saint. The day before, she had gone to her teacher Makoto to ask for advice, who was in the courtyard of her headquarters in a lotus position, making her look much wiser. She gave him a lot of advice which he would put into practice on that date, but there was one important piece of advice that his teacher gave him for that moment. I wouldn't advise it, but knowing his relationship with the saint, the appointment is a good time to confess his feelings. He has nothing to lose by trying well, he does lose a lot if she rejects him, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. That was the last piece of advice Makoto gave him, leaving him very thoughtful. Confess my feelings, I thought, still not entirely sure. Will Airmid-san feel the same? Sorry for making you wait. A soft, sweet voice was heard behind him, pulling him from his thoughts and making him slowly turn around. His eyes sparkled when he saw the beautiful Airmid in civilian clothes standing in front of him, who had a slight blush and a shy smile. Did you wait long? Airmid asked shyly. Only 2 hours. What? I mean, just 2 minutes. Being mesmerized by her beauty, he had said something he shouldn't have. Airmid narrowed her eyes at that response, then sighed. She knew Bell was careless, so he'd probably misspoke. Hey, by the way, Airmid-san, you look very beautiful today. Just when I thought you couldn't look any more beautiful, you come along and outdo yourself, Bell praised with an embarrassed smile, remembering the list of compliments Welf gave him to say to Airmid. It had to be good for something. Airmid's cheeks blushed even more at that compliment, but at the same time a beautiful smile of happiness appeared on her face. Thank you, Bell, those words make me very happy, she whispered while playing with a lock of her hair. The truth was that Airmid had racked her brains thinking about what to wear for that special day, wanting to look as beautiful as possible, without knowing that to Bell she looked beautiful, even if she wore the simplest outfit. She's very pretty, Bell thought, trying not to look like an idiot. And where will we go? Airmid asked, curious and still a little embarrassed. Have you had breakfast yet? I was thinking of going to the restaurant where you usually have breakfast. They lifted my punishment a few days ago, she said with a nervous smile, remembering that the first time she left without paying. That sounds good to me, although I hope you don't leave without paying this time, Airmid joked, letting out a nice laugh. And not at all, that day was just an accident, he whispered, embarrassed and amazed by Airmid's soft, sweet laughter. Then let's go, he said, extending his hand toward the saint. Airmid just stared in confusion at Bell's hand, who became nervous. That was advice Makoto had given him, but it didn't seem to work. But before Bell could pull his hand away, Airmid intertwined her hand with his while looking away in embarrassment. In the morning the streets are usually a bit busy, so it's best to hold hands so we don't get lost, the saint explained shyly, as she was holding the albino's hand. While he was alone, he smiled happily, feeling Airmid's soft and delicate hand. Now I can die in peace, he thought, already feeling like he was in heaven. But not yet, he had to enjoy that date with Airmid as much as he could. And so, both of them ready, they began to walk calmly through the streets of Arario, while a warm atmosphere surrounded them. Some people watched curiously as the saint and the current record holder for leveling up walked hand in hand, forming some thoughts, and in the opinion of many, they made a good couple. After walking for a few more minutes in silence, as they felt embarrassed to start a conversation, they arrived at the restaurant that Airmid used to frequent. Welcome, oh, what a surprise. The one who had received them was the same waitress who had served them the last time and who advised Bell not to give up on Airmid. Are you on a date? The curious girl asked. In response, they both nodded, blushing with embarrassment. You wretch, he really did it, the waitress thought, looking at the embarrassed Bell. Honestly, I only advised him that day so that Bell wouldn't get sad, but the rabbit really achieved his goal. He had earned their respect. Then follow me, she said with a small smile, beginning to guide the couple through the restaurant until she gave them a table away from the others so they could enjoy themselves peacefully without interruptions. Are you going to order? And I'll do the usual, Airmid asked shyly. I'd like the same thing too, Bell said, a little nervous. Understood, I'll bring them to you in a moment, and with those words the girl left, leaving the couple alone. I thought you didn't like sweets. Airmid said, confused. It's not that I don't like them, it's just that they remind me of a certain trauma from my childhood that my mother left me with, I explained with a nervous smile. Trauma? What trauma? She asked curiously. Well, my mom wanted to kill me because I ate a whole jar of candy that belonged to her, she said with a slight shiver down her spine. What? She said, bewildered. I even had to move a piece of furniture to seal my bedroom door so he couldn't get in. Flashback. Bell. It was Materia's loud scream as she banged forcefully on the door, which was blocked by a piece of furniture. Open the door. No, was the short reply of the 9-year-old boy who was moving another piece of furniture so that he couldn't open the door. Can't you hear me? Open the door. No. Those sweets were unique and you ate them all. She yelled angrily. Open the door or I'll kill you. I don't want to, he replied, hiding behind the bed. Bell obeys. No. End of flashback. We were like that almost all day until my mom calmed down, or so she made me believe, because when I left the room she hit me so hard on the butt that I couldn't sit down for a week, I finished explaining with a nervous smile. Although seconds later she realized what she was talking about, wondering if it was appropriate to discuss something like that on her first date. Hahaha. Although Airmid's cute lively laughter dispelled all his doubts, letting him know that he was enjoying it. For some reason, it sounds funny, Airmid said, still chuckling slightly. At that time I wasn't, I was scared, he said, frightened. But now that I look back, it's a fond memory I cherish. I'm sure your mom was a very special woman, she said with a lovely smile. She was, I would have liked you to meet her, she said with a smile full of nostalgia. I would have liked to meet her too, she said, also sounding a little discouraged. I wanted to ask Bell what had happened to his mother, but it wasn't the right thing to do. They had to enjoy the date and not make him relive those bad memories. Here is your order. The same waitress arrived at the place, placing 2 pieces of chocolate cake on the table and 2 coffees. If you need anything else, call me, and with a small smile, the woman left, leaving the couple alone. I'm not a fan of sweets, but I don't deny that I enjoy them from time to time, Bell said with a smile, tasting the cake. In my opinion, they sell the best cakes here, that's why I love this place, Airmid said happily, happy to be with Bell. When you first came here, I was so happy to know we'd be eating breakfast together every day, she confessed, blushing slightly. Bell felt a little embarrassed by the saint's words but also happy. But then I found out you were banned from entering for a few weeks, she said, changing her expression to one of disappointment. Haha, that was just an accident, she said with a nervous smile. But now I can have breakfast here with you every day. And that makes me happy, Airmid whispered with a beautiful smile, looking at Bell. The atmosphere was very warm around them. Luckily, they were away from the other customers and could chat more peacefully. So now that you have every Sunday free, what are you going to do? Bell asked curiously. I would like to spend those days with you, she replied quickly and sincerely, looking Bell in the eyes. He was ashamed to hear Airmid's words, which filled him with happiness. Airmid blushed as she realized she had spoken without thinking, but she wasn't going to deny it because it was what she truly felt. Sure, if you want, she whispered, eating a piece of cake. Spending time with you would make me very happy, Bell confessed, embarrassed but very sincerely. I see, I'm glad to hear that, Airmid whispered with a beautiful smile, lowering her gaze and continuing to enjoy her cake. Meanwhile, the waitress watched the two of them interacting from afar with a smile. Love is in the air, the girl said excitedly. And your dismissal is also felt in the air if you don't work, said the owner with a grumpy expression, making the girl sigh in disappointment. While others are experiencing love, I have to work to earn my food, but oh well, that's life, and with those thoughts the girl continued her work while Bell and Airmid had their pleasant breakfast in the distance. A little while later. Now they were both walking through the streets holding hands after having that pleasant breakfast. I'll pay the bill at the next meeting, Airmid said, not very pleased that Bell had paid for everything. That sounds good to me, Bell happily agreed, knowing that Airmid was determined to have another date with him. So what do we do now? Airmid asked curiously. I would recommend that you take her to the Tower of Babel and ask to borrow the room of the goddess Freya and have a good view of Aurario. One of Weffel's pieces of advice came back to him, causing him to have an anime-style sweat drop. Love Square is the perfect place to go on a date. If you're planning to confess your feelings, you should go there first to set the mood. That advice is much better, Bell thought contentedly, remembering one of Makoto's pieces of advice. Bell? Airmid asked, confused when she didn't hear a response. Would you like to go to Love Square? Bell asked directly. She blushed upon hearing Bell's suggestion, since she had heard that only couples or people who were romantically attracted to each other but couldn't confess their feelings went there. Could that be a message? I would love to, Airmid agreed, embarrassed but eager to go to that place with Bell. Then let's go, and gently squeezing Airmid's hand, they both walked in that direction to continue their date. They both already had plans for the end of the date. Bell intended to confess his feelings, and Airmid planned to ask Bell some questions, so they needed to lighten the mood a bit to muster the courage to do what they had in mind. So in the meantime, they would enjoy every minute together in that place. The end of their first date was near, an end that would change things for both of them. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Just to See You, Part 2. A certain couple walked hand in hand through the streets of the Love Square in Arario, each with a blush on their face. They were Airmid and Bell, who watched in embarrassment as many couples walked by, acting very affectionate, kissing and hugging, giving the whole street a very pink atmosphere. Damn it. Makoto-san didn't tell me the plaza was like this, Bell thought, extremely embarrassed. Well, I think the name of the square made the message more than clear. Although Makoto's voice echoed in his head, making him feel stupid. Of course, Love Square, the message was obvious, she thought with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Airmid just stared in embarrassment at all the loving couples on the streets, where out of pure instinct, she briefly hugged Bell's arm as they walked. Airmid-san, Bell stammered, embarrassed by the girl's sudden action. I am sorry. Does it bother you? I asked shyly, striking a chord with Bell. And not at all, it just took me by surprise, she said with a nervous smile, continuing to walk with Airmid slightly hugging her arm. There were different stalls in those streets, most of them aimed at couples, since it was obviously the Square of Love, and if it is called the Square of Love, it has to have things related to love, or else the word love in that square would lack meaning. Have you ever been here before, Airmid-san? Bell asked curiously. No, it's my first time here, she replied, still embarrassed. I imagined it differently, but I like the place. It's certainly a unique place, Bell said, looking at some curious stalls. I read your future regarding love. It was the title that indicated a position where a man in a robe stood. He looks familiar, Bell thought, puzzled. Do you want to go there? Airmid asked, sounding both curious and embarrassed. Oh well yes, he said nervously. I had gone to that square with Airmid to get to know the place, so it wouldn't be strange to try the stalls. So, both embarrassed, they approached the man who, upon closer inspection, had a parrot on his shoulder. Welcome, strangers. The man said in a deep voice. I'm here to discover how close you are to love. They both laughed nervously, looking at the man. How does he do it to guess? Bell asked curiously. I can't guess, it's him, he said, pointing at the bird. The parrot? Airmid said, confused. This isn't just any parrot. This one has the ability to know people's romantic destiny simply by taking a small card with its beak, he said, showing a box with many different cards in a row, each card probably containing different messages. In short, you just pick a card at random and give it to the customer, Airmid said with an anime-style sweat drop. Yes. I mean, no. The card is chosen by fate, it's not random, the man said with a nervous smile. Do you want to try? Airmid and Bell just turned to look at each other and then nodded slightly. It would be entertaining. That would be 1,000 valas for each one, said the man with a happy smile. Bell simply took out the money and gave it to him. Great. Who will be first? Bell said, a little anxiously. Alright, buddy, do your magic, said the man, taking the bird and bringing it closer to the box full of cards. The parrot just curiously watched everything before picking one at random. There you go. Here you go, said the man, handing the card to Bell. Let's see, Bell said, beginning to read it aloud. Watch your back, you will soon be killed by a minotaur. What? Sorry. That letter is from another post, the man said with a nervous smile, taking the letter from Bell's hands and placing it in another box under the table. For the second time the bird took another card and the man handed it to Bell. He, feeling a little fearful, decided to read it in his mind. You're afraid to confess, don't worry, you're important to her. Your feelings are reciprocated. These were the words the letter said, surprising Bell and making him a little embarrassed. Who is that bird? Bell thought, surprised to see the parrot eating a cookie. If all goes well, I'll build you a shrine. My turn, Airmid said, a little excited about it. Of course, beautiful lady, said the man, doing the same procedure with the bird, taking out a small card and giving it to Airmid. With a little excitement, she picked it up and began to read it. A cute rabbit will come into your life and try to get your attention. Take care of it, it's special. Those were the words on the card, making Airmid blush. A rabbit, Airmid thought, glancing sideways at Bell, who was staring intently at the parrot. It'll try to get my attention. Could my suspicions have been correct? I see the Lord's abilities have given you much to think about. He knows everything, the man said with a proud smile. Are you satisfied with the cards? Why yes, they both replied, embarrassed. Perfect. If you need anything else, you know where to find me. My name is Pablo. Pablo? Bell said, confused. Pablo. Belle's memories brought back recollections of a certain man who had sold him some roses a while ago at a ridiculously low price. "The flower scammer," Belle exclaimed, pointing at him. "You've got the wrong person, kid," shouted the man across the street, running with his things and the parrot. "Then why are you running away?" Belle shouted angrily. "Calm down, Belle. I don't know what happened between you and him, but he hasn't done anything wrong." "This was even fun," said the saint with a beautiful smile. "Well, if you say so," he said, calming down as he saw Airmid's beautiful smile. "There are still many things to see, so let's keep walking," she said, taking the albino's hand with a charming smile, leaving him mesmerized. So they both continued walking through the square while Airmid took one last look at his card before putting it in his pocket. The walk for both of them in that place was pleasant and a little embarrassing, although all the stalls they went to were aimed at couples, it didn't bother them, although Belle felt happy and embarrassed to see that many considered them a couple, although it was obvious, a girl and a boy were in the square of love, it was normal for people to think that. Although Airmid was very embarrassed every time they said it, she didn't deny it, she simply lowered her gaze shyly, something very endearing to Belle's heart. "I hope this isn't a dream," Belle thought, feeling very happy to have this date. "I wouldn't want to wake up and find out I've been in a coma in my hometown all this time." A nervous laugh escaped Belle when he thought about it. "Shall we get some ice cream?" Airmid asked, pointing to a vendor who was standing in the distance with his ice cream stand. "That sounds good to me," Belle agreed, walking alongside Airmid to that place. Upon arrival, the man greeted them kindly, with Airmid ordering a vanilla ice cream and Belle ordering a mint one. "Seeing young people as in love as you reminds me of the times when I was dating my wife," said the vendor with a smile as he prepared the ice creams. They both blushed a little at those words but didn't deny it. "I'm sure his wife loves him very much," Belle said with a shy smile. "Not at all, she left me 2 months ago for an elf, the last thing I heard from her is that she's expecting a child." "Ah." Belle remained silent upon hearing those words, feeling sorry for the man who had a lively smile as he prepared the ice cream. "That's sad," Airmid whispered. "Do you think so?" "I'm happy if she's happy," he said, handing the ice creams to both of them. "Are you sure?" they both asked, squinting. "That's 1,000 valas for the 2 ice creams," he said, avoiding the question. Seeing that the man would not say more, Belle gave him the money and walked away with Airmid. "I know that kind of smile," Airmid said, enjoying her ice cream. "It's the typical smile you use to hide your problems and pain." "Really?" Belle said curiously, tasting his ice cream. "I didn't know you could pick up on those kinds of smiles." "It's easy to tell if someone has a genuine smile or is faking it," I explained, turning my gaze to Belle. "It's a smile I've seen on you too, Belle." "Huh?" was all he could say, surprised. "Yes, I never wanted to talk about it, but sometimes when you went to the hospital as a patient, you had that kind of smile. It always seemed strange to me, but I decided not to ask," she said, looking at her ice cream curiously. "Why do you smile like that, Belle? Is there something wrong?" Belle got a little nervous when he saw Airmid starting to worry about him and quickly thinking of an answer. And you know, Kami-sama and I lived in a church that was about to collapse, so it was obvious that I would be worried about your well-being," he explained with a nervous smile. "I would believe those words if it weren't for the fact that I recently saw that smile on your face again," she said, gently squeezing Belle's hand with her free hand. "Is something wrong, Belle?" "It's nothing, Airmid-san. I sometimes smile like that when I'm nervous too." "Nothing bad is wrong," he said with a small smile, trying to reassure Airmid. "So don't worry and let's enjoy our date." "Okay, I believe you," she said, looking down and continuing to enjoy her ice cream. She knew Belle was lying, but she wasn't going to keep pressing the issue. Just because she was her friend didn't mean she had the right to know all her problems. She just hoped that in the future, Belle would trust her enough to tell her. "Then let's keep looking for another interesting place over there," Belle suggested excitedly. "Yes." The saint accepted with a beautiful smile. And without letting go of each other's hands, they both began to explore all the places they hadn't yet seen in the Square of Love. They went to lunch at a very romantic restaurant that was nearby. They had to pay for the couple's meal with embarrassment, but it was necessary to get a discount. They went to a guessing game about how much you knew about your partner, where surprisingly Airmid won, smiling proudly, although seconds later she was embarrassed because she seemed like a stalker for knowing so many things about Belle, but he didn't care, he just smiled happily. The rest of the afternoon they wandered around the square enjoying every spot, even though it was geared towards couples, they didn't mind, they felt comfortable, as long as no one asked them for a kiss. The only thing they both lacked on that date was a photo to remember that day, but unfortunately they didn't find any photographers on their walk, so it would have to wait for another time. Now they both walked peacefully through the streets away from the Square of Love, satisfied with the wonderful date they had had, leaving no doubt that they would return to that place in the future. And throughout the entire date, neither of them let go of each other's hands. They felt much more comfortable walking like that and probably wouldn't let go until they reached Airmid's headquarters. After walking for a while, they both decided to rest in a park near the Plaza dell'Amore, sitting on a bench. The park was almost empty, only the occasional person was walking around, making the place quiet. "I don't think I've enjoyed a day like this in years," Airmid said with a small, happy smile, sitting next to Bell. It was normal. For several years he had only dedicated himself to working at the hospital without any days off, and now for the first time in a long time, he had gone out to have fun with a very dear friend. "I'm glad to hear you enjoyed the date," Bell said, relieved. "We can go out again next Sunday if you'd like," he suggested, embarrassed. "I would love to." I immediately accepted with a beautiful smile. Bell's heart raced when he saw her smile. He had seen Airmid smile so many times that day, and yet it felt like the first time each time he saw her smile. "Although it's sad that the day is already over," said the saint dejectedly. She had enjoyed her date with Bell so much that the day felt very short. She wished it could last much longer, but unfortunately she had to go back to work tomorrow. "I would have liked that too, to spend more time with you," Bell whispered, embarrassing the girl a little. "So I'll be counting down the days until Sunday comes again. I'll be looking forward to this week being over too," she said with a smile, gently squeezing Bell's hand. Even though they were sitting on a bench, they didn't let go of each other's hands. After that short conversation, they both turned their gaze to the sky, observing how it was gradually turning orange, a sign that it was getting dark. "I think this is a good time to say it," Bell thought, blushing as he glanced sideways at the saint. "This whole wonderful day has to end with that. Makoto-san said so, I have to be brave." Even though he thought that, his heart was beating like crazy, nervous about what he was about to do, but it had to be now, he had to be brave. His mother didn't raise a coward. Bell. Unfortunately for him, Airmid was the first to speak. "Why yes. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a while now, maybe even before the Apollo festival," she said, looking at the sky and blushing slightly. "And what is it you want to ask?" he asked curiously. "You see, a while ago a colleague told me something that got me thinking," she said, a little nervously. "It was about your frequent visits to the hospital as a patient." Bell couldn't help but get nervous when he heard that. "I always found it strange that you came back injured from the dungeon every day. I know very well that you were a rookie, but you were the first one to come out hurt every single day," he explained with a confused expression. "At first I thought it was because of your lack of experience, but even when you reached level 2 you were still coming back injured. At that point I thought you were too careless." Why yes, I'm very stupid," he said nervously, wanting Airmid to believe him. "But then I discarded that idea. You were able to defeat the captain of the Apollo family. A level 2 defeating a level 3 can't get hurt every day in the dungeon. It was too suspicious," he said, turning his gaze to the nervous Bell. "When I had that conversation with my partner, it made me realize a certain detail I hadn't thought of." "And what is that?" "You were probably hurting yourself on purpose in the dungeon just to get to the hospital," he said with a serious expression. "At first I thought it was absurd, but as the days went by it became more likely, especially when you stopped going to the hospital every day. It was as if that bad habit of hurting yourself disappeared." At that point, Bell decided to stay quiet, a knot of nerves in his stomach, letting Airmid speak. "So I want you to be honest with me," she said, gently squeezing his hand. "Bell, were all the times you ended up injured in the hospital caused by you on purpose? Please be honest." All he could do was lower his gaze like a scolded dog, avoiding looking at Airmid. "Yes," was his short reply. "I knew it," Airmid said, letting out a tired sigh as his fist trembled. "Why? Why did you do it?" Bell remained silent, hesitating whether to speak or not, but he no longer had to make excuses. He had to behave like the man he was and face the consequences. What?" Airmid said, confused because she couldn't hear. "I did it just to see you," he confessed, embarrassed. "I wanted an excuse to go to the hospital and see you, that's why I did it." Following those words, Bell received a heavy blow to the head that almost knocked him off the bench. Why did you do it?" he asked, wincing in pain. "Because you're an idiot." Bell was surprised to see Airmid let go of his hand and stand up to say those words with small tears in his eyes. "Airmid-san," Bell whispered. "Do you have any idea how many times I spent worried sick at the hospital, hoping you wouldn't show up injured?" Airmid asked angrily, still with tears in her eyes. "Every time you walked through that door hurting, my heart ached, wondering if you'd ever arrive so badly injured that not even my magic could heal you. All those worries wouldn't leave me alone." Bell could only listen with surprise and pain to Airmid's words, who had a sad expression. "Knowing you were inflicting those wounds on yourself breaks my heart, especially knowing you did it just to see me," she said, placing her hand on her chest. "Why? Why didn't you come to the hospital to visit me if you wanted to see me, instead of arriving injured?" I thought my presence would bother you if I saw you like that, I thought it would annoy you, she whispered, looking down. Bother me? Why would the visit of the boy I like bother me? Airmid shouted and confessed angrily. Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in surprise, looking up at Airmid, who was bewildered. What? He said, incredulous. I like you a lot, Bell, I confessed, blushing and still with tears in my eyes. It hurt me to see the boy I like so hurt every day, and even though it makes me happy to know you did it just to see me, it also makes me angry at your recklessness without thinking about the consequences or my feelings. Airmid-san, Bell said, standing up. I'm sorry, I didn't know you felt that way, I'm an idiot. Yes, you are, she said without denying it. You're an idiot for putting your life at risk, you're an idiot for going to the hospital like that when you could have just visited, you're an idiot for not realizing how much it hurt me to see you like that, you're an idiot for making me wait so long and not telling me the truth, for that and many other things you're an idiot, but you're the idiot I fell in love with. A slight blush appeared on Airmid's cheeks as she said those words. And I'm also an idiot for worrying the girl I love so much, Bell said with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, Airmid-san, for not realizing how you felt. I hope you'll be honest with me from now on, I whispered, looking down. If you feel something or have a problem, just tell me, don't keep it to yourself. I promise you, Airmid-san, she said with a small smile. Airmid, just Airmid. It would be weird if you called your girlfriend that, she said, embarrassed. What? Girlfriend? He said in surprise. Obviously silly, that's why I confessed my feelings, she said shyly. So I hope you don't do anything else stupid to worry your girlfriend. Don't worry, she said with a happy smile. So? Can I kiss you? He asked, embarrassed. Airmid just looked away in embarrassment upon hearing those words. You're my boyfriend, you shouldn't be asking that question, she said shyly. Of course you can. And upon receiving confirmation from Airmid, he gently took her cheek, slowly bringing his face closer. Mom, Grandpa, my girlfriend is the most wonderful woman. And with those thoughts, Bell joined his lips in a soft and tender kiss with Airmid, where an endless number of emotions appeared in both their hearts, mostly positive, since the only negative feeling in Bell's heart at that moment was sadness, but it was overcome by the happiness he felt. It was an inexperienced kiss, but it showed all their affection and what they had both kept hidden for a long time. I feel like I'm in heaven, Bell thought, feeling the softness and sweetness of Airmid's lips. After a few seconds like that, they both broke apart from their first kiss, blushing but with happy smiles. Fool, Airmid whispered, hugging Bell and resting her face on his chest. Please, never worry me like that again. I promise you, Airmid, he said with a small smile, hugging the saint as well. Thank you for falling in love with this fool. Thank you for being by my side, she whispered with a smile, closing her eyes and feeling the warmth that Bell radiated. I love you. Now then, Bell thought, savoring the moment. Whatever happens from now on doesn't matter. I'll enjoy every day to the fullest and I won't have any regrets. Even if it's just for a short time, I'll make you happy, Airmid, I promise. A new chapter in Bell and Airmid's lives had begun, a future that would be filled with smiles of happiness and tears. End of chapter. Chapter 17. First day as boyfriend and girlfriend. Another day began in the city of Arario, and in a certain mansion, an albino walked with a big smile through the halls. What a magnificent day to be Bell Cranel. Bell exclaimed excitedly as he entered the mansion's dining room. There in the dining room was his friend Welf enjoying his breakfast, who was surprised by the albino's behavior. What's gotten into you? Welf asked, puzzled. The love fly. He replied with that same cheerful attitude. Seriously, what happened to you? He asked, even more confused. Guess what he said smiling. Welf just made a confused face, trying to guess what was wrong with that fool. Although seconds later he opened his eyes full of surprise when he realized what was happening. No, Welf whispered, unable to believe it. Yes, he said with a silly smile. No. And? No. Yes. Welf got up from his seat to go and put his arm around his friend's shoulders. Are they dating? Welf asked, still in shock. Yes. Airmid and I are dating, she replied with a big happy smile. You wretch, you did it. And as a celebration, the two friends held hands and began jumping in circles while shouting with joy. At that moment, Mikoto, from the east, entered the dining room, as she had stayed overnight at the mansion to enjoy the hot springs. What? She said, bewildered, as she saw the two of them jumping around in circles in the middle of the dining room. Mikoto-san. Bell shouted happily, dragging the surprised girl along to make her jump around with them in circles. Mikoto was just confused by it, but decided not to say anything and just play along with them for a bit of fun. Hestia, leaning against the dining room door, watched her son with a happy smile. She already knew about the relationship since Bell told her when he arrived at the mansion, and she couldn't be happier for him. "Congratulations, Bell Kun," she whispered with a small smile. Seeing Bell with such a happy and genuine smile warmed her heart. "You deserve happiness more than anyone," she thought as she went to the kitchen to prepare food for herself, Bell, and Makoto, since Welf had already eaten. "Can someone explain to me what we're celebrating?" Makoto asked, puzzled, as she continued jumping. "We are celebrating the beginning of a new era," the two replied, leaving Makoto even more confused, while Hestia let out a laugh from the kitchen. A little while later. "I understand, so you and Airmid Dono are already dating." Now everyone was sitting in the dining room enjoying breakfast while Bell explained what had happened to the Asian woman. "Yes. Thank you so much for your help, Makoto-san," the albino said with a genuine smile. "Come on, I hardly did anything," she said, a little embarrassed by the compliments. "But I'm glad my advice helped. Now use your wisdom on me and Hephaestus-sama," Welf asked with a big smile. "I am sorry, I can't perform miracles either," the dejected Oriental woman apologized, discouraging the blacksmith. "At least someone is happy," Hestia said, observing Bell, who couldn't stop smiling. "What does Bell Dono plan to do now?" she asked curiously, looking at the albino. "To be happy," he replied with a small smile, confusing his two friends. The only one who understood those words was Hestia, who put on a sad expression. "Imagine, now that you're dating, the huge number of options that are now available to you," Welf said, making Bell's imagination wander. "Now that you're dating, you have to show her how much you love her, that way she'll feel important to you," Makoto advised in a wise voice. "Understood," Bell said with a determined expression. "But don't overwhelm her with too much love," Hestia joked, letting out a small laugh. I don't think I'll get to that point," he said, embarrassed. "As a start, I should go visit her today before we go to the dungeon. I'm sure Airmid Dono wants to see you," Makoto said with a smile. "Yes, when couples start a relationship, they want to spend the first few weeks very close together, never apart," Welf said dreamily. "I want to live that dream too, Bell." "Come on, Welf, I believe in you," Bell encouraged, not wanting his friend to give up on Hephaestus. "I'm sure you'll succeed soon enough." "I hope my destiny hears you," he said hopefully. "Well, enough talk, let's have breakfast," said Hestia, noticing how all the plates were still full of food, a sign that they had barely eaten. "Yes," they all said, starting to eat and having a pleasant conversation, giving Bell advice on how to have a good relationship. A while later. Now the three of them were at the entrance of the mansion ready to go to the dungeon, being seen off by Hestia. "Say hello to Airmid for me when you visit," Hestia said with a small smile. "Yes." She accepted, still with an excited smile on her face. "We'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the dungeon while you're paying your visit," said Welf, carrying his great sword with him. "Just don't take too long," Makoto said with a nervous smile, knowing Bell, he'd probably forget and end up spending the whole day with Airmid. Don't worry, I won't be long," he said, laughing nervously. "Okay, see you in a bit." And with those words, Welf and Makoto left, leaving Bell alone at the entrance with Hestia. "Well, I have to go too," said the albino, ready to leave. "Bell-kun." But the voice of his goddess stopped him, making him turn to look at her curiously. "Is something wrong? Will you tell Airmid about that?" she asked, a little uncomfortable about bringing up the topic. Bell instantly understood what he meant, laughing a little dejectedly. "I honestly don't plan on talking to him about it," he replied, looking down. "In my opinion, you should tell her. She's not just your friend now, she's your girlfriend, and she has a right to know," I advised with a touch of sadness. "I know it's difficult for you, Bell-kun, but she needs to know. How do you think she'll feel if you suddenly leave this world without her knowing why?" Bell's eyes widened in surprise at those words. He hadn't planned to say anything to Airmid and wanted to keep things as they were. He didn't want her to be devastated. But Hestia was right. Airmid would be deeply affected if he left her without knowing what had happened. He simply didn't want to imagine the sadness it would cause her. "I understand, but I don't feel ready to talk about it yet," he said, looking down. "I promise I'll tell her sometime, but not now." "I understand, Bell-kun, but remember not to take too long. After all, your illness will give you that kind of he said, not wanting to say those words. "Just be honest with her when you have your chance." "Of course, Kami-sama, don't worry," she said, giving her goddess a hug. "Thank you for your concern." "You're welcome, now go, my girlfriend is waiting for you," he said with a small smile, pushing Bell away. "Yes. Goodbye Kami-sama." And with that farewell, the albino ran off while Hestia watched him go with a sad smile. "I'd give anything for that stupid disease not to exist," she thought bitterly, no longer able to look at Bell. "Well, I have to go to work." And letting out a sigh to relax, Hestia entered the mansion to get her things and go to work. Meanwhile, at Diane Sek's hospital. Saint Airmid was at the hospital reception desk with a beautiful smile on her face while writing in a notebook, probably about hospital matters. Airmid's co-workers just stared in surprise and curiosity at their captain's beautiful smile, wanting to know the reason for it, although many already had an idea why. She is very happy today, Captain. Airmid looked up when she heard someone calling her and found herself face to face with the smiling Celia. Is there a reason for that smile? She asked curiously. Only one, Airmid replied, still smiling and without stopping what she was doing. Celia was simply surprised to see how Airmid calmly answered her question without avoiding it as she had done on previous occasions. Out of curiosity, how did your date go? Celia asked. Upon hearing that question, the other female co-workers paid close attention to what their captain would say. It was the best day I've had in years, she replied with a beautiful smile, remembering Bell. Let's just say the date was great. Celia was only surprised to see that Airmid had answered her truthfully. Normally she would get embarrassed and avoid the question, but this time she answered honestly. And that's all? Celia asked, wanting to know more. If it was such a wonderful date, I imagine something amazing happened. I don't know, maybe a kiss. You're not leaving here until you know everything, are you? She said, amused by her friend's attitude. Yes, Airmid already considered Celia her friend, so Bell was no longer her only friend, even though he was now her boyfriend. It's just curiosity, nothing more, Captain, she said, eager to know what happened on that date to make it so wonderful. Well, we just wandered around here and there, took a stroll through Love Square, and ending the date with a kiss and starting our relationship, she whispered, embarrassed. But that was enough for all the nearby girls to hear her, standing in front of Airmid in a matter of seconds with excited smiles and holding back the urge to scream. Huh? She said, surprised. How was it? Who confessed first? Was it that romantic? Was there more to it than just a kiss? Was it a French kiss? These were the many questions the girls asked, starting to make Airmid nervous and embarrassed by some of the daring questions. You're overwhelming the captain, get back to work, Celia ordered, causing them all to walk away disappointed as they wanted to know more about their captain's first relationship. Thank you, I think, Airmid said, letting out a sigh. But congratulations. I always knew you and Bell, you broken bones, would be a couple, Celia said, unable to help feeling happy for Airmid. I could see a spark between you two from the very beginning. Really? Airmid asked, a little embarrassed and happy. Although the spark was obvious, that fool Bell was hurting himself on purpose just to see me. I told you so. I knew they weren't just simple oversights, she exclaimed, happy that her suspicions had been correct. It's something very silly but cute at the same time. I know, when he confessed it to me I was so happy and so angry at the same time, she said, recalling the date. I was so angry that I ended up telling him I liked him a lot. A small tender laugh escaped Celia when she saw how embarrassed the saint was for talking about her date. But I don't regret it. I like Bell, and I'm not afraid to say so freely, she said with a small, love-struck smile. I want to see him, I want to see his smile. Wow, I didn't know she'd be that kind of clingy girlfriend, Celia mocked, seeing her attitude. I can't help it, really, she said, embarrassed. Maybe it's because it's our first day as a couple. I don't know why, but I feel that he'll have that cloying personality even as the years go by. Be careful not to overwhelm him with so much love, she said with a small, amused smile at the saint's reactions. Do you think Bell will get bored of me? Airmid asked, worried. It's more likely that Welf will defeat the Black Dragon than that I'll get bored of you. Both girls were a little scared when they heard another voice next to them, turning their gaze to that place. Bell. Airmid exclaimed, surprised by her boyfriend's sudden appearance. Hi, I greeted with a nervous smile, realizing I had scared them. Well, we'll talk later, Captain, and in the blink of an eye Celia walked away from the reception, leaving the newlyweds alone, which they appreciated. I'm glad to see you, Airmid said with a beautiful smile that stirred Bell's heart. Are you going to the dungeon? Yes, the others are waiting for me in Babel Square, but first I decided to visit my wonderful girlfriend, Bell said with a happy smile, embarrassing Airmid. Boyfriends, it's still embarrassing to hear that, the girl said, embarrassed. But it also makes me happy. I'm the one who should be happy, for obvious reasons, said the albino, embarrassed. I'm going to vomit rainbows. Those were the words someone said in the distance, making them both laugh in embarrassment. Kami-sama sends his regards, he wants you to come to headquarters to visit us, Bell informed him, recalling the words Hestia had told him when he gave him the news. It seems I have to earn Hestia-sama's approval, Airmid said with a nervous smile. She'll probably pay me a visit next Sunday. Great. Kami-sama will be pleased when he hears this, she said with a happy smile. By the way, Airmid, what are the chances that Diane-sama will give you a week's vacation? I think less than 0%, she replied, being as honest as possible. Why do you ask? Just out of curiosity, he replied, sounding a little discouraged. If you had to choose a place to go on vacation, where would it be? Airmid only became more confused by those questions but decided to answer without giving it much importance. Well, I'd like to go to Milan. I heard it's a very beautiful place because of the sea. I've always wanted to go there, although for obvious reasons I haven't, she said, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Milan, understood, whispered the albino, writing down what the saint said in a notebook. Plans to make Airmid happy. Number 1. Not putting my life at risk in the dungeon. Number 2. Go on a trip to Milan. I have to find a way to convince Dian Sama, Bell thought, trying to think of a way to get permission from that god. What are you planning, Bell? Airmid asked curiously, her eyes narrowed. I just want to know more about my lovely girlfriend, he replied quickly, putting the notebook away. A slight blush appeared on Airmid's cheeks upon hearing those words. We'll have another date this Sunday, so I can tell you everything you want, she said sheepishly. So be patient. Understood. He said excitedly, then looked away. I'd like to keep talking to you, but… Airmid, a little confused, turned her gaze to the same place that Bell was looking. In the distance, leaning against a wall, Dian glared angrily at the albino, probably angry because he was distracting Airmid from his work. I'm sorry, I wish Dian Sama would accept you as Hestia Sama accepted me, but I see that won't be possible, she said with a dejected smile. It would be best if you went to the dungeon. Your friends must be waiting for you. Right, I'd forgotten, she said with a nervous smile, earning a sigh from Airmid. When I get back from the dungeon, I'll come see you again so you can see I'm alright. You'd better try to avoid putting your life at risk. If you come back hurt, rest assured I'll greet you with a severe scolding, he warned with a stern look. It doesn't sound so bad, actually, he said with a silly grin, imagining his girlfriend's angry expression as she scolded him. Haha. Masochist was the thought that crossed everyone present upon seeing Bell's reaction, except for Airmid, who was embarrassed. Fool, whispered the saint. But I'm your fool. I won't deny that, she said as she approached Bell to give him a short tender kiss, not caring that the others were watching. Goodbye and take care. Of course, and remember I'll be back this afternoon, she said, taking a few steps back. I love you, Airmid. I love you too, Bell, she said with a beautiful smile. And with that goodbye, the albino left the hospital, leaving Airmid in the reception area with a lovely smile after spending time with her boyfriend. All was the sound of tenderness that came from everyone present, embarrassing the saint who just lowered her gaze trying to do her job. Stupid, as if I didn't know what you were planning, she thought, embarrassed, remembering the questions Bell had asked her about the vacation and the place she wanted to visit. Then he turned his gaze towards his god, who had an angry expression as he walked away. I doubt you'll succeed, but the kind gesture is appreciated, Airmid thought happily. I'm really in love. A small, love-struck sigh escaped Airmid, accompanied by a beautiful smile as she thought of Bell. Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. Meanwhile, with Bell. He was walking towards Babel with a thoughtful expression. According to Kami-sama, the only way to convince Dian Sama is with money, he thought, tapping his chin with a finger as he watched his friends approach. He'll surely want a lot. For a moment I thought you weren't coming, Welf joked upon seeing his friend. This is going to be a long day, said Mikoto, ready for the adventure. I have a question, Bell said, catching their attention. What other way can I make a lot of money without spending hours and hours in the dungeon? One night, Mikoto said. At the casino, the blacksmith finished his sentence. Great. Bell shouted, pointing towards the horizon. Let's go to the casino. The rabbit's adventures to make his beautiful girlfriend happy had begun. I'm in. Welf and Mikoto excitedly agreed. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Milan. What? These were the words spoken by a bewildered Airmid who didn't know what was happening. Why was she surprised? Because she was at the entrance of her area with a small suitcase in her hands, and next to her was her smiling boyfriend Bell, along with his goddess and his two friends, as they watched two carts approaching, that would be their transport for the trip. Is something wrong, Airmid? Bell asked, surprised to see that his lovely girlfriend was still in shock. Still in shock, she turned to look at the albino and gently took him by the shoulders. How did you do it? She asked, surprised. What? He said, feigning ignorance. You know what I mean, you idiot, she said, a little angry as she saw Bell avoiding answering. How did you convince Dian Sama? I still remembered it. That morning she thought it would be just another day at work, but suddenly, while she was at reception doing paperwork, her god arrived with a grumpy expression. Is something wrong, Dian Sama? She asked, confused. Forget that, from now on you have a whole week of vacation, enjoy it. And with those words, Dian left, leaving Airmid surprised and not believing what she had just heard. What? But she didn't even have time to process those words when her smiling boyfriend arrived at the hospital telling her that they were going on vacation together to Milan and that she should pack the most important things for that trip. What? Moreover, before she could say anything, Celia appeared in front of her with a suitcase in her hands, telling her that she had packed everything necessary for the vacation and that she should enjoy it. What? And when she realized it, she was already in front of the entrance to her area waiting for transport along with her boyfriend, friends and her goddess, without even having assimilated the news. There was no doubt about it, there was something shady going on, no other conclusion. Diane wouldn't just give him a vacation like that. There had to be money involved for something of that magnitude to happen. What are you talking about, Airmid? Are you implying that I did something to make all this possible? Bell asked, offended. Yes. Airmid exclaimed. Not only did my miserly god grant me a week's vacation, but you also have tickets to stay at one of the most expensive hotels in Milan, not to mention the carriage, which seems to be reserved for the nobility. She watched as the carriage pulled up in front of them, a very elegant vehicle, the seats surely comfortable, and not just one, but two. Tell me the truth, Bell Cranel, how much money did you spend to achieve all this? Or rather, where did you get so much money? Apollo's fortune wasn't so vast after the construction of those hot springs, so you must have obtained it through other means. How did you do it? Come on, Airmid, I didn't do anything wrong, I won the tickets in a raffle, and your god is just a coincidence, he replied with a nervous smile, looking away. You're very bad at lying, tell me the truth, he said seriously. Bell says he'll only talk if you force him to kiss you, Welf said with a mocking smile. Well, they'll have a carriage just for the two of them, and the journey takes about 5 hours, you'll have time to make him talk, Hestia joined in with the jokes. A small blush appeared on Airmid's cheeks because of those taunts while looking at the albino. That's the only way to get information out of me, Bell said with an embarrassed smile. That's stupid, the girl stammered, looking away. Meanwhile, Mikoto approached Welf to whisper a few words. How much money do you think he has left? He asked curiously. Well, between the 5 hotel tickets, the carriages and the bribe to the god Diane, I'd say he has about 50 million left, or a little more, he replied, not entirely sure. He even paid for our tickets when we could afford them. Wow, I do spend quite a lot, the surprised Oriental woman whispered. They still remembered everything that happened in that casino. Bell could have taken over the place, but he took pity on the owner who had challenged him to a game after seeing that he was very good. Flashback. I have a straight flush, said the owner with an arrogant smile, placing the cards on the table. Do you give up, kid? This is my hand. Is it good or bad? Bell asked innocently, placing the cards on the table and revealing that it was a royal flush. The owner's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the hand that was almost impossible to pull out. Oh, does that mean it's good? Bell asked happily, seeing the owner's reaction. Meanwhile, behind him, Welf and Mikoto jumped for joy, celebrating the albino's victory. They earned so much money that Bell had to use a bank account, although he obviously gave money to Welf and Mikoto, one of whom used it to improve his forge and the other to help her family. That night, Bell Cranel's name was engraved on a plaque in that casino, known as one of the legendary gamblers. End of flashback. Shall we go? Bell asked, looking at his companions. Obviously. Hestia shouted happily as she climbed into one of the carriages, along with Welf and Mikoto. While Bell and Airmid took the other, starting their journey towards Milan, a trip which would last 5 hours if there were no problems along the way. Meanwhile, in the couple's carriage. These seats are very comfortable, Airmid said in surprise, I could easily take a nap there. Obviously. Hermes-sama recommended them to me, Bell said excitedly, pleased with the comfort. I still can't believe I'm on vacation for a week, it feels like a dream, she said, watching out the window as they drove away from her area. I appreciate the gesture and it really makes me happy, but I need to know how you did it, she said, turning back to her boyfriend with a serious expression. I already told you it was just a simple coincidence, Bell said with a nervous smile, though he was startled when Airmid pressed her palm firmly against his head, resembling a cave dawn. Hey Airmid-san. It seems I'll have no other option but to extract the information from you by force, she said, slightly blushing, bringing her face closer to Bell. Wait, that was just a tea joke from Welf, he said nervously. I don't care, you'll give me that information one way or another, and with those words, an embarrassed Airmid threw herself towards the albino, giving him a soft kiss. Her plan? To embarrass Bell with so many kisses that he had no other option but to tell her the truth. Bell was very shy and easily embarrassed, so she knew he wouldn't last long. Although she was also easily embarrassed, this would be a tough battle, one of the most difficult the albino would ever face. The battle of love had begun in that carriage. Meanwhile, with the others. Do you think Airmid will try to get the information out of Bell by kissing him? Welf asked curiously. Impossible, Airmid Dono is a shy and polite girl, I don't think she has the courage to do something like that, Mikoto said, convinced of her words. I wouldn't be so sure, to be honest, Hestia said, watching as the carriage behind them moved a little more than usual. By the way, Mikoto, why didn't you invite Take and your other friends? I did, but it seems they were very busy, so they couldn't come, she replied dejectedly. So I'll have no choice but to enjoy this trip to the fullest for them. Well, you'd better get comfortable, because this is going to be a long trip, said Welf, who had taken out a pillow and was covering himself with a sheet. That action caused both girls to have an anime-style sweat drop, but they also decided to rest. They couldn't sleep much because of the excitement. And so, with one of the carriages and its crew sleeping, and with the other making love, the 5 hours of their journey to Milan passed. Hours later. I slept so well, Hestia said, getting off the carriage satisfied after a long nap, having finally reached her destination. Following her came Welf and Mikoto, who had also rested during all those hours of travel. Meanwhile, in the other carriage, Bell and Airmid also got out, although they seemed to be arguing. I can't believe you went to the casino. Do you know how many people get obsessed with those games? Airmid said angrily, looking at Bell. I am sorry, but it was the only way I found to get money quickly, Bell apologized, looking downcast. This is the last time you go to a place like this, understood? I asked in an authoritarian voice. Understood, Bell said, defeated. Well, it seems Bell finally told him the whole truth, Welf said with an amused smile, though he earned an angry look from Airmid. Instead of stopping him, you two are leading him astray. You're supposed to be his friends, Airmid scolded the blacksmith and the Oriental woman. Come on, Bell did it thinking of you, so don't scold him, said Welf, defending his friend. I know and I appreciate it very much, but I don't like my boyfriend becoming addicted to those kinds of games, she said, blushing. Don't worry Airmid, I promise I won't do it again, Bell promised with a smile, reassuring the saint. I hope so, she said, now a little more relaxed. After that, Airmid went to get her small suitcase along with Hestia and Mikoto, while Welf approached the albino with an amused smile. How long did you manage to keep the secret? An hour, Bell said proudly. At one point, Airmid even forgot that he was doing it to get the truth out of me. Haha, old man, I'm jealous of you, I'm really jealous. I need love too. Welf shouted, going from a proud smile to a dejected look. Don't worry, Welf, I'm sure life will smile on you eventually, Bell said, patting his friend. Keep your hopes up, my friend. After those words of comfort, the girls arrived with their luggage, where Bell offered to carry Airmid's and begin entering the city of Milan. Upon entering the city, everyone opened their eyes in surprise at how different it was from Arario. Although they were far away, they could feel the sea breeze hitting their faces, giving them relaxation. So this is Milan, Airmid said with a happy smile, observing every place they passed. Bell smiled contentedly, seeing that Airmid was happy, and if she was happy, he would be happy too. Unfortunately, the carriage journey took a long time, so we won't be able to go to the sea today, said Hestia, seeing that it was almost dark. So we'll just be able to go to the hotels to check in and rest, said Welf, a little disappointed about not going to the sea. We have a week to enjoy the sea, so that sounds good to me, Mikoto said excitedly, eager to see what the hotel was like and the food they served there. Meanwhile, Bell and Airmid walked behind them with smiles on their faces. When we return to Arario, I'm going to prepare a special gift for you. It's not fair that you're the only one who gets the surprises, said the saint, intertwining her hand with Bell's. The moment you agreed to be my girlfriend was the best gift I could have ever received in my entire life, he said with a smile, making his girlfriend blush slightly. That's not enough, I'll see what I can do later, she whispered, embarrassed. After walking for a while and observing the streets with excitement, wanting to explore the city, they soon arrived at the hotel where they would stay, a very luxurious place to everyone's surprise. When they told me it was the best hotel in Milan, I never imagined it would be like this, Bell said in surprise. Well, considering the price of tickets to get in here, it doesn't surprise me, Hestia said with a nervous smile. So what are we waiting for? Let's go in, said Welf, entering the hotel with the others. Upon entering the place, they were surprised to see that it was much more luxurious than outside, with a fountain in the middle of the place, and seeing how they could see their reflections on the floor because of how clean it was. You'll tell me later how much those tickets cost, Airmid whispered seriously, making Bell nervous. So, starting to walk, they arrived at the reception where he was attended to by a beautiful girl. Welcome. How can I help you? I asked politely and professionally. Well, Bell said nervously, showing the tickets. Oh, I understand, said the receptionist with a smile, taking the tickets. Each of these tickets covers all accommodation for a week, including food, the room, and much more. Incredible, the five whispered in surprise. Okay, how do you want the rooms? Single or shared? I asked while writing in my planner. We'd like 5 single rooms, Bell asked excitedly. But before the receptionist could check them in, Airmid stopped her. Let there be 3 single rooms and 1 for couples, she said with a slight blush. Bell shouted in surprise. Wow, Airmid, how daring, said Hestia with a playful smile. That's very daring, Makoto said, embarrassed. Good heavens, Bell, you're so lucky, Welf congratulated him. Meanwhile, Airmid only blushed at the teasing from her companions, regretting her decision. On second thought, let's make it 5 single rooms, she asked, embarrassed. I'm sorry, but I've already registered them and I can't change it, the receptionist apologized with a nervous smile. Airmid blushed even more upon hearing that, turning to look at her boyfriend. Don't be so rough at night, he pleaded, embarrassed. Bell. Ah ha ha. And now that all 5 of them were registered at the hotel, they took their luggage and went further into the hotel to look for their rooms, realizing that the more they walked, the more luxurious the hotel was than they had thought. Hestia was the first to separate from the group upon finding her room, followed by Makoto, leaving the couple alone, and Welf, who had neighboring rooms. I know you're a couple and all, but try not to make too much noise at night, there are people who want to sleep, Welf said with a mocking smile. Go into your room, Airmid said angrily, startling Welf by rushing in and leaving them alone. Shall we go in? Bella asked with a nervous smile. In response, Airmid nodded slightly embarrassed as they entered the room they would share for a week. Wow, was the sound of surprise that came from both of them when they saw the room. Beautiful lamps hung from the ceiling illuminating the place, the walls were a very soft skin color, and at the end, there was a large bed for 2 people with a bedside table next to it. There was a bookshelf with many books in case they wanted to read at any time. There was also a very spacious bathroom with a bathtub that could easily fit 2 people. And finally, a balcony which had a beautiful view of the sea. They had no doubt that at night the view would be spectacular. I knew it would be a big room, but I didn't think it would be this big, Bell said in amazement, placing Airmid's small suitcase on the bed. So this is Milan, Airmid whispered with a beautiful smile, stepping out onto the balcony to look out at the sea and the city. The smile of happiness appeared on Bell's face when he saw Airmid so happy. Going to that casino was worth it, Bell thought, satisfied that he had achieved his goal. But she still had a full week there, so she would make sure Airmid enjoyed the trip to the fullest. I should start thinking about plans for this week and make the most of every minute. Before Bell could think about anything else, he was pulled from his thoughts when he felt someone hug him from behind. Hey Airmid, Bell said, a little embarrassed. Thank you, Bell, thank you so much, the saint whispered, resting her face against the albino's back. Although all this wasn't necessary, a walk with you in Arario every Sunday was more than enough for me. I know, but I could see in your eyes the desire to meet Milan, so I decided to fulfill that dream, he said, turning to face Airmid and taking her by the waist. I just want to make you happy. All you have to do to make me happy is be by my side, silly, Airmid said, placing a soft kiss on Bell's lips, which he immediately returned. They stayed like that for a few seconds until they separated, each with a smile. Do you want to go explore the hotel? Bell asked, still hugging her. I'd rather stay here with you a little longer, she replied, hugging the albino a little tighter. I love you, Bell. I love you too, Airmid. The holiday week in Milan had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 19. I Want to Live. We found ourselves on Milan Beach where 2 boys dressed only in shorts were looking at the beach with a smile. They were Bell and Welf, who were waiting for the others to arrive as they were putting on their swimsuits. So, how was your first time sleeping in the same bed with Airmid? Welf asked with a hint of mockery. Well, everything was normal, sleeping a little apart, Bell explained, blushing. Although when she fell asleep, she unconsciously hugged me. Welf felt like he was in heaven. Haha, and that was only the first night of the week, who knows what other things will happen, said the blacksmith, embarrassing the albino. Welf. Airmid and I want to take things slowly, so nothing's going to happen, he said, blushing and flustered. Instead of making fun of me, you should find a way to win over your goddess. Don't remind me, Welf whispered depressedly. I'm starting to lose hope, to be honest. I live a life where my greatest desire is unattainable, a life where the heart of this lovesick fool will never achieve its goal, and misfortune will triumph. I don't think so, Hephaestus said he would think about your confession, maybe you have a chance. Bell tried to encourage his friend. That was even before you arrived in Arario, he's probably forgotten about it by now, he whispered dejectedly. I went to see Tsubaki recently, and she told me that lately Hephaestus-sama has been going out drinking with the god of Mikoto almost every day. But that's not strange at all, she's a very good friend of his, just like Kami-sama and Maichi-sama, he said, not seeing the problem. I know, but I can't help feeling depressed knowing she goes drinking with him every day, he said as he slowly walked away from Bell. Sometimes I wish I were beer. A beer? Why? Bell asked, puzzled. So that she will take me seriously, and with those words the blacksmith walked away with his head down and took a stroll along the beach, leaving his friend alone. Poor Wilf, I wish I could help him, Bell thought, very sad for his friend. I don't think I'll be able to have any fun this holiday if my friend is depressed. Bell. But that friend was forgotten along with his sadness upon hearing his girlfriend's voice behind him. She slowly turned around without mentally preparing herself for what she was about to see. In front of him was his beautiful girlfriend wearing a lovely white swimsuit where the lower part was covered by a transparent purple fabric. A slight blush adorned the cheeks of the saint, embarrassed by wearing something like that. How do I look?" I asked shyly. "To this day I still can't believe you're my girlfriend," Belle whispered, surprised by her beauty. If he didn't know her and someone told him she was a goddess of beauty, he would immediately believe it. "You look very beautiful, Airmid." Thank you," she said with a small, happy smile. "I bought this swimsuit about 2 years ago hoping to visit the beach someday, and thanks to you I was able to fulfill that dream." I'm glad I did it," she said with an embarrassed smile. "We're ready." The couple turned their attention to the voice, noticing Hestia in a black swimsuit and Makoto in a purple one, although she was a little embarrassed to wear it, unlike Hestia who didn't care, excitedly observing the beach with the intention of running away. And Welf-kun?" Hestia asked, not seeing the blacksmith anywhere. Lamenting somewhere on the beach, he replied, letting out a small laugh. "I understand, great. Let's go swimming." And with that shout Hestia ran excitedly towards the sea, although unfortunately when she put her foot in the water a wave hit her, leaving her lying on the sand. "I'll go help her," said Makoto, letting out a tired sigh as she walked over to the goddess to help her. And once again the couple were left alone, looking at each other again and letting out a small laugh. "Do you have any plans?" Belle asked, taking Airmid's hand and starting to walk slowly along the beach. "I'd like to sunbathe," the saint replied, noticing the beach chairs scattered around the area. "It's something I've always wanted to do." "Then let's sit down and appreciate the sea," said Belle, walking with Airmid to some seats. The sun wasn't strong yet, so there was no discomfort for either of them, although they would have to put on sunscreen. Two people with very fair skin would be very noticeable if they tanned. "Can you put sunscreen on me?" Airmid asked shyly as she sat down and took a cream out of the small bag she was carrying. "Oh, of course," Belle agreed, feeling both anxious and nervous. He slowly began to apply the cream to Airmid's body, feeling the softness of her skin. The saint only blushed a little when she felt her boyfriend's touch, but it didn't bother her. She simply let him continue with his work. It's very soft," Belle thought in surprise, applying sunscreen to Airmid's legs. "Very soft." Belle, we're in public, so don't stay in one place for too long," the saint pleaded, embarrassed to see that Belle had already spent nearly 2 minutes applying sunscreen to her legs. Sorry, I got distracted," he apologized nervously, putting cream on the girl's arm. "Another time you'll do it without interruptions," the embarrassed girl whispered, looking away. Those words cheered Belle up and he completed his job successfully, leaving his girlfriend protected from the sun. "Don't you want to?" Airmid asked, confused, as she saw Belle cover the sunscreen and put it in the bag. "Nah, I doubt the sun will do anything to me," he replied confidently, sitting down next to his girlfriend, leaning back in the seat and observing the beach. In the distance they could see Hestia and Makoto playing in the water with a beach ball. Meanwhile, elsewhere they could see two girls playfully burying Welf, leaving only his head exposed. It seemed the blacksmith had made that request. "It still feels like a dream," the girl whispered, smiling loud enough for her boyfriend to hear. "I'd probably be doing paperwork at the hospital right now. I never imagined I'd have a vacation, though I still want to know how much money you gave Diane-sama." "It wasn't a large amount," Belle said with a nervous smile. "I highly doubt she accepted a small amount of money, but I won't insist. Someday I'll repay you for all the money you spent just on me," the girl said, closing her eyes and enjoying the sea breeze. "You don't need to pay me, your beautiful smile is more than enough for me." "Hey silly," I whispered, letting out a small laugh, still with my eyes closed. After that, they both remained silent, enjoying the sun, the breeze, the lively laughter of the people, their company. A perfect day for both of them. "Belle, don't know, the sea is taking Hestia-sama away." Makoto's alarmed scream made Belle let out a sigh. "I'll be right back," said the albino with a nervous smile, starting to run towards the sea to rescue his goddess. Meanwhile, Airmid just let out a small laugh watching Belle try to catch up with his goddess, who was drifting away on the float she had bought. "I really love him," she thought, looking fondly at Belle in the distance. When she first saw him that day he arrived at the hospital on the brink of death, she never imagined he would become so important to her. Perhaps it was foolish of him to try to get her attention with his injuries in the dungeon, but she had to admit he succeeded. He made her fall in love with him. "I have to correct that attitude of his, it's too reckless," she thought, determined to change that part of her boyfriend. The rest was perfect just the way he was. "Hi, are you alone?" Airmid opened her eyes and saw two boys standing in front of her, both of whom had smiles on their faces. "Are they waiters delivering drinks?" the saint asked curiously. No." They both replied, confused. "We just saw you alone and decided to ask if you wanted some company." No, I'm with my friends and my boyfriend, she replied quickly. And where are they? They both asked, puzzled. Airmid could only see Welf, who was buried in the sand, watching the scene with curiosity. Mikoto was nowhere to be seen, nor were Hestia and Bell. They were probably still at sea. They're probably around here somewhere, she said calmly, already wanting those boys to leave. She just wanted to spend time with her boyfriend. What if we treat you to some drinks? I know a place that sells the best ones, one of the guys said excitedly. There's also a seafood restaurant, it's very popular in Milan, said the other. Thank you for the recommendation, I'll go later with my boyfriend, Airmid said gratefully, starting to worry when she didn't see Bell. She wasn't afraid of men, since they didn't seem like they would try to take advantage of her. Rather, she was afraid that her boyfriend had been swallowed by the sea along with Hestia. The guys just made complicated faces when they couldn't convince Airmid. They'd spent all morning trying to ask pretty girls out, but they'd all turned them down, and when they saw Airmid, they were surprised that Milan was so beautiful, so they decided to at least give it a shot. What if we show you around? That way you won't get lost when you go out with your boyfriend, the boy insisted again. Yes, it will just be showing you the surroundings, said the other, sitting down in the seat that Bell had occupied. From afar, Welf just watched everything with amusement, wanting to try something. So, taking all the air she could, she shouted her words. Bell, some guys are flirting with your girlfriend. The two guys were startled by the sudden scream and looked confused at the head of a reed in the sand, a talking head. Meanwhile, Airmid just looked curiously at the sea. In the distance I could see a person literally running across the water carrying a girl. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bell carrying Hestia, who appeared to be laughing. I didn't know what to be surprised about, whether it was Bell's speed, his ability to run on water, or Hestia laughing after nearly drowning. After half a second, Bell was already in the arena, leaving his goddess on the ground and running towards Airmid. Who's bothering you? Bell asked, alarmed, until he saw the two guys. Is it them? Both boys were startled to see Bell's angry expression. His face was that of an innocent child, but his aura said otherwise. What were they doing to Airmid? Bell asked angrily. Haha, laughed Welf with amusement, who was still buried in the sand. Bell. The albino relaxed upon hearing his girlfriend's soft, sweet voice as she took his hand. They were just being a little insistent, but they were leaving, right? Airmid asked, looking at the two boys. They both just nodded fearfully, not wanting any trouble with Bell, and quickly walked away from there. Did they hurt you? Bell asked, worried. Of course not, silly, but thank you for worrying about me, she said with a beautiful smile, standing up and kissing him on the cheek. I didn't know you were jealous. I'm not jealous, I stammered, embarrassed, looking away. But you're very beautiful, Airmid. Many guys will try something with you, like those two. A tender smile appeared on the girl's face as she placed a kiss on her boyfriend's lips. As many as you want can come, the only one I love is you and no one else, she said, hugging him. So don't worry. Bell was only embarrassed but felt happy by those words, hugging Airmid affectionately. A warm atmosphere formed around them both as they continued to hug. Damn it. With each passing day I feel more alone, Welf thought, having no other option but to watch the scene from where he was buried. But then he got scared when he saw a dog approach him and start sniffing him. I was familiar with that behavior. It was the typical action dogs take before marking their territory. Bell, can you take the dog away? Welf asked nervously to his friend, but he was already far away, walking hand in hand with Airmid towards the sea. Welf let out a sigh of sadness, feeling a liquid begin to fall on his hair, and he began to hate his luck, even though he was to blame for letting them bury him. Well, with the couple. It's cold, said Airmid as she felt the water touch her feet. Come on, it'll be fun, said Bell, taking Airmid by the waist and pulling her towards him. Airmid felt a small shiver as the icy water covered half of his body, although seconds later he got used to it and began to feel relaxed. How are you? Bell asked with a smile. It feels relaxing, she replied, venturing a little further and beginning to float. Although it's a little scary. Relax, I'm here with you, Bell said, taking his girlfriend's hand underwater. So just enjoy yourself. Thank you, Bell, the girl whispered, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Although at that moment he felt like water was falling on his face, directing his gaze towards the culprit. Ahaha, we have to have fun. Hestia said excitedly on her float, throwing a little more water at Airmid. Let it be known that you started it, Airmid said excitedly, throwing water towards Hestia. But because she had Falna, she misjudged her strength, creating a small wave that turned Hestia upside down with her float, leaving her upside down with her upper body in the water, desperately trying to right herself. I'm sorry, Airmid apologized for what she had done. Relax, Bell said playfully, placing his goddess back correctly in the water. Why, you're stronger than you look, Hestia said with a nervous smile after nearly drowning for the second time. Sorry, she apologized again, embarrassed. The Belle laughed when she saw how cute she looked with that expression. "Let's play," shouted Makoto, arriving where they were with a beach ball in her hands. "Here." Makoto threw the ball into the air and hit it with the palm of her hand in the direction of Airmid. She is smiling again with amusement, she hits the ball with a little force, hitting Hestia in the face. "Sorry." She apologized again, alarmed by what she had done. "I'm seriously considering letting you be my son's girlfriend," Hestia said with a serious expression after receiving that small blow. I'm really sorry," Airmid said, frightened and thinking the worst. "It's just a joke. Don't be scared," Hestia reassured, returning to her cheerful demeanor and hitting the ball in Belle's direction. Smiling excitedly, he also hit the ball, sending it towards Makoto. The little game had been set up, with Belle and Airmid being one team and Hestia and Makoto another. Haha, Belle laughed, filled with happiness at having such a good time with his girlfriend and loved ones, a very special moment for him. "Don't get distracted," Belle said, Airmid, taking the game seriously but still having fun. "As my beautiful captain commands," said Belle, taking the game seriously. It was practically Belle and Airmid against Makoto, since most of the time the ball hit Hestia's face. Curiously, it was only when Airmid hit the ball that it went in that direction. Meanwhile, in the sand, Welf just watched everything with a smile, still buried in the sand. "What a great moment, isn't it?" said Welf, looking at the dog beside him. "It's a shame I'm not there." But then Welf remembered something and began to feel stupid. "That's right. I'm level 2, this arena is no problem for me." And as he said those words, Welf applied force, beginning to pull his arms out until his entire body was out of the sand. "I'm free," I shout happily. "Hey. I want to play too." And with that shout Welf ran towards the sea, joining the game which had ceased to be in teams, just throwing the ball between them and not letting it touch the water. Bell just watched a beautiful smile on Airmid's face as he played, a smile which also infected him. "How I wish all this could be eternal," he thought with a melancholy smile, hitting the ball and hitting Welf in the face. Airmid let out a beautiful laugh upon seeing what had happened, as did the others, laughing at Welf, who laughed in embarrassment. Unconsciously, Bell bit his lip, watching his loved ones happy and enjoying the moment, that warm and special moment. A small tear fell from Bell's eye which was easily mistaken for seawater by the others. "Here, Bell." Airmid shouted happily, hitting the ball towards Bell, who hit the ball back, hitting Welf in the face. Haha, Airmid laughed again with amusement. "I want to live," Bell thought sadly, engraving that moment in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 20. By your side. It was night in the city of Milan, precisely the 4th night since our protagonists began their vacation in that seaside city. And currently they were all at the hotel resting from another day of fun at the beach or exploring the city, a few days full of fun for everyone. It was midnight and everyone was in their room sleeping and regaining their energy, and in the room of a certain couple, a certain silver-haired girl was moving from one side to the other. She was looking to hug something, but no matter how much she moved, she couldn't find it, opening her eyes a little sleepily. "Elle?" she whispered, half asleep and confused at not seeing her boyfriend in bed. Even with that sleepy face, Airmid sat on the bed, looking around the dark room for her boyfriend. "Where are you?" she thought, confused. But then he saw that the bathroom light was on. Seeing that, she relaxed and decided to lie down again in her bed and wait calmly for the albino to hug him and sleep peacefully. But the minutes passed and Bell did not appear. More than 10 minutes had gone by and he was starting to get confused again. Elle? Still confused, she got out of bed and started walking towards the bathroom. As he got closer, he heard the sound of a worried cough. Airmid called as he stood in front of the door and gently knocked on it. Airmid, her boyfriend's nervous voice came from the other side of the door. "Are you okay?" Airmid asked, worried. "I am fine, don't worry," Bell spoke with difficulty as he tried to hold back his cough. "Are you sure? Why are you talking like that?" he asked, not believing those words. I think the sea breeze at night affected me a little," he lied as he tried to quickly clean the blood in the sink, blood that had come out of his mouth when he coughed. "Okay, but don't be long," said Airmid, not very convinced, taking steps backward. But the sound of someone falling in the bathroom alarmed her. Quickly and without thinking, she opened the door to help her boyfriend. Upon entering, he saw the albino lying on the floor with a bump on his head and a bar of soap near him. "Elle," she said, alarmed, rushing to help him. Sorry, I slipped on the soap," she apologized with a nervous smile, sitting down on the floor while Airmid knelt down to see if she was okay. "You're such a careless fool, you bumped your head," the girl scolded, gently touching the bump. "Come on, let's go to bed so you can rest." And helping him to his feet, Airmid led him by the hand while Bell watched with a relieved expression the sink which had been left clean without any trace of blood. Upon arriving at the bed, Airmid gently laid him down. And don't get up again, tomorrow we'll do something about that cough you got from walking around shirtless at night in the cold weather, the girl scolded, circling the bed and lying down next to Bell, immediately hugging him. Are you angry? Bell asked with a nervous smile. Obviously silly, I thought you'd fainted, she whispered, hugging him a little tighter. You've been acting strange these last few days. I thought maybe you were sick and didn't want to tell me so as not to ruin the vacation. Don't worry, Airmid, it was just a little cough from the breeze, she reassured, gently stroking Airmid's hair. So sleep peacefully, I won't leave. If you feel unwell or your head starts to hurt from the blow, tell me and I will immediately find something to help you. Sure, and good night. The albino placed a soft kiss on Airmid as she snuggled closer to her boyfriend's chest and slept peacefully. While Bell gently stroked her hair, her gaze lost in thought about what had just happened. I've been coughing more often lately, Bell thought worriedly. Kami-sama said I wouldn't have any symptoms thanks to the ability, but it seems the cough is the only thing that stayed with me. Bell knew it. With each passing day, his illness was spreading further without him being able to feel anything other than coughing occasionally. He wanted to talk to Airmid about it, but he was afraid. He was such a coward that he didn't have the courage to tell his girlfriend that he was slowly dying and there was nothing he could do. Perhaps because deep down he still believed he could survive that illness and live happily with Airmid, but he knew that wasn't the case. Not everyone had a happy ending, and unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to have one. Slowly, a tear rolled down her eye and fell onto the pillow. Bell? Airmid whispered, confused as she was still awake, feeling Bell hug her even tighter. I tried to look up to see her boyfriend's face, but he wouldn't let me. I love you, Airmid, he whispered, managing to calm down a little thanks to his girlfriend's company. Me too, she said, gently stroking Bell's back. I didn't know what was happening to him, but apparently the caresses on his back relaxed him until he fell asleep. The saint, seeing this, raised her gaze and placed a soft kiss on him. What's wrong, Bell? She thought worriedly, wiping away the small tear that escaped from the albino's eye. She knew Bell was hiding something from her, even before they were dating she suspected it, and apparently he had no intention of telling her anything. So I would have no choice but to ask someone else about it, and when I found out, I would help Bell in any way I could. And with those thoughts, Airmid also fell asleep without separating from Bell, sleeping very comfortably together. The next day. We only have 2 days of vacation left, so we have to enjoy them to the fullest. Why? Currently everyone was at the hotel entrance ready to start their day, although today everyone would be doing things separately. What are your plans? Hestia asked excitedly. I'm going to the beach, I've been going to a surf school, and today we're having a competition, said Makoto excitedly. I'm going to get laser hair removal, said the blacksmith. Huh? Why is that? Hestia asked, confused. To take away the beautiful moments by his side, she whispered with a depressed aura around her. Are you okay? She asked, puzzled, before turning to look at the couple. And you? Elle and I are planning to go on a date together around town, Airmid said with an embarrassed smile. Yes, there are still many places we haven't explored, the albino said excitedly. And you, Kami-sama? I plan to go to every restaurant in the city. I want to try every dish, she said, determined to make it happen. I hope you all enjoy this day to the fullest. Understood. And with that shout the group separated, ready to enjoy the day and create good memories. The couple had already begun their tour of the city holding hands, although more accurately, Airmid was hugging Bell's arm. Doesn't your head hurt? Airmid asked, looking at the albino. No, it seems the blow wasn't very strong, he replied calmly. And the cough? You don't have it anymore? I asked, still worried. Don't worry, Airmid, I'm fine, she said with a big smile. The important thing here is that you haven't had breakfast yet. I don't want you walking all over town on an empty stomach. We could easily have eaten at the hotel, she said, embarrassed. I know, but I want to see what kind of food stalls there are in the city, he said eagerly. After breakfast, we'll go exploring the city. That sounds good to me, I agreed, clinging tighter to Bell's arm and continuing our walk. After a few minutes, they both found a restaurant that was preparing breakfasts and went in without hesitation. The menu wasn't very varied, but it had dishes that both of them liked, so they ordered what they liked best and started enjoying it while chatting animatedly. So you joined the Dian family when you were 9 years old, Bell said in surprise upon hearing that information. Yes, back then I wasn't very talented, so Dian-sama didn't exploit me, she said, letting out a small laugh. But instead of spending that time with a friend, I decided to spend it in the library studying and becoming a great healer. I haven't asked you about this yet, but what inspired you to become a healer? She asked curiously, enjoying her breakfast. My former captain, he replied with a nostalgic smile. She always told me about her exploits, and that made me start to admire her. Wow, she must have been an incredible woman, he said in surprise. She was, although unfortunately there was a certain detail that never left her at peace, she said dejectedly. It turns out there was a time when she felt useless. Why? He asked, puzzled. Years ago, even before I was part of the family, she had two patients, she said dejectedly. They were sisters and had the same illness, an apparently incurable disease. She tried everything to cure them both, but she never succeeded, feeling useless for not being able to help her patients, she explained, recalling the times when her captain spoke dejectedly about those times. I didn't know who their patients were. She only told me that they were both members of the Hera family, so it's obvious they're dead now. Many years have passed since then. Bell opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that. It was more than obvious who he was referring to. His mother and his aunt whom he never met. She never imagined that the former captain of the family, insect, tried to cure her mother's and aunt's illness. It must have been a terrible illness, Bell said, looking down and taking a sip of his coffee. It is, although according to Sama, I've already surpassed my former captain in abilities, but I don't think I'll be able to cure that disease. After all, it's very rare, Airmid said dejectedly. Luckily, no patients with that disease have appeared so far. I wouldn't want to end up depressed like my captain. A nervous smile appeared on Bell's face upon hearing that, and he began to eat his food more quickly. And what happened to your captain? She left her family and Aurario. The last I heard of her was that she went to live in a very distant town. She's probably living a peaceful life now, and I'm happy for her, she said, smiling slightly. The last thing she told me before she left was to become a great healer and finish the work she could never complete, though if I'm honest, I doubt I'll do anything. Even though I'm considered the best in Aurario, I'm still a novice. Rookie or not, you've saved many lives, that makes you wonderful and the best in my eyes, Bell praised with a small smile. Airmid blushed and felt happy about those words. Different people told her that every day, but hearing it from Bell made her truly happy. Thank you, I will work hard to keep improving, she said with a small, shy smile, eating peacefully with that feeling of happiness. Bell just watched her with a small smile on his face, a smile full of affection. An incurable disease, he thought, observing the smiling Airmid. It's not as if I didn't know that, but I held on to a small hope. And letting out a small sigh, Bell continued enjoying her breakfast with Airmid while thinking about the words the saint had said about her captain. A few hours later. After breakfast, they both decided to start exploring the city and see if they could find anything interesting to kill time. I heard that they sell some very curious things at the Milan market, Airmid commented, looking around. We should take a look, Bell suggested, seeing the saint's excitement. Yes. I accept with a smile. Now that their new destination was decided, they set off on their journey where they saw Hestia in a restaurant devouring food non-stop, something that brought a nervous smile to their faces. After walking for a few minutes they arrived at their destination where Airmid excitedly observed the amount of things they were selling. Look, they're selling fish of different colors, the girl said excitedly, looking at the fish in the tanks. I'd love to have one, but I work a lot, so I wouldn't be able to take good care of it. I hope they find a good owner. I'd like to have one too, but I don't have much luck with animals, to say the least, she said with a nervous smile. Huh? Why? She asked curiously. Let's just say that when I was a kid I had one or two pets, but they didn't last long, he explained, embarrassed. My mom forbade me from having pets because she grew fond of them, but she was mentally prepared for them not to last long in the family. What was wrong with them? I asked, looking at Bell with pity. I took good care of them, but for some reason they would run away from home, like the birds when I wanted to feed them, or my chick that I accidentally tripped over and fell on, or my cat that got lost in the woods and never came back. I even had a fish that drowned in the fish tank. I think I understand now, I don't need any more examples, she said with a nervous smile. It would be best if you didn't have any more pets. Yes, I think it's for the best, I accept, embarrassed. After that strange conversation, they continued their walk through the market, passing by a stall selling very creative jewelry or accessories. But they didn't stop to look and continued on their way, although Bell stopped when he saw a certain object in that jewelry store. Bell? Wait for me here, I'll be right back. Confused, she watched as her boyfriend ran towards the jewelry stand where he spoke to the owner who gave him an item, and Bell gave him a bag with Valis. Having achieved his goal, Bell returned to Airmid with a smile. What did you buy? She asked curiously, watching Bell approach. Close your eyes, Airmid, he asked as he arrived in front of the saint. Is this okay? She agreed, confused but trusting her boyfriend. As she closed her eyes, she felt something being placed around her neck and finally received a kiss on the cheek. You can open them now, Bell said in a soft voice. Upon receiving approval, Airmid opened her eyes and looked down at her chest, noticing a beautiful necklace of a water droplet hanging around her neck. When I saw it in the store, I knew it would look perfect on you, so I decided to buy it, she explained with an embarrassed smile. Do you like it? What she received in response was a soft kiss from Airmid, which she gladly accepted. "I like it a lot, thank you Belle," she said warmly after breaking the kiss. "Although it bothers me that I haven't given you anything yet." "What are you talking about? Your company is already the best gift for me, and that can't be compared to even the most expensive gift in the world." "Silly," I whispered with a beautiful smile, hugging Belle. "Then the same applies to me. Your company is the best gift I have." And Belle, without hesitation, returned the hug, enjoying its warmth. Seeing his girlfriend so happy brought him great joy too, but he couldn't help feeling bad about the matter, which he couldn't discuss with her because of his cowardice. The mere thought of it terrified him. "Airmid. And? I want you to promise me something." "Sure, I agree," a little confused. "Whatever happens, I want you to be happy and keep that beautiful smile that I love so much," were his words in a whisper as he continued to hug her. Airmid was confused by those words, but decided not to dwell on them and smiled affectionately as she hugged him tighter. "Obviously silly, if you're by my side I'll be happy, so don't worry," she replied in a soft voice. A small grimace appeared on his face when he heard those words. He felt happy but also sad. "That's the problem," Airmid thought bitterly. "Come on. Let's continue exploring the city," said Airmid with a beautiful smile, taking the albino's hand and continuing their walk through the city. "I won't be able to stay by your side for much longer," he thought as he gazed at the saint's beautiful smile. "I'm sorry Airmid." End of chapter. Chapter 21. Why? Tonight was the last night in the city of Milan after a whole week of vacation where everyone enjoyed it to the fullest and was completely satisfied. And currently everyone was in the hotel restaurant having their last supper in that place, well, everyone except one. Belle leaned against one of the hotel's random balconies, gazing at the moon and stars with a melancholic expression. These holidays were definitely worth it. I got to see Airmid's beautiful smile many times, which is a clear sign that she enjoyed the trip, so mission accomplished. A small smile appeared on Belle's face as she continued to gaze at the stars. "I wish this could last forever," he sighed sadly. "Mom, I thought I was ready for my fate, but I realize I'm not yet. I want to spend so much more time with her, I want the years to pass, and for me to keep seeing her beautiful smile, I want to see her happy, I don't want to die." When her mother died, she thought that life was no longer worth living, so she resigned herself to dying from that disease, but she still decided to go to Arario and live her short life to the fullest. But when he met Airmid, everything changed. When he saw her for the first time, he was amazed, and of one thing he was certain: he wanted to see her again. That's why he started doing those stupid things in the dungeon. After all, he was always going to die, so a little risk wouldn't hurt, or so he thought. And when she thought she would not achieve her goal, Airmid confessed that she too was in love with him. That moment became one of the happiest for Belle. He even believed he had already died and that it was just his imagination before dying, but fortunately he realized it was real when he felt the girl's soft lips, his first kiss with the girl he loved. Hestia, wealth, Mikoto, and above all Airmid, now that she had a family again whom she loved very much, she did not want to leave that world, she did not want to be separated from Airmid. "Life is unfair," Belle whispered as a small tear rolled down his cheek. Just one more year would be enough for me, one more year by his side, and I'd be happy, so happy." She still remembered the day the doctor gave her the tragic news, the day that ruined her life completely. 5 years was the maximum lifespan she would have, with or without Falna, since her illness was different from her mother's. She received this news when she was 10 years old. In short, 4 years and a few months have passed since then. "I probably have half a year left, if not less," he thought with a sad smile. Half a year with Airmid. When I was a child, I thought this time was very long. Now it feels far too short. Belle let out another sigh, gazing at the star-filled sky. "Ah, I want to cry," I whispered, looking down. "Huh? Why do you want to cry?" Belle was startled to hear the voice of his single, lonely friend behind him, turning around to look at him. There was Welf with a smile and a beer in his hand. "When I saw you weren't at the restaurant, I decided to look for you. I knew you'd be around here," said the blacksmith, taking a swig of his beer and standing next to Belle, looking up at the sky. "What's wrong? What are you talking about?" "Nothing's wrong with me," she said, feigning ignorance. "I'm not stupid, Belle. From the day I met you, I realized you were hiding something. At first, I didn't think much of it since you didn't seem very upset, but now it's different. With each passing day, I notice you're more depressed, and that worries me," he said, turning to look at his friend. "Is something wrong?" "Relax, it's nothing important," he said with a small smile, trying to appear nonchalant. "You'd be better off worrying about how to win over your goddess." "Nice change of subject," Welf said with a bitter smile. "When we get back to Arario, I'll return with all my energy to show her my love, or I'll stop calling myself the ever-ardent one. You should intentionally hurt yourself in the dungeon. Maybe that way you'll get his attention," the albino advised, letting out a small laugh. I'm not suicidal like you. I don't have the guts to stand in front of a minotaur and let it use me as a punching bag. I prefer to be single and with my whole body still working, he said, rejecting that crazy idea. You're afraid of success, Bell whispered, letting out a disappointed sigh. And when you go to visit her, do you bring her anything? Obviously, he said proudly. Every time I go to visit her, I bring the best weapon I've created that week to impress her. It's my infatuation tactic. Don't mess with me, Welf, that's why you're still single, Bell said, slapping his face. Huh? What's wrong with that? He asked, puzzled. Listen, I know very well that you're both blacksmiths and love weapons, but at least bring her a gift, some beautiful flowers, or serenade her, Bell advised in a wise voice, wondering why he hadn't thought of such things when he was trying to win Airmid over. I'm sure that just a rose will make her happy. Oh. I see you don't just have suicidal thoughts in your brain, the blacksmith mocked. Hey. Exclaimed the offended rabbit. While the two friends were discussing Welf's lonely life and Bell's suicidal thoughts, three girls were finishing dinner in the hotel restaurant. Definitely a worthy dish for our last day here, Hestia said with a satisfied smile. I think what I'm going to miss the most is the food, said Makoto, taking the last bite of her dinner. I wonder what Bell's doing. He ate very little and then left, Airmid said, a little worried about her boyfriend. If he doesn't eat well, he might get sick. I think Welf Dono went to look for him, Makoto said, placing her hands on the table. Although lately I've noticed Bell Dono acting different. He seems more withdrawn. Yes, I've noticed the same thing, Airmid said, looking downcast. I want to help him, but he won't tell me his problem. Doesn't he trust me enough? That's not it, Airmid, Hestia said before the saint could begin to despair. I assure you that you are the most important thing to Bell-kun, and he trusts you completely. I know, but it bothers me a little that he won't tell me what's wrong. I know everyone has their own personal things, but it hurt so much to see him like this, she whispered, clutching her dress lightly. He thinks I haven't noticed, but I've seen the sadness in his eyes, even at night when he thinks I'm asleep he cries. Something bad is definitely happening to him, Makoto said, worried about her friend. Do you know something, Hestia-sama? Airmid asked, looking anxiously at the goddess. He was under her gaze, avoiding looking the girl in the eyes. But that's not for me to say, she whispered sadly. That means she does know something, Airmid said, sounding more worried. Tell me, Hestia-sama, is it something very bad? As I said, it's not up to me to say it, that's for Bell-kun to say, Hestia said, avoiding eye contact with the saint. But he doesn't feel ready yet, so don't pressure him. I'm sure he'll tell you in due time. But it hurts me so much to see him like this, he's done so many things for me, so I want to help him too, she whispered, looking down. Don't worry, Airmid Dono, I'm sure Bell Dono understands your feelings, so just give her time, the Oriental woman tried to reassure her. Okay, I'll wait, I agreed resignedly. But if he takes too long, I'll force him to tell me. Perhaps I should use the same tactic as with the carriage, said Makoto, making the girl blush. Meanwhile, Hestia just stared sadly at the blushing Airmid. You'd better not take too long, Bell-kun, if you take too long you'll only make things more difficult, Hestia thought with a pressure in her chest. She still remembered the day Bell told her about his illness. That day was one of the saddest for the little goddess. She didn't even want to imagine how Airmid would react when she found out the truth. Just thinking about it hurt her. Life was very unfair to Bell-kun, she thought, letting out a sad sigh. However, Airmid stood up, catching the goddess's attention. Where are you going? She asked curiously. I'm going to find Bell. He's hardly eaten, so I'll make him eat, she said, straightening her dress. Besides, Welf had a beer with him, and I don't want Bell to start drinking too, so I'm going to prevent that. A nervous smile appeared on Hestia and Makoto's faces upon hearing that. I'll be back soon with Bell. And with those words the saint went to look for her boyfriend, leaving Makoto and Hestia alone, where the latter sighed upon no longer seeing Airmid. Is Bell Dono's problem really that bad? Makoto asked, worried by the goddess's attitude. Yes. It's so bad that I feel like crying every time I think about it, he replied as he called the waiter and ordered a beer. Meanwhile, with Bell and Welf. Hey Bell, do you know what my favorite beer is? The blacksmith asked as he took a sip of his drink. No. Which one is it? I asked, surprised and confused. To be kissed by her, he replied with a depressed aura around him. Seriously Welf, stop with those phrases already, said the albino with an anime-style sweat drop as he let out a nervous laugh. Come on, man, I just want to make you laugh, Welf said with a sigh. I'm really worried about you, and I can tell I'm not the only one. The girls have noticed your weird behavior too. Am I that obvious? He thought, letting out a soft, empty laugh. A lot, so are you going to tell me what's wrong? He asked, wanting to help his friend. Maybe I can help you with your problem. You can't, no one can help me, Bell whispered, looking down. Seriously, what's wrong with you? He asked, starting to get more worried. I'm sad because you'll most likely be left alone, without a partner. I can't help but feel depressed about that. Haha, that's funny, he said, forcing a laugh. Seriously, Bell, tell me what's bothering you. I'm dying, Bell interrupted his friend, turning to look at him with a small smile. A brief silence fell between them after the albino spoke those words, while the blacksmith absorbed the news. Seconds later he started laughing, giving his friend a few light pats on the back. That's obvious, you're head over heels in love with Airmid, Welf joked, letting out a small laugh. Now tell me seriously what's going on, you fool, and I don't want another joke. I'm not joking, Welf, I'm literally dying, he repeated again with a sad expression. Gradually, Welf's joking expression faded, replaced by a bewildered one as he placed his beer on the ground. What do you mean by that? Asked the blacksmith, not believing those words. If this is some kind of joke, let me tell you, you're asking for a good whack. Haha, I wish it were a joke too, he said, letting out a small laugh, a laugh that conveyed nothing of happiness. But it's true, I probably won't be alive next year. Why? What's wrong? I asked, my face turning very worried when I saw that Bell was serious. Why are you going to die, Bell? You look at yourself. I'm sick, he replied, looking down. I inherited the same illness as my mother, an incurable disease that's slowly killing my body until I'm lifeless. Even though it might not seem like it, with each passing day my life gets shorter and shorter. If I'm lucky, I'll make it to the end of the year, or at least I hope so. But if it's killing you, why do you look so good? Asked the blacksmith, who couldn't believe what he was hearing. It's thanks to a certain ability I possess. This ability prevents any symptoms of the disease from appearing, even though it always does its job, slowly killing me, he replied with a sad smile. That ability is what allows me to stay alive and have fun with you all. Welf was still in shock at what he had just heard, still not believing that his best friend had little time left to live. Are you sure there's no cure? If we investigate properly, perhaps we can. There isn't one, Bell interrupted his friend. Even Airmid told me that her former captain tried to cure my mother and sister's illness in the past, but as you can see, it didn't work. There is no cure. But Welf whispered in frustration upon hearing the news, but then he remembered something. Airmid, does she know? No, he replied with a sad smile. I'm such a coward that I can't tell her I don't have much time left to live. Every time I want to tell her, I see her happy smile and realize I just can't. The words won't come out. Little by little, tears streamed down the albino's face, causing an expression of pain to appear on the blacksmith's face. I don't want to die, Welf, she said, her voice trembling as tears continued to stream down her face. I want to keep spending time with Airmid, with all of you. There are still so many things I want to do. Bell, the blacksmith whispered, watching his best friend collapse in front of him. But there's nothing I can do, she said with a small, sad smile. All I can do is wait for my heart to stop, and I hate that, waking up every morning wondering if it will be my last day alive. Those thoughts haunt me, knowing I'll never see Airmid or you again. And with those words the blacksmith approached his friend and gave him a big hug. I don't know what to do anymore, Welf, Bell whispered, his voice trailing off. I don't want to die. I'm sorry, Bell, Welf said, his voice trembling. I'm really sorry. He felt useless for not being able to do anything for his friend and seeing him cry. Bell was like a little brother to him, and seeing him so devastated hurt him too. Knowing he would soon die caused him pain. While the two of them were giving each other that brotherly hug where Welf was trying to comfort Bell, behind them, hidden and leaning against a wall, was the beautiful Airmid. She had come to the balcony to take Bell away, especially after seeing Welf making jokes about beer, thinking she was going to offer him that harmful drink. But he stopped when he heard them start talking about that problem that had been bothering Bell for a long time. Out of respect and because she didn't want to hear something she shouldn't, she decided to leave and give them their space. I'm dying. But when those words came out of the albino's mouth, the saint's body stopped in shock. He unconsciously hid behind a wall, waiting for the moment when Bell would tell Welf that it was a joke. But it wasn't. Small tears ran down the saint's soft cheeks after hearing all those words full of pain from her boyfriend about his illness, the same illness that her captain could not cure. Now she could only watch as the two friends hugged while Bell cried, saying that she wanted to live, words that caused the girl pain. Bell, Airmid thought, her mind a jumble after hearing all that. Her heart began to ache intensely the more she absorbed all those words. Bell is going to die, that's what he thought with his heart broken. Little by little, Airmid walked away from the pair of friends, walking slowly with his head down as tears continued to stream from his eyes. He would accidentally bump into people he encountered in the hallway but wouldn't even bother to apologize. His mind was in another world, too busy to pay attention to his surroundings. He just walked and walked until he reached a room he shared with Bell, where he slowly opened the door and went in. Once she was alone, she fell to her knees and burst into tears, crying like she had never cried before, still unable to believe that Bell was going to die soon from the same disease that her captain was never able to cure. That had to be a cruel twist of fate. That couldn't be happening. Why? Airmid whispered, her voice heavy with pain, still unable to accept reality. Why didn't you tell me? Very hard and difficult times were approaching for the couple and the story's conclusion. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Despair. We were near Arario where two carriages were approaching the city. In one of the carriages was Airmid with his head down and Bell with a smile. This trip was incredible, we should do it again, said the smiling albino. But he received no response from Airmid, who was just observing the landscape through the window. That made Bell sigh. He didn't know what was wrong with his girlfriend. Yesterday, when he arrived at the room, she was already asleep, so he decided not to wake her. Today, since they woke up, she had been in that downcast mood, which worried him a lot. He wanted to know why, but Airmid didn't answer him. Airmid, what's wrong? Bell asked, worried. I'm worried about you, and if you don't tell me what's wrong, I won't be able to help you. As she said those words, Airmid turned her gaze towards Bell with eyes full of sadness, while a tear escaped from her eye, worrying Bell even more. I worry about you a lot too, Bell, so much so that I would do anything to help you, and you know that even so you didn't tell me that you're dying. Bell opened his eyes in surprise when he saw that Airmid knew about his illness. How? I heard you yesterday when you were talking to Welf, she whispered, looking down. Every word about your illness. Upon hearing Airmid's voice cut off, a pressure appeared in Bell's chest. Why didn't you tell me? He asked, looking at Bell with his face full of tears. I was afraid, she replied, looking down. I didn't have the courage to say it. I was afraid of your reaction. And you planned to hide it until the day you died. You wanted me to live happily ever after without knowing that the person I love was slowly dying with each passing day. She screamed in a voice filled with pain that broke Bell's heart. I'm sorry, Airmid, I'm sorry for being a coward, Bell whispered, looking down in regret. And that was all the saint could bear, throwing herself at Bell and giving him a tight hug, while tears continued to stream down her beautiful face. Don't cry, Airmid, he whispered in a soft voice, stroking the girl's hair. How do you expect me not to cry knowing that the person I love doesn't have much time left to live? I asked, still clinging to Bell. Why? Why you? Life was too unfair. Just when she thought everything would be alright with Bell by her side, she found out that he had that disease, that damn incurable disease. I think you already know this, but my mother and my aunt were those two sisters your captain could never cure, she said, gently stroking Airmid's back. Unfortunately, I inherited that disease too, haha, I'm unlucky, aren't I? Airmid's tears only increased because of Bell's words, as he clung to him even more tightly. Then no, you can't die, the girl whispered, her voice breaking. There are still so many things I want to do with you. Airmid, I whispered sadly at the girl's words. No. I refuse to accept it. She exclaimed, pulling away and revealing her tear-streaked face. I won't allow it. Meanwhile, in the other carriage. Hestia and Welf walked with an awkward expression, while Makoto looked at them confused. So Bell-kun already told you, Hestia whispered, noticing Welf's dejected expression. Yes, he said, clenching his fists. I still can't believe it. What are you talking about? Makoto asked, confused. Is it about that problem with Bell Dono? Yes, that's it, Hestia said dejectedly. And now I understand why Airmid didn't return to the dining room last night. Huh? Why? Welf asked curiously. She went to look for Bell-kun and didn't come back. In short, I overheard their conversation. That would explain her quiet and listless demeanor this morning, she replied with a long sigh. This is bad, Welf whispered with a nervous smile. Very bad, said the goddess. Is Bell Dono's problem really that bad? Makoto asked worriedly. We'll tell you when we get to headquarters, you have a right to know too, you're part of the family after all, Hestia said, watching as the carriage stopped, a sign that they had arrived at their destination. So, taking their luggage, the three of them got out of the carriage and stretched their bodies. Although seconds later they saw the door of the second carriage being forcefully opened and Airmid came out, who quickly began to run towards the city, although everyone noticed that she had tears in her eyes. I knew it, Hestia thought sadly. Airmid, wait. Bell shouted, also getting out of the carriage with the intention of following the saint. Bell-kun, said the goddess, stopping the albino in his tracks. Leave her alone. Huh? But. You have to give her space to process everything. I know you want to cheer her up and all, but for today, leave her alone. She needs it, she advised, approaching her son and placing her hand on his shoulder. It's for the best. Fine, Bell agreed resignedly, clenching his fists. I'm sorry, Airmid. While Welf just looked at the albino with pity, he then turned to look at Makoto, who was crying. And why are you crying? The blacksmith asked, puzzled. I don't know what's wrong with Bell Dono, but for some reason I feel like it's something really bad. I can't help it, she said, while wiping away her tears. Well, you're not wrong, actually, he whispered with a dejected smile, looking at his friend who had a very sad expression. Let's go back to headquarters, there are many things to think about, said Hestia, starting to walk, followed by the rest. In the end, the vacation wasn't as perfect as I thought, the albino thought with a sad smile, holding back tears from his eyes. Meanwhile, with Airmid. She ran through the streets of Verario with tears in her eyes, remembering Bell's words. I'm dying. No. He screamed in his thoughts. You're not going to die, Bell. You can't leave. The people on the streets just watched as the beautiful girl, known for her doll-like face, ran with tears in her eyes, wondering what had happened to her. Our story together is just beginning, it can't end like this. She shouted with her heart full of despair, seeing how her destiny was already in sight, increasing her speed. Meanwhile, at Insect Hospital. Everything was quiet at Insect Hospital, where its members were calmly doing their work, or so it was until the main door was opened, catching everyone's attention. Captain. I'm so glad you're back, Celia exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Airmid. Although her smile turned to surprise, as did everyone else's, when they saw small tears continue to run down the girl's cheeks, making everyone scared. See, Captain, what's wrong? Celia asked, alarmed. But Airmid didn't answer her, she just walked past her and went deeper into the hospital. The rest just looked at each other with bewildered faces, wondering what had happened to their captain that made her cry. Worried and distressed, Celia decided to follow her and find out what had happened to her. Meanwhile, Airmid simply went to his room to leave his small suitcase there and then started heading towards the hospital library. What happened, Airmid? Celia asked as she caught up with her. Was there a problem on the trip? But Airmid didn't answer, she just kept walking towards the library while wiping away the tears that were still running down her eyes. This only made her friend even more worried as she wondered what had happened to her to put her in that state. Upon arriving at the library, Airmid quickly began searching for a specific bookshelf. Celia, do you remember where the books are that our captain used to use to look for a cure for that disease? Airmid asked, looking at the girl who immediately understood what she meant. They're on shelf number 8, she replied, even more confused. What's going on? Did someone suddenly show up with that disease? Yeah. And with that short answer, Airmid quickly went to that bookshelf, seeing that indeed there were all the books that her captain used to research that disease and find a possible cure, something she was never able to achieve. There are 11 books, it doesn't matter, I'll read them all, she said with a determined expression, stacking all the books and walking with them to one of the library tables, followed by the still confused Celia. Perhaps, the girl thought, connecting the dots. Airmid arrived at the hospital with tears in her eyes, and the first thing she did was go to the library to look for information about that rare disease with a desperate expression. There was only one answer to that. Bell, does Bell have that disease? Celia asked, dreading the answer. Upon hearing that question, Airmid stopped walking, trembling slightly, gently placing the books on the table. Yes, was Airmid's short reply, taking a seat and showing how even more tears were streaming down her face. He quickly grabbed a book and started reading it, but the tears in his eyes made his vision blurry, and he wiped his tears every 3 seconds. Seeing that scene broke Celia's heart as she understood how Airmid felt. Her boyfriend, the person she loved, had an incurable disease, a disease that would take his life at any moment. Airmid's reaction was more than obvious. Probably anyone in her place would lock themselves in their room to cry and lament, but she. I don't accept it, Airmid whispered, reading the page of the book. I refuse to accept it. Airmid, Celia thought sadly. And I am the best healer in Arario, and it is my duty to find a cure for that disease, she said with a determined expression. But it's an incurable disease, you won't be able to. I don't care. Airmid shouted, interrupting Celia. I won't rest until I find a cure for that disease. I won't let Bell die from it, she can't leave. Tears began to well up in Airmid's eyes again, blurring her vision once more. At that moment the library doors opened, catching Celia's attention, but not Airmid's, as she was engrossed in her reading. Airmid. Diane's loud voice boomed from the entrance of headquarters as he angrily approached her. You just got back from your vacation and you haven't started working yet. I'm not going to accept this. What happened to you? Diane's angry face turned to one of bewilderment when she stood in front of Airmid and saw her with tears in her eyes. I am sorry, Diane-sama, but I won't be working, the girl said without taking her eyes off the book. I have a very important patient who needs me. I can't abandon him. Patient? Said the confused god, looking at Celia searching for an answer. The girl simply approached the god and whispered a few words to him, causing him to open his eyes in surprise, only for him to put on a disappointed expression seconds later. He slowly turned around and headed towards the library exit, but not before saying a few words. I won't stop you because I know you're suffering, but you're just wasting your time. That child is going to die no matter what." And with those words Diane left the library, leaving Celia and Airmid alone, the latter of whom began to shed many more tears because of those words. "Belle isn't going to die," she whispered, her heart breaking, as tears fell onto the pages of the book. Meanwhile, Celia just watched angrily as Diane went by for not being careful with his words. "Don't worry, Airmid," Celia shouted, catching the saint's attention. "Belle will live. I'm sure of it." "Celia," she whispered, surprised by those words. "We'll find a cure for that stupid disease," she exclaimed, sitting down across from Airmid and picking up another book to start reading. "You'll see. When Belle recovers, you two will get married and have lots of children. I'm absolutely sure of it." Meanwhile, Airmid just stared at Celia in surprise, not knowing what to say. "So don't worry, Airmid," Celia said, smiling slightly. "Together we'll find a cure for your boyfriend." A small but lovely smile formed on Airmid's face upon hearing those words. "Why yes," she accepted, wiping away the tear that ran down her cheek. It wouldn't be easy, they both knew that, since it was a disease classified as incurable, because after hundreds of years without finding a cure, it was placed as such. But Airmid still held hope in her heart, hope of finding a cure and being able to save the life of Belle, the person she loved. So he would not rest until he found that blessed cure, just as there was no invincible person, there also shouldn't be an incurable disease. Her heart would never accept it. "I won't let you die, Belle," she thought, determined to find that cure and save her beloved. I won't let you go." The countdown had begun for Airmid and Belle's lives. End of chapter. Chapter 23. My Wish. You know, when I heard this song I got the idea to write this story, so if you have the chance I'd like you to listen to it. A week had passed since that day. 1 week since Airmid learned of the terminal illness of her beloved albino. A week filled with anguish, despair and sadness for all who knew about the disease. A week in which Belle and Airmid had not seen each other again. The albino had gone to the hospital every day to see Airmid, but always received the same response from his girlfriend's family members. "Airmid is very busy and asks that no one disturb her, so come back tomorrow." At first I didn't understand what Airmid was doing, getting confused since she wasn't usually so busy. Until one day a colleague from Airmid told her the truth, since she was one of the few who knew about it, along with Celia. "He is looking for a cure for your disease." Rather than being happy about it, Belle was saddened. He was very moved that Airmid was looking for a cure for his disease, but it also made him depressed since it was a lost cause. There was no cure for it. He wanted to spend the little time he had left with the girl he loved and enjoy every second, but it seemed Airmid wanted to spend that time looking for a cure for his disease, a cure that did not exist. But that would end today. That day he would tell her what he felt and what he wanted. He would no longer accept a come back tomorrow from Airmid's colleagues. That day he would see her, no matter what. "Are you going to the hospital again, Bell Cun?" Hestia asked as she watched her son walk towards the exit. "Yes, this time I have to talk to Airmid, no matter what," the albino said resolutely. "If this continues, Airmid could get sick." "You're right, according to her coworkers she only leaves that place to wash up and have a small breakfast. She probably eats very little," she said sadly. "And knowing her, she probably sleeps very little too." Hearing that only made Belle's heart ache more, knowing that it was all because of him. "I'll talk to her and try to fix everything," he said, letting out a long sigh. "Goodbye, Kami-sama." "Goodbye and good luck," I whispered, sadly watching Belle walk away. As her goddess, she also desperately sought a way to heal Belle, even going to her friend Maich, who was a god of healing, hoping he could do something. "If I had my divine powers I could do something like Diane, but here on Earth that's impossible. I'm so sorry, Hestia." That answer alone made Hestia understand that it was impossible. If a god couldn't do it, a mortal certainly couldn't. "I have to go to work," she thought, even though she didn't feel like going. But as Belle recalled, he told her that she didn't need to work since she had made a lot of money at that casino and that she should just relax. But he did not want to abandon his position as Jack American because of the affection he had for it and also because it made him momentarily forget all his problems. Work is work, and with those words, Hestia left the mansion in the direction of her post at Jack American. Meanwhile, with the albino. He walked somewhat nervously towards the hospital, carefully choosing his words so as not to hurt Airmid. But how could he make it clear to her that he was going to die no matter what, without hurting her? It was difficult. "Mom, give me strength," thought the albino, looking up at the sky. To this day he wondered if he would ever meet his mother again when she died. The gods never made it clear what happened after death, and that made him nervous. And amidst so many thoughts, Belle finally arrived at the hospital, letting out a sigh to relax. Upon entering, to his surprise, the first person to greet him was the god Diane. "You've finally arrived," Diane shouted, approaching the rabbit. "Do you need something from me?" I asked, puzzled. Yes. Make it clear to Airmid that you're going to die and that her efforts are in vain, Diane said wearily. She literally does nothing but shut herself away in there. At this rate, she's going to get sick too. There's a more delicate way to ask, you know. Bell said, his eyes narrowing at those hurtful words. It doesn't matter. Just get her out of there. Bell knew that Diane was only asking for it because of the money Airmid made her earn, although to his surprise, he could also see concern in the god's eyes. Don't worry, that's what I came for anyway, he said, walking past Diane and going into the pharmacy. He didn't need a guide. He had been in that place so many times that he knew the corridors and the location of the infirmary by heart. With each step he took he became more nervous, he was afraid to find out what state Airmid was in, since he knew that she was very affected by all of this, he had to choose his words very carefully. And here we are. These were his thoughts as he stared at the door that connected to the library, the door that separated him from Airmid. Okay. Here we go, and letting out a sigh to relax and mentally prepare himself, Bell opened the library door. The first thing he saw was Celia, who was reading a book on the first shelf and was surprised to notice his presence. Can you leave us alone? Bell asked with a friendly smile. In response, Celia nodded slightly and left the library, knowing that her friend would need this conversation. Upon leaving, Bell turned his gaze to the interior of the library, seeing that at the back Airmid was sitting reading a book and in front of her was a table with many jars and various objects. It was probably what she used to search for a cure by trying different things. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Bell began walking towards his girlfriend, who seemed not to have noticed his presence. This one's no good, so it's deleted, was the whisper I heard from the saintly member as she crossed something out in the book. I'm sure there'll be something on the next page. A pain appeared in Bell's chest upon hearing Airmid's voice. It was the voice of someone who still held out hope that everything would turn out alright. Someone who refused to accept reality. Airmid? The girl stopped reading when she heard her boyfriend's voice in the library. Surprised, she looked up and saw that she was indeed standing in front of him. Bell could see dark circles under the girl's eyes, a sign that she hadn't slept much at all, and that only made him sadder. Bell. The girl exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you, he said with a small smile, walking towards her around the table. The saint couldn't help but get a little nervous when he saw her approaching, but all that went away when Bell wrapped her in a gentle hug. I miss seeing your beautiful face and hearing your lovely voice, he whispered happily, feeling the girl's warmth once again. I'm sorry, he apologized upon learning that it was his fault they hadn't seen each other for a whole week. But it was for a good reason. Once she found that cure, she would have all the time in the world to spend with him. Bell slowly pulled away from Airmid and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. I miss doing that. What have you been doing? He knew the answer, but didn't want to make Airmid's colleagues look like gossips, so he decided to pretend he didn't know anything. And I'm looking for a cure for your disease. A small smile appeared on Airmid's face as he said those words, a smile which hurt Bell. That's what I've been doing, she said, walking over to the book and flipping through it. I haven't found anything yet, but I'm sure I'll find that cure soon. I'm close. Airmid, Bell whispered sadly. I've tried different formulas, but none have worked, she said, looking at all the jars she had used to create it. But no problem. I have a feeling I'll find that cure soon. Airmid. Tomorrow some healing branches will arrive, I will also use them to look for her, but I will also give you some to help you with everything that cures your illness. Airmid. Celia has also been helping me a lot. With her help it will be much faster, so don't worry, Bell, I'll find that cure for. Airmid. The saint stopped speaking upon hearing the albino's voice, seeing him confused. Is something wrong? She asked nervously. You know, I really appreciate what you're doing, you don't know how happy it makes me, but it also makes me sad, she whispered with a sad expression. Why? She asked, worried. If it's because I'm taking a while to find her, don't worry, soon. That's not it, Bell interrupted. I want to spend time with you, I want to enjoy time with you, that's what I want most. Me too, and once I find that cure we'll have all the years in the world to spend together, so don't worry, she said, still with that hope in her eyes. That only made Bell sadder. It seemed she was clinging to the idea of curing her illness. I had no other option but to be direct. There is no cure. Yes, there is one. Airmid exclaimed, raising her voice to his surprise. I'm sure there is one, I just have to find it. He said, walking back to his workplace and sitting down. Just give me time, you'll see that I'll soon have that cure in my hands. Bell could tell how Airmid's voice cracked a little as she said those words. It hurt him a lot to see her like that. There isn't one, he whispered, moving closer to the girl. You know that better than anyone. Simply put, no one has found that cure, he said, refusing to believe it. I will find it. Airmid, you're only hurting yourself, she said worriedly. At this rate, you'll be a nurse too. I don't care," she whispered, wiping away a small tear that rolled down her cheek. "The illness I ever get will never compare to yours. Once I have that cure, I'll rest as long as I want by your side. Please don't make this any harder, it hurts me to see you like this. And it hurts me even more to know that with each passing day you're dying," I shouted, looking up at Bell. "I can't just stand idly by. How can I hold the title of the best healer in Arario if I can't even save the life of the person I love?" "Airmid, you know better than anyone that this disease is incurable," he said, wiping away the tears that streamed down the girl's cheeks. "Just accept it, you can't cure this disease. So what do you want me to do?" she shouted, standing up and facing Bell, her face streaked with tears. "Do you want me to waste my time without even trying anything? Is that what you want?" In response, she received a soft kiss on the lips, taking her by surprise as tears still streamed down her cheeks. They remained like that for a few seconds until Bell separated from Airmid and saw her with a small smile and tears in her eyes, surprising the saint. "You won't waste your time, Airmid. We'll use that little time to create beautiful moments together," she said, her voice trembling and her expression filled with sadness. "Or is that a waste of time?" "No." I cried out in pain, hugging Bell tightly. "Spending time with you is what I love most, so don't you ever say it's a waste of time again." Seeing Bell cry had hurt him much more than he thought. "I love you, Bell. And because I love you, I want to find that cure and spend lots of time together," he shouted, still clinging to the albino. That's why. The only cure I want right now is to spend all this time with the beautiful girl who stole my heart. You have no idea how happy that will make me," I whispered, gently stroking Airmid's hair. "Can you grant that selfish wish of your silly boyfriend?" More and more tears began to stream down Airmid's beautiful face as she heard those words. She knew it. There was no cure for that disease. She had already read every book 3 times, tried everything to create it, but it didn't work. She found nothing. But even so, she clung to the idea of finding something. She didn't want to abandon the little hope she had left, although it was more a refusal to accept reality than hope. But Bell was right. There was no cure and he would never find it no matter how hard he tried. Slowly, Airmid pulled away from the hug and saw Bell with his face full of tears. I had no other option but to accept reality, the reality of not being able to save the person I loved. "Why yes," the saint whispered with a small, sad smile. I will grant your wish, we will create beautiful moments together." "Thank you Airmid, I love you," Bell said with a smile. And slowly approaching each other, they shared a soft kiss, conveying all their feelings and pain. There would be no more countdown, that didn't matter anymore, the only thing that mattered was their time together and nothing else. They would live each day as if it were their last. From that day on, every moment would be very special and unforgettable for both of them. Their love story wasn't ending, it was just beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 24. New member. We find ourselves in the Chimenia mansion, specifically in the living room of that enormous mansion where a certain goddess and a certain silver-haired girl were chatting. It turns out that Airmid had gone to the mansion to see her boyfriend and spend time with him, but to her surprise, he wasn't there. "Are you sure he's not with Welf and Makoto?" Airmid asked, puzzled. "Nope, he left before them this morning saying he had something important to do," Hestia said, sinking down onto the sofa. "He seemed to be planning something these last few days." "That fool, he could have at least told me he was going out," Airmid whispered, puffing out his cheeks. As promised, Airmid wanted to spend a lot of time with Bell, managing to get Diane to let her work only half a day, something very surprising knowing who it was, but she didn't complain. But then Bell comes and disappears. She knew he also needed his alone time, but she couldn't help worrying about his condition. "Don't worry, Airmid, I'm sure Bell-kun is fine," Hestia reassured her with a small smile. "Knowing him, he's probably off doing something crazy out there. I made it more than clear to him that he doesn't have to get into trouble, his illness is already enough of a problem for him," she whispered, head down, feeling that sadness in her heart again. Although he had promised Bell he would no longer attempt anything, the truth was that he secretly returned to the hospital library at night and spent about 3 hours researching and testing different formulas. He slept little, but that was the least important thing. Besides, when she spent time with Bell, she would always sleep on his lap with the excuse that she was tired from work and that way she would recharge her energy. She simply couldn't stand idly by and at least say, "I tried" if she didn't find anything, even though in her heart she believed that at some point she would find something. Hope was still within her. "I'm here." Airmid was pulled from her thoughts by the sound of her boyfriend's voice behind her. She quickly turned around to look at him, as did Hestia. There stood the albino in front of the living room door with a nervous smile. If you looked closely you could see that there was someone hiding behind him. "Bell, what did you do?" Airmid asked, narrowing her eyes. "I know that smile. It's the smile of someone after doing something mischievous." The albino laughed, much more nervously. Bell-kun, Hestia said, confused. Ami-sama, I have some news for you, Bell said, adopting a firm stance. Really? And what would that be? The curious goddess asked. Ami-sama, I present to you the newest member of the family. Ta-da. And stepping aside, Bell pointed to the person behind him while making a sound of surprise. Hestia and Airmid just stared blankly at a girl hobbit who was standing looking at Bell with an anime-style sweat drop. New member? From the family? Hestia said with Airmid completing the sentence. Literally, Bell-sama kidnapped Lily, said the hobbit without taking her eyes off Bell. What? Both girls shouted in surprise. How is that, Bell-kun? You just kidnapped a woman. Hestia shouted angrily. Am I not enough for you, having to kidnap women? Airmid shouted, placing her hand on her heart. Wait, let me explain, Bell stammered, much more nervous. Luckily for them, Welf and Makoto entered the room, a little confused by the hobbit's presence. Hey, I have news, said Welf, a little surprised. What kind of news is this, my friend Welf? Bell asked, changing the subject. It seems that a mysterious masked man defeated the entire Soma family a few hours ago, Welf reported curiously. There are rumors that he's a madman who seeks to destroy the weakest families in Arario, Makoto said fearfully. Ah, was the small sound that came out of Bell as he looked away upon hearing those words. Thanks to that, he regained the attention of Airmid and Hestia. Why do I feel like you have something to do with this, Bell? Airmid said, approaching the albino in an accusatory manner. You'd better speak, Bell-kun, Hestia said, narrowing her eyes. Huh? What happened? Makoto asked, confused. And who is this girl? Bell-sama kidnapped Lily, the little hobbit said again. What? This time it was Welf and Makoto's turn, looking at Bell in bewilderment. I'm not a kidnapper. He shouted, already fed up with it. Then explain yourself. The four of them shouted at once, causing the hobbit to laugh slightly and amusedly at the scene. More explanation later. Now everyone was sitting on the living room sofas, a little calmer after hearing the origin of all the events. I understand, said Welf, nodding slightly. So the young man here, Bell, was often the target of attempted robbery by the young lady here, Lily. Then, tired of the constant attempted robberies, the young man asked the young lady to explain her reasons for doing so, and that's when she told him about her tragic life with the Soma family. Then Bell Dono, filled with anger, went to headquarters, putting on a mask to hide his identity, to ask the god to free Lily Dono, Makoto said, understanding the situation. And when he saw that everyone wouldn't let him in, the rabbit started attacking the Soma family and forcing his way into the headquarters, Hestia said wearily. And putting aside the fact that you carried her in your arms the entire way through that headquarters, Airmid said, clearly jealous. You haven't even carried me like that. Airmid Dono, that's not the point, said Makoto with an anime-style sweat drop. In conclusion, after the young lady passed a certain test, the god Soma took away her fauna, and you invited her to your family, and she accepted, said Welf with his eyes closed. Indeed. Bell said, happy that they understood everything, although Airmid immediately started pulling his cheeks. You're a reckless rabbit. Do you have any idea of the consequences this will bring? Airmid asked angrily, continuing to pinch his cheeks. But hide my face, Bell said nervously. What kind of mask was it? Welf asked curiously. It was a rabbit mask. He replied proudly, making everyone slap their faces. And even though you're so silly, I'll always love you, Airmid whispered, not understanding what was going on in the albino's head. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ganesha family knocked on the door, said Makoto with a nervous smile. Talk. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the door being knocked on, giving Makoto an accusing look. I'm sorry, the Asian woman apologized. I'll go, Hestia said wearily, standing up and going to the entrance. Meanwhile, the rest just sat in their seats, nervously hoping it wasn't the Ganesha family. Seconds later, Hestia arrived with a nervous smile and a box in her hands. Sorry, it was the pizza I ordered from the Lady of Abundance, he apologized, letting out a small laugh as he sat down and began to eat. Continuing with the questioning, that was very reckless, Bell-kun. I know, but I couldn't abandon Lily, Bell said, sounding a little dejected. I couldn't think of anything decent to bring her into the family, so I had to resort to that. Well, knowing Bell Dono, it was more than obvious that he wouldn't just stand idly by, said Makoto, letting out a small laugh, knowing her friend. Thinking of good plans is not something that characterizes Bell, said Welf, letting out a disappointed sigh, remembering his friend's crazy antics. I remind you that you were the one who gave me the idea of hurting myself to see Airmid. Bell defended himself. So it was you, Hestia, and Airmid said, glaring angrily at the blacksmith. Wait, I was just joking, I didn't think you'd take it seriously, he stammered, scared by the girl's stares. Bell is not the type of person who thinks much about other people's advice. That's not characteristic of him. Hey. Said the rabbit, offended by his girlfriend's comment. Lily wants to talk. Everyone fell silent when they saw the hobbit raise her hand, catching their attention. You shouldn't scold Belsama, even though what he did was very reckless. Lily is very grateful to him, she said, turning to look at the albino. Lily was able to escape that hell thanks to him, and don't worry, Lily doubts anyone from the Soma family will try anything, not after what Belsama did, and you won't find out who it was either, so I hope. But it doesn't matter, for Lily he's her hero. Lily, Bell whispered, moved by those words. He knew he would never be a true hero, mainly because of his short life, but being called a hero by someone made him very happy, and that was something the saint noticed when she saw his expression. So Lily will gladly join Belsama's family. I want to be with him and help him in any way I can, she said with a look of determination in her eyes. A small smile appeared on Hestia's face upon hearing those words, and even more so upon seeing her son's expression. He knew that deep down Bell still wanted to do heroic acts just like the stories his grandfather and mother read to him. Well, what's done is done, Hestia said, shrugging her shoulders. If you're okay with being part of my family, I'll gladly accept you, though I should warn you, the rabbit already has an owner. Owner? Lily turned her confused gaze towards Bell, seeing how Airmid hugged the albino's arm while looking at her. Darn it, whispered the hobbit. And she doesn't hide her objective. Welf and Makoto mentally shouted upon seeing Lily's intentions. Bell laughed nervously at that. Okay Lily, let's go to my room, I'll put my Falna there, Hestia said, standing up with the pizza box and walking. But don't take the pizza, Welf asked, though he was ignored. Meanwhile, Lily just stood up, turned to look at Bell, and smiled slightly at him. Thank you Belsama, Lily will be eternally grateful to you, so she will always follow you wherever you go, and with those words the hobbit also left, leaving the four of them alone in the room. Keep an eye on the Airmid, Christ, Welf warned. Shut up, and I haven't forgotten that you gave Bell that idea, she said, glaring at the blacksmith before turning to her boyfriend. And I expect you to never do anything so reckless again. You need to stay out of trouble. I am sorry, but I had to, Bell said with a nervous smile. I couldn't abandon Lily when she needed help. If you tell Bell Dono not to do something, I assure you he'll end up doing it anyway, said Makoto, earning a laugh from everyone except Bell. Do I give off such a bad impression? He asked, offended. No, you're just too good, Airmid said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Hey, don't make that scene in front of the lonely people, said the blacksmith, referring to himself and Makoto. But they just ignored him and focused on themselves. By the way, Airmid, what are you doing at headquarters? Bell asked curiously. I came to invite you out, but it turned out you weren't here, he replied, feigning annoyance. Well, it's only 2 in the afternoon. Do you still want to go out? Obviously, that was my goal, I agreed, taking Bell's hand and leaving the room together, but not before the albino said a few words. Tell Kami-sama and Lily that I went out with Airmid, I'll be back later, and with those words they both left, leaving Welf and Makoto alone. Do you still have any tips for winning someone over? Welf asked, looking hopefully at Makoto. My advice is only useful for conquering mortals, not gods, he said, patting Welf and leaving the room. What's the difference? He wondered, not understanding anything. It doesn't matter, I'll win over Hephaestus-sama with my own ideas. And with those thoughts, Welf also left the room thinking about his failed future plan. Meanwhile, in Hestia's room. Well done, Lily. Now you're part of the Hestia family, said the goddess, happy to have another member in her family. Thank you very much, Hestia-sama. Lily will help in any way she can in this family, she promised, putting her shirt back on. After all, she owes it to Belsama. It seems that the desire to be a hero is still in Bell-kun, Hestia said with a small smile at the thought. When Lily first met Belsama, she didn't believe he was an adventurer. He was far too noble for that, the hobbit whispered with a small smile. When I heard about Lily's past, I didn't hesitate for a second to help her, that's why Lily will always be with Belsama. Lily? Hestia said, confused, seeing the hobbit crying. Belsama is the best person Lily has ever known in her entire life, he's so kind, so good-hearted, he helps others without asking for anything in return, she whispered while trying to dry her tears. So why does someone as good as him have to die? Hestia opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, turning to look at the hobbit. Do you know about Bell-kun's illness? Why yes, the hobbit whispered sadly. When he said he would help me, he started coughing up blood. At first, he refused to tell Lily what was wrong, but in the end, he told her the truth. Why him? There are hundreds of people who are worthless and live happily, and someone as kind as Belsama is punished with this illness. That's not fair. Life isn't fair, Lily, Hestia whispered sadly. It never was. Is there any way to cure it? Lily asked hopefully. His girlfriend is the best healer in Arario. If there were a cure, he would have been cured a long time ago, Hestia replied sadly. All we can do is stay with Bell-kun and make him happy. Upon hearing those words, Lily simply lowered her dejected gaze. She had only known Bell for about 2 weeks, but that short time had made her realize that Bell was a kind and gentle person, someone who did not deserve that fate. Lily is surprised that Bell-sama, despite all that, is able to smile so genuinely, she whispered, remembering the smile Bell gave her when he saved her. That's right, Bell-kun, someone who will always smile no matter how bad things are, Hestia said with a loving smile. Bell-kun is one of a kind. Lily and video Airmid-sama. Haha, if you only knew how they met. Do you want to hear the story? Hestia asked, wanting to liven things up. Of course. While they were chatting in the room, Airmid and Bell were walking through the streets of Arario holding hands. You really got yourself into trouble, Airmid whispered as she passed by the Soma family headquarters, seeing a few members of the Ganesha family investigating. Haha, all Bell could do was laugh nervously. It seems you don't regret what you did, she said, letting out a sigh and looking at her boyfriend with a small smile. No, I don't regret helping Lily, he said without a hint of doubt. I'm very happy I saved her. Why? She asked curiously. Because now Kami-sama is not alone, she has one more member in the family, she said happily. She's not alone, she has you. Airmid, you know what I mean. Look, they sell ice cream there, let's buy one, said the saint, clearly avoiding talking about that subject. It still hurt her a lot to talk about it. If they started talking about the illness, she would probably start crying like that time in the library, so she tried to avoid that topic as much as possible and just concentrate on her relationship with her beloved. Bell simply decided to play along with Airmid and go for an ice cream because even though he didn't enjoy eating sweets, if he was with Airmid anything was pleasant for him. After a few minutes, they both received their ice cream, walked away from the stand and continued their walk hand in hand. But you don't have to get into trouble anymore, Bell. You know how I get every time I find out you've gotten into trouble, he warned, looking accusingly at Bell. Understood. I'll try, she replied with a nervous smile, earning a tired sigh from Airmid. That doesn't convince me, but oh well, he said, letting out a tired sigh. Hahaha. Changing the subject, do you want to go to Love Square again? I heard there are new stalls there, the saint suggested excitedly. Of course, now that we're a couple, we can walk around that place more peacefully, even go to places we couldn't go to at the beginning, she said, remembering a photo booth where the couple kissed. Great. Let's go then, she said with a beautiful smile, walking with Bell in that direction. Although Airmid was very sad inside because of Bell's illness, she couldn't help but feel happy spending time with him and going on dates around town. After all, these were very special moments for her. As they walked, they passed a jewelry store where Bell saw an engagement ring which made her smile when she saw it. Many will think it's too soon, but I want to do it, he thought as he imagined himself on his knees, placing the ring on the saint's finger. I think I'll go to the guild tomorrow to get a few valis. It's worth it. And with those thoughts, Bell kissed Airmid on the cheek and continued their walk towards the Love District to enjoy the whole afternoon together. Very nice memories for the couple. End of chapter. Chapter 25. A fox. Oi Welf. What's wrong, my suicidal friend? How can you propose to someone? Welf, lying on the sofa in the Chimenia mansion, almost fell face down, but managed to avoid it by sitting up and seeing his friend in surprise. Marriage? Are you? I asked, incredulous. Yes. I'm going to ask her to marry me, he said decisively. To whom? I asked, still in shock. Which is? Obviously an Airmid idiot. Bell had to fassip him when he heard the absurd question the blacksmith had asked. Sorry, I was in a trance, he said, letting out a nervous laugh. But getting back to the main topic, are you sure? Absolutely, I feel like I have to ask him, so I wanted to know how to do it. Do you know how? He asked curiously. I don't know, the only time I asked someone to marry me was to Hephaestus-sama in my dream, he said dejectedly. And do I accept? No, he told me that a mortal and a god couldn't be together. Damn it. I can't even be happy in my dreams. The blacksmith complained, biting a nearby book. A nervous laugh escaped the albino upon seeing Welf's attitude. Officially, he was ruled out for the council. What are you doing? The hobbit who had been with the family for a week entered the room, watching with curiosity as the blacksmith cried. Although she had only been there a short time, she had quickly become accustomed to the family. After all, Hestia was the goddess of the hearth. We're talking about marriage, Bell said sincerely, looking at the hobbit. She opened her eyes slightly in surprise, but immediately understood what he meant, relaxing her gaze and taking a seat. Lily doesn't want to sound too harsh, but she doesn't think it's very hasty, she said, looking the albino in the eye. Lily knows very well why she's doing this, but she hasn't considered how Airmid-sama would feel about this proposal. Bell just lowered his gaze when he realized what Lily meant by that. Normally, when a woman is asked to marry her by the man she loves, it is a great joy for her, as it would be a vow to live a lifetime together, but for Airmid. She loved Bell and would surely accept without hesitation, but it would also hurt her to know that the beautiful memory that every loving couple wants would end too quickly. Great, Lilicuajo, you've already discouraged him, said Welf, seeing how Bell lowered his gaze. Lily is sorry, Bell-sama, it wasn't her intention. Don't worry, you're right after all, I whispered, letting out a sigh. But it's something I'm really excited about. I understand, Bell, marrying the person you love is a big dream, Welf said dejectedly. A dream where I even get rejected. We're not talking about you, Welf-sama, said Lily wearily as she saw Welf begin his lamentations. It's Bell-sama who needs words of encouragement. Thank you, Lily, Bell said with a small smile. I think you should at least give her the ring. That'll surely make her happy, Welf advised, lying back down on the sofa. Women like cheesy things. This is proving more complicated than I thought, Bell whispered with a finger on his chin. By the way, Bell-sama, Lily wants to know what you're doing wearing your armor if we're not going to the dungeon today. Besides, it's already night, said the hobbit, confused. Huh? The armor? Well, the truth is that. Before Bell could finish his sentence, the Oriental woman entered the room, capturing the attention of the three. I'm ready, Bell Dono, said Mikoto with a serious expression. Alright, then let's get to it, said Bell, standing up and showing that he had 2 daggers at his waist as he walked towards Mikoto. Where are they going? Asked the curious blacksmith. To the pleasure district, they both replied. A few seconds of silence passed where Lily and Welf were left in shock, not knowing what to say. Bell and Mikoto blushed slightly as they saw what they had done. I don't think we explained ourselves well, they both thought with a nervous smile. Minutes later. The summary was as follows. Bell had accidentally overheard a conversation between Mikoto and Chigusa where they were both talking about going to save a friend who was in the pleasure district against her will. Upon hearing this, Bell emerged from his hiding place and offered to help, but Mikoto immediately refused his help as her illness prevented her from exerting herself too much. But obviously Bell wouldn't stay like that, being very insistent, and in the end Mikoto agreed, going together to save that girl. But it wasn't easy. They managed to find her, but suddenly a stampede of Amazons was chasing them, preventing them from taking the girl with them. They fled the pleasure district before being caught by those Amazons. And today they were going back to that place for revenge. Seriously, when you two team up you create much bigger problems, said Welf with an anime-style sweat drop. Lily has already gotten used to it, even though she's only been in the family for a week. Interesting, I don't even have Hestia-sama's foulness, said Mikoto, realizing this. Me neither, but we spend a lot more time here, Welf said calmly. They should join the family. Bell said, a sparkle of excitement in his eyes. I'll think about it, but that's not the point now. I have to save Haraham Dono, Mikoto said with a serious expression. Are you coming? Bell asked, looking at his 2 friends. I don't know, Bell, this will be a very big problem between families. It could harm Hephaestus-sama's family and could put him at risk of death, and that's why I'm going with you. Count me in. He shouted, standing up with an expression full of determination. Lily will be there too, someone has to keep them in check, said the hobbit, letting out a tired sigh. Alright. Our squad is ready, Bell said excitedly, looking at his friends. No matter what happens, we have to save Mikoto-san's friend. I wonder what Airmid would think of this, Welf whispered, sending a shiver down Bell's spine. Haraham Dono is waiting to be saved. We have to win. Let's go team. Bell shouted, full of motivation. It. And with that shout the squad ran out of the mansion ready to save that Rennert in the pleasure district under the moonlight of that night. Meanwhile, with Airmid. She was almost finished with her night shift that night, although there wasn't much to do, so she was chatting with the goddess Hestia, who had come to visit. It will be in 3 weeks, so I hope to have you with me, Airmid said the little goddess with a smile. Of course, Hestia-sama, as long as it's about Bell, I'll be happy to help, the saint said with a beautiful smile on her face. Although we should also ask others for help. Obviously, but Bell-kun can't find out about any of this, it has to be a secret, the goddess reminded him. Don't worry, I won't say a word, he promised confidently. Meanwhile, we need to start the preparations. A slight emotion could be seen in Airmid because of the conversation she was having with Hestia. If it was about Bell, she would always give him her full attention. He's done so many things for me, it's time I did something for him too, she said eagerly. Haha, I'm sure Bell-kun will be happy even if you only give him a rock, if it's from you anything is good for him, Hestia joked, letting out a small laugh. I'd say it's crazy, but coming from him, it seems believable, she said with a sigh. By the way, how's Lily? Has she settled in with the family yet? It took me by surprise, but she managed to get used to the family very quickly, taking on a support role, although sometimes she acts as if she were the captain, I explained with a nervous smile. Bell is a very kind and strong boy, but honestly, he lacks the character to act like a captain, she said with a small smile, remembering her boyfriend's face. although I like his personality just the way it is. Bell is very special, Hestia whispered, lowering her gaze. After that, both remained silent, not knowing what to say, as they obviously remembered Bell's illness, making the atmosphere uncomfortable. Celia passed by wanting to greet her captain, but sensing the depressed atmosphere, she decided it was best to walk away and not disturb. "How's Bell doing with his illness?" Airmid asked in a whisper. "He coughs much more often these days, it's the only symptom he always has thanks to his ability, although lately he's told me he feels a little tired," Hestia replied, looking down. "I understand," Airmid whispered, depressed by that answer. "If it weren't for that ability, then Bell." And? Before Airmid could finish speaking, Hestia confirmed what she was about to say, making her clench her fists in helplessness. "If only I were a better healer," she whispered in frustration. "You've already done everything you could, Airmid. You have no idea how grateful Bell is that you wanted to cure his illness," she said, trying to reassure her with a slight smile. "Bell feels like the luckiest boy in the world to have you." "That fool," she stammered, wiping away a tear that had escaped her eye. "I wish I could do more for him. Being by his side is more than enough for Bell, that's all we have left." A sad smile formed on both girls' faces after that conversation. Whenever they met, their main topic of conversation was always Bell, something that was already normal between them. "I wonder what he's doing," Airmid wondered curiously. "Well, it's already night, so he's probably playing a board game with the others," Hestia said with an amused smile. "Welf bought it and they play almost every night." "Wow, I'd like to go," said Airmid, wanting to see Bell. "Your shift ends in an hour, right? You can come with me and sleep at headquarters. There are plenty of rooms, after all," Hestia suggested, watching with amusement as Airmid's expression changed to a smile. "If it's not too much trouble, then I'd be happy to go." "Just wait for one more hour and we'll go together," Airmid said excitedly, wanting her shift to end quickly. "Haha, don't despair, I'll wait for you here," said the goddess gracefully. Meanwhile, Airmid maintained an eager smile, anxious for her shift to end so she could see Bell. Well, with Bell and his friends playing the board game. "Let it all burn," Welf shouted, seeing the pleasure district covered in flames on all sides. "What's going on?" Lily asked, alarmed, as she ran. A while ago everyone arrived at the place thinking about how they would get past all the Amazons and rescue Harahim. But to their surprise, when they arrived at the pleasure district, it was engulfed in flames as a result of a war between Freya and Ishtar. The reason? Ishtar, filled with anger, called the goddess Freya a fat boar in a conversation where Freya told her that this would not be left like that. 2 hours later, Freya returned to the district with her entire family to destroy the Ishtar family, which came at the perfect time for Bell and his friends to save Harahim, a girl who was being carried by the albino while they ran. It was easy, they found her at the top of the district in a circle. It seemed that she was about to be sacrificed, but there were no Amazons there except for one. They probably went to fight with the Freya family, leaving the Renard alone, being able to rescue her easily, although before Bell had to defeat an Amazon named Aisha, who was the only one who had stayed at the place of sacrifice. And now, with their goal accomplished, they all ran through the burning streets looking for a way out. "I told you we were going to save you," Bell said with a big smile, looking at the girl in his arms. "Bell-sama." Harahim shouted happily and moved by that, hugging the albino even tighter. "Does that count as infidelity?" Welf asked curiously. "That would be Airmid Sama's verdict," said Lily with an anime-style sweat drop. Then everyone saw a frog woman fly out of the sky and land on the other side of the district, and seconds later a boar man took a great leap and went in that direction. "We definitely have to leave here quickly," said Makoto, frightened. Seconds later a pillar of light began to rise, a sign that a god had returned to the heavens. "I no longer feel the absence of Ishtar-sama," Harahim whispered in surprise. "Whatever the goddess Ishtar did greatly angered the goddess Freya," Welf said with a nervous smile. "That doesn't matter. We have to get out of here before someone else attacks us." And with that hobbit scream, the five, after running for a while, managed to get out of the pleasure district just in time, as the Ganesha family was arriving to close the place and investigate the case. "Haha, another adventure successfully completed," Welf laughed, stopping running along with the others. "What's so funny? We were lucky we didn't run into any members of the Freya or Ishtar families," the hobbit complained wearily. When Bell-sama invited Lily to the family, he didn't tell her they get into trouble every day. Bell laughed nervously, putting down Harahim. "Harahim dono." Makoto shouted happily, jumping up to hug her friend. "Thank you, Makoto-sama," Bell-sama whispered the Renard, happy to have escaped that hell. "I'm glad everything turned out alright," Bell said, happy to have achieved his goal and saved Makoto's friend. Explosions could still be heard in the pleasure district, a sign that the Freya family was still causing havoc. "It's best to return to the mansion or those crazy people will attack us," Lily advised. "I agree with you, Lilicuajo, we have to go," Welf agreed, starting to walk alongside the hobbit. The other three also started walking, although Haraham let out a groan of pain and began to fall to the ground, but fortunately Bell managed to catch her in time. "Are you alright, Haraham-san?" Bell asked, worried. "And no worries, Bell-sama, I just twisted my ankle," she said, embarrassed by the boy's closeness. "We don't have any potions with us, so it's best to carry her," Makoto recommended, not wanting her friend to get hurt any further. The four of them began to stare intently at Bell, conveying the message. "Okay, I'll carry her," he said with a small smile, carrying Haraham bridal style. The happy Renard just clung tighter to her hero, feeling like a princess as she was carried like that. And so the team, having completed their objective, began their return to headquarters. Meanwhile, Hestia and Airmid walked peacefully through the streets towards the chimney mansion, chatting as they went. "What are you carrying there?" Hestia asked, noticing that Airmid, in addition to the clothes she would wear that night, was also carrying a small flask. "They're pills for Bell," she replied, looking at the bottle. "They won't cure his illness, but they'll help a lot to calm his cough. It's the only thing I can do for him for now." She really wanted to do more for him, she wanted to show him how much she loved and cared for him, but she couldn't think of anything, although according to Hestia it wasn't necessary, Bell already knew everything Airmid felt for him. "Hahaha. What are you laughing at?" Airmid asked, confused by the goddess's laughter. "I'm so happy you're Bell-kun's girlfriend. I think he's much luckier to have you," she said with a motherly smile, looking at Airmid. "Now I understand why he was capable of doing so many stupid things just to see you. He did it because he's a fool, there's no other explanation," she said, blushing and still a little angry at the albino's crazy antics. Welf is an idiot for giving that advice, and Bell is even more of an idiot for listening to him. "I won't deny that," he said with a smile. At that moment, some members of the Ganesha family ran past them, confusing them. "This is the third group that's run past," Airmid said, confused. "Do you think something bad has happened?" Hestia asked, worried. "Most likely, I think the pleasure district is in that direction," Airmid said dismissively. "At least Bell has nothing to do with it this time." "You're right, I think the pleasure district is the only place Bell-kun would never go," Hestia said, letting out a laugh at how absurd that sounded. And bursting into laughter at how funny that sounded, they reached the gates of the Gemenia mansion. To their surprise, however, another group arrived at the mansion at the same time as them, but from a different direction. Huh? Huh? The two groups looked puzzled when they saw each other, and Hestia and Airmid even more so when they saw Bell and the rest of them dirty and smelling smoky from being in the fire for so long. However, Airmid noticed a certain detail that made him frown. "Bell, can I ask why you're carrying a woman in your arms?" he asked, clearly jealous of the Renard. "It's not what Airmid Dono thinks," Makoto said, defending her friend. Haraham Dono twisted her ankle, and Bell Dono decided to carry her. "And who is she?" Hestia asked curiously. "The newest member of the family," Bell exclaimed excitedly. Although he was instantly startled when he felt Airmid's gaze. "And curiously, it had to be another woman, very nice Bell," he said, looking reproachfully at the albino, who just nervously looked away. "Well, what did you expect? It's Bell," said the blacksmith, giving a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Haraham just stared at the saint's obvious jealousy, wondering if she was something to her hero. "Are you Bell-sama's girlfriend?" Haraham asked curiously. "Yes, I'm his girlfriend," she replied quickly. "I understand," the dejected Renard whispered, though seconds later she smiled again. "Well, I'm content to be the mistress," she said shyly. The silence fell over the entire street after Haraham said those words, leaving everyone with a blank expression. "Bell, let go of that girl, I don't want to hurt you by accident," Airmid whispered, cracking her knuckles. "Haraham Dono, you don't have to say that," the Asian woman scolded her friend. "We need to calm down," Hestia pleaded with a nervous smile, watching as a frightened Bell handed Haraham over to Makoto. "I think it would be best to talk at the mansion, Lily is cold," recommended the hobbit, walking towards the headquarters, followed by the others. "Unfaithful rabbit," Airmid whispered as she passed by the albino, looking at him angrily. Wait, Airmid, it's not what you think," Bell said, walking towards his girlfriend to look at her, but she turned her face away to avoid making eye contact with him. The others just laughed at the comical scene of Bell wanting to look Airmid in the eyes and her looking away from side to side to avoid looking at him. At night Bell would have to give many explanations to calm Airmid down. Undoubtedly a very problematic day for everyone, but saving Haraham and with a new member in the Hestia family. End of chapter. Chapter 26. A Promise. That's 2 filler chapters, so it's time to get back to the main plot. We find ourselves in Dian Sek's hospital where our albino protagonist was lying on a stretcher and a few meters away from him was his pretty girlfriend sitting at her desk writing a few things in her notebook. "Have you finished examining me, doctor?" Bell asked, intending to stand up. "Stay where you are," Airmid ordered without turning to look at him. Bell simply obeyed the order without question. She's very nice when she gives me orders, he thought with a silly smile. But her smile turned to terror when she saw Airmid stand up with a huge needle. I'll have to take some blood to see how your illness is progressing and so on, he said, slowly approaching Bell. Wait, is this necessary? Bell asked, frightened, watching as he approached with that needle. Don't be such a scaredy cat, Bell, it'll just be a little prick, Airmid said, sighing at her boyfriend's fear. Seriously, you let minotaurs beat you up and you're afraid of a tiny needle. I think the minotaur hurt me less, he said with a nervous smile as he stood before his girlfriend. Nonsense, you'll see you won't feel a thing, he said with a small smile, trying to reassure Bell. What if we leave it for tomorrow? That would be. Before Bell could finish his words, Airmid silenced him with a soft kiss, catching him off guard. Although seconds later he returned the kiss, feeling the sweet taste of his lovely girlfriend's soft lips. They stayed like that for a few seconds until Airmid pulled away with a small cute smile. Why was that? He asked, a little embarrassed. In response, Airmid, still smiling, held up a small vial containing the albino's blood. What? Bell exclaimed, surprised, and looked down at his arm, where he saw a small bandage where he had been pricked. I told you it wouldn't hurt, Airmid said in a sweet voice, walking back to her desk. I already knew that, said Bell, proud of not having cried. Airmid just chuckled slightly at the sight, placing the small vial containing Bell's blood in a box and putting it away. That sample would help him find a cure and also to see how his illness was progressing. He had been given some healing branches, so he hoped they were doing their job. And with that, your consultation is over, Airmid said, looking at Bell with a lovely smile. It was less painful than I thought, he said, relieved, standing up and walking toward his girlfriend. So, what will you do now? Well, my shift's over, so we have half the rest of the day to figure out what to do, she said, eager to spend time with her boyfriend. You don't have any plans, do you? Nope, actually I also plan to spend the rest of the day with you, he said, while gently hugging the girl. So what do you propose we do? She asked curiously, letting the albino embrace her. Would you like to have another date? Well, that's not a bad idea. There are still many places in Arario that we haven't visited, but I was planning to have a picnic. Picnic? He said curiously. Yes, I have everything ready. I even know a beautiful place that I'm sure you like, he said, pulling away from the hug and looking at the girl. Do you like the idea? If you're there, any place will be very special for me, I agreed with a beautiful smile, making the albino blush. So I accept. I don't think I've ever had a picnic in my life. Perfect. Then let's go to headquarters to get the food and then we'll go to the field, she said excitedly, leaving the room with Airmid holding hands. In the hallway they met Celia who greeted them with a small smile. Are they going out together again? I asked curiously. Yes, we'll have a picnic, Belle replied excitedly. I'm so jealous, I wish I could rest too, the girl complained, but seconds later she smiled again. But it doesn't matter, I hope you enjoy your day, Airmid. Thank you, Celia, said the saint with a smile. And holding hands, they both left the hospital, leaving Celia looking at the place where they had come out. They act as if that disease doesn't exist, the girl thought sadly. Airmid is being very strong. I don't even want to imagine all the pain she hides beneath that smile. She knew Airmid was suffering but was being strong for the albino, wanting to have beautiful memories with him, but she was 100% sure that Airmid cried at night when she was alone. I just hope it holds up when the day comes, he thought sadly, turning around to continue with his work. As Belle and Airmid walked hand in hand through the city streets towards the chimney mansion. They unwittingly caught the attention of a few people. After all, they were both certainly famous in the city, especially Airmid, who was an unattainable woman for all men. But that rabbit walked hand in hand with that beauty who gave beautiful smiles only to him. Some men couldn't help but feel respect for that legendary boy. After a few minutes they both arrived at the Chimenia mansion where they were greeted by the Renard who had been in the family for about 2 weeks. Welcome Bell Sama, Airmid Sama, Harahim greeted with a small smile. Hello Harahim, Bell replied with a smile. But Airmid didn't greet her, she just hugged the albino's arm and looked suspiciously at the Renard who only smiled nervously. Come on, let's go get some food said Belle, starting to walk with Airmid, who didn't let go of him. My rabbit, Airmid whispered as she passed Harahim. The Renard only let out a nervous laugh at those words, knowing that the healer didn't like her. I should have kept that comment to myself, she thought, remembering his bold words. Meanwhile, the couple arrived at the kitchen where the goddess Hestia was reading a book. Hello Hestia Sama, Airmid greeted politely. Airmid. I'm glad to see you, said the smiling goddess. Are you coming to spend the afternoon at headquarters? No, Belle and I are having a picnic and we came for the food, he replied, watching as the albino went to the kitchen and took a basket which had the food. Oh, so it was yours, and I was planning to eat it, Hestia said with a nervous, relieved smile. Well, I hope you have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you. The smiling couple said, leaving the kitchen. Hestia, now alone, let out a sigh of relief. I hope they don't notice that 2 sandwiches are missing, she thought with a nervous laugh. But the engaged couple. They were already walking through the streets looking for the field where they would have their picnic, which they soon arrived at, seeing that there were a few families and couples spending time there. Look, there's a space under the tree, Belle pointed to a huge tree that provided refreshing shade. It's a good place, let's go. And with the saint's confirmation, the two went under the big tree where they placed a blanket on the grass and sat down together, leaving the basket of food to one side. There are 2 sandwiches missing, Belle said, noticing the basket had less food than he had put in it. It was probably Hestia Sama, Airmid said, letting out a small laugh. It doesn't matter, it's enough food for the 2 of us. You're right, he said, taking a sandwich and giving it to Airmid. And now that everything was ready, they both began to enjoy the food while observing the place. Some children ran and played while their parents watched them from afar with a smile as they hugged each other. Airmid couldn't help but smile fondly at the scene and think of herself and Belle taking that place and watching their children have fun, something she had thought about when she first started a relationship with Belle. She knew Belle was a special boy from the moment she saw him, so she accepted to be his girlfriend without hesitation, since she knew she would never meet someone like him, so she was sure that she would form a beautiful family with him in the future, something that excited her inside. Imagining a mini Belle or a mini Airmid running around was something that gave him a lot of tenderness and joy. But all that happiness was shattered when she learned of Belle's short lifespan. All the dreams and plans she had for the future with her beloved albino fell to pieces as her tears streamed down her face in pain. Until now, every night before going to sleep she cried like a little girl, feeling useless for not being able to help him and cure that damn disease to fulfill her dreams with Belle. A family together with Belle, she thought, watching her boyfriend who was eating his sandwich with a smile, watching the children play. Is something wrong? Belle asked, confused, feeling Airmid's gaze. Do the sandwiches not taste good? Sorry, but I couldn't decide which cheese to use. There are so many kinds, I couldn't choose quickly. What names would you give our children? Belle nearly choked on his sandwich when he heard that question. What's the reason for that? He asked, surprised. Just answer, you idiot, she pleaded, slightly embarrassed. Belle, a little shyly, decided to answer his girlfriend's question. Well, if it were a boy, I'd like him to be called Yuki, he replied, slightly blushing. What if it were a girl? I asked curiously. Airmid, he replied without hesitation. A little anime-style sweat drop appeared on her face when she heard that answer. Airmid, is that really the only thing you can think of? I don't have to think about it, your name is beautiful so it would be nice if I had it, he replied sincerely. A slight blush appeared on the saint's cheeks upon hearing those words. That's stupid, he whispered as he took a bite of his sandwich. And what prompted that question? He asked curiously. Watching those children play made me think about what it would be like for the 2 of us to have a family, she replied with a small smile, watching the children return to their parents. Every time I imagine it, it fills me with tenderness. A small, sad smile appeared on Belle's face as he heard those words. I'd like to start a family with you too, Belle whispered sadly. But it's something that can't happen. I'm sorry for bringing that up, Airmid apologized, regretting having asked that question when she saw him sad. Although to be honest, she also wanted to cry, but she didn't want to ruin the picnic with her tears, so she would hold it in until she was alone in her room. Airmid? Yes. She said, confused, looking at Belle, who was looking at the sky with a smile. Do you believe in reincarnation? I asked, turning to look at her. She was confused by that question but still decided to answer. I'm not sure, not even a god has said what happens after death, she said, puzzled. Why do you ask? Belle's smile widened as he heard that question, taking his girlfriend's hands. Airmid, I promise you that if I reincarnate we will meet again, he said with a big smile, surprising the saint. What? No matter how many times I am reborn, I will always fall in love with you, he said with a look of determination in his eyes. What do you mean? No matter how many centuries pass, I will meet you again, and I will do stupid things again to get your attention and make you fall in love, I promise you, Airmid. The girl listened in surprise to Belle's words, feeling her cheeks warm up at the sincerity in them. And when that day comes, I promise you that we will live our love story from beginning to end without any stupid disease getting in our way, she said, her voice breaking but still smiling. Small tears trickled down Airmid's eyes as she heard those words, knowing that Belle was serious. You fool, she whispered, trying to control her tears. How are you so sure we'll reincarnate? I'm not sure and it probably won't happen, but I promise you that one way or another you and I will meet again, he said, giving Airmid a soft kiss on the lips. Well, that's good for that Airmid, but the one who needs you now is the Airmid of the present, she said with a sad smile. You're what she desires most. And that's why I'll give you all my love and company. I'm all yours. He exclaimed with a big smile, extending his arms. And Airmid, without hesitation, threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. The words he said to her had truly moved her. She doubted that something like that would happen, but it still made her happy. I love you, Bell, he whispered, burying his face in the albino's chest. I love you. I love you too, Airmid, he said in a warm voice with a small smile. And don't doubt it, I promise you and I will see each other again, and I never break a promise. Liar, you promised me you wouldn't hurt yourself in the dungeon again, and you kept doing it, he said, raising his gaze and puffing out his cheeks as he looked at Bell. You're so cute, he said, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Don't change the subject, silly, she said, blushing. I promise you, Airmid, my love for you is so immense that not even the gods can prevent our reunion, he said with hope. Well, I hope our love will overcome the gods' plans, she said with a small smile. But in the meantime, I'll keep looking for a cure, she thought, still not giving up. Well, let's keep eating, there are still plenty of sandwiches left, Bell said, passing another sandwich to his girlfriend and taking one himself. Airmid, still with that determined expression, took the sandwich and began to eat it while observing the field and the families. I promise you, Airmid, Bell thought, looking at his girlfriend with a small smile. You and I will meet again, and I will make you the happiest woman in the world. And placing a kiss on Airmid's cheek, Bell continued to enjoy the meal in the company of his beloved girlfriend. That day Bell made his great promise. Perhaps it wouldn't be fulfilled, but for Airmid, hearing the sincerity of Bell's heart was more than enough for her, and that was worth a lot. And I promise to fall in love with that troublesome fool again and again, no matter how many times it is, I will always fall in love with you, Bell thought Airmid, looking fondly at Bell. And under the enormous tree they both made their promise, a promise full of love, but in the meantime they would enjoy every moment together. Moments that will remain stored in their hearts. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Rainy night. It was night in the city of Arario, a very rainy night with strong winds that moved the trees from side to side, making it so that there was not a single living being in the street because they did not want to be exposed to that storm. And in the Chimenea Airmid mansion, he watched from the window the strong storm which seemed not to stop for a good while. She had arrived in the afternoon to spend time with her boyfriend Bell, but when she decided it was time to leave, it started to rain, forcing her to stay a little longer. It seems the rain has no intention of stopping, said Airmid, turning away from the window and walking to the living room sofa to sit down next to Bell. You can't go back to the hospital in this storm, Bell said, worried that Airmid wanted to leave. It would be best if you slept here tonight, we have plenty of rooms, Hestia recommended while drinking a hot coffee. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to stay, Airmid agreed with a small smile. The others were not at the mansion. Mikoto went to sleep at her family's headquarters, taking Haraham with her to spend time with her friends. Welf was spending his time at the forge, trying to create a good weapon. The only other person in the mansion was Lily, who was already asleep in her room. It was around 10 o'clock at night and she always went to bed early. That's good, after all this is your home too, said the smiling goddess, going to the kitchen for another coffee, leaving the couple alone. Are you hungry? I can bring some cookies and we can eat before bed, Bell asked, ready to get the food. That sounds good to me, Airmid agreed with a small smile, watching as her boyfriend also headed towards the kitchen. Now that she was alone in the room, she sighed as she watched the rain fall from the window. This weather is depressing me, he thought, sinking down onto the sofa. She tried to ignore it every day, but it was impossible, and that hurt her. She knew it. With each passing day, the life of the boy she loved so much was getting shorter and shorter. She could even see he was paler than usual, and he had stopped going to the dungeon as often. According to Hestia, he tired very easily. Although her ability did its job of keeping him going and giving him the energy to carry on, it wasn't enough, and that was evident in his deteriorating condition, even though he always ignored it, flashing his big smile and telling her that everything was fine. Although he had not given up and continued searching for a cure for that disease, he was very far from finding it if it even existed. I wish I had divine powers and could erase that stupid disease, she whispered, still lying on the sofa, while raising her hands and pointing at the ceiling. Although a certain smiling albino appeared showing a tray with a plate and 2 cups. Here are the cookies and the coffee, she said as she placed them on the table. Airmid sat back down properly on the sofa so Bell could sit next to her and start enjoying their small meal before going to sleep. What were you muttering? Bell asked curiously, eating a cookie. I was just murmuring how much I love you, Airmid replied, taking a sip of her coffee. Bell blushed slightly at those words, catching him off guard. Sometimes Airmid would suddenly make comments like that, always managing to embarrass the rabbit, something that the girl found very endearing. Wow, I can feel the love even here, Hestia joked, coming back into the room with a cup of coffee. Ugh, it's freezing. This morning it was very sunny, and now there's a big storm. The weather is crazy, said the albino, feeling the warmth of the coffee invade his body. By the way, Bell-kun, you'll have to prepare another room for Airmid. The one she used to use is now occupied by Haraham, Hestia reminded him, taking a sip of her coffee. That girl, Airmid whispered in a bad mood. Haha, don't you like Haraham-san? Bell asked with a nervous smile. I don't know any girl who gets along with others who have ulterior motives with their boyfriend, she said, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. I agree with you, but don't worry, it seems Haraham only said it as a joke that day, Hestia said, trying to reassure the saint. I hope so, or else there's going to be bloodshed here, Airmid whispered as she forcefully broke a cookie in two. In a certain family in the Far East, Renard felt a chill down her spine, worrying her suicidal friend, but she thought it was just from the cold night and let it go. Returning to the room. After eating cookies and drinking coffee for a while, everyone was ready to go to sleep. Okay Airmid, follow me, I'll show you your room, said the rabbit, walking towards the kitchen to put down the dishes. Airmid was about to follow him, but Hestia stopped her. Listen Airmid, Bell probably won't make the first move, but you should sleep in his room, the goddess advised. Huh? In your room? Airmid asked, embarrassed. Obviously, they slept together in Milan, so they should sleep together, they're a couple after all. Do you think Bell would want to? I asked timidly. Of course, what's more, it's very cold tonight, so you should take advantage of it to warm each other up, she said with a small smile. Hestia was literally talking about it, giving each other a hug and sleeping warmly, but Airmid understood that message differently, making her cheeks turn redder. Although it's just a suggestion, nothing more. Good night Airmid. And with those words the goddess left, leaving the embarrassed and thoughtful girl alone. Although that didn't last long when Bell came out of the kitchen and called her. Come on Airmid, I'll show you your room, said the smiling albino, starting to walk while the embarrassed girl followed him from behind. Sleeping with Bell, she thought, not very sure and embarrassed. I would be lying if I said I disliked the idea, but I was a little hesitant about it, mainly because I was inexperienced in all of it. After walking for a few seconds, they both arrived at the room where Airmid would sleep. Upon opening the bedroom door, Bell realized there were no sheets. The room was clean, but without sheets it was useless, especially on such a cold night. Let's go to my room, I think I have a few extra sheets you can use in your room, said Bell, leaving the room and starting to walk towards her own room. Meanwhile, Airmid just kept watching his back as a certain idea crossed his mind. A slight blush adorned her cheeks at the thought. She felt like a pervert. I wonder if he. She thought with that doubt in her heart as she watched Bell open his bedroom door. The night will be cold, so it's best to give you 2 sheets, said the albino, walking towards a piece of furniture and opening one of the drawers to look for the sheets. Meanwhile, Airmid just stood in the doorway observing Bell's room with a slight blush, still hesitating about whether to do that or not. That's normal, right? He thought, watching the albino who was still searching in the drawers. Oh, where did I put them? Whispered the rabbit, frustrated at not being able to find the sheets. I don't have to think about it much, she thought, blushing, but with a determined expression. I love Bell, and because I love him I'll do anything for him, he's the only one who owns my heart. And now, with her decision made, Airmid let out a big sigh, preparing herself for what she was about to do. I found it. The albino exclaimed upon finding a sheet for Airmid. Click. Although the sound of the door being closed along with the classic sound of locking the door could be heard behind him. Confused, he turned around, seeing that the door was indeed locked and Airmid was there with a slight blush on her cheeks, looking at Bell. What if I sleep in your room? I asked, embarrassed, looking away. What? In my room? Are you sure? Bell asked, sounding both nervous and embarrassed. On the trip to Milan we shared a room for 5 days, I didn't see the bad in it, she said, blushing while playing with a lock of her hair. Don't you like the idea? That's not it. I don't mind. I just thought you might feel uncomfortable sleeping in my room, she said with a nervous smile. It's you, Bell. I'll never feel uncomfortable around you, she whispered with a beautiful smile, making the albino's heart race. So, shall we sleep together? If you're okay with it, then there's no problem, I agreed, embarrassed. It had been a long time since the trip to Milan, and since he had slept with Airmid, so he felt nervous again, but he had to appear strong. His grandfather didn't raise a coward. Great. Airmid exclaimed happily, though still blushing. As a matter of course, I don't have any pajamas with me, so I was wondering if you could lend me one of your shirts. Oh, of course. But wouldn't you like shorts too? And no, just a shirt is enough for me. Your clothes are too big, so they'll work as pajamas, she said, walking towards Bell. Besides, your shorts are too big, they wouldn't fit me. Why, you're right, then let me go and look for her, he stammered, feeling his heart beating rapidly. The previous times he slept with Airmid in the hotel he hadn't felt like this, but now it was different. It was as if the atmosphere around him made him nervous, as if something was about to happen. That's too much Hex. For some reason he heard his grandfather's voice confusing him, but he decided to ignore it and continue looking for the shirt. While Airmid, still blushing, waited patiently for Bell to give her one of his shirts so she could go to the bathroom to change her clothes. I'm ready, Bell is the man I've chosen, so there's no reason to doubt, she thought confidently, but couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Here it is. Bell took out a white shirt with a rabbit print from one of the drawers, which made Airmid feel tender and unable to stop laughing. Thank you, I'll be back in a few minutes. And taking the shirt, Airmid entered the bathroom that was in the same room, leaving Bell alone. I think I should change too, he thought nervously, taking a pair of shorts out of his drawer and starting to put them on along with a white shirt. With each passing second he became more nervous. His senses told him that something was going to happen, but it wasn't anything bad, or so he felt. After changing, Bell sat on the bed waiting for Airmid. He had 2 sheets with him so they wouldn't be cold on that stormy, freezing night. Why is it taking so long? He thought, confused, looking at the bathroom door. He was only supposed to put on his shirt, but he'd already been in there for 5 minutes. He'd never understand women and their long waits for getting dressed. Fortunately for him, he didn't have to wait any longer when the bathroom door opened, catching his attention. And when she saw Airmid come out, she almost fainted from surprise. Sorry, I don't think the shirt was that big, Airmid apologized, blushing deeply. She put on the shirt, which reached above her knees, though luckily it wasn't too tight. I look so cheeky. She thought, embarrassed. Why, you look very pretty, the albino stammered, looking away, although his neck disobeyed, directing his gaze towards his girlfriend every second. Thank you, I whispered shyly but happy at the albino's praise. Shall we go to bed? Why, yes. Bell quickly approached the lamp and turned it off when he saw that Airmid was already in bed, going to her and lying down next to her so that they both covered themselves with the same sheet. The sound of the strong storm could be heard outside, and the cold air entered the room even though everything was closed, forcing them both to get closer to each other to stay warmer. Sorry if my bed isn't that big, Bell apologized with an embarrassed smile. Calm down, it's okay with me, Airmid reassured, taking Bell's hand under the sheets. After that, they both remained silent, observing the ceiling of the room, which was illuminated at times by the lightning of the storm. Airmid just felt nervous, not knowing what to do now. Even though she was very determined, she had no idea what to do. She was new to these matters, and curiously, Bell had always been the first in everything. He was her first friend, the first boy who hugged her, her first date, her first and only boyfriend, her first kiss, and now. You were the first in everything, were the words Airmid whispered. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Although he was embarrassed when Airmid turned around to face him and gave him a hug under the sheets, a hug that felt different from the previous ones. Airmid. Bell, we've been through so much together since we met, Airmid whispered, caressing Bell's chest with her hand, an action that made Bell nervous. Even though your plan to make me fall in love with you was really stupid, I have to admit it worked. You can question my methods, but not my results, he said proudly. It's nothing to be proud of, silly, she scolded, pinching his cheek. Do you know how long we've been dating? Bell, let me see, he said, doing calculations in his mind. I think it'll be 3 months soon. Time passes so quickly I wish it would stop, I whispered, still stroking Bell. It still feels like it was yesterday when we had our first kiss. A sheepish but happy smile appeared on Bell's face as he thought about it. Bell, do you know what couples who love each other do? She asked, blushing deeply and looking directly at her boyfriend. Go on dates? No. Play board games? No. Kiss? But taking it to the next level. Let's see, sleeping together. Just step up a little higher. Bell only became more confused by those words, trying to find the hidden message, although he was finding it difficult. But Airmid just waited patiently, she knew Bell was very slow on those matters, but she still loved him. And suddenly, Bell's few burned out neurons understood those words, exploding in a bright red. Wait, are you talking about? Yes, Bell, I'm talking about it, Airmid interrupted, also embarrassed, but not as much as her boyfriend. Upon receiving confirmation, Bell's heart began to beat strongly. Airmid wanted to perform the sacred act that her grandfather had spoken to her about so many times in secret from her mother, the legendary moment for every couple. You might think it's too soon, but I already feel ready, she said sheepishly. But it's something important for everyone, are you really? I don't need to think about it, Bell, Airmid whispered softly, a beautiful smile on her face. You're the man I chose, you're the person I love. Bell opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, knowing that Airmid was serious about it. There's no need to think about anything when it comes to the man who stole my heart. Without being able to stop it, his heart began to beat faster, moved by the saint's words and seeing his confidence in her. Belle slowly turned around, standing face to face with the saint, who had a lovely blush on her cheeks, but a small smile showing her that she was sure of it. Slowly, Belle brought his hand to Airmid's cheek and gently caressed it. "Are you sure?" he whispered, looking at his girlfriend's beautiful face, which was illuminated by the moonlight coming through the window. Despite the rain, a few clouds dispersed, giving the room a chance to be illuminated. "I'm absolutely sure. That would make me happy," I confirmed with a beautiful smile. And with that confirmation, Belle slowly approached Airmid and placed a soft kiss on her lips, which she quickly returned. It was a sweet and affectionate kiss that showed all the love they felt for each other, a kiss in which they put all their feelings. Slowly they both separated while staring at each other with a special gleam in their eyes. "I feel nervous," Belle stammered with a nervous smile. "Well, now there are two of us," Airmid said sheepishly. "It's our first time doing this, so there's no reason to be scared, we learn together." "Why yes, if you say so," she said shyly, making Airmid feel tender. "I love you, Belle," she whispered with a slight blush and a cute smile. "I love you too, Airmid." And with those words, they joined their lips again in a kiss much more intense than the previous one, but still showing the love they felt for each other. The minutes passed and their clothes fell to the ground, completely forgetting everything and focusing only on each other. The fierce storm showed no signs of stopping, and the weather was getting much colder, but in that room there was only warmth. The warmth of a couple showing each other the love they felt, a pure and sincere love. A special and unforgettable night for both of them. The next day. In the dining room of the Chimenia mansion, Hestia and Lily were enjoying breakfast while chatting. Or so it was until a certain couple entered the dining room. "Oh. Airmid, Belle-kun, good morning," Hestia greeted them as they entered. "Good morning, Hestia-sama," Airmid greeted with a beautiful smile. Good morning," Belle greeted with an embarrassed smile. Why do I feel like there's a pink aura around you both?" Lily said, looking curiously at them both. "I wonder why that is," said Airmid, still with her beautiful smile, glancing sideways at Belle as she hugged his arm. This action made the albino even more ashamed, recalling all the events of the previous night. "Last night was very freezing, I hope you weren't cold," Airmid Hestia said, a little worried. "Not at all, it was a very warm night," she said with a slight blush of happiness on her cheeks. "Right, Belle." "Why yes," he whispered, embarrassed. While the two women present just looked at the scene curiously but decided not to investigate the matter. "Because I feel he understood my words differently," Hestia thought with narrowed eyes. "Can I stay tonight again, Hestia-sama?" Airmid asked eagerly as Belle grew nervous. "Whenever you want, this is your second home," Hestia happily agreed. "That's good to hear," she said, hugging Belle's arm with great affection and love. "At this rate I'm going to die before my time," Belle thought with a nervous smile, watching as Airmid sat down next to him to have breakfast, maintaining her beautiful smile. A small smile appeared on Belle's face as he saw her so radiant and smiling, gently caressing his hand under the table, causing her to turn to look at him. "I love you," Belle whispered. "Me too," she whispered, resting her head on the albino's shoulder. At that moment they were both happy, and nothing mattered more to them than spending time together. If only that happiness could last forever for both of them, they would be happy, very happy. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Happy birthday. We found ourselves in the lively streets of Arario where our partner was walking peacefully hand in hand. They were obviously having another date together, although this time it was for a different purpose, but only Airmid knew that. They were both walking with a small smile, although when they passed a certain bookstore, Belle started making sad rabbit sounds. "What's wrong?" Airmid asked, worried. "Nothing, I just wanted a book about heroes at this store, but it looks like it's already been bought," Belle whispered, dejected at not seeing it. "Every time I came by, I always forgot to bring the money, and now it's gone." A small, nervous smile appeared on Airmid's face when he heard that, but he hid it very well. "It's a shame, but I'm sure they'll bring more copies of that book soon," the saint tried to cheer up, gently squeezing her boyfriend's hand. "I hope so," Belle sighed, having no choice but to accept reality. It's best to return to headquarters and rest. "No." To her surprise, Airmid refused with a shout, looking confused. The saint blushed slightly upon seeing what she had done, looking away in shame. "I mean, it's still early, we can go to that restaurant where we used to have breakfast," she said shyly and a little nervously. "You're right, it's still too early to end the date. Let's go." Belle agreed with a smile, starting to walk hand in hand with the saint through the streets. Airmid let out a sigh of relief when he saw that she had diverted his attention. "I have to distract him for another hour. I just hope they'll have it ready by the time we get back," she thought, glancing at her boyfriend's smiling face. "Although I'm surprised he didn't remember." I feel like I'm forgetting something," Belle thought with that doubt in his mind. A little while later. Now they were both in the restaurant eating a light meal to calm their stomachs. Belle had planned to order a whole banquet, but at Airmid's request, he ordered little since he might get a stomachache, something Belle believed. "How's your job at the hospital going?" Bell asked curiously as he ate his small meal. "It's very quiet, just a few sick people who show up now and then. I think that's why Diane-sama didn't object to me having half a day off every day," Airmid explained while drinking her orange juice. "And you? How are things going in the dungeon?" I hardly ever go anymore," Bell said dejectedly. "I get tired too quickly, and even though I have that ability, it seems my body is still starting to show certain symptoms. In the end, the illness turned out to be more powerful than my ability." Airmid could only watch with sorrow Bell's dejected expression. She knew that going to the dungeon and having adventures with his friends was his greatest dream, and that not being able to do it surely affected him greatly. Lily, Welf, and Makoto still go to the dungeon together. I accompany them once a week. According to Kami-sama, it's best that way, so I don't put too much strain on my body, she said, smiling slightly. I'm a little sad not to go with them, but I'm also happy because I get to spend more time with you. Fool, Airmid whispered with a small smile, taking Bell's hand on the table. I'm your reckless fool, said the albino, smiling as only he knew how. Airmid, upon seeing that smile, felt a pang in her heart. Even though he knew he was dying and that with each passing day he was closer to death, he was able to smile like that, a genuine smile, that smile that made her fall in love, and that continues to make her fall in love today. By the way, are you sure you want to eat only this? I don't think it's enough. Bell asked, surprised to see the small portions on both of their plates. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll eat something when we get to headquarters, Airmid said, trying to convince Bell again, which worked. Okay, Bell agreed, a little puzzled. By the way, I'm already halfway through level 3. It's funny because I hardly ever go to the dungeon and I'm still gaining points. It's probably due to your ability and illness, Airmid whispered the last part, not wanting to touch on that subject. It hurt her. It's likely, at this rate I'll be the first adventurer to reach level 4 without doing absolutely anything, he said while letting out a laugh. I'm sure many would kill to level up that way. For some reason, everyone's obsessed with power, the saint said, letting out a tired sigh. Everyone does stupid things in the dungeon to get stronger. It seems you were the only one who didn't. Don't blame me, when I saw your beautiful face and heard your lovely voice I just thought, I have to find a way to see her again, and I ended up in that situation, he explained with a nervous smile. Airmid just blushed at those words, shyly lowering her gaze. Idiot, he whispered as a small smile formed on his face. Meanwhile, in the distance, a certain waitress proudly watched the scene, giving a thumbs up to Bell, who did the same. And so, between conversations and compliments from the rabbit to embarrass his girlfriend, he spent a total of 1 hour in that restaurant. Even though I didn't eat much, the food was delicious, Bell said, satisfied. You're right, that's why it's my favorite restaurant, she said, satisfied, just like her boyfriend. What do we do now? Bell asked curiously. Shall we take a walk around Love Square? Airmid glanced at his hand where he held a small watch, noticing that an hour had passed since they entered the restaurant. I think it would be best to return to headquarters. Are you sure? It's still a bit early to be walking around there, Bell said, puzzled. An hour ago she was desperate to continue the appointment and now she wanted to go back to the headquarters. She didn't understand it. Absolutely, I'd like to rest a little. Okay, then let's go. And holding hands, they both began to walk towards the Chimenia mansion at a calm pace. Although Bell glanced curiously as an eager smile appeared on his girlfriend's face, wondering what had her so excited. Meanwhile, Airmid was impatient, wanting to get to the mansion as soon as possible. You'll see, Bell the Saint thought, glancing sideways at her boyfriend with a small smile. After walking for a few minutes, they both arrived at the Chimenia mansion where Airmid was the only one who saw Hestia peek out of the window, raising her thumb and giving her approval to enter. That made Airmid's excited smile grow even wider. Come on, Bell. Airmid said excitedly, guiding her boyfriend to the front door. Bell, a little confused by his girlfriend's excitement, decided to follow her without saying anything, entering the mansion. Airmid simply guided him with a small smile through the corridors until they reached the door of the room. That's strange, there's nobody in the mansion, said Bell, hearing no noise. You go first, said the saint, still smiling, leaving the albino in front of the door. Bell, still a little confused, opened the living room door and went in. Why so much emotion? Bell couldn't finish his question as he saw a lot of confetti falling from above, along with balloons of different colors, as he stepped into the room. Happy birthday, Bell. There in front of him were Welf, Lily, Haraham, Makoto and Hestia with smiles on their faces after having thrown the confetti and balloons into the air. Bell just stared in surprise at the scene, not knowing how to react. Happy 15th birthday, Bell, Airmid whispered in a sweet voice, hugging him from behind. That's right. Today is my birthday. Bell shouted, surprised to have forgotten that detail. The others couldn't help but chuckle slightly when they saw that the albino had forgotten such an important date. I'm not surprised you forgot, Airmid said with a small smile, giving her a kiss on the cheek. That only happens to Bell-sama, Lily said with a sigh. Haha, that's typical of you, Bell laughed at how careless his friend was. While Bell looked down, embarrassed by his friend's laughter, Airmid felt tender and resisted the urge to shower him with kisses in front of everyone else. Ahem, today is a very special day, so we have to celebrate it in a big way, Hestia said with a small smile, looking at her firstborn. Araham Dono and I have prepared a lot of food, so please eat with confidence, said the smiling Makoto. Happy birthday, Bell-sama, Haraham whispered shyly. Guys, I thank you so much, Bell said with a big smile as tears escaped his eyes. TT, thank you so much, really. And no longer able to contain it, tears began to stream down Bell's face, who did everything he could to stop them with his hands. Aha, you're crying, Bell the blacksmith laughed. What are you talking about, Welf Dono? You're crying too, Makoto said with a few tears in her eyes, looking at the Redeed who also had tears in his eyes. I'm not crying, she said, looking away. Oh, come on, don't cry, Hestia pleaded, seeing that Lily and Haraham were also starting to shed tears. If you do, I'll cry too. The lively atmosphere that had formed at the beginning disappeared and everyone began to shed tears even though they didn't want to. Even Airmid had a tear in her eye, but a beautiful smile adorned her face as she gently hugged Bell. I love you, Bell. I know this party doesn't even begin to show how much we all love you, but we've prepared it with so much love, she said with a tender smile, taking Bell's face in her hands and looking into his eyes. This is your first birthday that we're celebrating together, so let's enjoy it to the fullest with everyone. Yes. Bell agreed with a big smile as tears still escaped from him. The rest just watched the scene with small, happy smiles while trying to dry the tears in their eyes. I'm sorry to ruin the moment, but I'm hungry, said Welf with a nervous smile, wiping the last tear from his eye. Haha, you're right, I'm hungry too, Bell said, turning to look at the dining room table, seeing the large amount of food, and then looking at Airmid. Now I understand why you told me not to eat so much at the restaurant. You had to save room for the food Makoto prepared, said the saint with a small smile. I didn't just prepare it, Haraham Dono did too, Makoto remembered, thinking she had forgotten. That's a very nice gesture from you, Makoto, Airmid repeated, maintaining her smile. While Haraham only gave a nervous smile upon hearing that, she just hoped that in the future she could get along with her. So what are we waiting for? Let's go eat. Hestia exclaimed excitedly, heading to the dining room along with the others and taking seats, with Airmid sitting next to Bell. We also prepare roast rabbit, Bell, I hope you don't mind, Welf joked, pointing to some meat and implying it was rabbit. I'm not a rabbit, Bell complained, annoyed by the joke. To me you look like a rabbit, Airmid said with a tender look. Although I don't mind being called that either, Bell said with an embarrassed smile, looking at his girlfriend. The others just had an anime-style sweat drop when they saw that scene. How nice, Welf whispered. Lily agrees with you. After that scene, everyone started serving themselves food on their plates and drinks, which was the classic pineapple juice because it was the albino's birthday. And once all the plates of food were ready, everyone started eating and enjoying themselves while chatting amongst themselves, making the atmosphere very pleasant for everyone. I admit it, the roast rabbit is delicious, said Bell as he took a taste. Thank you very much, Bell-sama, Haraham said with a small, happy smile at the compliment. The salad is also delicious, and I'm not even a fan of vegetables, Hestia said while chewing her food. Hestia-sama, don't speak with your mouth full, the hobbit scolded the deity for her actions. The goddess could only let out a small laugh and continued devouring her food quickly, making the hobbit sigh. I'm very surprised that you forgot your birthday, Bell said Welf as he drank his pineapple juice. Honestly, I didn't remember this date, so much has happened that I ended up forgetting it, Bell laughed sheepishly. If it hadn't been for this surprise party, I probably wouldn't have remembered until a few days later. That's very careless, although coming from you I see it as likely, said Makoto, letting out a slight laugh as she ate calmly. Haha, that's true. What are you laughing at, Welf? You forget the key to your forge inside every day, having to force the door, accused the albino, devouring the roast rabbit. Ugh, in my defense I'm very tired from work and I forget a lot of things, the blacksmith retorted. Yeah, right, whispered the albino, not believing him. While they were chatting, Airmid watched the interaction with a small smile while eating politely. Belle looked happy about the party and that made her very happy to see that she had achieved her goal, which was to make her boyfriend happy. I would have liked to prepare something much bigger, but I'm sure you're happy with this little party, thought Airmid, looking with a lovely smile at Belle, who was chatting with Welf and Makoto, although they seemed to be arguing about the carelessness they all had, something that amused her a little. There's just one more thing, she thought, eagerly awaiting that moment. And so they all spent about an hour eating and chatting animatedly in the dining room of the Gemenia mansion, with Hestia being scolded by Lily for her lack of table manners, Airmid having a little chat with Harahim, probably warnings, and Welf asking Makoto for advice on how to win over Hephaestus. And all of this was seen by a smiling Bell, happy to have such a special moment as his birthday with all his loved ones, a moment he would keep in his heart. Some time later. Now everyone was sitting on the living room sofas chatting and giving the albino a gift or two. A shirt with a print of Ganesha-sama's face. Bell said, confused, looking at the gift his friend gave him. I see you wearing the same clothes every day, at least this way you'll change your style, said Welf with a proud smile over his gift. At least they weren't socks, whispered the hobbit. Thank you, Welf, Bell said sincerely, putting the shirt down and taking another gift. That's Lily's. Exclaimed the hobbit excitedly. Bell, curious, opened the gift and saw that it was a bottle. Did you bring Bell alcohol? Airmid asked in surprise. No. Lily knows how much Bell Sama loves pineapple juice, so I bought that bottle. According to Lily, it's the purest and most delicious pineapple juice there is, so Bell Sama will love it, the hobbit explained happily, seeing the smile that formed on the albino's face. Seriously? Thank you so much, Lily, Bell said excitedly, wanting to try that pineapple juice, but he would have to wait. There was still one more gift. We're sorry we couldn't give you a gift, Bell don't know, but Harahim don't know and I put a lot of effort into the food, so we thought that would be our gift, Makoto explained sheepishly. Don't worry Makoto, I really appreciate that great gift, Bell said, making both girls smile. My turn. Hestia said excitedly. Bell took the last gift that was on the table and curiously removed the wrapping paper. Upon seeing it, she realized it was a picture of them all together, a photo they had taken a few weeks prior at Hestia's request, and now she knew why. And what made him smile with happiness and melancholy was seeing some small letters in the corner of the picture that said forever a family. Sorry if it's not very eye-catching, but it was the only thing I could think of, Hestia said with a nervous smile. To his surprise, however, the albino gave him a hug. Thank you Kami-sama, thank you so much, whispered the albino, making Hestia smile maternally as she returned Bell's hug. You will always be part of my family, Bell-kun, said the goddess, lovingly hugging her firstborn son. While the rest just watched the scene with small smiles. It seems the only gift was Welf-sama, said the hobbit, breaking the cute moment. The others couldn't help but laugh at that comment as Bell and Hestia broke apart from the hug. Hey. In my defense, that shirt is a limited edition, Welf complained about the comment. I had to fight with a lot of people to get it. Was there one of me? Hestia asked curiously. Nope, there were Ganesha ones, Loki ones, even ones of the goddess Freya, although those were the first to be sold, Welf explained, disappointing the goddess. I wonder why they would want a shirt with the goddess Freya on it. Makoto whispered curiously. Obviously to wear it. What else would they want it for? Welf asked, confused. While Bell was just chuckling slightly at the strange conversation that had formed between his friends wanting to join in, his cute girlfriend Airmid touched his shoulder, drawing his attention. Come with me, the girl whispered with a small smile. Okay, Bell agreed without hesitation. While the others stayed in the room chatting about selling shirts, Airmid took the albino by the hand and led him with her to the hallway to have some privacy. What's going on? Bell asked, a little confused. Wait for me here, I won't be long, and with those words, Airmid went to another place leaving Bell alone, who waited patiently. While waiting, he couldn't help but smile slightly as he remembered the beautiful gesture of all his friends. It reminded him of those times when he celebrated his birthday with his mother and grandfather, beautiful memories like this one. Mom, I found the best family here in Arario, I hope you're happy, Bell thought happily, feeling lucky to have them in his life. He had to snap out of his thoughts when his girlfriend returned to the hallway carrying something that looked like a box wrapped in gift paper. Happy birthday, Bell, said Airmid with a beautiful smile, extending the gift towards Bell. He took the gift with a bit of surprise, feeling that it was a little heavy. Open it, she asked excitedly. Bell nodded slightly and began to remove the wrapping, opening his eyes in surprise at what it was. It's the Book of Heroes I wanted. Bell exclaimed in surprise as he held it in his hands. How? Every time we had dates I saw you looking at that book, it wasn't necessary to be a mind reader to know that you wanted it, so I decided to buy it for you, sorry for scaring you this afternoon, when you saw that it was no longer in the store. Airmid apologized, a little embarrassed. But what she received in response was a soft and affectionate hug from the albino, who wrapped his arms around her waist. Thank you, Airmid, it's the best gift I could have received, he whispered, a happy smile spreading across his face. Seriously, with each passing day I feel like the luckiest man in the world to have you as my girlfriend. I think that's my line, I feel like the luckiest woman to have met you, Airmid whispered in a loving voice, feeling the warmth of the hug. I think I need to get ready to give you a present for your birthday, Bell said with an embarrassed smile. I receive a gift from you every day. Huh? Which one? I asked, confused. Airmid pulled away slightly from the hug to look Belle in the eyes with a beautiful smile. Every time I look at you, see your smile, and you spend time by my side, it's the best gift I could receive, and that can't be compared to even the most expensive gift in the world. Thank you, Belle. A small blush appeared on the albino's face upon hearing those kind words from his girlfriend, feeling his heart race. You're so cute, she whispered, giving the albino a short but sweet kiss on the lips. Shall we go back to the others? I think it's fine, I agree, still a little embarrassed, taking Airmid's hand and walking together towards the living room. By the way, I'm staying in again tonight, so I'd like to read that book with you. It looks interesting. Really? You'll see, it's a wonderful story. You'll love it. Bell exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, very happy to see that Airmid wanted to read that book with him. Meanwhile, the saint only smiled tenderly at the sight of the albino's emotion at her words, affectionately embracing her arm. Without a doubt, every day I spend with you is a gift for me. I love you, Belle, the saint thought as she entered the room with the albino to join the others and continue the small party they were having. That day was a very special one for everyone in that mansion, and especially for Belle, as he spent time with his loved ones. Her last birthday was the best ever for her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Sealed love. It doesn't work either. It was Airmid's discouraged whisper after trying yet another of the many cures he was creating for the disease, which was obviously another failure. She was in her small office at her headquarters where she created antidotes and other things to sell, although lately she only used that place for Belle's cure, which, although she had promised not to focus on anymore, they continued to do. Deep in her heart she still had faith and hope that she could find a cure for her beloved, and she would not rest until she achieved it. And yet another failure. Still discouraged, Airmid began to write in her notebook all the ingredients she used in that cure and write that it was a failure. There were more than 10 pages filled with different cures that resulted in a failure. He wrote them down in case he forgot at some point and decided to do it again. He wasn't about to waste time on a mistake. What am I doing wrong? He thought, letting his face fall onto the desk. I've tried almost everything and I always fail. Sometimes she felt useless for not finding that cure, even though the former leader of the family hadn't found it either, despite being much more experienced in all of that. If her former captain couldn't do it, much less could she, although that wasn't a reason for her to give up. On the contrary, it only gave her the necessary determination to finish what her captain couldn't. What am I missing? He thought again, opening his book on medicine and reading. Obviously, every cure he created included elven branches, since they were the main cure to slow down the disease. With this he tried different ingredients but always ended up failing. And with each passing day, she grew increasingly desperate as Belle's illness progressed more and more. She was in agony, constantly thinking that something terrible could happen at any moment. Although she kept her composure when she was with Belle so as not to worry him like on his birthday, which was very joyful and pleasant, a few weeks had passed since then and they had only seen each other a few times since the party, something which discouraged Airmid, but she had had many patients in the hospital and they required her help and she could not leave them aside. But Belle told him with a smile not to worry and to do his job. His job was to save lives after all. My job is to save lives, but I can't save the life of the most important person to me, she whispered dejectedly. It's frustrating. After leaning her face against her desk in despair for a few minutes, she sat back down normally, determined to continue her research. But before she could continue, the door to her office was opened, catching the saint's attention. Airmid, said a girl with a smile. It was her best friend Celia who had supported her the most in all of that. She owed her a lot. Celia? What's wrong? She asked curiously. Well, your boyfriend is looking for you, she said with an excited smile. Is Belle here? Yes, it seems he wants to go out with you, so stop what you're doing and go to him, he said, taking her hand with the intention of leading her out of his office. Airmid didn't understand why Celia was excited, but if she was going out with Belle, she wasn't going to refuse. It was what made her happiest. I'll continue the investigation tonight, he thought, leaving his office and closing the door. He's waiting for you at reception, so go ahead. I have to go get something from the storeroom for a patient, so enjoy your appointment, Celia encouraged, giving a thumbs up. Sure, and thanks for letting me know. Then turning around, Airmid began walking down the corridors towards reception, a little curious about that sudden departure. She didn't mind going out with Belle at all, but normally he would always give her a few days' notice before going out, but this time it was different, which was strange. Maybe she just wants to go for a walk, she thought with a smile, knowing that one of the things Belle loved most was going for walks with her anywhere, simple walks that they both enjoyed. After walking for a few minutes, she finally arrived at the reception and saw him standing there leaning against a pillar with his head down, waiting for her. Airmid smiled sweetly upon seeing him. A warmth always appeared in her heart when she saw his face, although lately there was also sadness. He looks paler today, she thought dejectedly, noticing how the albino's skin was paler than usual. She could even see dark circles beginning to appear under his eyes. They weren't too pronounced, but they were very noticeable against that pale skin. She had even lost weight. At her last medical checkup, she could see that she had lost weight and was sure that she had lost even more since then. But it wasn't the time to be depressed. He had to appear strong in front of Bell. It was strange. He was the one who was dying, yet she was the one who had to stay strong so as not to worry him, and he was even the one who comforted her sometimes, when it should have been the other way around. But it wasn't the time to think about that. Bell wanted to go out with her, and there was no room for sadness at that moment. So, letting out a sigh, she smiled and approached him. "Hi Bell," I called as I stood in front of him. Airmid, the albino, smiled happily upon seeing her. "I'm glad to see you. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." "Not at all, your visits always make me happy," she said, approaching him and giving him a quick kiss on the lips, taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people in the reception area. "Although you should let me know you're coming. I didn't have time to dress differently for you." Belle just smiled, looking at the saint in her work uniform. "For me, that style of dress is the one I like the most. After all, I fell in love with you at first sight when I saw you dressed that way, it became my favorite outfit." The girl felt a little embarrassed by those words. Thank you," I whispered, looking down. Even though they had been in a relationship for some time and had already taken many steps in it, those compliments still embarrassed her. She usually appeared stoic like a doll, but Belle always brought out that side of her effortlessly. "And what brings you here today?" she whispered, still embarrassed. "Well, I was thinking of going for a walk with you in the city today. I hope it's not a bad time," she replied, a slight gleam of excitement appearing in her eyes. "A walk? I'd love that." The saint readily agreed. As she promised, she would make the most of every second she could spend with Belle. "My shift just ended, so we can go right away," the girl said excitedly, though she then remembered she was still wearing her work clothes. "Although maybe I should change for this date." "Not at all, I already told you that I really like that outfit, so there's no need for you to change," he said, not wanting his girlfriend to take off her healer's outfit. He wasn't lying when he said he really liked that outfit, since that's how he met her. It was like a special memory for him. He went from being on the verge of death because of that minotaur to being on a stretcher with that beautiful girl by his side. Well, if you insist." With a smile, Bell extended his hand to Airmid and she gladly intertwined her fingers with his, beginning to walk hand in hand and leave the hospital. All of this happened under the watchful eye of Celia, who watched them walk away from her hiding place. Airmid will surely be incredibly surprised to learn the real reason for this outing, the girl thought excitedly, though she also knew the beautiful saint might be saddened to learn what was going on between them. "Please, let everything go well and let it be a wonderful day for both of us. Celia, go back to your job. See Diane-sama." Not wanting to anger her god any further, the girl ran off wishing the couple the best. "With your partner." They were walking hand in hand through the streets of Verario peacefully. It was around 4 in the afternoon, so they still had about 2 hours to hang out before the sun started to set. "So what do you have in mind?" Airmid asked curiously. "You usually give me days notice for a date, but this time it was sudden." "Well, I wanted to give you some kind of gift for what you gave me on my birthday." "Elle, don't be silly, I already told you that you didn't have to give me anything," she said, a little touched by her boyfriend's gesture. "I know, but I still wanted to do something special for you, like a surprise date." "It wasn't necessary, but thank you," he whispered, affectionately hugging the albino's arm. She definitely didn't want those days to end because she would be left completely empty. "I had to find that cure, no matter what it took. Let's take a walk around there, I heard they've opened some new stores, so it would be good to go and have a look." "That sounds perfect to me." I accept her boyfriend's proposal, agreeing to go anywhere they visited as long as they weren't with him. And so the two young people began their date in the city. It didn't matter that they were just simple outings, for them all were special. They visited different places in the area and, as Belle said, there were new shops and establishments, so they didn't hesitate to go and have a look around. Like a new clothing store where Airmid gave the albino a sort of modeling session with each garment he tried on, making the boy marvel at each dress. "Now it's your turn." But Airmid wasn't going to go without any prize, so she also asked her boyfriend to model for her, and he very shyly agreed. The saint was amazed by every outfit Belle tried on, even his bad boy attire made him look incredible, etching each image into her memories. Unfortunately, that party didn't last long because the owner of the place angrily kicked them out since they were only trying on clothes with no intention of buying anything. They both left the place laughing while the guy yelled angrily at them. The little joke of the day. After that they continued wandering around the city as evening fell. They also went to a curious shop of happy masks. The owner made them a little uncomfortable as he laughed and smiled in a strange way, but he did not seem to have bad intentions. So they spent some time in that store trying on all kinds of masks while laughing at some that were really weird. "Hey, what's that mask?" Bell asked, curious about a mask that was stuck high up on the wall. It had a strange shape with large eyes and points all along the edge. It looked as if it was looking at them. "Don't try to touch it, it's not for sale," the man said seriously, his smile fading for a few seconds. The young people were a little surprised by that attitude, but then they let it go, thinking it was a special one for him. They spent a few more minutes in the shop before deciding to leave without buying anything. Fortunately, the owner didn't say anything to them and just smiled and said, "Come back soon." Thus their date in the city continued in a lively fashion, strolling here and there while smiling and enjoying each other's company. Although there were also a few small moments of jealousy when two Amazons approached Bell. The albino didn't remember them, but they were some of the few Amazons he defeated in the pleasure district to rescue Harahim. "Stay away from him," Airmid said, giving both Amazons a threatening look. "Hey, relax, we just wanted to say hi," one of them said with a friendly smile. "Greet him." "I'm not stupid, just by looking at him I can tell their intentions," she said, maintaining her serious expression while her boyfriend smiled nervously. "Damn, she's very observant," both girls thought. "So I kindly ask you to leave." "Kindly? Ha ha ha," one of them laughed playfully. "So, what can a saint do for us?" the other asked mockingly, referring to Airmid being a healer. "Do you want to see what this saint is capable of?" she whispered as her gaze darkened. Both Amazons didn't know why, but at that moment they felt nervous and intimidated by the girl's gaze and the strange aura she released, which was very hostile and directed only at them. "I know Bell is unique, but he's mine. Set your sights on someone else and leave my boyfriend alone," Airmid said, taking a step forward. "Just go away. My job is to save lives, not end them." Both felt more intimidated by those last words. She looked like a delicate doll, but she was scary. Don't worry, we're leaving now." "I see." And so the two of them left as quickly as they had arrived, causing Airmid to let out a tired sigh, turning to look at the albino who had a nervous smile. "What's happening?" "I didn't know you had that jealous-eyed, I simply don't like to show that side of myself, but it bothered me to see those Amazons approaching you with ulterior motives." Bell was about to say something, but Airmid interrupted him. "And don't say anything, you acted the same way when those boys approached me and Milan, so you're just as jealous as I am." Guilty. "Just as you defend me from those guys, I'll do the same with those kinds of girls. I'm the only one who could approach you with ulterior motives," she said firmly. "Besides, I didn't want to deal with those Amazons. I already have enough with that Renard." "Harahim, no. You're blind, but I know that girl is dangerous. I won't take my eyes off her," she said seriously, taking her boyfriend's hand. "Now let's continue with our date. We still have about half an hour before it starts to get dark." "As you wish," he accepted with a happy smile, pleased to see this side of his girlfriend. He found her jealousy endearing. It was no longer as exaggerated as in other couples. He was definitely lucky to have someone as wonderful as her as a girlfriend. So, with a little time they still had left of their date, they both walked through more places in Arario, enjoying each other's company. And when they realized it, night was already falling, and they had to end that wonderful day. "I had a lot of fun today, even though it wasn't for very long." "Me too, they say that unplanned dates are the most fun." The couple were walking hand in hand along a park path while the sky had an orange hue, a sign that night was falling. "We should do more of these kinds of outings," Bell suggested with a smile. "That sounds good to me, although next time I'll show up unannounced at your headquarters to ask you out," she said, a touch of excitement in her voice. "I'll think of lots of places to go." "Then that would be a planned date, not an impromptu one." "You're right." "Ha ha ha. Don't laugh, you idiot." Experiencing moments like these together made them momentarily forget that the disease existed. "Well, I really enjoyed our date, but I have to go back to the hospital. I think I'll be on the night shift," she said, a little disappointed as she didn't want to be separated from her boyfriend, but work was work. "Before you go, can we go to one last place?" I asked, noticing a gleam in her eyes. Sure." Even though Airmid was confused, she accepted without hesitation, wanting to spend a little more time with him. "I'm sure Diane would understand his lateness well." "Not really, but it doesn't matter." "Then follow me." And taking Airmid's hand again, he guided her through the park while the saint just looked at him curiously, wondering what he was planning. I was somewhat anxious to know what it was. Darkness was already falling in the area and the couple had ventured deeper into the park, specifically to a spot full of trees and with a small river nearby. The saint's curiosity only increased the further they ventured into that place, as she had never been there despite living in the city for so many years, although it wasn't unusual. She usually just stayed locked up in the hospital. She had started going out more often since she began dating Bell. "Where are we going?" I asked, already wanting to know where they were headed. By that point, he had already forgotten that he had to go to work. "Don't worry, we're here," he replied, stopping next to her. And the moment Airmid looked at the place, her eyes shone slightly in wonder. It was a small bridge made of stone and wood, standing over the river and illuminated by the little sunlight that remained, although most likely the moonlight perfectly illuminated that place. Airmid was amazed by the view. It seemed like a magical place. "This place is beautiful, I didn't know there was a place like this in Arario," he whispered, walking towards the small bridge with Bell. "I discovered this place when I first arrived in the city. I found it when I was fleeing from some smugglers. The fact that..." Nothing. Airmid would have insisted that he talk to her about that subject, but at that moment she was so amazed by the place that she simply ignored him and continued walking, still with that sparkle in her eyes. "It seems this place isn't visited much," whispered the saint, watching the grass grow between the cracks in the bridge, something the other bridges didn't have. "Well, it's quite far from the city, so the maintenance people probably don't remember it," he replied, recalling that it had been in worse condition, but he'd come to clean it up a bit yesterday, since he was bringing Airmid there. "People just walk through the park and don't go beyond the trees. It's a little sad that such a beautiful place is forgotten, but at the same time it makes me happy that only you and I are here." As he said those words, Airmid climbed onto the bridge, standing in the middle of it and leaning on the wooden railing, watching the stream slowly flow by, creating a pleasant sound. "I know, that's why I wanted to bring you here, since no one would bother us. I knew immediately that it would be a special place for both of us," he whispered, walking across the bridge and standing beside her to watch the stream. It was relaxing to be there even though darkness had already fallen in that place, but just as Airmid thought, the moonlight illuminated it perfectly, and in the background, fireflies could be seen. It truly was a magical place in his eyes. "Why did you bring me here?" With a smile, Airmid turned to look at her boyfriend. "I know you, and I know very well that you wouldn't bring me here at this hour without a special reason," she said, watching him look away. "Are we celebrating something important?" "Not exactly," he whispered, a little nervously. "So?" she asked curiously, wanting to know what he had planned. Well, I feel like it's too soon," he whispered sheepishly, scratching his cheek. "But I really wanted to do it. The fact that..." Airmid stopped leaning on the bridge railing to look at it directly, growing more and more curious. "Airmid," he whispered, taking the saint's hand, "I know we haven't even been dating for a year, but all this time I've spent with you has been the happiest of my life. Meeting you was the best thing that could have happened to me. I would say the same. You have no idea how wonderful my life has been since I met you," the saint said with a beautiful smile. "You brought light into my life. And don't exaggerate." "I'm not doing it, silly," she said, laughing softly. "So what? I can see in your eyes that there's still something else you want to tell me. Sometimes I'm surprised by how easily you read me. I'm your girlfriend, it's my duty to know what you want and all that," she said with a look full of affection. "Airmid." And silence fell in that solitary place, illuminated by the moonlight, as they gazed at each other with a gleam in their eyes. Although seconds later Airmid's loving gaze turned to surprise as she saw the albino begin to kneel before her, not believing that this was going to happen. "Like I said, I feel like this is too rushed since we haven't even been dating for a year, but I feel like if I don't do it now, I never will," Bell whispered, putting his hand in his pocket under the watchful gaze of the saint, who felt her heart beating faster and faster. Slowly, he began to take out a small box with a very beautiful design from his pocket. Bell's hands involuntarily trembled slightly due to how nervous he felt at that moment. "Airmid." The girl's eyes began to well up with tears as he opened the small box. And when he opened it completely he could see a beautiful ring with a purple gem in the middle. It wasn't an excessively large one, since he knew his girlfriend didn't like things that flashy. "Airmid, will you marry me?" And with those words, Bell lifted the box towards her and turned to look at her, slightly blushing. Although he was greatly surprised to see his beloved girlfriend shedding tears, it made him start to worry and believe that taking that step was not a good idea. Lily told him that such a proposal would be painful for Airmid, knowing the condition he was in, but he still wanted to do it. But perhaps that decision hurt her. "Airmid, what's wrong?" he asked with a trembling voice, not liking to see her in that state. It broke his heart to see her like that. In response, Airmid shook her head slightly, even with tears still streaming down her beautiful face, which she did nothing to stop. "You're a fool, why you really are a fool," he whispered. "Airmid. Why are you asking me that question? You know very well how much I love you, just put the ring on my finger." Even through tears, Airmid smiled as she extended her hand to the albino, who opened his eyes in surprise. Does that mean? I think it's more than obvious. Yes, I want to marry you. A smile full of happiness appeared on Bell's face as he couldn't believe it, quickly taking the ring and delicately placing it on his girlfriend's finger. And without waiting, he stood up and gave Airmid a big kiss, which she gladly accepted, even through tears. You're really bad, Bell, she thought, still kissing him. With each action the albino took as the days went by, Airmid wanted him more and more by her side and never to leave, and now she came to ask him to marry her. She loved him more and more each day, and it seemed to be a feeling that never stopped growing in her heart. The heart that would end with a huge crack if things continued like this. I don't want you to leave my side, she thought, pulling away from the kiss, only to kiss him again. I don't want to. Her happiness at that moment was immense, as was her anguish and despair at not being able to find a cure for her beloved. If things continued like this then she. Thank you for coming into my life, the albino whispered, pulling away from the kiss. I love you, Airmid. Now that thorn that had been bothering Bell was finally removed. He finally had the courage to ask the woman he loved to marry him, and to his happiness, she accepted. Maybe they couldn't have a wonderful wedding, a splendid honeymoon, a beautiful family, but with that action, Belle felt very happy. Now peace and tranquility were finally in her heart. And I love you more, whispered the saint, kissing him again, and he gladly accepted. And on that bridge under the moonlight, they both experienced another beautiful moment in their lives. A beautiful moment that would be etched in their hearts. Beautiful moments that were about to end. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Thank you. If you want, you can listen to the song you like best. I listened to so many that I simply couldn't choose one, so I'll leave it up to you. Down. Belle felt strange that day. Very strange. She hadn't even been out of bed for a minute when that strange sensation appeared in her body. Everything was so strange. He felt calm but also tired, wanting to keep sleeping. His body didn't hurt, but he felt much weaker than usual. He felt that even a goblin could beat him in a fight. His vision was a little blurrier than usual. He could see, but most likely he couldn't read a book. His eyesight was weak. He raised his hand, and it was trembling despite his best efforts to keep it still. She looked at herself in the mirror in her room. His body, which no longer had the muscles he had trained so hard for, now resembled a thin person, an appearance he concealed under his loose shirts. Very noticeable dark circles were under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept in days, even though she slept a full night's sleep. Everything was strange, her body didn't hurt. But. A very faint smile appeared on her face when she realized what that meant. Mother. What? I was wondering if I could see how you make the swords and armor, the albino repeated, still with that slight smile. After washing up and having breakfast with his family, Bell went to his red-haired friend's forge where he was working as usual. Why do you want to learn about forging so suddenly? Welf asked, raising an eyebrow. You always get angry when I break one of your suits of armor, so I wanted to see how difficult it was to make one, he said with a hint of humor. Are you implying that forging is easy? Easier than facing a minotaur? Ha. Well, come closer, Bell, I'll show you how complicated and complex blacksmithing is, and then you'll want to be a blacksmith like me, said the Redeed, taking the hammer and starting to hammer. Bell just smiled weakly at his friend's excitement about teaching him about blacksmithing. Well, show me how complicated all this is, he whispered, taking a seat and sitting close to watch the Redeed work. Great. First you have to find the material you want to make your armor with. It seems easy, but it's also complicated because there are very delicate materials and others that are very resistant. With excitement, Welf would explain the basics of blacksmithing, although he wouldn't show it to Welf. It made him happy to teach others about something he was passionate about. One of his dreams was to inspire someone to take the path of blacksmithing. They were inside the forge for about an hour, with Bell listening attentively to their explanations, maintaining that weak smile. Those strange sensations in her body showed no signs of wanting to disappear. So? Do you still think it's harder to fight a minotaur than to make armor? That's true. Well fell out of his seat upon hearing his friend's reply, sitting back down with a twitch in his eye. I'm just kidding, Bell laughed at his reaction. Blacksmithing is a wonderful job, you have a great talent, Welf. It's good that you realize that, he said proudly. What do you say? Do you want to try making a weapon? Maybe it's another time, I don't feel up to it. Welf then remembered his friend's illness and felt foolish. In fact, for the first time since their conversation began, he noticed Bell's strange attitude and how his hands were trembling, even though he was making an effort not to move them. Hey Bell. Welf. But before he could ask him about it, Bell interrupted him. What's happening? Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I asked, raising an eyebrow. For all the help I received in conquering Airmid, even though it was all terrible. Oh? It's not my fault that you're a blockhead and agreed to hurt yourself on purpose just to see her. Haha, don't blame me. I was very much in love, and when you're like that, you do anything without thinking, he whispered. But still, thank you, well thank you for everything. Look at you, telling me I'm terrible at giving advice and then thanking me anyway, he said indignantly, crossing his arms. Boy Welf. What do you want now? Can you promise me something? Sure. What do you need? He asked curiously, abandoning his indignant attitude. Even though I'm no longer here, would you still be with Kami-sama, Lily, and Harahim? He asked, still with his weak smile. Why are you asking me that? Well, I don't know, I feel like they'll feel lonely. I know you made the contract with me, but even if you have the fauna of another goddess, you're part of the family, she said, still smiling. What are you talking about, old man? Of course I'll stay here. Who will make your armor and daggers if I leave? Besides, this is my home, even if I don't have Hestia-sama's fauna. I'm glad to hear that, she whispered, standing up. Well. See you later goodbye friend, the rabbit said, patting the reed on the back before leaving the forge. Welf just sat there with his hammer in his hand, left with a strange feeling after that conversation. They'll do you. The sound of a katana slicing through the air echoed in the Hestia familia's training yard. Makoto moved her katana with great skill, observed by Bell, who was leaning against a tree with a slight smile. Not long ago, I had left the forge and gone directly to find Makoto, who was training her skills as usual. You really are strong, Makoto, very strong, the albino thought, watching her train. Do you need anything, Bell Dono? The Oriental woman asked, noticing her friend's presence. Although she wasn't part of the family, Makoto lived there, she lived more at that headquarters than at her own, and that intensified even more with the arrival of Harahim. Boy Makoto. And? Why are you so suicidal? Her calm expression turned to one of embarrassment upon hearing that question. But what are you saying, Bell Dono? I'm not suicidal. Haha, well your actions don't say the same thing. Your plans are always crazy, like the time you charged at a group of minotaurs with just a stick because your katana broke. You don't remind me, I whispered, embarrassed. But you're more suicidal than I am. Hurting yourself on purpose just to see Airmid Dono. You're no one to judge me. I pleaded guilty. Bell exclaimed, raising his hands as he approached her. But I did it all for love. That makes him even more suicidal, I whispered, my eyes squinting. Haha, well, someone suicidal needs their suicidal partner he laughed, and seconds later Makoto also laughed. You're right, he said, then noticed some wooden swords leaning against the wall. Would you like to train with me? I'd love to, but I doubt I could take a hit from you. Then Makoto remembered Bell's illness. They spent so much time joking and laughing that she completely forgot that her friend had that illness. I'm sorry Bell Dono, I forgot. I should go rest. Before the Asian woman could finish speaking, Bell hugged her, taking her by surprise. I don't think I ever told you this, but thank you so much, he whispered as she remained surprised. When the Apollo family attacked me, you helped me without hesitation, even though you didn't know me. I'll never forget the help you gave me. Well, I had heard about you and wanted to join your team. Welf Dono told me I had to pass a suicide test to be part of your team, she explained, a little embarrassed by the sudden hug. Haha, I'm not surprised, she laughed, pulling away from the hug and looking at her with a big smile. Makoto, you're the best friend anyone could have. I'm so happy to have met you. Be Bell Dono and know you have a Airmid Dono, don't flirt she began to stutter, not being used to that kind of display of affection. Although a small tap on the forehead brought her back to reality. It's not flirting, it's friendship, she said, still smiling. If Kami-sama ever has any problems, I ask you to please help her well, Harahim is her daughter, so it's obvious you'll help her. I'm not just doing this for Harahim Dono, you are my family, you know that very well. I know, she whispered, lowering her gaze. You're Makoto of the Hestia Familia, you always have been, the strongest in the family. That's a lie, you're the strongest. Not for long, he whispered. What did he say? Nothing. He said, tapping him again on the forehead, making him frown. I'll leave you to continue your training. See you later. So Belle started walking away from the yard under the watchful, confused gaze of her friend. But before walking away completely, he stopped and turned to look at her with a big smile. By the way, thanks for helping me win Airmid over with your advice, you were more helpful than Welf. I don't know why I expected anything good from Welf Dono. Haha, you're right goodbye. And with those last words, Belle left the training yard, leaving the Asian woman standing alone. She didn't know why, but that conversation had left her with a strange feeling. The feeling I couldn't explain. Beautiful gift. In the Hestia family room. Lily was engrossed in reading a book while sitting on the living room sofa. The book was about strategies and other things that could be used in the dungeon. He wanted to fill himself with that knowledge. Now that Bell wouldn't be going to the dungeon with them very often, they had to find a way to advance many floors without relying on Bell's strength, so they would have to come up with various strategies. She wanted to be of use. Bell had saved her from the hell that was her life, so she wanted to repay them somehow for everything they had done for her. If he could give his life in exchange for a cure, he would do it without hesitation, but since that was impossible, he would only focus on helping the family. "What are you doing?" "Ah." Lily jumped in fright the moment Belle's head suddenly appeared beside her, saying those words that scared her. "Belle-sama. Don't scare Lily like that." Sorry," she apologized with a nervous smile. "Can I sit with you?" After recovering from the fright, the hobbit nodded and Belle sat down next to her. "What are you reading?" he asked curiously. "A book on strategies for exploring the dungeon," he replied, showing the book. "Lily thinks that now that she won't be with us much, we have to find a way to get down without too much trouble." "I understand, I'm sorry, because of me things have become more difficult for the team." "No, Belle-sama. Lily didn't mean it that way," he said quickly. "Lily just wants to be of service to the family." "What are you talking about, Lily? You're already useful to the family. You're a good strategist." "I know, but it's not enough. Lily wants to be more useful, to help Belle-sama," she whispered, looking down. That made Bell smile slightly, bringing his hand to Lily's head and stroking her hair, an action that embarrassed the hobbit. "You've already helped me a lot, Lily. Even though you haven't been in this family for very long, you've become someone important to everyone. You're intelligent and very good at handling all the family paperwork. If it weren't for you, we'd be bankrupt." "And no, don't exaggerate, Belle-sama, it's the least Lily can do besides, nobody else in the family knows how to handle paperwork." I never really focused on it, to be honest." "Lily feels she can do more for this family, so she will continue to try," she whispered determinedly. "I know, you're the hardest working person I've ever met, Kami-sama hit the jackpot by having you in his family." "Don't exaggerate." "I'm not exaggerating. And to show you I'm serious, from today you are the new captain of the Hestia Familia." "What?" I shouted, processing those words. "See, Captain. Just as you hear, you are the new captain of this wonderful family," she said, still smiling, that faint smile that had been on her face for days. But Lily can't, that position is hers." "Let's be honest, Lily, I'm not cut out to be a captain, I'm terrible at giving orders and running a family, much less dealing with paperwork and that kind of thing, you're the right person for that position." Lily was about to say something else, but then she realized something. "Wait, are you giving Lily that position just to get rid of the paperwork?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "I knew it." I'm just kidding, but I'm serious, Lily. I'll feel at peace knowing you're leading this family. I feel that in the future it will be a great family led by a great captain." "Belle-sama. I trust you, Lily," he whispered, approaching her and giving her a gentle hug that, far from making the hobbit's heart race, only brought a pressure to her chest. "Please take care of Kami-sama and this family I love so much." Slowly the albino pulled away from the hug and looked at the hobbit with a small smile, a smile that reflected sadness. "See you later, Lily, take care." And stroking her hair one last time, Belle stood up and left, leaving Lily alone in the room. She didn't know why, but the moment she was alone she started to cry. All of that had left her with a void. The Belle-sama. In the headquarters library. Araham was strolling through the bookshelves looking for an interesting book to read that day. After doing her chores at headquarters, she would go straight to the library to read something. It had become part of her daily routine since she joined the family. There aren't many stories about heroes, thought the Reynard, disheartened by the sight of only books about war, weapons, and the like. Apollo's library didn't focus much on stories. "I guess I'll have no choice but to go to the Arario library. I'll ask Mikoto-sama to accompany me." "Hey Haraham." The Reynard was a little scared when she heard a voice behind her, turning around to see the albino who rescued her hero. Although he noticed it was strange, if he was pale that morning at breakfast, he was much paler at this moment. "Belle-sama. What are you doing?" he asked curiously, approaching her, trying not to make any sudden movements. He walked patiently. Well, I was looking for a book to read, but there isn't much variety in this library," she replied, a little nervous about talking to him. That's true, there aren't many books here." Araham could see Bell had his hands behind his back as if he were hiding something, and it made her curious. "Are you looking for a book about heroes?" "Why yes, I accept shyly. He knows very well that they are my favorites." "You like them as much as I do, if not more," he said, looking at the bookshelves. "Kami-sama said he was planning to sell most of the books to buy a wider variety, not just war books." "Really?" I asked excitedly. "Yes, although it will probably take a while," he replied, then looked at her with a smile. "So in the meantime, you can read this." Bell revealed what he was hiding behind his back. It was a rather thick book, which the Renard took with curiosity. And the moment she read the title, her eyes lit up with happiness. It was a book with multiple stories of heroes, the vast majority of them were his favorites and others that he had not read. It felt like having the greatest treasure in the world in his hands. "This is incredible," I exclaimed like a little girl. "I didn't know these kinds of books existed, it's wonderful." "I know it was the last gift I received from my mother before she died," she whispered, her voice filled with melancholy and sadness. "Huh? Her mother?" Haraham asked, surprised. Then I can't." Before he could give it back, Bell shook his head with a smile. "You have no idea how much I love that book, mainly because it's the last memory I have of my mother. I've read it more than 10 times. I can read it to you from memory without even glancing at it," she said with a touch of amusement. "You're a big fan of heroes, just like me, and I know you'll take good care of it, so I'm giving it to you, Haraham." The Renard opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. Bell was giving her something so precious without hesitation, the last memory of her mother. I don't understand. Why are you giving me something so important?" "Well, as I said, I've already read it many times, so instead of having it stored away gathering dust, I'd rather give it to someone who's as big a fan of heroes as I am, which is you." "But..." "Dust accepted, Haraham, take it as a welcome gift to the family, since I didn't give you one." The Renard just looked at Bell before turning back to the book as her tail began to swish from side to side. "Wouldn't your mother be angry about this?" she asked shyly. "Not at all," he replied with a laugh. "I'm sure she would have done the same." The memory of his mother Materia giving him the book with a beautiful smile came back to him. "Happy birthday, my boy." "But it's not my birthday yet." "I know, but I want to give it to you early because the book might get lost." All of that was a vile lie from her mother. The reason she gave her birthday present early was because she sensed that she wouldn't be alive by then, and she was right, she died months before. "Just take it, Haraham, and take care of it," he whispered. "Well, thank you, Bell-sama," she said with a happy smile, hugging the book. "I'll take very good care of it for you and your mother. I promise." Bell just chuckled a little at her friend's serious attitude. The way he met her was so strange, Mikoto arriving at headquarters saying she wanted to save her friend, everyone going to the pleasure district without caring about anything, and managing to save her. But thanks to all that, she managed to get someone else to join the family and keep her goddess company. "Haraham. And take care," he whispered, approaching her and giving her a hug. The Renard's cheeks flushed intensely as she felt the boy she secretly loved hug her. I could even hear his heartbeat, which was slower than normal, and his skin was cold. "Bell-sama." He slowly pulled away from the hug and looked at her with his lively smile. "Take care, Haraham, and don't give up on your goals, I know you'll achieve them. Goodbye." And with those words the albino turned around and left the library, leaving the Renard alone, puzzled by that last part. Then I looked at the book I had just given him, that precious book that his mother had given him. Something wasn't right. "Bell-sama." Hestia's room. The little goddess was sitting in front of her desk reading a book, or at least she was trying to. Her expression was noticeably downcast, very downcast, as if she were holding back tears. Some might think it was because he was reading a sad book, but that wasn't the case, as the book he was reading was a cookbook. Something else had the goddess of the hearth in this state. Talk. Forward. There was a knock on her bedroom door and she gave permission to enter by opening the door and seeing that it was her son. Her pale skin, the large dark circles under her eyes, her thin body. "Ami-sama," I greeted with a lively smile. The goddess could only look away when she saw that. She was having trouble containing her emotions. "We are the same. What are you doing here? Instead of wasting your time with me, you should be spending it with Airmid," she whispered, trembling slightly. Bell's eyes widened in surprise for a few short moments, then he smiled sadly. "Do you know? Since I woke up your Felna is very weak and see it's getting weaker every day." "I see," I whispered, letting out a sigh while still smiling. It seems that his goddess would be the only one with whom he would have a final goodbye without any "see you later." "You don't need to come and tell me anything, just go to Airmid," I whispered, turning the page of my book. "Even a second with her is precious, don't worry about me." "Are you sure?" "Completely." "Then why is she crying?" "Shut up." Elle only smiled weakly upon seeing his goddess in that state. She wanted to appear strong in front of him even though it was difficult. Even if she wanted him to leave, she wouldn't, not without first telling him everything she held in her heart. "We are the same." The goddess was startled by her son's sudden scream, seeing how he had stood at attention as if he were a soldier. "Bell-kun. We've been through a lot together since we met when I was starving, and so were you. Hey. We've had many adventures and been scolded for my stupidities in the dungeon. Bell-kun, you idiot. Why do you hurt yourself so much in the dungeon? All our money is going to the hospital. Stupid things I don't regret." That little church, our first home, I will never forget it. It's not much, but it's honest work. But it was a gift. Ugh. Sometimes I wasn't the best son, like when I went to Apollo's party and didn't tell him until the last minute. Where are you going, Bell Cranel? To the party. Party? What party? Ah. Even though we were at a disadvantage, you stood up to Apollo for me. Let me go. I haven't finished telling that guy obsessed with the male reproductive system some hard truths. This is the Hestia war. You'll regret insulting me and laying your disgusting eyes on Bell Cranel. Hestia will put you in a box. Bitch. And we won. I don't know how, but we won by getting this headquarters. Bell Cranel. We went to Milan for a great vacation. I had so much fun with all of you. Even when I had to go rescue her when the sea swept her away. Help Lily and Harahim, even though you scolded me for my recklessness, I accept them into the family. He helped me get a ring for Airmid. You did everything for me, searching for healing branches even though they were useless against my illness. Many gods would have cast me out when they saw that I had a serious illness, being more of a burden than a help, but you didn't. He was there for me. He always supported me. He encouraged me to keep going despite my illness. He never left me alone. He even gave me that beautiful photo of us all together on my birthday. You have no idea how grateful I am to you, Kami-sama. For everything you've done for me. And for that and more. That's why. Be gracious, Kami-sama. The chair fell backwards thanks to Hestia, who jumped up and ran to hug Bell. She simply couldn't bear it any longer when she saw the tears start to flow from his eyes and his voice break. Bell Cranel. She cried, hugging him tightly, and he returned the embrace. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You were the first to join my family. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your goddess. Tears began to stream down her face and she could no longer hold them back. No matter how many times I went back in time, I would choose you as my goddess again and again, she whispered with a warm smile, a tear rolling down her cheek. Thank you for everything, Kami-sama, for being the best goddess of all. And I would search for you again and again to be my son. Thank you for being the best son, Bell Cranel. Tears streamed down both of their faces. Bell felt weaker. And Hestia felt her Felna growing weaker and weaker, like a light flickering slower and slower. But not yet. Just one last time, he asked his ability to give him the strength to keep going a little longer. I only had one more thing to do before it was all over. I had to see her one last time. To the girl he loved so much. We are the same. Yes. I want you to do me one last favor. Airmid. End of chapter. Chapter 31. I love you. Listen to any song you like to set the mood. Diane walked through the corridors of his hospital with a stingy smile, as was now normal for him. He was making sure all his children were doing their jobs and not being lazy. Today will be a very productive day. Reason for their happiness. For the first time in a long time, Airmid was working a full shift at the hospital, something she hadn't done since becoming Bell's girlfriend. The reason I was working the full shift is because it was the beginning of the month and many people were coming to the hospital for their monthly checkup. Obviously, she would need Airmid on a day full of patients, and the saint, having no other option, accepted even though she wanted to spend part of the day with her boyfriend. Ah, how I love the smiles of my patients and their money, Diane thought, watching some people leave satisfied. It's almost nightfall. I'll have to go and do the accounts and tally up today's earnings. And with those thoughts and a smile, Diane walked towards her office to count her money. But before he could take a step, the hospital door opened, making him turn around with a smile. Welcome you again. Diane's smile faded when she saw it was Bell, the boy who had been distracting her daughter from her duties for a long time. It was a real headache. What are you doing here, kid? Hello God, Diane, she greeted in a soft voice. Diane just squinted, still taking him off from head to toe. From miles away I could tell he was dying. That appearance wasn't normal, mainly because I knew him when he was healthy and didn't look like that. What do you want? Is Airmid there? The god frowned angrily upon hearing that. No. I told you clearly that she can't go out and have fun with you today. There's too much work for her to just go off. He quickly refused, crossing his arms. Ever since she started hanging out with you and your relationship began, she's become a very rebellious girl. Really? How cute, Bell whispered with a small smile, imagining his rebellious girlfriend. Haha. Understand. Despite not doing anything, Bell lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground, but Diane managed to catch him, keeping him on his feet. Sorry, I'm fine, it was just a dizzy spell, she said, still smiling. Young guy. May I see Airmid one last time? I promise I won't be a bother again. You. Just for today please. Diane's frown gradually disappeared as she listened to the albino's request and looked at him attentively. The way he breathes. The way he walks. His appearance. Her eyes. His expression. He was about to. Diane just closed her eyes and let out a long sigh as she quickly understood what it meant. His star daughter, his best healer. The one that managed to save countless lives each year. He was about to receive the hardest blow he could have ever received in his entire life up to that point. "I'll go and let him know, and don't worry about the time, just go somewhere else so you can talk," he said, turning his back on her. "Thank you so much, God Diane. I've always been told that you're a greedy and mean God, but I don't believe that. I know you have a soft heart because you care about Airmid," Belle whispered, her typical cheerful smile on her face. "Shut up that girl," he whispered, starting to walk away. "She's likely to fall into a deep depression." And with those words the god went to look for his daughter, leaving Belle alone at the entrance. Hearing that last word caused a pressure to appear in the albino's chest, but he still continued to smile. "Airmid. Hee. In the saint's office, she sat at her desk looking at the engagement ring Belle gave her with a tender smile. He was in his office reviewing the files of the patients who had arrived that day and those who had not yet arrived. But out of nowhere she noticed the ring Belle gave her and began to smile like a girl in love. "Now he and I are engaged," she whispered, resting her face on the desk, her eyes fixed on the ring. "We're practically one step away from being husband and wife." Airmid Cranel. He loved the way it sounded. It was probably too soon to get married, just like he told her, but she couldn't help feeling very happy. She loved Belle too much not to feel that way, so the moment he showed her the ring, she felt that everything was so magical. "But I don't know how to plan a wedding," she thought, blushing slightly. "I don't even know what you do at a wedding." Once, a family member got married and by law everyone had to go. Everything was so pink and flashy that she felt very dizzy. She didn't want something too flashy, just something simple to feel comfortable with him. "What am I thinking?" Airmid slapped her cheeks to snap out of her fantasy. Belle still had that illness and she was fantasizing about the future. She couldn't waste time like that. He would quickly finish his work and go to his small laboratory to continue searching for that cure, even if he had to stay up all night again. Yes, a cure. Airmid clenched his fist slightly at the thought. I had already tried everything. He would gather all possible medicinal plants, which he would combine with other materials to see if he would have any success. And despite having tried everything, that cure never appeared. But even so. She didn't lose hope. She had faith that she would find that cure. It was her duty as a healer. Her duty was to save lives, the life of the man she loved. "First I have to find that cure and then think about what my wedding with Belle will be like." And with those thoughts, Airmid picked up her pen to continue working on her patient's files. But before he could start writing, his office door opened, catching his attention. It was their god Diane who had entered with a serious expression. No, it was more like pity. Compassionate. "Diane-sama, I'm working," Airmid said quickly before he could start scolding her for being lazy by thinking about Belle. But it didn't seem as if his god had come to demand anything of him. He looked calm for someone like him. "Leave that and go," he said, pointing to the exit. Was he kicking her out of the family? It's true that she hadn't been working much lately, but to fire her? But. "You didn't understand me," she said with a sigh. "The rest of the afternoon and evening are free. Your boyfriend, Bell Cranel, is waiting for you outside." "Oh?" Airmid couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. Did her god give her permission to go out with her boyfriend, even though he had told her the day before that she was forbidden from going out that day? Was he really their god? Diane-sama. Besides, why was Belle there? She knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't show up to work on time without a good reason. "Thus go, Airmid, and enjoy your time with him." With those last words, Diane closed the door, leaving a bewildered Airmid alone. For some reason, she felt a very strange discomfort upon hearing those last words. "Enjoy my time with him." Belle. For some reason, Airmid felt worried and ran quickly towards the hospital entrance thinking the worst, and when she arrived, she saw him there leaning against the wall with that smile she liked so much. "Hello, Airmid," I greeted, raising my hand. "Belle," she whispered, looking him up and down. He looked the same as I had seen him the last few weeks, but I felt there was something different about him. His gaze and the way he spoke. "Belle, what are you doing here?" the saint asked, approaching him. "What? Don't you want to see me?" he joked playfully. "That's not it. You know I love seeing you," I said, standing in front of him and taking his hand. Her hand was very cold and that scared Airmid. "Belle. That's great, the truth is it's almost nightfall and I wanted to take a night walk with you. Does that sound good to you?" he asked, still smiling, that smile he loved so much but which now seemed very different. "Why did you decide to come now? Diane-sama spoke to you angrily yesterday, telling you not to even think about coming," she asked, still holding his hands, wanting them to warm up. "How did you convince him?" Even though it might not seem like it, your god has a soft heart, at least with his favorite daughter, she replied with a gentle smile. Would you like to walk with me? And? In the end, I accepted, smiling at him as well. She didn't understand it. It was just another walk with her boyfriend, one of the many they had taken, so why did it feel so different this time? Then let's go. Bell intertwined his fingers with Airmid's and began walking beside her, leaving the hospital. From afar, Diane only saw them leave, then let out a tired sigh. You've really surprised me, kid. You managed to hold out for a long time, but everything has a limit. Diane knew what the following days would be like for the saint. Difficult days. The life of mortals is so short and filled with so many emotions, he whispered. It's a feeling we gods will never share, never in our eternal existence. Through the streets of Arario. Bell and Airmid were walking hand in hand under the orange sky, a sign that the day was almost over. The streets were quiet, there weren't many people around, and that pleased Bell. He didn't think he could stand walking among so many people, not this time. A small breeze passed through the place, moving Airmid's hair, which caused her to close her eyes. It was almost winter, if they were going to walk at night they should have brought something to keep warm, but oh well. The one he was worried about was Bell, who remained just as cold despite his attempts to warm his hands. That was truly worrying. Was he catching a cold? If so, they should have stayed at the hospital to check on him, since his immune system was very weak. It wasn't unusual for him to have caught some other illness that didn't typically affect adventurers. But apparently that wasn't the case. Bell seemed calm, very calm, both in the way he walked, spoke, and acted. He didn't have that spirit that always characterized him. It was as if he wanted to expend as little energy as possible. Hey Bell. Sorry. Before Airmid could say anything, he interrupted her with an apology. Why are you apologizing? I asked, surprised. For asking you to go out like that out of the blue, even though you're working, and besides our relationship you have your own life, and yet I'm being selfish and asking you to use that time for me. Maybe I seem like someone who's really pushy, sorry. Huh? No. Not at all. Airmid said quickly. I don't think that about you. I never have. But I was surprised that you came to visit me on my workday, since you don't usually do that. Bell just smiled a little when he heard that. His girlfriend knew him too well to notice anything strange about him. And does it bother you? And you already know the answer, you fool. Hee. His smile, he loved his smile so much, it was one of the things that made him happy, seeing him smile. But the smile she was giving him at that moment did not produce that same feeling in him, even though they were still just as lively. They felt so dull. Hey, are you hungry? I can buy you a crepe, Bella asked, spotting a small stall on the street. Yes, I'd like one. I accept Airmid without a problem. In the past she probably would have refused because she didn't want to take advantage of his kindness, but that was no longer the case. If he wanted to invite her for something and she was hungry, she gladly accepted, and the same happened to him when she wanted to invite him to eat. As boyfriend and girlfriend, or now engaged, that had become very normal for them. The crepe, please, she asked politely. Don't you want one? Airmid asked curiously. No, I ate something recently so I'm fine, he explained, touching his stomach. Although it was a lie, the only thing he had eaten was breakfast. He no longer felt like eating. Food had no flavor for him. Eating felt like torture to me. Even if it was the most delicious food in the world, I simply couldn't do it. His sense of taste was already ruined, too much so that he couldn't enjoy something like that. Airmid just watched as Bell took the valise out of his pocket to give them to the vendor. Her hand was trembling, something I didn't notice when they were walking. Here you are. Thank you so much. Bell took the crepe with trembling hands, ready to give it to Airmid. But because of that same tremor, the crepe almost fell out of her hands, something Airmid wasn't going to allow. She quickly took her boyfriend's hands, now they both had the crepe. And after that, Airmid took a bite with a smile, still holding his hands. Delicious. She said, looking at it with joy. He just looked at her for a few seconds before returning her smile. His behavior was strange. It was impossible for him not to notice. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to feel that way but Airmid began to feel fear in her heart. Let's keep walking, Airmid, he whispered, handing her the crepe and then placing one of his hands on her cheek and caressing it. Come on. Everything was so different. So sad. Do you remember this place? Airmid asked as they passed a coffee shop. How could I forget? Bell whispered nostalgically. This coffee shop is where you and I became closer. They even refused me entry for a while because I left without paying. You really are very careless, I shook my head slightly, then smiled. It was so funny when we wanted to come back the next day and they closed the door in your face. Ugh. Ha ha. Airmid viewed that outing as just another date. A special date, like so many they'd had from before they were dating until when they were dating. Just that, one more date with the boy she loved. But. I remember this place too, Bell said, continuing to walk. This street is where I fought the captain of the Apollo Familia and you showed up to help me, haha, I'm still surprised I've changed so much. I hit you, but I was so angry that I hurt you, oh. And this is where I bought those roses from that vendor. Later I realized he'd ripped me off. Airmid just watched him talk with such joy, or at least that's what he wanted to show. I didn't know if he was doing it on purpose or if it was just a coincidence, but they were walking through places that had some special meaning for both of them since they met. Oh. And in that bar I was invited to Apollo's party, a hobbit tried to provoke me, but he didn't succeed. My mother raised a man who remains calm in the face of everything. Night was already beginning to fall, and Airmid simply kept her gaze fixed on his eyes as she spoke. No matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't have the same joy that he showed. That sadness that had been there since the beginning of their date continued. No matter how much he tried to hide it, I could see the sadness in his eyes as he spoke, how he was making an effort to keep that expression from falling apart. He was acting tough for some reason. She felt that he was hiding something from her with all of that, and it was making her very anxious. She had an idea, but no, she refused to believe that was it. And there. Bell. Before her boyfriend could continue speaking, she interrupted him, lowering her gaze fearfully. What's wrong? I asked, taking her hand and gently stroking it. Is there something you want to tell me? She asked, still looking down, feeling him continue to caress her hand. Huh? What do you mean? But Bell acted as if he didn't know anything, which made her tremble a little. You promised you wouldn't hide anything from me anymore. Or was that a lie? Of course not. And for the first time since the date began, she lowered her voice and spoke a little louder. So what's going on? You came to my headquarters for this appointment and you're acting strange. There's something you're hiding from me and I'm afraid it's what I'm thinking, she whispered fearfully. It wasn't that he didn't like spending time there, but darkness had already fallen on the city. Night had already descended. He could have used that time to continue searching for that cure. Every minute counted. Lokp pasa yy cough. Bell tried to speak normally, but simply couldn't hold back the cough, starting to cough with some pain in his throat. Airmid watched in horror as blood came out of Bell's mouth. It was the first time she had ever seen him cough up so much blood. What I feared turned out to be true. I knew it. She shouted, agitated. Let's go back to the hospital. I have something to help ease the symptoms. Desperate, Airmid tried to run, but before she could, Bell grabbed her hand. No. But Bell. Please, I whispered, my gaze lifeless as I watched tears stream down Airmid's face. No more medicine, no more treatments, no more. Bell. Nothing works anymore, Airmid, and if it did work, it would only give me half a day or a whole day more. Nothing works for me anymore. I can't taste anything in my food, everything tastes disgusting to me, my body is trembling, my eyes are heavy, my body can't take it anymore, I've reached my limit. Tears began to stream down the saint's eyes as she felt enormous pain in her heart upon hearing that. I don't want anything right now, all I want is to be with a girl I love, to talk to her, to hear her voice, to see her beautiful eyes, to touch her soft skin, to be by her side. That's the only cure I need right now, nothing else. A very faint smile appeared on his face as he brought his hands to her cheeks and gently wiped away her tears. Can you grant my last request, Airmid? The sounds of nocturnal animals could be heard in a certain small forest within the enormous city. The enormous moon perfectly illuminated the path. There was no one in that place. That forest was a forgotten place for the inhabitants of Arario. Except for two people, that place had a very special meaning for both of them. Careful, there's a stone in the road, if you feel tired just tell me. Sorry Airmid, you even have to help me walk. Don't say that, you fool. You know I'll always help you. Along that path illuminated by the moonlight walked Bell and Airmid, with the latter helping her boyfriend walk by resting her arm on his shoulder. In that forest there was a small bridge that crossed a river. It was the same bridge where Bell proposed to her and she happily accepted. But that wasn't their goal. They just walked across that bridge and went deeper into that forest. That place will probably be deforested in the future to build more houses, but for the moment it belonged to them and only to them. A place where no one would bother them. How far are we going? The saint asked without stopping. Just a little further on, there's a perfect place where we can rest. At a certain point in the night, something happens that makes the place much more magical, he whispered with a weak smile, happy to be with his beloved. And the latter, although she wanted to cry, wouldn't. If Belle wanted that moment to be special, then it would be, she wouldn't ruin it with her crying. After walking for a few more minutes they arrived at a certain place which was covered by a beautiful green lawn with no trees. Well, there was only one, a tree that stood in the middle of that small green field that was surrounded by all the trees of the forest. It almost seemed as if they had been planted that way on purpose. Here it is, it's a nice place to sit, Bell whispered, raising his hand and pointing at the tree. Let's sit down. This whole walk has tired me out. Goodness, I feel like an old man. Don't joke about that. He's sorry. Slowly they both walked towards that tree where Airmid helped Belle sit down and lean her back against the trunk, and seconds later she sat down next to him. Finally seated, Belle said, smiling. It feels so nice. We could have sat on a park bench so we wouldn't have to walk so far. No, I wanted to show you this place. I forgot to show it to you when I proposed, and this is my last chance to do it. The saint felt a knot in her heart upon hearing that. He had a huge urge to grab Belle and rush to the hospital and find a way to relieve all of this, but he didn't want to do that. He made his desire clear to her. Being with her. I understood everything. I understood what was coming. And apparently he had already accepted it with a smile. This place is perfectly illuminated by the moon, although at certain times of the night it becomes very dark. I hope you're not afraid of the dark, he joked, touching his girlfriend's cheek. How dark? Don't worry, even though it gets very dark, something happens that makes this place very magical. I hope we have time to see it. Despite everything, Belle smiled happily, very happily, leaving behind the discouragement he had felt before. Airmid didn't know that the reason for that happiness was because he was with her. It was just as he said, she was the only cure he needed. Are you cold? The weather is a bit chilly, I asked, gently taking Airmid's hand. No, I can handle it, but what about you? Are you saying that because my skin is cold? I asked, and she nodded. Don't worry, I'm not cold. I've been like this since yesterday. I understand. She wanted to stay strong, she really wanted to stay strong for him, but she was finding it difficult. I didn't want to accept it, I didn't want to. The sounds of nocturnal animals could be heard all around, making Bell close his eyes and smile. Why of all places did you bring me here? Airmid asked curiously, wanting to talk about something. She didn't want to be silent. I know you wanted to show it to me, but why? Because it's quiet, she whispered back. It's so quiet that the only thing I hear is your beautiful voice, that's why I like it here. As he said those words, he approached her and gave her a short kiss on the cheek. Although it was cold, Airmid felt it was warm. Tonto. But I am and always will be your fool, he said, grinning through his teeth. After that, they both remained silent, raising their eyes to see the vast number of stars, impossible to count. It was a very beautiful night. You know, when I met you and fell in love with you, I saw you as someone unattainable. Unattainable? Airmid looked at him, puzzled. Yes, Belle had to speak slowly because she tired too quickly if she talked too much, something that hadn't happened a few hours ago. Her body was sinking more and more. You're the saint, the best healer in Arario, the most famous, admired, and respected by all. My love for you seemed like an impossible love, one that could never be. Haha, what are you saying? Don't blame me, I was just a newbie in town, it seemed impossible to me that you would notice me, but despite everything I kept trying. Impossible, but look at you now, this unattainable saint is now your girlfriend, or rather, your future wife, she said with a tender smile, leaning towards him and giving him a short, sweet kiss. Well, let's just say I was very persistent and didn't give up despite everything, he said, scratching his cheek with embarrassment, remembering what he had to do to get her to notice him. Ah, right, you were so silly hurting yourself on purpose. It seems the only way to keep you under control was by showering you with kisses, she said with a warm smile and a slight blush. If I'm not mistaken, you're the most troublesome patient I've ever had. At least leave a good impression. That's not a good impression. Belle laughed again when he heard that. He truly enjoyed being with her, hearing her voice, her laughter, everything. That was what he loved most in that world. Belle's breathing was starting to slow down, causing Airmid to bite her lower lip, not wanting to collapse. You know, Airmid, I would have liked you to have met my mother, she said again, turning her gaze to the starry sky. Your mother? Yes, she was the most wonderful woman, she whispered with a small smile. She was the best mom in the world, she was so kind and sweet, she always treated me well. What was your mother's name? She asked curiously. Bateria, he replied, and for some reason the name sounded familiar to Airmid. I'm sure that if you two had met, you would have gotten along very well. Why do you think that? I asked, feeling a pressure in my chest again as I heard him pause to speak. Well, my mother greatly admired healers, she said they were like angels who came down to help people. As she said these words, she turned to look at her with a faint smile. And you are the greatest angel of all. She would have been delighted to speak with you, Airmid. Belle. Now that I think about it, the alias angel would have suited you well, it really suits you. Thanks. Belle let out a small laugh when she saw the blush on her cheeks. She was so cute. He felt as if it had been a long adventure of many years since he met her. A beautiful adventure. Thanks, Airmid. Huh? Why? "For fulfilling my dream," he whispered, feeling his vision fail him, no longer able to see Airmid as clearly as before. "My dream when I left my village was to find love. I promised my mother that I would live a very happy life, and I can say that thanks to you, I was able to fulfill all of that. Thank you, Airmid." "And don't thank me, you need to." Her voice broke, with each passing minute it became more difficult for her to maintain her composure. "I couldn't. It hurt. The pain I was feeling at that moment was immense. I didn't want to accept it. No. I didn't want it to end like this. And just as Bell said, that part of the forest went completely dark. They could see very little, but they could see themselves, even if with some difficulty. "It really gets very dark in this place," Airmid whispered, regaining her composure. "I told you, but if we're lucky, we'll see something magical." Despite the darkness, Airmid could see a faint smile of excitement on the albino's face. She was surprised that despite everything, even knowing what was coming, she was able to smile like that. "What is that magic?" "Well." Bell's smile grew a little wider because of what was starting to happen. And Airmid's eyes opened slightly in surprise, his eyes lit up at what was happening. Oh. The place that was filled with darkness a few moments ago began to fill with light little by little. But it wasn't just any light. "Were fireflies," whispered the saint. "One by one, we began to turn on the fireflies, illuminating that solitary forest more and more. Maybe a firefly wouldn't make any difference, but there were hundreds. Hundreds of fireflies began to light up everything, fireflies flying all around the lawn and through all the trees in the forest. That dark forest ceased to be so when it was illuminated by that curious little animal. "It's beautiful," Airmid whispered, gazing at everything in wonder. In his eyes the forest was already beautiful, but now it was much more so. Just as Bell had told him, it was so magical. "I knew you'd like it." Bell gently stroked his girlfriend's hand as he felt his body burning from the inside. But that pain was nothing when he was with the person he loved most. It was considerably reduced. She wouldn't let that pain ruin their moment together, their last moment together. "There's so much I want to tell you and so little time to do it." What are you talking about?" the saint whispered, a small tear sliding down her cheek. We have all the time in the world to talk about how our wedding will be." "Wedding?" Airmid Cranel, "do you like how it sounds?" "A lot, it makes me feel closer to you." A tear that runs down Airmid's cheek and a tear that he wipes away. She didn't want Bell to see her cry, even if he wanted to, it was no longer possible. Fortunately for Airmid, he didn't find out. Bell didn't tell him. He wasn't looking anymore, he couldn't see anything anymore. Perhaps his skill kept him alive for a long time, but it also caused his body to deteriorate much more rapidly. It was nothing like how his mother died, who still had her sight and sense of taste. He no longer had that. He was still alive because of that same ability and his great desire to be with her. Airmid was startled when she felt Bell's head fall onto her shoulder. I quickly turned to look at him, expecting the worst, but I calmed down when I saw that he was still breathing and blinking occasionally. Although I knew that wouldn't last long. "Airmid? And? Would you like to play? The fact that you ask me questions about any moment we've lived together and I'll remember it, is that okay with you?" What kind of game is that? The best of all. A simple game that he had just invented just to remember the beautiful moments he lived together with her. That would make her happy as she felt his warmth. Leaning on his shoulder was the best decision. Well, you'd better remember everything because I haven't forgotten a single moment we've lived together. Go ahead, I'm ready for anything. So here we go. The sounds of nocturnal animals could be heard throughout the forest. They were beautiful sounds. And the fireflies illuminating the place. The couple sitting under that tree. The couple talking in whispers. Whispers that were only audible to them and no one else. A moment that wouldn't be ruined by anything or anyone. Bell. And? Do you remember that day you arrived at the hospital injured as usual and I scolded you as usual? It could be any day. That day I heard your whisper, although I thought it was just some trick of my mind. And what if I told you I'm doing it just to see you? Although now I know that wasn't just my imagination, you really are a fool. Bell. And? Do you remember that day when I first came to visit your home, the abandoned church? You took me by surprise that day. Well, at that moment I felt nervous when I went to visit you, I don't know why I felt nervous about seeing you, although now I understand why. Then don't laugh. Bell. And? Do you remember when we danced together at the headquarters of the god Apollo? How could I forget it, one of my favorite moments. At that moment I was already deeply in love with you, although I hadn't admitted it yet. I was a fool. You're not stupid at all. Thank you. Bell. And? Do you remember our first date? Down to the last detail. What was your favorite moment of our date? The parrot. The haha, are you serious? And feel your lips for the first time. How curious, it's also my favorite moment. Bell. And? To this day, I'm still surprised that you're afraid of needles. When you told me in that cafe, I simply couldn't believe it. Do you remember that day? You also told me I was malnourished. Sorry. Bell. And? When you brought me those roses that day, I felt so happy. I had received many gifts since I was named a saint, but none made me as happy as yours, thank you. I was scammed that day, but it was worth it to see your smile. Bell. And? Although I'm ashamed to admit it, I felt happy when I found out you were hurting yourself on purpose just to see me, but I also felt angry. Look, there are many ways to get closer to someone, and you chose that one. Don't blame me. A romantic fool. Bell. Yes. Would you believe me if I told you that I enjoyed your birthday much more than my own birthdays? Yes, the best birthday of my life because you were there, you. I would like to relive that day with you. Me too. Bell. And my days before I met you were very boring. I had no one with me until you appeared. My days were filled with so much happiness because of you, just because of your presence, that's why. Thank you so much for appearing in my life. Thanks to you, Airmid. Thanks. Bell. I just remembered something funny. When we went to Milan and those guys were flirting with me, it was fun to see you running through the water with hestia sama in your arms. I'll never forget that image. I'd like to go back to that place with you. Hey Bell, I just remembered another funny moment with Milan when I hit hestia sama with a ball. Do you remember? Bell. Airmid no longer retained them. Her tears began to stream down her cheeks. Those tears she had been holding back throughout the conversation, she simply let them out. It was painful. Bell was beside him, leaning on his shoulder, but at the same time he was no longer there. It hurt. It hurt so much. The fireflies continued to illuminate that beautiful place. But now it no longer felt magical. Airmid felt so different. But despite everything, even with her face full of tears, she tried her best to force a smile. Slowly, I brought my hand to her face and touched her cheek. So cold. Bell, and with her face full of tears and that small smile, she whispered a few last words to him, just a few last words. I love you. End of chapter. Epilogue. Keep going. Darkness. That's what was in one room. A room that was dimly lit by sunlight coming through the open spaces in the curtain. The ticking of the clock could be heard slowly in that silent room, with no other noise. Everything felt so empty. So lonely. And empty eyes. A pair of lifeless eyes stared into nothingness in that room. Those eyes belonged to Airmid, who was sitting at her desk. That dark place was his office. Her skin was pale and she had dark circles under her eyes, a sign that she had hardly slept at all. She couldn't close her eyes because the moment she did, the image of him smiling would flash through her mind. It was painful even to remember his voice. Bell. A week. A week had passed since the adventure of Bell Cranel, Aurelio's rising star, had died. That was news that shocked many people because they weren't expecting it. It all happened so suddenly, and nobody knew the reason for his death. Nobody said anything about it. His funeral was full of people. His goddess, his friends, the god Hermes along with Asphi, some children he used to play with in the mornings, and people from the city he had met throughout his life in that city. They were all at that funeral. Everyone except Airmid. She didn't have the courage to show up and say a final goodbye, she simply couldn't. All she had done that entire week was stay locked in that dark room, occasionally signing a document. He wanted to continue working at the hospital, but Diane refused, telling him that in his current state, he would harm the patients instead of helping them. And he was right. So all she had done was stand in that room with a vacant stare. I couldn't even cry after that night. She felt as if more than half of her had been torn away. Everything felt so empty, so lonely, so. Airmid. And her voice. At times I swore I could hear her cheerful voice. It was so painful. I didn't know what to do. She had seen so many deaths throughout her life, even those of people close to her, but this was the first time she had been so devastated that she had gone 3 days without saying a single word. She felt that everything in her life had lost its meaning. The light that illuminated her path went out, darkening everything, leaving her no longer knowing where to go. Everything had collapsed for her. She knew she didn't have to be like this her whole life, but it was so difficult. Knowing that he was no longer in that world. That she would no longer see him walk through the hospital doors with that smile she loved so much. That she would no longer hear that voice that brought her so much joy. That he would no longer hold her hand to walk through the city. That she would no longer listen to his funny stories that he told her just to make her laugh. That she would never see him again in her life, never again. I couldn't. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. I couldn't muster the courage to go on without him. Bell. She never thought that it would leave a huge void in her. Let's go to Milan. How did you convince Diane Sama? Just remembering a single moment with him was painful. It was suffering. So, to clear his mind a little, he took a few papers and began to review them in order to sign them, but not before turning on a small lamp that dimly illuminated the place. It was her only escape route to clear her mind, even just a little. The door to his office opened, letting much more light into the dark room. Airmid simply raised her dull gaze, seeing that it was her friend Celia with a tray in her hands. Hello, I brought you lunch, Airmid. If it weren't for Celia, he would probably have died, since he would forget to eat even though he didn't even have an appetite. Thank you, she whispered, lowering her gaze and continuing to sign the documents. The girl just watched that sadly. It hurt her to see her friend like that. She knew Bell's departure would affect her, but she never imagined it would be this much. Apparently, he meant much more to her than she realized. He never thought that Airmid would love him so much that she would lose all direction in her life. He never thought he'd see her in that state, and it hurt him a lot. Airmid. Well, yesterday the goddess Hestia came to the hospital. Upon hearing the mention of the little goddess, I stopped what I was doing to pay attention. She said that if you had time you should go visit her at her headquarters because she wanted to talk to you about something. Airmid lowered his gaze upon hearing that. I didn't have the courage to look Hestia in the eyes. Deep down she felt guilty. She was the best healer in Arario, and she couldn't save the life of her first child. I didn't have the courage to go see her. Apparently it was something important. You could see in his eyes that he really wanted to see you. Airmid, you should go, you haven't left the hospital for a week, you just spend all your time locked in this room. Why you can't always be like this, why you're my best friend and it hurts me to see you in this state. Airmid. I'm sorry, she whispered, continuing with her paperwork, causing Celia to lower her dejected gaze. I hope you eat, you'll get sick if you don't. And with those words Celia left the office, leaving Airmid alone again in the dark in that room, which was lit by that small lamp, with silence reigning once more. Although seconds later Airmid began to tremble on his desk. Slight tremors as she bit her lower lip. I know, and I know. It was just so difficult for her. It's so hard to move on without him. Goddess Hestia. The next day. Finally, after much thought, Airmid made the decision to go and visit the goddess Hestia. So I tried to sleep as much as I could so I wouldn't look so bad, although obviously I couldn't do much about my dark circles. She was nervous about going out. Every corner of the city reminded her of Bell, every place she had visited with him caused her pain. But she had to be strong. She was aware that she couldn't stay locked up in her office her whole life. She had to face everything, no matter how difficult it was. Sooner or later she had to go out. As she walked through the hospital corridors, her family members glanced at her, a little surprised. She always looked like a beautiful porcelain doll, but today she didn't. She looked like someone who had worked non-stop for weeks. They knew about Airmid and Bell's relationship, so they suspected her condition was due to his departure. As Airmid walked with her head down, she felt uncomfortable after a long time because of the look she received from others, probably because of her appearance. Airmid. The saint stopped when she heard the voice of her god, seeing that he was standing in front of her. Where are you going? To the seat of the goddess Hestia, she replied in a whisper. Diane just nodded slightly. Although many might not believe it, Diane was worried about Airmid, about her health, and how much neglecting herself would affect her. Not only because she was the best healer in the family, Diane had watched her grow up and loved her like a daughter and genuinely cared for her. If she hadn't left that office in the next few days, he would have gone to have a chat with her. I understand, Diane whispered, continuing on her way. Try not to come back too late. See Diane-sama. Thus the god left, leaving Airmid alone, who resumed her journey, leaving the hospital in the direction of the Hestia Familia headquarters. He was curious to know what the little goddess would say to him. There were so many things they could talk about, but his biggest fear was that she would reproach him for not being able to save his son's life. She knew Hestia wasn't like that, but she was still afraid to see her and know that maybe Bell had left with some regret and that now he would tell her so that she would know the truth. If it turned out to be true, it would probably collapse right there. But even so, she had to face all her fears, however difficult it might be. I couldn't go on like this, but I needed something. She needed some reason to keep going, a reason, some words that would simply give her what she needed, but what? Nothing worked. When she wanted to get back on her feet and return to her normal life, she would remember him and that deep depression would return to her again. She needed something that would make her say without hesitation, I have to keep going. I am weak, she thought sadly, surely Bell was disappointed in her when he saw her. No. He would never feel that way, he wasn't like that. Ira. It was awful to speak in the past tense when referring to him. He felt he would never get used to it. And with those depressing thoughts, Airmid continued walking with his head down towards the Hestia family headquarters. I didn't look up the whole way, but luckily I didn't bump into anyone. Now only the hardest part remained. Seeing the goddess Hestia. The mansion with the chimney. It felt like it had been a long time since he'd been there. The last time was 3 days before Bell died. She felt nervous, hesitating whether to ring the doorbell or just walk in. Hestia had told him many times that this was his house and that he could enter whenever he wanted, but now she felt that this would be very disrespectful of him. She also felt a deep sadness upon seeing that mansion, one of the places where she had created the most beautiful memories with him. It was painful. Fortunately for her, Welf was walking through the yard with a box full of tools in the direction of his forge, although he noticed her presence. "Airmid, what are you doing standing there?" the Redite asked, puzzled. Well, and I. "Come in, you know very well that this is your home too." Yes, it was more than obvious that they would say that. So, gathering his courage, he took the gate and opened it, entering the courtyard of the place. "Are you here to see Hestia-sama?" he asked curiously, and Airmid nodded in response. "She's in the living room, so come in. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you." Everything looked the same at headquarters. Welf's calm expression made her feel that Bell was alive, wandering the halls of the mansion. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. What are you doing?" Airmid whispered to Welf. Well, today I bought some new materials for crafting weapons and armor. I'm thinking of renting a small space in the Tower of Babel again to display my equipment. I'll probably have more success this time," he replied with a hopeful smile. "Bell kept urging me to do it again, and he's right. I've got nothing to lose by trying." Welf quickly closed his mouth when he saw Airmid's expression change to one of deep sadness at the mention of the albino. Sorry," he apologized. "I'll go see Hestia-sama." And with those words, Airmid continued on his way to the mansion, leaving the Redite alone, who also began to feel sad. How I'll miss making armor for you, my friend," he thought dejectedly as he walked toward his forge. "But I'll keep going as I promised you, I'll be a great blacksmith and I'll conquer Hestia-sama." Sometimes he would think of crazy things to avoid being sad, and fortunately it would work for a while, that and arguing with Lily, although it was something they hadn't done since that day. Well, back to work. And with a melancholy smile, Welf entered his forge to continue with his day. Meanwhile, with Airmid. She was walking slowly through the corridors of the headquarters. That place had always been lonely. After all, it was a huge mansion for only a few people, but now it felt much lonelier, very dull, lacking the same atmosphere that made it so warm. And in those same corridors he met that girl who had come on to his boyfriend. Parahim. Just by looking at her, I could see the Shire entered very subdued. She didn't have that light that always characterized her. She was dressed in her typical maid's outfit and was cleaning with a rag. Airmid Sama Haraham spoke upon noticing her presence. "Hello," I whispered, looking down. She still remembered that day when she asked to be his mistress. She felt a lot of anger at that moment, although now it was just one of the many memories with him. She didn't want to talk to her. They weren't exactly friends, so she just kept walking after saying hello. "Bell Sama was the happiest man thanks to you." But he stopped abruptly upon hearing that whisper from the Renard, seeing how she lowered her gaze with a sad smile. "I will continue with my work." And after saying that, he left, leaving Airmid with a lump in his throat. Happy? He couldn't even save her life despite promising to do so many times. I failed him when he needed me most. Before collapsing in that hallway, he decided to continue on his way to the living room. He needed to speak with Hestia as soon as possible and return to his office. She felt that soon she would no longer be able to hide her emotions. Happy. "I'm glad to see you, Airmid." It was Hestia's whisper with a small smile as the saint entered the room. Hello Hestia-sama, she greeted, bowing and feeling a little nervous. "There's no need to be so formal, we've known each other for a long time," she said with a warm smile. "Go ahead, have a seat." Hestia pointed to the small sofa in front of her, and Airmid, a little nervously, walked over there and sat down. Far away from that room was another sofa, and for a few short seconds he saw Bell sitting with a smile, reading one of his favorite books. Every time she came to visit, she would always see him sitting there and couldn't help but imagine him feeling a pressure in his chest. He had to leave as soon as possible. Every place in that headquarters reminded him of Bell. "I thought it would take longer for you to get here, but I see I was wrong." "I'm glad you're here," the goddess said with a warm smile, causing Airmid to lower her gaze. "Having you here at headquarters brings back fond memories of Bell Kun." Hestia noticed Airmid tremble slightly at the mention of the albino, which caused the goddess to change her expression to a sad one for a few seconds. Do you need something from me?" the saint asked, her voice trembling. "I wanted to see you, I haven't seen you in a long time, you weren't even at Bell Kun's funeral." "Me too." "Relax, you don't need to explain anything to me, I know very well that you must have your reasons." Hestia knew how difficult it was for Airmid. The boy she loved so much had died, and on top of everything, he died by her side while they were talking. It was more than obvious that all of that was a very hard blow for her, but if she was honest, she thought she could handle that pain since as a healer, she had seen countless deaths, but apparently that was not the case. It's been a week now, sometimes I wake up in the mornings and think he's still with us, Hestia whispered with a sad smile, gazing out the window. Mealtimes always feel so lonely. And I hope you're eating well. I spoke to Diane yesterday and she told me you were skipping some meals and that's very bad, you could get sick if you do that. And? Airmid Hestia sighed upon seeing the saint's dull expression. No one would think that this careless girl was the same one who always scolded Bell when he didn't want to eat, telling him that it would harm his body. Now she was acting the same way. Bell was probably scolding you for not wanting to eat. The saint trembled again at the mention of the albino. Why? Why did Hestia keep mentioning Bell? She tried her best not to feel that immense pain, but thanks to Hestia, she couldn't because she kept bringing him up. What did she hope to achieve with all of this? She felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. He wanted to leave and lock himself in his office again, like he had done the last few days. To escape from everything. Do you want to leave, Airmid? Hestia asked, noticing her discomfort. Am I making you uncomfortable? Me too. Bell wouldn't like to see you in that state. Stop mentioning Bell. She shouted as a small tear escaped her eye. Please don't mention him anymore. Airmid was devastated, I could tell just by looking at her. I couldn't let her continue like this. I had to help her. Please Kami-sama, help Airmid. Not only because it was his last request, but also because Airmid was like a daughter to him and it hurt him to see her like that. Didn't I already mention it? How do you plan to go on living, Airmid? You can't keep locking yourself in your office and running away from everything, that's not the way, Hestia whispered, watching as the saint lowered her gaze. Doesn't it hurt you? I miss Bell so much, he was my first child, I feel sad every morning when I wake up and remember that he is no longer with us. I miss him so much. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Don't worry, Airmid, she chuckled softly. I miss Bell but there's nothing I can do about it, just keep moving forward. Move on, she whispered, clenching her hands. How? I just didn't understand it. She understood death better than anyone. She had had so many patients who died because she couldn't save them. In the Dark Age, friends died, friends who left a void with their departure. But despite everything, she didn't give up and kept going. But this time I couldn't do it, I couldn't overcome that pain. You know, when Bell joined my family, I always saw him as very lively and energetic until I found out about his illness. That's when I wondered, how can he act like that despite his condition? I thought Bell didn't care, but I was very wrong. He was very afraid of dying, although his real fear was leaving everything behind. Airmid bit her lower lip, preventing herself from shedding tears upon hearing that. But when he met you, everything changed. He began to live as if that illness didn't exist, as if you were the cure, Hestia whispered, remembering how Bell arrived at the abandoned church with a big smile. At first, she didn't know why, but now she understood. Bell was happy, very happy, and that's what he wants for you too. And I couldn't save him. How do you expect me to be happy if I couldn't save him? So many times he told her, I will find that cure, and in the end he couldn't do anything, they were just empty words on his part, promises he couldn't keep. But you tried to find a cure for a disease that had been classified as incurable. Hestia's gaze softened as she spoke those words. Airmid, you don't understand anything. You did so much for him, more than anyone in this world could have done for him. But it wasn't enough. You did more than enough and Bell knew it, you have no idea how much he loved you. And for that same reason he wouldn't want to see you in that state because of him, he wouldn't want you to be tormented by his death, to blame yourself for his death, to lock yourself in your room while you drown in depression. That's not the way, Airmid. Bell doesn't want this for you. I wanted to help her. I really wanted to help her get out of that hole of sadness and loneliness. I didn't want Airmid to lose all that light. Everyone deals with their grief in their own way, Airmid. I don't know what kind of pain you feel for your loss, but I know it's difficult. Bell lost his mother to that same disease, and despite that and the fact that he also suffered from it, he was able to move forward with a big smile. And I know very well that you. I promise I will try, Hestia-sama. But before the little goddess could say anything else, Airmid interrupted her by standing up. I promise I'll try to move forward. Goodbye, I have some paperwork to do. And with those words he began to walk towards the exit. He wanted to leave there as soon as possible. I simply couldn't resist any longer. He just wanted to lock himself in his office again and not come out. According to her, it was a cowardly method to escape from everything, but she couldn't do anything else. I knew I wouldn't be able to accomplish much. But before he left, Hestia spoke, stopping him in his tracks. I thought I could help you, but it's more than obvious that I couldn't do much. I feel it. That's why. Hestia smiled slightly as she said those words. It's better if Bell tells you. Huh? Airmid was confused when she heard those words, watching as the goddess reached into her pocket and pulled out an envelope. Then Airmid. What is this? A letter from Bell for you, she whispered, still with that small smile. The saint opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing that, while her hands trembled. It's his last message to you, I whispered, looking down. And the little he told me when he gave me the envelope was that he desperately wanted his feelings to reach you through this letter. I slowly walked towards the goddess, seeing that envelope and feeling a pressure in my chest, knowing that Bell wrote it for her. I have no idea what he's saying, but I'm sure Bell put all his feelings into her. Her trembling hands took the letter. His eyes never left her. Inside, I was starting to feel afraid of what that letter might say. One last message from him. You can take it to your headquarters and read it there in peace. Bell only asked me to give it to you and said that if you didn't want to read it, then don't feel obligated, although he did say something to me. What? That if you felt a void or were having a bad time, then you should read it because as her boyfriend it was his duty to help you no matter what. She had to hold back her tears when she heard that. Bell was always very attentive to her, even after he was dead. And despite everything, she gave him back so little after all he had done for her. It wasn't fair. I'll read it here. I wouldn't wait to get to their headquarters, I couldn't stand it. She would simply open that envelope and see what Bell had to say to her, see what his last words to her were. Good. Hestia just sat there watching as Airmid opened the envelope with trembling hands. I was really nervous, or maybe anxious, or a little of both. With some difficulty, he managed to take the letter out of the envelope, which he set aside to concentrate on what he had in his hands. She had to be strong, but an enormous warmth and melancholy appeared in her when she saw the lyrics. It was definitely Bell's lyrics. So, letting out a long sigh, she prepared to read it, without imagining that what she needed was on that piece of paper. What I needed to be able to move forward. Text of the letter. Hello Airmid, my beloved Airmid. If you are reading this, it means I have found a way to say goodbye to you, although it has never been easy for me. There are so many things I want to tell you while I am alive, but I know I won't have time, so I have decided to write you this letter. Where do I even begin? There's so much to it, I just can't find the words. I'm new to writing my feelings in a letter. I want to start by saying that you will always be the love of my life, and even though my heart no longer beats, every beat was filled with love for you, I want you to keep that in mind. I remember the first day our eyes met in that hospital. You, with your light and kindness, and me, just another patient among so many. From that moment, I knew I had found someone special. Every moment we shared, every laugh, every tear, every hug, is etched in my memory like a beautiful canvas that I treasure with all my heart, something I wish to cherish even after my death. I don't want to be separated from such beautiful memories. Today, as I write these words, I can't help but feel a mixture of sadness and gratitude. I know you probably won't have the courage to be at my funeral, and I completely understand. That's why I've decided to leave you this letter, as a final whisper between us. I want you to know how much I love you, even though I think you already know that. I also can't thank you enough for everything you did for me. Your dedication and effort in searching for a cure, for giving me hope when I felt lost, are gestures I will never forget. I know you're tormented by not having found that solution, but I want you to know that for me, you were the only medicine I truly needed. I trust that one day, when the time is right, the cure you fought so hard for will be found. You have a generous heart and a brilliant mind. You are capable of achieving it, I am sure of it. From the bottom of my heart, I ask you to move forward. Life has its uncertain paths, and although I will no longer be by your side, I want you to find the strength to travel them. Fall in love again, laugh again, live again without my absence weighing you down. Don't forget me, but don't let my departure become a shadow that prevents you from shining. Don't let my memory keep you trapped in sadness. I know there's a bright future waiting for you. Airmid's eyes began to shine, holding back the tears that wanted to come out as she read all those words. Be Bell. So, my dear Airmid, my beautiful angel, when you think of me, do so with a smile. Remember the happy times we shared and all the love we had. I love you deeply, and I will always be with you in spirit. Please be happy. That's my last request, the request of the person you made so happy. With all my love. Bell Cranel. End of letter. Her hands were trembling after she had read the letter. Her eyes were becoming increasingly glassy. Her heart ached, but at the same time she felt a deep warmth. The warmth in knowing what Bell truly felt. It felt so real, every word she read felt like Bell was beside her whispering in her ear. She could even swear she saw him by her side, smiling happily at her as he always had. Be Bell. Hestia only smiled slightly upon seeing Airmid standing up. She felt relieved to see that Airmid had finally found what she needed. She could see it in her crystal clear eyes. Airmid whispered the little goddess as she stood before her. Don't hold back your emotions and cry, release everything you feel so that your heart may be at peace. Just cry, Airmid let it all out. Slowly the goddess embraced the saint, whose tears began to fall one after another without stopping. Ah. And finally, all that pain I had been holding in for a week, I release it by embracing the little goddess. I Bell. Her cries echoed loudly in that room, cries filled with pain and sadness. Meanwhile, Hestia just smiled with a small tear running down her cheek, patting him on the back or stroking his hair. Airmid had definitely found what he needed. The words to be able to move forward. I'm sorry, Bell. I. The same words that the man she loved even after death gave her. Death is something that comes suddenly to some people in life. Sometimes it happens so fast that we don't have time to say goodbye to that loved one. We can leave our house to work or study without imagining that upon returning a loved one will have already died. Saying goodbye to that person who is about to leave without being able to imagine that perhaps that is the last time they will cross that door. Saying goodbye to a friend, which may be the last time you see them without knowing it. Death is very sudden, something that leaves us with enormous pain and emptiness when it happens. Ayan Sama. Airmid. The god opened his eyes in surprise as he saw his daughter return with her eyes swollen from crying so much. But I noticed something different about her. And I want to go back to work, I whispered, looking him straight in the eyes. What? I already told you that. Ayan was about to refuse, but she saw something different in her, something different in her gaze. That look had changed. It was no longer the same aimless and lifeless look it had been that morning. I promise I won't harm anyone. I didn't know what had happened, but it seems she found what she needed at the Hestia Familia headquarters. And that pleased him. You'll start tomorrow, first go to sleep, you haven't rested much these days. Understood. The god turned around and left, leaving Airmid alone, who sighed and formed a sad smile on her face. Well, I promise I'll do my best for you and for me. Losing a loved one is very difficult. Very painful. But despite all that, one has to learn. Learning to move on even though that person is no longer there. Learning to overcome that enormous pain. Because that's what life is also about. And Airmid began to understand it. Understanding that he would never be with her again. That I would no longer hear his voice. That I would no longer hear her laughter. That I would never see her eyes again. That I would no longer feel his touch. I had to learn to live like this and accept it. And to keep striving just as he wanted and as he promised. She would no longer lock herself in her room in the dark, no more. It would be very difficult, but I knew I could do it. Why, with her other hand she caressed the ring that Bell gave her, smiling slightly. Because he would always be by her side supporting her. I love you, Airmid. And time passed. 2 years. 2 long years. The time that has passed in the city of Arario. A short time for some, or a long time for others. Arario was still the same old city. A city that promised great things for newcomers, although sometimes they received a harsh dose of reality. The same city with many families striving to be better than others. The same city that creates very promising adventurers, some of whom succeed, while others remain just that. A promise. The same city where many go hoping to fulfill their dream. Yes, everything was the same. Anything but for a certain beautiful saint. Airmid was walking through the streets of Arario at a leisurely pace, greeting everyone who greeted her with a small smile. Although 2 years had passed, her appearance had hardly changed at all. The only difference was that her hair was a little longer and she had it tied in a braid. She was wearing her healer's clothing because she had just finished work. On one of her fingers she wore a ring she had received a long time ago and still cherished. And in her hand she carried a small bouquet of flowers. A soft breeze passed through the place, moving her hair, momentarily closing her eyes, then opening them again with a soft and calm gaze. Anyone who saw her was captivated by such a beautiful woman. She was an angel, although in fact that was her alias. Airmid asked her god for it and he fought for that alias to be chosen, and fortunately, he succeeded. Although she was known as the saint, she also began to be called Angel, and apparently hearing that nickname made her happy, something that confused some, but they thought it was just the stuff of adventurers. Airmid El Angel de Arario. The destination of that beautiful girl was none other than the Arario cemetery. She was about to visit someone very special to her. Out of the corner of her eye she saw some acquaintances, some dear friends to her. It was Welf, Mikoto, Haraham and Lily, they were accompanied by 8 other people. It was the Hestia Familia who were about to have an exploration in the dungeon. The Hestia family had grown in those 2 years, something that would have pleased a certain person greatly. Then they noticed Airmid's presence in the distance and raised their hands in greeting with a smile. Airmid also smiled happily and waved goodbye as they went off on their exploration. She didn't know why, but she always felt nostalgic when she saw them together, but at the same time a very small sadness in her heart when she saw the absence of a certain person in that group. Okay, let's continue. And keeping that slight smile, Airmid continued walking, wanting to get to the cemetery quickly. Her kind God had given her an hour's rest, and she had to make the most of it. He walked for a few more minutes and arrived at the Arario cemetery. In fact, it was the second cemetery in the city. The first one was filled up due to the large number of deaths that occurred many years ago during the Dark Age, which made it necessary to build another one. Another gentle breeze passed by the place the moment she set foot there, feeling that breeze caress her face. Feeling that made her smile a little more and go deeper into the cemetery and look for a specific grave. There were so many, some larger than others, scattered across that vast field. One could easily get lost there, but she perfectly remembered the location of the tomb she was looking for, simply because she visited it twice a month. It was impossible for her to get lost. And after walking a little further, he found the tomb he was looking for. A small smile formed on her face as she saw her and slowly approached. "Hi Bell," I greeted in a soft voice as I stood in front of him. Bell Cranel. It was the name on that gravestone, which was very clean. It didn't seem neglected at all, and that was thanks to her and her friends who took care of it and cleaned it once a month. "Sorry for not visiting you last week, but I had a few problems, but I've been able to solve them now." Airmid knelt in front of the grave and carefully placed the bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone, then took out a handkerchief and wiped the dust off it. "I only got an hour's break and it took me 20 minutes to get here. I don't have much time to be honest, but I'm glad to spend even just 10 minutes here with you." If people saw her talking to a tomb, they'd probably think she was crazy, but that wasn't the case. For some reason, Airmid felt a great sense of calm when she spoke to it. She felt like she was talking to Bell. When he had a bad day at work, he would go there and sit and talk. Doing that always took away all the bad feelings he had, even the stress. It was like a cure. On the way I met the boys, they were going to the dungeon with the rest of the family. Last month they managed to recruit 2 more, Hestia-sama is very happy, and I'm sure you are too. Gently, she took the flowers she had previously placed, which were now wilted, and put them in a bag. There was also a votive candle there, as Hestia remembered, and the others would come to light one at the beginning of each month while she left flowers. "Oh, right. I almost forgot," Airmid smiled excitedly, remembering a certain detail. "I have wonderful news for you. I'm sure you'll be very happy." Some might think their smiles were fake, but no, each one of those smiles was genuine. After all, he had promised himself, he had promised Bell to move on, and that's what he had done. "When you think of me, do it with a smile." Beautiful smiles as she remembered all those good times she lived by his side. "I managed to find a cure for that disease," she said, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Well, it's not a definitive cure yet, but it weakens the disease little by little. After some research, I've realized that with certain treatments, I can make the disease disappear from the patient's body. It's true that the treatment is a bit painful, but I'll work much harder to eliminate the pain. I'll strive to create a better cure." The little birds around sang happily as Airmid spoke with great joy at finally having taken a big step forward with that disease. And it was just in time. 2 weeks ago, a patient arrived with the same disease, but fortunately, I already have the treatments to start. I told him it would be painful, but he said it didn't matter, that he could withstand it. Airmid probably would no longer have been interested in finding the cure since the person he loved was already dead, but after reading her beautiful letter, all he did was search for that cure with more intensity, and he would not rest until he achieved it. And fortunately, this time their efforts paid off. "I'm sorry Bell. I found the cure for your illness 2 years too late. If only I'd been smarter back then, but there's nothing I can do now," he whispered, gently stroking the grave before smiling. "But I know you and your mom are proud." The first month was very difficult for her, not having him by her side. There were times when she wanted to give up and go back to locking herself in her room, but then she remembered the text of that letter and everything he had promised her. Remembering that always gave him the strength to keep going. Little by little she overcame that pain and learned to live with it. Accepting that he would not return. "I don't have much time left, I have to get back to work." But she still went on and on for him and for herself. "Airmid. I love you, Airmid. Do you want to dance with me? These flowers are for you. Ha ha ha. We have a new member in the family. Airmid, will you marry me? Can you grant my last request, Airmid?" Those same memories that used to cause her enormous depression now brought her great joy as she remembered everything she had experienced with him. All the beautiful memories he made by her side. That was her energy to be able to move forward in that world that, even though he was no longer with her, was as if he accompanied her every step of the way. "Bell." I whisper with a small smile, looking up at the sky. Even so, there was always a sadness in her heart for not having him by her side. The sadness she had already learned to live with, but which did not torment her. Even with that beautiful smile, she gently caressed the ring on her finger without taking her eyes off the sky, watching the clouds slowly pass by. While her time was coming, her moment to also leave that world, she would live her life to the fullest and happily, just as she had promised him and as he had promised his mother. However many years passed, there was one desire that would never disappear from her heart. A wish from that beautiful angel who cannot spread her wings to go see her beloved beyond the clouds, sit with him and talk. Other times she thought that she would have liked to stop time that day under that tree and chat with him as much as she wanted. But among all those there was a small wish, just a simple wish that didn't matter to him, even though it only lasted 2 seconds. That time would be more than enough for her. I would give anything if only. A small wish that would make her very happy. The happiest. Just to see you one more time. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.